The first time you picked up a sword in this new world, you expected to be all thumbs, but your body suddenly unleashed a terrifying muscle memory, and you executed a basic sword form with the aura of a Grandmaster. Your teacher asked you to step forward and demonstrate, so you steeled yourself and drew your long sword. But just as you were about to mimic the other's movements, a colossal sword intent awoke from the depths of your soul. You didn't even see how you'd struck the blow. All you heard was a hum as the sword sang, and a streak of light as sharp as a silk ribbon had already slashed through the air. System activating S-rank talent acquired, divine combat sense. It felt as if the air around you had been sucked away. Everyone was frozen in place by this earth-shattering strike. You stared blankly at your own hands, a sense of disconnection between your soul and body sending a chill down your spine. Was that really me? You were clearly just an ordinary student who had just been transported to this world, someone who didn't even understand the spirit awakening calendar. Yet while practicing swordsmanship, you effortlessly executed a fluid, flowing as clouds and water technique. Even your grandfather was so astonished that he cheered on the spot, going so far as to suspect you might be a sword cultivation master who'd been hiding for decades. Yet while everyone assumed you'd simply had an epiphany, your practice grew smoother and smoother. You'd even begun to grasp the rudiments of a sword formation, all because your soul had long since fused completely with that of a prodigious sword cultivator. Fong woke up to find that the world's timeline had shifted forward by 200 years. The entire world had undergone earth-shattering changes. AD 2034, year 10 of the Qilin era, development goals established advancing science and martial arts in tandem, revitalizing the nation through technology, and reaching the heavens through martial arts. Year 20 of the Qilin era, the first batch of science and technology universities and martial arts universities were officially established, recruiting students nationwide. Year 35 of the Qilin era, humans landed on the Red Star for the first time. Year 51 of the Qilin era, officially opened. Year 56 of the Qilin era, officially opened. People can now enter for martial arts combat training. Hearing his classmates' questions during history class. Chapter 1, The Dawn of Qilin. AD 2224, year 200 of the Qilin era, September 17, Friday. Xia Kingdom, Jiangling City, Jiangling High School, Class 9, Grade 11. A melodious bell rang, and a middle-aged woman walked into the classroom. She scanned the room and, noticing some students still sleeping with their heads on their desks, said in a slightly stern tone, "You're all in your second year of high school now. You don't have much time left. History and Daoyang are about to end. Only by achieving AB+ will you have a chance to attend a martial arts university or a university of science and technology. I'm sure you all understand the stakes." Noticing the teacher's gaze kept drifting his way, Zhenhao hurriedly nudged his deskmate, who was still sleeping with his head on the desk. Fong was having a dream in which he had become a wandering knight, upholding justice and righteousness. In the dream, dressed in white and wielding a sword, he stormed a mountain stronghold to rescue a young lady from a good family who had been abducted by bandits. Just as he was expecting the young lady to say, "I have nothing to offer in return but myself," he felt someone nudging him. Fong ignored it. Under Fong's expectant gaze, the young lady from a distinguished family curtsied gracefully and whispered, "I have nothing to offer in return, but I only wish to serve you as a cow or a horse in my next life to repay the young hero's great kindness." He woke up. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. No way. The classmates around him were still the same, but the classroom had changed. Fong craned his neck and spotted Qianhao beside him. He whispered, "Qianhao." Qianhao didn't notice anything unusual about Fong. He simply gave a subtle nod toward the front of the room. Catching the signal, Fong immediately saw the teacher at the podium staring right at her. It was the history teacher, but wasn't she supposed to stop teaching history after the science track was formed? Suppressing her confusion, she sat up straight, mimicking Qianhao's posture. She'd just woken up, so her mind was probably still a bit foggy. Fong first spent 10 seconds making sure he wasn't dreaming, then borrowed a mirror from the person next to him. His features were delicate and handsome just as always. Thank goodness, his looks hadn't changed. His extensive experience with online novels told him he must have time traveled, though the circumstances seemed a bit off. Setting aside the fact that the history teacher had come to teach, the classroom itself was completely different. The most obvious change was that the blackboard was gone, replaced by a plain white wall. The overhead light fixture had also disappeared, replaced by an ultra-thin recessed light. Next were the desks. Their design hadn't changed, but they were no longer made of wood. He wasn't sure what material they were made of. In the center of each desk was a display screen that took up 2/3 of the surface. It was currently lit up, showing various icons. The floor was no longer concrete but some kind of silvery white metal, clean, yet without the glaring reflection. Alright, let us get ready for class. First, let us review what we've covered so far. After saying this, Jiang Qin turned her gaze toward a certain someone who had been sleeping just moments ago. Hearing this, Fong forced himself to lift his head and stand up straight, meeting the teacher's gaze. Fong knew that when the teacher called on students to answer questions, she especially liked to pick those who avoided eye contact. Although he didn't know why they were having a history class right now and his mind was a blank, the more he felt this way, the more he knew he couldn't panic. Instead, he had to bravely meet the teacher's gaze. Jiang Qin saw Fong's eager expression and nodded to herself. So, under Fong's expectant gaze, she said, "Fong, tell us, in the year 2040, which year of the Qilin era was it, and what happened that year?" This teacher isn't playing by the rules. Fong let out a silent scream inside his head before standing up, but a flood of questions immediately filled his mind. The year 2040? What era is Qilin? Fong's head was filled with question marks. Seeing Fong standing there silently, Jiang Qin didn't scold him. Instead, she said, "Sit down and listen carefully to the others' answers. Luo, you're next." No sooner had Fong sat down than he saw a girl with a bun and fair skin stand up and answer confidently, "The year 2040 AD, the 16th year of Qilin. That was the year the Blue Star Alliance was officially established, and a global currency was unified." My old classmate hasn't changed a bit. But what exactly is the Blue Star Alliance? Jiang Qin wasn't the least bit surprised that Luo could answer that, and she moved on to the next student. "Next, explain how the first year of the Qilin era was defined, and when mana was first discovered." A stocky young man stood up in response. "The first signs of mana's revival were observed in 2022, when mana concentrations on Blue Star began to rise. Some practitioners of ancient martial arts were the first to sense the world's transformation and began their training. However, in parallel, creatures in the natural world also underwent changes. Their bodies grew larger, their fur became tougher, and their claws were as sharp as metal. The light weapons available at the time were virtually incapable of harming them. This led to escalating conflicts between humans and these evolved creatures, resulting in massive human casualties. The only ones capable of containing these evolved creatures were ancient martial arts masters who had also cultivated their skills, along with a few high-tech weapons. 2 years later, the awakening skill was officially announced worldwide, allowing everyone to practice martial arts and cultivate their abilities. That year came to be known as the first year of the awakening. Fong, who had not yet recovered from the shock of hearing the words 2040, immediately heard the stocky young man speak again. Although he understood every word the young man said, the combination of them was baffling. What year was it, exactly? Okay, next. Tell us when our Xia nation finalized its national development policy, and what it entailed. In the year 2034 AD, the 10th year of awakening, development goals were established: advance both science and martial arts, revitalize the nation through technology, and reach the heavens through martial arts. In the 20th year of awakening, the first science and technology universities and martial arts universities were officially established, recruiting students nationwide. In the 35th year of Qilin, humans landed on Red Star for the first time. In the 51st year of Qilin, Virtual World officially launched. In the 56th year of Qilin, Battle Network officially launched, allowing people to enter and train in martial arts combat. In the 62nd year of Qilin, a massive beast horde swept through the western part of our country, resulting in tens of millions of casualties, second only to the early years of Qilin. In the 195th year of Qilin, the population of the Xia Kingdom reached 5 billion, with 612 cities nationwide, 2,917 universities of science and technology, 1,206 martial arts universities, and 9,706 general universities. After sitting through half an hour of history QA, Fong finally understood this was an era of mana revival, where science and martial arts were developing hand in hand, and he had traveled 200 years into the future. Currently, humanity's greatest threat comes from the various creatures on Blue Star that have evolved due to the mana revival. He took a moment to examine the display screen on his desk. It was essentially a device similar to a learning machine. With a single tap, he could access materials for various courses: history, Taoist cultivation, science, Chinese language, biology, geography, introduction to martial arts, as well as all kinds of books. As for the date, he confirmed that it was September 17, 2224 AD, and he was currently a sophomore in high school. Watching teacher Jiang speak eloquently at the front of the classroom, along with the familiar faces of his classmates around him, his initially restless heart gradually settled down. Fong, who had always been content to go with the flow, quickly gathered his composure. Since resistance was futile, he decided to accept his situation with equanimity. This world wasn't exactly safe. There were all kinds of evolved creatures outside the city, along with various unknown dangers, so he had to become stronger, get into a martial arts university, and become a martial artist. Chapter 2, Luo. Ding ding. Class was finally over. Fong stood up to stretch his legs and realized his body was much stronger than he imagined. Although he mentally prepared himself for the fact that his physical foundation was solid, he was still somewhat surprised. During the latter half of the class, he discovered that the study device on his desk could not only be used to look up various study materials at any time but also access the internet, so he took the opportunity to catch up on a lot of general knowledge. For example, Blue Star's surface area was 10 times larger than he remembered. Luo, how many battle network points do you have now? A short, round-faced girl with a ponytail walked up to Luo and asked. 1,965, Luo blinked and said with a mischievous grin, clearly quite pleased with his score. Sure enough, upon hearing that number, the round-faced girl let out a gasp. Wow, you were only at 1,900 when the semester started, and now you're at 1,965 after just half a month. I've just been lucky lately. The opponents I've been matched with haven't been very strong, Luo said modestly, toning down his expression. Don't be so modest. You're number 1 in battle network victory points in our class, and you're ranked among the top in the grade, the round-faced girl said enviously. I still can't keep up with the top players. I have no idea how they train, Luo shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. Don't envy others. Since half a year ago, your training progress has been accelerating. You've long had the strength to be in a seed class. The round-faced girl paused for a moment, then asked, by the way, which university are you planning to attend? The Kyoto Martial Academy is definitely the strongest martial arts university overall, but the competition is too fierce. They only admit fewer than 3,000 students each year. The top university closest to Jiangling is Southern Martial Academy, but my idol is Luo Wanyin. She is currently the president of Dongfang Martial Arts University, and she is the only female president among the 5 top universities. As she mentioned Luo Wanin's name, Luo's eyes filled with admiration and longing. Fong listened to their conversation from the side without interrupting. When he heard the name Luo Wanin, the description of her from the report he just read flashed through his mind: the strongest female martial artist in the kingdom of Xia. Some people are prodigies from a young age, but many of these prodigies falter as they grow up, or face setbacks that leave them unable to recover. Luo Wanyin, however, had shown her brilliance from childhood and continued to shine throughout her career. At age 18, having ranked first nationwide, she turned down a personal invitation from the vice principal of Kyoto Martial Academy to enroll at Dongda University. The following year, she led Dongda University to victory at the National College Martial Arts Tournament, after which she vanished from the public eye. She reappeared 3 years later, having single-handedly slain 2 Lord Beast-class monsters in a battle outside the southern city walls. 2 years after that, she assumed the position of principal at Dongda University. Yeah, even though Dongda University is over 4,000 kilometers away from here, getting an isn't a problem at all. Plus, it produces the most powerful female warriors. A person's gaze carries energy. If you're stared at for too long, you can actually feel it. Especially now that mana has been revived and everyone is cultivating, this sensation has become even more acute. Fong, what are you looking at? Luo turned his head and asked. Hearing that familiar tone, the sense of strangeness brought on by his time travel faded a little. At least this old classmate, who'd been in the same class with him since middle school, hadn't changed. I was just listening to your conversation wondering which university you two top students plan to attend. What about you, Li Xinyuan? Fang shrugged in response to Luo's question, then turned to the girl with the round face. Li Xinyuan's gaze shifted between the two of them, a hint of a smile appearing on her face, before she replied, I'm no top student, Luo is. My goal is simple, to get into a martial arts university in Dingjiang City, preferably one of the top 100 universities. What about you? Ahem. Fang cleared his throat twice after catching Li Xinyuan's gaze. He admitted he had a crush on Luo, but seeing that teasing look still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Li Xinyuan knew that Fang and Luo had been classmates in middle school, and that Fang probably liked Luo, but the guy was usually quiet and reserved today. However, he was acting a bit out of character. Luo was lively and outgoing, had excellent grades, showed great martial arts talent, and wasn't he stuck up at all. There were countless boys at school who had a crush on her, even some from class 1 were pursuing her, but Luo never paid any attention to any of it. Among the boys, she was only a bit closer to Fang. Still, this kid was nowhere near ready to pursue Luo. He hadn't even begun learning martial arts yet. I haven't decided yet. Let me think it over some more. Fang had just arrived in this world. He didn't even have any memories of his past life and hadn't figured out his own skill level yet, so he'd better keep his mouth shut for now. With your grades, getting into a martial arts university won't be a problem. You still have 2 years until the college entrance exams. Luo knew a bit about what had happened before, so he didn't dwell on the topic. Got it, boss, Fang replied instinctively. That was what he'd called Luo ever since middle school. Luo paused for a moment. It had been a long time since he'd heard that nickname, but without giving it much thought, he smiled and replied, All right, little brother. Just then, the bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats to prepare for class. Ding ding. The class finally ended. It had been a science class, and Fang's head was spinning from trying to follow along. Although he tried his best to pay attention, this science class set 200 years in the future covered so much material that he was still completely lost. Fang, let us go eat. A somewhat effeminate voice rang out piercingly in Fang's ear. Fang looked up and saw a handsome boy about 1.7 meters tall, with medium-length hair, fair skin, and almond-shaped eyes. Fan? The person standing before him was none other than Fang's best friend and roommate. His real name was Fan, and when they were first assigned to the same dorm room in high school, Fang had almost thought the school had made a mistake. Once the matter was cleared up, however, everyone affectionately started calling him Fan because of his androgynous beauty. Upon hearing the name Fan, the young man's face instantly darkened. He waved his fist and shouted, Call me Fan, I'm a real man. Though his voice sounded rather unconvincing. To be fair, Fan didn't usually act in any cross-gender ways, but given his natural features, it was simply unavoidable. Fang stood up, slung his arm around Fan's shoulder, and said with a grin, All right, Fan. Fan, let us go grab some food. After saying that, Fang let go of his shoulder and began pushing Fan toward the door. Fan turned to look at Fang, whose face was beaming with a smile, and felt a bit puzzled. He seemed like a completely different person today. Still, he figured it was a good thing, so he didn't think much of it and let Fang push him forward. As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Fang realized this was completely different from the campus he remembered. Wasn't this a commercial district? High rises surrounded them on all sides, with a massive plaza directly across from them. Behind the plaza stood a 9-story building bearing the words cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and small groups of people scattered across the plaza were streaming toward the cafeteria. To the right were 4 elevators running simultaneously, with a staircase next to them. To the left were 2 parallel sliding rails. At that moment, students were sliding down one by one, clinging to the rails like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Fan, how many students are there at our school now? Fan was very pleased with Fang's quick grasp of the situation. Over 10,000. Our grade alone has more than 3,000 students. What's up? Nothing. So, which way should we go? Sure enough, with Xia's population at 5 billion, the number of students at the school had grown as well. Let us take the stairs. We're not in a hurry. Tisk, those people aren't afraid of falling," he said, glancing at the group sliding down the poles on the left. That's why the school requires that only those who reach the bone refinement stage in body forging can use that thing. They're tough as nails. A couple of falls won't hurt them. If they do get injured, they can just go to the infirmary to get some ointment and be treated. "Fong, what do you want to eat?" Fan asked after leading Fong into the cafeteria. Fong looked around. It didn't look much different from the cafeteria he remembered, except there were a few more serving windows. Above each window was an electronic screen displaying the dish names, and there were no staff members at the counters. You could just take whatever you wanted without swiping a card. "Why don't we go check out the upper floors?" I heard the school got a few iron-armored cattle from the patrol squad outside the city today. Let us go check out the 8th floor. After saying this, Fan licked his lips. "What are we doing on the 8th floor?" Fong asked, puzzled. Fan set off immediately, walking ahead without looking back. "We're going to the 8th floor for a second helping. We're not in the elite class, so we can't eat on the 7th floor." Hearing this, Fong got the picture. The 6th floor offered free meals provided by the school, while the 7th floor was exclusively for the school's elite class. The 8th floor offered better food, though it probably cost extra. As for the 9th floor, "Hey, when are you going to treat me to a meal on the 9th floor?" "The 9th floor? Once you've completed your body forging stage, I don't think the old teacher would mind taking you up there to eat every day," Fan said exasperatedly. Sure enough, the 9th floor was the faculty area. "Great. Once this big brother here can go up there, I'll definitely take you with me. Why not just drown yourself in shame?" Ugh. Chapter 3, Union of Two Souls. Whoa, today's meal is really good. No wonder it's from a hunt. It really does taste better than farm-raised meat. As soon as Fan returned to the dorm, he lost all sense of decorum and flopped right onto the sofa. That's right, they were in a 2-person dorm now, not the original 8-person one, and it even had a small living room. "It's tasty, sure, but a bit pricey," Fong said, smacking his lips as he recalled the flavor from earlier. The food was undoubtedly top-notch, but the price was a bit steep. A single dish made from iron armor beef actually cost 200 star coins. According to the information he gathered, Xia Kingdom currently had a population of 5 billion, and the national per capita income had only just reached 5,000 star coins. "I told you I'd treat you, but you insisted on coming on your own," Fan said nonchalantly. "How much can you really eat at the school cafeteria? Once we graduate, I'll let you treat me." Fong knew Fan's family was quite well off, though he never asked exactly how well off they were. The school was quite accommodating when it came time to pay. Students could choose to pay with either star coins or credits, with 1 credit equal to 10 star coins. There were many ways to earn credits: breaking through martial arts realms, ranking at the top of exams, making significant progress, or improving one's battle network ranking, among others. "Alright, you pick the place. I'm going to sleep. I've got martial arts class this afternoon and need to rest up." Fan looked completely unconcerned. After saying that, he went back to his room. Lying on his bed, Fong finally let his guard down. Today's events had indeed been a bit surreal. He'd woken up to find the whole world had changed. After muttering a few words to himself, he drifted off into a deep sleep. Fong was dreaming again. 3 years old. "Fong, come give me a kiss." This was his mother, looking much younger than he remembered. Age 6. "Fong, today is your first day of school. Don't bully your classmates, and listen to your teachers." His father, who was usually easygoing, was very serious on his first day of school. Age 8. "Fong, stand up straight. Starting today, we'll begin some basic training. Can you stick with it?" His grandfather, a former soldier, had high expectations for his grandson. "I can." 13 years old. "Grandma, I got first place in my class." 13-year-old Fong took first place in his very first exam after entering middle school and rushed straight to Grandma to share the good news. "That's amazing. What do you want?" "Grandma will buy it for you." In an elderly person's heart, no matter what rank their grandson achieves, he is always the best. 15 years old. Brother, you've been accepted to Jiangling High School on a scholarship. At the family dinner during the Lunar New Year, his cousin beamed with joy. Ha, not bad, not bad. Though he spoke modestly, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. That's great, you're way better than your brother. In a few years, when you graduate from high school, we'll go treasure hunting in the wilderness together. His cousin, who had been accepted to college, chimed in. Me too, me too. 16 years old. Classmates, it's been a month since you started school. Today we'll be holding a monthly test. This test is very important. Your performance will determine which class you're placed in. Please do your best. The great director stood on the stage, facing a sea of freshmen below. Thud. Confident Fong was easily knocked down in his very first match. He didn't even see how his opponent had attacked. After knocking Fong down, he walked off the ring with a calm expression, not sparing Fong a single glance. What's your name? Fong shouted as he stood up, calling out to the guy who was walking away. He didn't turn back. Lu Ningxi. I'll challenge you again. There was no response, only the sight of his straight, upright back receding into the distance. Boom! He was sent flying once again. Lying on the soft mat, Fong desperately wanted to just pass out right then and there. The first month entrance exams lasted 5 days. He won only one of his first 10 matches and 10 out of 30 in total, but at least there hadn't been any more crushing defeats like the first one. After the trials, 100 students would be selected for the elite class, divided into 2 sections, and granted access to better resources. He had thought making the top 100 would be a breeze, but reality had dealt him a resounding slap in the face, something he, who had always excelled from elementary through middle school, found hard to accept. Fong, what's wrong? Feeling down? In the dorm, Fan saw Fong lying on the sofa with a look of defeat on his face, so he sat down beside him and asked. Fong glanced up but said nothing. Fan didn't think much of it and continued, don't overthink it, you're already really good. He paused, saw no reaction, and added, but you have to understand, this is Jiangling High School. Being excellent is just the minimum requirement to get in. He opened his eyes. He was still in the dorm. So those were my memories of this world just now. I really was feeling down. Fong muttered to himself. In truth, Fong had always been confident, but ever since the class placement in his freshman year, he'd begun to doubt himself, which had slowed his progress in martial arts and made him increasingly withdrawn. No matter what happened before, from now on, I'm a new Fong. A flash of determination crossed Fong's eyes. After the soul fusion, Fong finally gained an understanding of this world. In today's society, science, technology, and martial arts advance hand in hand, and both paths offer promising futures. However, he had little interest in science. Instead, he had shown a clear talent for martial arts since childhood. After more than 200 years of development, some evolved creatures had attained a high level of intelligence and hid deep in mountains and vast wetlands. Since heavy weapons were cumbersome to carry, hunting them still relied on the formidable strength of martial artists. Consequently, martial arts masters enjoyed a very high social status and were held in great respect. The martial arts journey begins with the body forging stage, where one hones the outer body and tendons, progresses to the bone refinement stage, where one refines the internal organs, and culminates in the blood tempering stage, where one purifies the marrow. I am currently in the bone refinement stage of the body forging stage, having tempered only 51 bones in my torso, still a long way from reaching perfection. The sparring match during the credits class entrance exam a year ago dealt him a heavy blow. Over the past year, not only has his progress in martial arts been slow, but his advancement in the body forging stage has also been less than satisfactory. Fong rolled over and sat up, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a good look at the state of his body. It usually took him 5 minutes to complete a full scan, but now he finished in just 2. How could his soul power have grown so much all at once? On Blue Star, the strength of one's soul power is innate. It only increases with breakthroughs in martial arts cultivation. As far as he knew, there were currently no secret techniques for cultivating soul power. If there was any difference, it must be that he had just fused his past memories. Was it soul fusion? That was the only explanation. In any case, the increase in soul power was a good thing. It would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Knock. 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 Wake up. Wake up. Don't be late for martial arts class, or Bedraw 1T, go easy on us. Fan's voice rang out from outside the door. Xingchen, the martial arts teacher for class 9, grade 11. Behind such a beautiful name lay a physique as sturdy as a Bedraw, along with a fiery temper. I'm up. Just let me change. Soon, Fong had changed into a black martial arts uniform. The fabric felt quite nice, and even after doing a few casual movements, it didn't feel restrictive at all. Hurry up! Fan urged again from outside the door. Let us go. Fong opened the door and walked out. Fan seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Oh, right, both classes are having class together today. Which class are we joining?" Class 1. Fan glanced at Fong. Class 1's martial arts teacher is out today, so they asked Bedraw to cover the class. Oh, Luningshi is in that class, I think. Chapter 4, Introduction to Sword Techniques. Martial arts class was held in another academic building, where each class had its own dedicated classroom. Rather than a classroom, the martial arts classroom was more like a dojo, covering an area of about 2,000 square meters. All kinds of training equipment were neatly organized by category in their respective areas, and everyone had their own personal locker. Fong and his friends hadn't arrived very early, but by then quite a few students from class 9 were already there, along with some unfamiliar faces, gathered in small groups of 2 or 3 to chat. He walked over to his locker and entered the password to open it. What caught his eye was a long sword with a simple, ancient design. It was 3 chi long and 2 cun wide, its blade covered in a pattern of regular black diamond-shaped recesses. The edge remained unsharpened. This was a gift from his grandfather when he was accepted into Jiangling High School. The sword's name, Lin Yuan. Assemble. Xingchen's booming voice matched his imposing stature. His loud shout echoed throughout the martial arts classroom. Everyone, whether from class 9 or class 1, quickly fell into formation, the 2 classes standing in distinct, clearly separated lines. Fong stood in the middle of the formation. His gaze shifted slightly, and he spotted the figure at the very front of class 1's line. Standing with a ramrod straight posture, like a long spear, arms hanging at his sides, the student commanded attention simply by standing there quietly. After scanning the formation, no one was late. Xingchen was satisfied. Start warming up. Everyone, get moving. Upon hearing this, everyone began warming up according to their own exercise routines. A quarter of an hour later, seeing that everyone had warmed up sufficiently, Xingchen said, "All right, stop. Now grab your weapons and perform basic drills in your respective areas." Although everyone was free to choose their own weapon, most opted for swords, sabers, spears, or staffs. Uncommon weapons can catch opponents off guard in combat, but there are far fewer martial arts techniques associated with them, making it difficult to advance further. The fundamentals of the sword lie in thrusting, chopping, hooking, poking, shattering, intercepting, sweeping with a drag, whipping, striking, lifting, blocking, and the cloud technique. The swords section had the most people. Xingchen stood with his hands behind his back, watching the students practice the basic sword forms and offering guidance. In front of Fong stood a human-shaped metal pillar, its surface marked with numerous sword gouges. Closing his eyes, every move of the basic sword form played out in his mind. Gripping the sword in his right hand, he thrust forward. Unlike the usual sense of stiffness, Fong's movements were now incredibly fluid, each stroke seamlessly transitioning into the next. Slash. Hook. Poke. Gradually, Fong's speed increased, and his movements became effortless as the sword's glow danced. It left a series of new marks on the pillar. "Oh, that's interesting. You've got the hang of it," Xingchen remarked, having just noticed Fong's movements. For beginners, mastering the basic techniques is a prerequisite for learning martial arts. Only after mastering the basics can one proceed to more advanced training. A moment later, Fong sheathed his sword and stood still, carefully savoring the sensation from just now. The sword in his hand moved as naturally as an extension of his arm, and each move flowed effortlessly. Is this what it means to have mastered the basics of swordplay? Fong thought to himself. After a year of study, his long-term efforts had finally paid off, and today he had finally made a breakthrough. Remember that feeling from just now. Keep practicing to solidify it. Yes, sir. Fong only then realized that He Xingchen had appeared at his side at some point. He had clearly witnessed the change that had just taken place. Come see me next Monday to choose a martial art. He Xingchen nodded with satisfaction before heading off to patrol other areas. Mastering the basics of swordplay was commendable, but at Jiangling High School, it was merely commendable. Not to mention the sophomores, even some freshmen had already reached the entry-level stage. Blue Star martial arts are classified by mastery level into entry level, proficiency, and perfection. Reaching perfection opens the door to an entirely new realm of cultivation. Fong continued to perform basic sword techniques, leaving deeper gashes on the pillar than before. He was captivated by this sense of progress, though his stamina was steadily depleting as a result. That's enough. Everyone, stop for a moment. Now, begin channeling the awakening skill. Seeing that everyone's stamina was nearly depleted, He Xingchen spoke up. At the same time, several holes appeared in the classroom walls. As the holes in the walls opened, Fong took a deep breath and immediately felt a wave of refreshment. It was as if every cell in his body had come alive. This was a spirit drawing array built by the school at great expense, specifically designed to aid everyone's cultivation and improve efficiency. Before the body is fully developed, cultivation must strike a balance between exertion and rest, especially during the body forging stage, when daily practice should not exceed 2 hours. Every person's body has its limits. Once those limits are exceeded, latent injuries can form, which will severely hinder future progress. Of course, some people are born with exceptional constitutions and greater endurance than others, and there are also heirs to major powers who have nourished their meridians with mild herbs since childhood, but that is a different matter altogether. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, Fong began to practice the awakening skill, universally recognized as the best introductory cultivation technique. The human skeleton is divided into 3 parts: the skull, the trunk bones, and the limb bones, a total of 206 bones. Once all of them have been fully refined, one reaches the bone refinement stage. Fong concentrated and once again saw the state of his body. Since the refinement of his trunk bones was already complete, Fong decided to begin refining the bones of his right upper limb this time. Thanks to the enhancement of his soul power, the spiritual energy that had once been difficult to control was now very docile, and he even had a bit more at his disposal than usual. He didn't know how long he'd been practicing, but when he felt a dull ache in his meridians, Fong realized he'd reached his limit for the day. Any more would be counterproductive. A quick internal inspection yielded encouraging results. Although he knew his tempering progress would be somewhat faster, he hadn't expected to complete the tempering of 2 bones today and to have even finished half of the 3rd. Alright, everyone has mostly recovered by now. Let us have a 2-on-2 match. Class 9 goes first. With that, He Xingchen casually picked 2 students. One wielded a sword and the other a spear. Although neither had even reached the entry level of martial arts, they exchanged blows back and forth in a fiercely intense battle. From Fong's current perspective, both fighters' weaknesses were obvious. The transitions between their moves lacked fluidity, making them easy to interrupt. The reason he could now easily spot these weaknesses was partly due to his own improved cultivation level, and partly due to the strength of his soul power, which allowed him to capture even the slightest movements and react quickly. He Xingchen watched from the sidelines as the 2 fought. After a few minutes, he called a halt, offered some feedback, and then called up a new pair to continue, with Class 1 and Class 9 taking turns. Fong, come up here. Attack me. This time, He Xingchen didn't call on anyone else but stepped into the arena himself to teach. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't give it much thought. Without further ado, Fong took his stance and thrust his sword forward. He Xingchen didn't use any spiritual energy. Wielding his own sword, he gently parried the attack, deflecting it. It was to be expected that his thrust would be deflected, so he immediately followed up with an upward flick, the sequence of moves flowing seamlessly from one to the next. He Xingchen parried each move as it came. After successfully blocking, he didn't attack but remained on the defensive. Seeing this, Fong caught on and continued his attack. Who was that kid? He has already mastered the basics of swordplay. No idea. He just broke through recently. His technique is still a bit rough. I think I have a vague memory of him. I fought him once in our freshman year. Vidra must have been sparring with him since he'd just broken through. Whoa, when did Fong even start learning swordplay? Fan was secretly delighted to see his good friend finally break through. He knew Fong's talent well, but that placement match back when they first enrolled had crushed his pride. Looking at the sparkle in Fong's eyes, Fan felt as if he were seeing that young boy again, the one who, right after enrolling, had declared he would get into Kyoto Martial Academy. Chapter 5: A Rich Dog Should Not Bark. That's enough. Any more practice and you'll overdo it. Xingqian glanced at Fong's condition and, with a single swing of his sword, halted his next move. Although his soul power had greatly increased and his ability to track movement had improved significantly, Fong still couldn't make out how Xingqian had executed the strike that had subdued him in a single move. Not bad. Keep up the good work, Xingqian encouraged him, then turned to the other students. Mastering the basics of martial arts is just the beginning. I hope all of you will continue to work hard. A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of the students in Class 9 below who hadn't yet mastered the basics of martial arts. Fong, you're pretty good. Fong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Luo cupping his hands to form a megaphone as he shouted at him. Fan, completely clueless, joined in the commotion. Awesome. Some classmates he usually hung out with joined in the cheering as well. Compared to the atmosphere over in Class 9, Class 1 was much quieter. Mastering the basics of martial arts? That's just the average level. What's there to get so excited about? It's just the basics of swordplay, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Fong ignored it and prepared to step down from the stage. But Fan couldn't help himself. Tang Liang, why are you talking so much? What's it to you? Seeing that someone had responded, Tang Liang got fired up. He grinned smugly and said insincerely, I once beat him so badly he couldn't get up off the ground. Now that he's just starting out with sword techniques, I'm just reminding him not to get too cocky. Hearing Fan stand up for him, Fong could no longer pretend not to hear it. Besides, back when this guy had won the class placement match, his mouth hadn't exactly been clean either. At the time, Fong had already grown numb to it, and since his skills were inferior, there wasn't much to say. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he might as well use this guy as a sparring partner to test his abilities. With his mastery of the basics of swordplay and the aid of his soul power, Fong didn't think he'd lose. Fong first stopped Fan, who was about to retort, then turned to stare at Tang Liang, who was sitting in the crowd, and said, word by word, Tang Liang, have you ever heard the saying, when a dog is wealthy, don't bark at it? After Fong finished speaking, the martial arts classroom fell momentarily silent. Snort. Ha ha ha. Someone couldn't hold it in, and the air was instantly filled with merriment. Tang Liang sprang to his feet, pointing a single finger at Fong. Out of shame and anger, his face flushed red one moment and turned pale the next, looking just like an enraged fighting cock. Fong, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? I'll come up and spar with you. After saying this, he didn't forget to glance at Xingqian. After all, he was the martial arts teacher of Class 9. Fong scrutinized Tang Liang closely. He was of average height with a sturdy build and appeared to be a solid, honest sort of guy, but his narrow, slanted eyes gave him a sly, cunning look. But where did this guy get such intense hostility from? After pondering for a moment, Fong finally remembered that Tang Liang seemed to be pursuing Luo, and since he and Luo had been middle school classmates, Tang Liang had held a grudge against him since the very start of high school. As a result, when they faced off during the class placement matches, Tang Liang not only won but also taunted him right in his face. Tang Liang, have you no shame? Fong is already exhausted, how is he supposed to fight you? Just as Fong was pondering this, Luo spoke up. Exactly. How dare you take advantage of someone when they're down? Is this the best Class 1 has to offer? No way, you're not actually trying to bully him, are you? Although not everyone in the class got along perfectly, they all shared a sense of collective pride. When someone from their own class was being bullied by outsiders, it was only natural for them to stand up for their own. Likewise, Class 1 acted the same way. No matter how Tang Liang usually behaved, they were bound to defend him at a time like this, especially since Class 9 had dragged Class 1 into their insults against Tang Liang. "You guys? Do we even need to pick on you?" We could just as the Class 1 students were about to continue, someone nudged them and gestured toward Xingchen, who was standing in the center of the arena with his hands behind his back. After all, Xingchen was Class 9's martial arts teacher. To say that Class 9's martial arts skills were lacking would be like slapping their teacher in the face. Then let us wait until he recovers and have him fight Tang Liang. We've got plenty of time anyway, so let us wait for him. Lu Ningxi wasn't interested in any of this. He just sat in the audience watching the two sides go back and forth, without getting involved. Xingchen also remained silent about the situation. In his view, it was nothing more than a fight. If you lose, you end up in the infirmary. What's the point of practicing martial arts if you're afraid of getting beaten up? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Seeing this, Fang spoke up at just the right moment, saying to Tang Liang, "That took a lot out of me. Let me meditate for a few minutes." With that, he plopped down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began meditating, paying no heed to Tang Liang's response. "Fine, I'll wait a few minutes for you." Seeing that Fang was meditating on his own without paying him any mind, Tang Liang had no choice but to sit down grudgingly and wait for him to recover. Seeing that both sides had reached an agreement, the students from both classes gradually calmed down. At that moment, Fan, watching from the audience, felt a surge of anxiety. He wished he could rush up there and fight in Fang's place. Although Tang Liang practiced staff combat, having mastered the basics in his freshman year and progressed from the body forging stage to the bone refinement stage, with the internal organs refinement stage just around the corner, defeating him with Fang's full strength would still be a breeze. However, with things having reached this point, Fang could not back down. Losing was a minor matter, but losing face was a major one. If he chickened out at the last moment, he would truly be unable to hold his head high at Jiangling High School. A moment later. "Tang Liang, come on up." Once Fang had mostly recovered, he shouted at Tang Liang, who was rubbing his hands together in anticipation below. Seeing that Fang was ready, Luo didn't say much. He simply mouthed the words, "Be careful." Fan clenched his fists in support, his lips moving in a way that clearly spelled out, "Take him down." The gazes of the other students in Class 9 were also filled with encouragement. None of them expected Fang to win. After all, he'd only just begun learning swordplay, and expecting him to defeat Tang Liang was simply too much to ask. As long as he didn't lose too badly, that would be enough. The students from Class 1, on the other hand, were mostly curious to see how long Fang could hold out against a furious Tang Liang. Fang took all of this in, gave a slight nod toward Class 9, signaling that he got the message. Tang Liang, who'd been waiting for quite some time, couldn't wait to step onto the stage. "I thought you'd be meditating until the end of class. I'll give you some credit for having a bit of guts." Fang looked at Tang Liang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Don't you know that the dog that bites doesn't bark?" His expression seemed as if he were genuinely seeking advice. A burst of laughter came from Class 9. Those familiar with Fang were slightly surprised by his sharp tongue today. This nearly broke Tang Liang's composure again, but he said nothing more, forcing himself to suppress his anger. He glanced at Xingchen, then fixed his gaze firmly on Fang, clenching the staff in his hands as he resolved to teach him a proper lesson that would keep him bedridden for a few days. Seeing that Tang Liang wasn't responding, Fang refrained from saying anything else to provoke him. In a martial arts match, besides physical strength, smarts are just as important. It's easiest to take down the big shots. Xingchen took a step forward and said expressionlessly, "No intentional maiming allowed." He paused for a moment, then added, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Liang stepped forward, gripped the staff with both hands, raised it high, and in the blink of an eye, brought it down toward Fang across from him. Whoosh! The long black staff cut through the air with a whistling sound, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Fang narrowed his eyes slightly, his entire demeanor suddenly becoming sharp and fierce, like a drawn sword. He took a diagonal step to the right, dodging the strike while closing the distance, then gripped his sword with both hands and swept it toward Tang Liang. Tang Liang wasn't surprised that Fang had dodged the first strike. It would have been too boring if Fang had been so easily defeated by a single blow. Facing Fang's sweeping sword strike, Tang Liang instinctively shifted his long staff horizontally to block the blow he had held back earlier. Clang! Forces reciprocal. Using the recoil to his advantage, Fang created some distance before thrusting his sword forward again, leaving Tang Liang no time to react. Whoa! His reaction was so quick that Tang Liang didn't have time to think. He took a step back, switched to holding the staff with one hand, and dodged the strike. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in He Xingqian's eyes. He wasn't surprised that Fang's moves had flowed smoothly when he was practicing alone earlier. After all, a training post is an inanimate object, but Tang Liang was a living, breathing person. After all, many people can't even execute a complete move in real combat, let alone transition smoothly between them. This kid has some real combat talent. He Xingqian nodded to himself. Just as you'd expect from a student I've trained myself. Down in the stands. Over by Class 1, someone frowned. What the hell is Tang Liang doing? He is probably underestimating his opponent. Just give him a moment to adjust, someone nearby remarked. Over in Class 9, the atmosphere was entirely different. Way to go. Keep it up. Fan cheered from the sidelines. Fang, take him down. Attack on all three fronts. They didn't care how things would play out later as long as Fang had the upper hand right now. They had to shout it out. What if they didn't get another chance to cheer later? Having gained the upper hand, Fang gave Tang Liang no chance to catch his breath, launching another upward slash. Tang Liang had already reached the peak of the bone refinement stage and was about to enter the Zhang refinement stage. Given Fang's superior strength, he couldn't afford to engage in a head-on clash. Tang Liang was struggling to hold his ground. As time went on, under the relentless barrage of sword techniques, he was actually expending more stamina than Fang. The onlookers could now see that if Tang Liang didn't change his strategy, he would simply be worn down by Fang. Who would have thought that once Fang gained the upper hand, he wouldn't give Tang Liang a single chance, but instead kept widening his lead? Was he actually about to win? Tang Liang, change your moves. Don't let him dictate the pace, someone from Class 1 shouted. Fan shot him a sidelong glance. Fang, don't give him a chance. Keep attacking, take him down. Tang Liang was, after all, a member of Class 1, and he knew things couldn't go on like this. Steeling himself, he prepared to take Fang's sword strike head-on, trading injury for injury. At worst, he'd suffer only minor injuries, but given his strength, a direct hit would render Fang completely incapacitated. With that in mind, Tang Liang neither dodged nor flinched, meeting Fang's slashing sword head-on and taking the blow to his left shoulder. Immediately afterward, Tang Liang gripped his staff with both hands, veins bulging on his exposed arm, and smashed it down toward Fang's left leg. Die! He struck with every ounce of his strength. Watch out! The members of Class 9 cried out in unison. That's the 1000 June staff. Tang Liang has finally unleashed it. The students from Class 1 recognized it as the martial art Tang Liang had chosen when he first began learning staff techniques. One strike, 1000 June. He Xingqian remained motionless. If he couldn't block this strike, it would merely result in a broken bone. With current medical technology, he'd recover in about a week. Fang's surging soul power allowed him to perceive the slightest changes in his opponent's body. The moment he realized Tang Liang wasn't dodging, he understood his intention. Prepared, Fang switched from holding the sword with one hand to gripping it with both, swinging the blade toward Tang Liang's left cheek like a tennis player returning a shot. At the same time, he shifted his body slightly to the side. Though he couldn't completely avoid Tang Liang's strike, he could at least lessen some of the impact. Smack! The sword struck with full force. Fang had held back and Tang Li was instantly sent flying like a kite whose string had snapped. Thud! Since Fang had acted a split second faster, Tang Li's final move didn't land fully on him, especially since Fang had already shifted his body to the side to deflect the impact. Tang Liang lay on the ground for a long while, unable to recover. The left side of his cheek was visibly swollen even at the bone refinement stage. Taking that blow head-on was no easy feat. Fang wins. With the outcome decided, He Xingqian announced the result. 2 people, come help him down. 2 students from Class 1 quickly stepped forward, one on each side, and helped Tang Liang off the stage. Tang Liang actually lost to that Fong, someone from Class 1 asked in disbelief. Compared to the astonishment of the rest of Class 1, Lu Ningxi remained calm, showing no reaction whatsoever. Fong stood where he was. After watching Tang Liang, head bowed, being helped off the stage, he raised his sword with one hand, a smile on his face, and slowly walked toward Class 9. Holy shit! That's awesome. Bro, you're a badass. Just as I expected from my little brother, you're amazing. Luo said with a charming smile. Fang's lips curled upward in response, of course I can't let my boss down. Chapter 6, The Virtual World. Ouch, be gentle. Fong grimaced. Tisk, TSK. You didn't complain in front of all those people up there, but now that we're back, you're suddenly whining about pain? Fan rolled her eyes. What do you know? This is just a healthy way to vent my emotions. Cut the crap. Spray this medicine yourself twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. Don't forget. When Fong was dawdling on his way off the court, Fan had already noticed something was off, but he didn't call him out on it in front of everyone. Later, he took Fong to the infirmary for a checkup. Thankfully, it was just a hairline fracture. The doctor prescribed some ointment. Applying it on time for a few days would be enough to heal it. I'm not going to class tonight. Let the class monitor know, and I'll hand in my homework as soon as I finish it. Fong said to Fan as he lay on the couch. Blue Star also had evening study sessions, but here they were meant for doing homework and independent review, from 7 to 8 p.m. Got it. Wait for me to get back tonight so we can duo and battle network. Fan was tidying up his room and didn't even turn around. Sure, but I'm going to play a couple of matches on my own first, then we'll team up. All right. In the 51st year of Qilin, after the launch of Virtual World, scientists poured their heart and soul into developing a new competitive platform. Upon logging into Virtual World, users could enter Battle Network to engage in battles. As it was refined over generations, the importance of Battle Network became increasingly evident. Its realistic combat simulations and carefully designed battle environments significantly improved the skills of martial artists. Battle Network is divided into adult and minor divisions, where users can engage in both one-on-one duels and multiplayer team battles. The winner earns victory points, while the loser loses a corresponding number of points. Battle Network is now integrated into the college entrance exams. Martial arts assessments evaluate not only a student's personal cultivation level but also their combat prowess. The combat prowess assessment takes place within Battle Network. Those with high victory points can skip the preliminary round and advance directly to the final round. Fong glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock and decided to review some key concepts first. Even though he now possessed his past memories, he still needed to study hard. 9-joint calamus has a warm nature and a pungent taste. Its rhizome grows horizontally, adding one joint every 5 years, and matures into a 9-jointed plant. It has many leaves, with broad ovate leaf blades. It grows in shrubbery at an altitude of 2,000 meters and is primarily found in western Jiangling, western Luling, and other areas. After harvesting, it is dried and preserved for use as medicine. Image. Poria, neutral in nature, sweet in taste. A type of fungus, it is often irregular in shape. The finest specimens are spherical and are called fujun. The exterior is covered with a thick, heavily wrinkled brown skin. The color deepens with age, while the interior is white. It grows on the roots of ancient trees and is found throughout the country. It can be used medicinally. Image. Star anise. Image. Phew. Fawn exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs and muttering to himself, there really is a lot here. I've been looking at this for ages and have only covered a small portion. Fong had just been reading the section on plants in biology. With the help of his existing memories, he was making rapid progress, and thanks to the enhancement of his soul power, his learning efficiency had also improved significantly. Alright, time to log into the virtual world. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 p.m. Fong decided not to continue studying but to log into the virtual world first to get familiar with it. The virtual world has very strict requirements for minors. It's open Monday through Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and for 5 hours each on Saturday and Sunday. The device used to connect to the virtual world is called a consciousness sensor. It's very lightweight, silvery white, and resembles a motorcycle helmet. After Fong put it on, a half-face visor at the front automatically lowered, fitting snugly over his eyes. Immediately, a voice sounded in his ear. Ding! Player login detected. Soul power verification passed. A series of information then appeared before his eyes. Name, Fong. Nickname, tossing and turning can be changed after coming of age. Gender, male. Date of birth, September 30th, 2207. Age, 16 minor. City, Jiangling. School, Jiangling High School 11th grade. Battle Network victory points, 902. Next to this text was a character who bore a slight resemblance to him. When creating his character, Fong hadn't chosen to use his real appearance directly. Instead, he made slight adjustments so that only those very familiar with him could recognize him. Enter the virtual world? Yes. In a flash, Fong found himself in a city. Standing on the street, Fong watched a diverse crowd of people, men, women, the young, and the old, coming and going. Of course, this was merely a superficial appearance after all. Each character's image was shaped by the player themselves. There were numerous shops lining both sides of the street. With the launch of the virtual world, merchants had flocked to set up shop, allowing customers to try out products online before placing orders. Of course, there was also a wide variety of character outfits and accessories items intended solely for use within virtual worlds, some of which were even more expensive than their real-world counterparts. Fong walked into a pharmacy. Inside were two staff members, both appeared quite young, with sweet, smiling faces. Upon seeing him enter, one of them quickly approached. "Hello, how may I help you?" Fong smiled back. "I'm just browsing. Do you have any potions here that are useful for the body forging stage?" Hearing this, the young woman's expression didn't change as she replied, "We do have some. Balha ointment for external application is best used at the start of the body forging stage. Bone refinement stage powder for medicinal baths is suitable for the bone refinement stage. And there's also." With each product she introduced, the young woman would take out the corresponding item to demonstrate. When she got to the bone refinement stage powder, Fong's eyes lit up slightly. This was exactly what he needed. He glanced at the price, star coins. Not bad. His parents could afford this single dose if they worked hard for 2.5 months without eating or drinking. He glanced again at his account balance, 2,128. Is there anything with effects similar to the bone refinement stage powder but a bit cheaper?" Fong interrupted the saleswoman's presentation. "Yes, there's the bone nourishing powder. It's quite effective too, and this product sells very well. The price is star coins," the saleswoman continued, introducing the new product. Sounds good, sounds good." With the context she'd just been given, Fong now found this price surprisingly acceptable. Of course, he also understood that there was a certain gap in effectiveness between the two. Fong listened to the introduction for a while longer. The items were all excellent. He almost wanted to buy them all at once, but unfortunately, his wallet was a bit light. Still, today had certainly broadened his horizons. It was getting late, so Fong said, "Thanks for the introduction. Everything looks great. I'll come back to buy some next time." Hearing that Fong had no intention of buying anything right now, she didn't show any disappointment but replied, "Sure, we look forward to seeing you again." Stepping out of the store, Fong glanced back at the sign, Beishan Pharmacy. The medicine was great. He'd come back later. For now, though, it was time to head to Battle Network. He issued the command. "Battle Network match, solo." A notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Solo matchmaking initiated, please wait. Match successful, please prepare for battle. That was pretty fast, Fong muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of white light, Fong vanished from where he stood, a sight the people around him had long grown accustomed to. Chapter 7, Matchmaking. When Fong opened his eyes again, he found himself in a field of grass nearly as tall as a person. He was surrounded by towering shrubs roughly 20 meters high at a glance, with vines entwining their trunks. This time, it was a jungle map. Battle Network's battle scenarios are randomly generated, and as an excellent martial artist, one must be able to adapt to combat in any environment. As for opponent matching, high school students are matched against other high school students once they enter college. They'll be matched against martial artists from the wider community. Looking ahead 30 meters, his opponent had already appeared, a towering figure with an imposing appearance and a full beard, holding a goosefeather blade in his right hand. Then, the opponent's information popped up before his eyes. Nickname, Blazing Overlord. Gender, male. Victory points, 1,121. What a formidable name. His victory points are over 200 higher than mine. 10-second countdown. Please select a weapon. 10. 9. Hearing the prompt, Fong quickly selected the standard issue iron sword he used most often. 2. 1. Battle begins. No sooner had the voice faded than Fong darted behind a tree, its trunk more than enough to conceal his figure. Judging by his opponent's build, he was a brute of a fighter, so Fong knew he had to make good use of the terrain to outmaneuver him. At the same time, the flame tyrant let out a low growl and charged toward Fong, the rush of air from his sprint forcing the grass to part to either side. When he noticed Fong had darted behind the tree, the flame tyrant didn't recklessly charge straight ahead. Instead, he slowly closed in while carefully observing changes in his surroundings to pinpoint Fong's location. "Stop dodging around, come out if you're a real man." The voice wasn't as rough as he'd imagined. Fong ignored him. In Battle Network battles, both opponents have the same physical attributes, so victory depends more on mastery of combat techniques and the ability to read the battlefield. But these qualities can't be judged by appearances alone, they require testing. With the right strategy, defeating a stronger opponent isn't that difficult. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps echoed, growing closer and closer. With his back against a large tree, Fong took a light step forward with his left foot. He was confident the flame overlord could hear the sound. Sure enough, the footsteps moved toward his left. Fong spun around, pushed off with his right foot, and lunged to the right. Holy shit! Only after Fong lunged did he realize that the flame tyrant was calmly staring at him from a short distance away. He hadn't moved to the left as Fong had expected at all. The moment Fong poked his head out, he saw a blade slashing straight toward him. With no time to think, his body reacted instinctively, dodging the blow to the right. The gust of wind from the blade's swing stung Fong's cheek. Had he been struck, he would have suffered at least a serious injury. Battles in Battle Network also involve pain, and this sensation cannot be turned off, though it is significantly less intense than in real life. Once he regained his footing, Fong seized the moment while his opponent's momentum had faded and his next strike hadn't yet built up, and thrust his sword toward the wrist holding the blade. A hint of surprise flashed across the flame overlord's eyes, but he didn't hesitate. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, using Fong's south thrust to drive himself forward while dodging and shifting his position. After the close quarters clash, both fighters pulled back, staring each other down. Fong curled the corner of his mouth and said, "That name doesn't suit you at all." "Well, you've learned your lesson today. Don't judge a book by its cover." The flame overlord shrugged it off. Fong wasn't the first to say that to him, nor would he be the last. From their brief exchange, both could tell the other had already mastered the basics of martial arts. At that moment, a question arose in both their minds: why were his points so low? Logically speaking, a fighter who had mastered the basics should have a score between 1,000 and 2,000 points. Judging by the strength he just displayed, he should be around 1,500 points. Perhaps he's just like me, the flame overlord thought to himself. Fong glanced at the timer. Nearly 3 minutes had already passed. Battles had a time limit. If neither side could secure a victory within 10 minutes, the system would determine the outcome based on their respective performances and current statuses. Since they were already face to face, there was no point in planning an ambush or a sneak attack. Fong let out a soft shout as his sword flashed, striking directly at the flame overlord's throat. The flame overlord crouched low, using the back of his blade as a shield to deftly deflect the blow. Immediately afterward, he swung his blade backward, aiming for Fong's waist. The two exchanged blows, each landing effective strikes. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed. As the battle reached a stalemate, Fang's advantage and soul power became increasingly evident. In such an intense battle, maintaining full concentration was essential, otherwise, a single careless moment could mean defeat. At the 8-minute mark, Fang finally found an opening and drove his sword into the blazing overlord's heart. A system notification sounded. Battle ended. Congratulations on your hard-fought victory. +3 victory points. Hearing the sound, Fang finally relaxed a bit. The battle had been no easy feat for him. In terms of martial arts alone, his opponent's mastery was superior to his own, but it was his advantage and soul power that allowed him to steer the battle into his own rhythm and secure the victory. Phew! The flame overlord lay on the ground, letting out a long sigh. He didn't feel any resentment. He'd been outclassed, so he accepted the loss. Just now, Fang had seemed like a robot to him, tireless and infallible. If Fang's martial skills had been even more polished, he feared he would have been defeated even faster. How about we add each other as friends later, the flame overlord suggested. Fang had no objection. He nodded and said, sure. A flash of white light, and Fang reappeared on the same street as before. Before long, he received a message notification. Blazing Overlord has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Bro, where are you from? Jiangling. I'm from Shazhou, not far from there. Let us spar again sometime. Sure. That was the end of the conversation. Fang had no desire to chat with strangers. Fan hadn't returned yet, so he left him a message to challenge him to another match. Battle Network match, solo. Match successful. Please prepare for battle. 2 minutes later. Match ended. Congratulations on your victory, +2 victory points. This opponent used a staff, but his technique was rough. He hadn't even mastered the basics yet. After a brief feel-out phase, Fang won easily. A flash of white light, and Fang reappeared on the street. His victory points had now reached 907, though he was still a long way from making it onto the Jiangling City leaderboard. In Battle Network's high school division, there are 3 leaderboards: the city leaderboard, the regional leaderboard, and the national leaderboard, with only the top 1,000 players on each. Currently, all these leaderboards are dominated by seniors. As for sophomores and freshmen making the cut, they are few and far between. Anyone who manages to make the leaderboard during their sophomore or freshman year is considered a star at their school. Take, for example, Lu Ningxi, ranked 29th in Jiangling City. As the only non-senior in Jiangling City's top 100, his school has high hopes for him. Countless people believe he has a shot at becoming the top student in the southern region in 22-26, or even the national champion. Just as Fang was scanning the leaderboard, he received a message from Fan. Hurry. 1. Iron-blooded man invites you to a Battle Network duo match. Accept? Accept. Chapter 8, Going Home. The randomly generated arena this time was a desert, a vast, boundless wilderness that glistened like a golden ocean under the sunlight. Fang turned his head and saw Fan appear beside him. The guy now looked like a muscle-bound tough guy, dressed in a black and red outfit and carrying a broadsword slung over his shoulder. He actually looked the part. Whoa, not bad. 907 now. As soon as they met, Fan noticed the change in Fang's win count. 2 wins in a row. Fang looked completely unfazed. Ha! Just as the two were chatting, the countdown was drawing to a close. Battle begins. Fan charged ahead, rushing toward the enemy with the kind of ferocity befitting a true, tough guy. Fang held back, biding his time. That's how battles in the desert go. Everything is wide open, with no cover to block your view. The only thing to watch out for is the quicksand that can appear under your feet at any moment. The two opponents were a long-faced, burly man wielding twin axes and a lanky man wielding a sword. Facing the fiercely charging Fan, the two didn't split up. The long-faced man charged head-on while the lanky one flanked him, ready to take out Fan first. Fang knew Fan's abilities very well. Don't let his laid-back demeanor fool you. Even though he rarely plays Battle Network, his martial arts skills are likely nearing the threshold of mastery. The long-faced man used his axe as a shield to block Fan's slash. Fan used the momentum to arc through the air and close in on the stick-like man, while Fong followed closely behind, seizing Fan's opening to engage the long-faced man. Their coordination was as smooth as flowing water. Anyone watching would have to admit it was impressive. Fong didn't care what his opponent was thinking. He swept his sword toward the long face's face. The long face stumbled backward repeatedly, narrowly dodging the blow but still sustaining a bloody gash across his face. Before the long face could catch his breath, Fong had already closed in, gripping his sword with both hands and bringing it down in a downward strike. The long face had no choice but to raise his twin axes to block them in a crossguard. Fong had anticipated the block. He kicked out with his right foot, landing a solid blow that sent Long Face tumbling backward. Just as Fong followed up to deliver the finishing blow, he noticed a broadsword flying toward them. It sliced past Long Face's neck and lodged itself in a nearby sand dune. Looking up, he saw that Fan had already taken care of Bamboo Stick and was now free to deliver the finishing blow. Meeting Fong's gaze, Fan raised an eyebrow in response. "You're pretty fast. You're just too slow. Want to continue later? I don't have anything else to do today, so we can have a couple more matches." Match over. Congratulations on your easy victory. Tossing and turning, +2 victory points. Iron-blooded real man, +3 victory points. 10 o'clock. Fong took off his mind sensor and walked into the living room, only to find Fan already sprawled out on the couch. "Fan, you're amazing. I had no idea you were this good," Fong marveled. "Oof. You've always been good, Fan. Is this the first time you've noticed?" Fan rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. "You must have around 1,300 points by now, right? 1,323. I'm at 936 now, too." Today, the two of them had played about 10 matches in a duo queue. Without losing a single one. They were leveling up pretty fast. "You've just mastered the basics of swordplay. You should play more to boost your win points and aim to be exempt from the preliminary exam for the college entrance exams," Fan said earnestly. "Yeah, I'll play more these days," Fong replied just as earnestly. "Alright, that's about it. Let us wash up and go to bed." Fan stood up to get ready for bed. Thanks a lot," Fong said, watching Fan's back. Fan didn't pause for a moment, making a universal gesture as he spoke. Fong rarely played in a duo queue with Fan before, not because they didn't get along, but because he knew Fan was so skilled that playing together felt like being dragged along to boost his rank. Driven by pride, Fong had turned Fan down many times. Fan didn't play much on his own either. Logically, with his combat skills nearing mastery, he should be around the 2,000 point mark. The next day. Today was Saturday, so there were no classes. Students could choose to stay at school or go home. Fong first got up, went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and picked up a takeout meal to bring back to the dorm for Fan, then headed to the training room to work out. When Fong returned, he found that Fan had already finished eating, tidied up, and was getting ready to go home. "You're back. I thought you'd gone home. Want to leave together later? I'll give you a ride," Fan asked when he saw Fong return. "No need. You go ahead. I still need to practice for a while." Fong planned to finish his practice, take a shower, and rush home before lunch. He'd just let his family know. "Well, I'm off then. See you Monday." Fong waved goodbye. In the room. Feeling a throbbing pain begin in his meridians, Fong stopped practicing awakening skill. The result of his recent cultivation was the tempering of 2 bones compared to yesterday. His efficiency had dropped slightly, making Fong feel a bit nostalgic for the school's spirit drawing array. He glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock and knew it was time to head out. As everyone knows, the air at school feels different to breathe than the air outside. Standing outside the school gate, Fong looked up at the deep blue sky. After taking a deep breath, he found himself in complete agreement. Beep. A small aircraft slowly touched down by the roadside, and Fong stepped aboard. Since 2034, technology on Blue Star had advanced rapidly, and low-altitude urban aircraft, once mere fantasies, had become part of everyday life. "Hold on tight, we're about to take off," the driver, an older man, reminded Fong after seeing him close the door. After a gentle push from behind, the aircraft had already entered its flight path. "You're from Jiangling High School, aren't you?" The driver noticed Fong had boarded right outside the school gate and used that as an opening to strike up a conversation. "Yeah. That's impressive. I hear Jiangling is full of geniuses." "It's not quite that exaggerated." "Ha, my son goes to Lingbei High, he just got in this year." "That's impressive. By the way, my son said their school has a super genius in the senior class this year, someone named Zhou something you." "Zhou Chuyu," Fong interjected. "Oh, right, that's the one. You know him too?" "I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. Zhou Chuyu, a senior at Lingbei High School, is the star of this year's graduating class at Lingbei and a strong contender for the top spot in the 22-25 Jiangling City College entrance exams. The class monitor and Golden Monk have mentioned his name repeatedly in front of everyone to motivate them to work hard and defend Jiangling High School's reputation. There are 3 major high schools in Jiangling, Lingbei, and Changnan ranked in that order. And since the resources allocated to each city every year are limited, how they're distributed depends on which school produces the most outstanding students. Jiangling is a long-established powerhouse that has sent numerous talents to various martial arts and science and technology universities. Lingbei and Changnan are no slouches either, constantly striving to surpass Jiangling and claim the title of Jiangling City's top high school. Following his memory, he found his house number and scanned his face. As soon as he walked in, Fong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mom, I'm home." A voice came from the kitchen, and his father, Fong Shangyuan, emerged wearing an apron and holding a basin. He appeared to have been washing vegetables. Fong Shangyuan hadn't seen his son in a week and was naturally delighted to see him, but he remarked, "You're back, and didn't he even say hello to your dad?" "Oh, Dad. Where's Mom?" Fong called out half-heartedly, then asked. Fong Shangyuan replied irritably, "Your mom went to buy meat for you. She should be back soon. Take a rest for a bit, dinner is coming up." With that, he turned and went back into the kitchen. Not long after Fong returned to his room, he heard the sound of someone coming in. Stepping out of his room, he saw his mom, Nan Shui, carrying a bag. "Fong, you're back. I bought some red-scaled beast ribs for you today." "I'll make you some soup later," Nan Shui said, her face beaming with a smile. The red-scaled beast is a fire attribute creature. When fully grown, it measures 2 zhang in length and is extremely agile. Clad in crimson armor, it's nearly impervious to ordinary blades and swords, making it difficult to capture and impossible to raise in captivity. Just the 3 gene of ribs Mom was holding would cost at least 1,000 star coins. "We're eating so well today," Fong replied with a smile. "You only come back once a week, so you should eat well. This is also good for your body forging stage," Nan Shui said. She knew that consuming these evolved creatures during the body forging stage would benefit her son, so she made a point of buying some every weekend. Fong, of course, understood his parents' intentions. Now that he had shown a natural talent for soul power, his path ahead would be much smoother. When he achieved success in his studies, he would surprise them. "Come back next week, and let us go visit your grandparents together." "Don't forget," Nan Shui reminded him. "Don't worry, I won't forget." His parents, one an engineer, the other a designer, were so busy most of the time that he hardly ever saw them. As for his grandparents, they lived in the old part of Jiangling City, more than a few dozen kilometers away, so he usually visited them once every 2 weeks. In Fang's memory, his grandfather had been in the military, but in everyday life, he was a very kind-hearted old man except when it came to urging him to practice his cultivation, when he became very serious. He said he'd give him a small gift once he mastered the basics of swordplay. Fong had no idea what it would be, but he was really looking forward to it. "Fong, come out to eat," his dad's voice rang out. "Coming." Chapter 9, Choosing a Martial Art. Time at home always flew by in the blink of an eye. It was Monday again, and time to return to school. It's worth mentioning that Fong's leg injury had fully healed, which couldn't help but make one marvel at the advanced medical standards on Blue Star. At the same time, Fong told his parents that he mastered the basics of swordplay and would be able to choose a martial art upon returning to school. They were both very pleased and urged him to train and study hard at school. They knew Fang's progress had been rather slow since that setback, but in the martial arts, they themselves had only just entered the spirit awakening realm and had barely managed to cultivate a seed of spiritual energy. As for martial arts techniques, they hadn't even begun to learn them, so they couldn't guide Fang. All they could do was silently encourage him and provide logistical support. Upon arriving at school, Fang set down the new batch of supplies he'd brought from home and, before classes began, hurried to find Xingchen to claim the martial arts technique he was eligible for after completing his initiation. Knock. 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 Come in. Hello, teacher, Fang said politely as he entered. A hint of a smile flashed across Xingchen's eyes. You're here pretty early. Looks like you can't wait. Fang said, rubbing his hands together. Alright, you can choose one of our school's introductory sword techniques. If you want to choose more later, you'll either have to exchange them for credits or come back after you've mastered the current one. With that, Xingchen waved his right hand, and a holographic projection appeared before Fang. Flowing light sword technique, shattering army sword technique, full moon sword technique, waving waves sword technique. There were about 20 sword techniques in total, each accompanied by a description below. Flowing light sword style emphasizes speed, moving as swiftly as a streak of light. Practitioners must possess extremely fast reflexes, aiming for an instant hit to defeat the enemy in a single strike. Breaking army sword style requires an unstoppable momentum. Practitioners must cultivate a spirit of bravery and charge forward fearlessly in battle. Full moon sword style begins with cultivating the mind, maintaining inner peace and staying calm during combat. The Lingbo sword style emphasizes lightness and agility in movement, featuring specific footwork that integrates body movement with sword techniques. It is a relatively difficult style to master. Xingchen stood to the side with his hands behind his back, not interfering with Fang's choice. Since the characteristics of each sword style were clearly explained above, he saw no need for further explanation. Master, I'll choose the Lingbo sword style. After careful consideration, Fang made his decision. Although the flowing light sword style allowed for quick reactions, it consisted of only a single move. The Pujuan sword style was clearly intended for military martial artists. When comparing the full moon sword style to the Lingbo sword style, the latter came with accompanying footwork, so Fang ultimately chose the Lingbo sword style. The Lingbo sword technique is quite difficult to master. Are you sure you want to choose it? Xingchen wasn't particularly surprised by Fang's choice. After all, this sword technique was considered one of the finest among all first-tier martial arts. On Blue Star, martial arts, like cultivation techniques, are divided into 6 tiers, with Tier 1 being the lowest and Tier 6 the highest. Yes. Master, I'm certain. Fang's tone was firm. Many seniors before you have chosen this sword style, but very few have ultimately mastered it. Think it through carefully, Xingchen cautioned. Yes, I've thought it through. Fang knew Xingchen meant well, but he trusted that his talent enhanced by his soul fusion would allow him to master it successfully. Good. The sword technique manual has been sent to your school account, along with the corresponding instructional videos. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Hearing this, Xingchen said no more. He had already given his warning, and everyone had the right to make their own choice. Thank you, teacher. I'm off to class now. After expressing his gratitude, Fang left the office. After lunch, Fang returned to his dorm and began carefully reading the manual. The Lingbo sword technique consisted of 5 forms: rippling water, flowing clouds and water, mirrored flowers and water moon, sailing against the current, and water recedes, stone emerges, as well as a corresponding footwork technique called the Lingbo step. Once mastered, the martial art, combined with the footwork, would give opponents the impression of clouds drifting in the sky, elusive and unpredictable, and flowing water in a river, endless and unbroken. After spending over an hour watching the instructional videos, Fang was actually able to perform the first move using his hand as a sword. However, starting with the second move, he needed to coordinate it with the footwork, and the room wasn't spacious enough to practice it, so he decided to wait until the martial arts class that afternoon to try it out. Today's martial arts class was attended by only Class 9, which made the already spacious martial arts classroom seem even more empty. Fang actually quite liked this sense of openness, taking up a space all to himself to begin practicing his martial arts. Swing the sword, step forward. Sheath the sword, step back. He Xingqian had wandered over to Fang's vicinity at some point and watched his moves. To his surprise, the kid had managed to imitate the Lingbo sword technique with about 70 or 80% accuracy. Why imitate? Because once one has mastered the basics of a martial art, the goal is not merely to mimic the form but to capture its essence, to infuse it with one's own spirit. Only then is the art truly mastered. Still, this exceeded He Xingqian's expectations. After all, Fang had only had this martial art for less than half a day. To be able to perform it so convincingly was already quite remarkable. Could he really be a genius? After watching Fang for a while longer, He Xingqian noticed that he was constantly making corrections as he practiced. Although his stamina was visibly waning, his grip on the sword remained steady throughout. No need to watch any longer, this kid's got what it takes. Having reached this conclusion, He Xingqian strolled off to another area. After the martial arts practice ended, as usual, he activated the awakening skill to temper his bones. Under the influence of the spirit drawing array, Fang once again felt as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. By the end of his training, Fang had tempered 60 bones. The area from his shoulder blades to his forearms was complete, as were 2 wrist bones. The remaining portion of his right upper limb would be finished relatively quickly. Class dismissed. When the bell rang, He Xingqian didn't drag out the class by even a minute. Fang didn't participate in today's sparring session. He obediently stayed on the sidelines as a spectator, watching intently to study the use of various weapons. Among the matches were some involving beginners, which provided him with plenty of new combat strategies. "Let us go get something to eat," Fan called out to Fang. "Coming right up." The two had barely taken a few steps out of the martial arts classroom when they spotted Tang Liang standing at the top of the stairs with 2 others. The classmates who left the classroom earlier hadn't gone anywhere either. They gathered nearby, intent on seeing what was going on. Fang. Tang Liang, completely unfazed by the stares around him, spoke first, his eyes fixed intently on Fang. Fang and Fan exchanged a glance, then Fang wiped the smile off his face, took a step forward, and looked Tang Liang straight in the eye. "What's up?" Fan, standing behind him, had no intention of stepping forward. School regulations explicitly prohibited physical altercations outside the martial arts classroom. "You must know there's going to be a seed class challenge next month, right?" Tang Liang suppressed the urge to punch that handsome face and said in a deep voice. Fang thought for a moment before remembering that there was indeed such an event. The school's resources didn't grow on trees naturally, they had to be allocated to the right people, which is why the annual challenge tournament existed. Students from non-seed classes would be selected to challenge seed class students. The winners moved up, the losers were demoted. The rules were simple: challengers had only one chance to challenge, and if a seed class student lost, they would also get one chance to challenge back. A successful challenge meant they could stay in the seed class, failure meant they'd have to move to another class. The challenged student could not avoid the fight, but on the day they had already faced 3 challenges, they could refuse the challenge except in cases of serious injury. As for the eligibility requirements for the sophomore class, it was simple: anyone who had mastered the basics of martial arts was eligible to challenge. Keep in mind that the seed class consists of students at the introductory level. On average, when the combat levels are relatively close, the advantage gained from technique alone is enough to crush the opponent. "So what?" Recalling what Tang Liang had said, he asked directly. "Do you dare challenge me at next month's tournament?" Tang Liang had deliberately chosen their break time to issue the challenge, specifically so that Fang would accept it in front of everyone. Upon hearing Tang Liang's intention, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Fang immediately understood what Tang Liang was up to. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Why should I agree to that? Are you scared?" Tang Liang goaded him. "Why would I be afraid of someone I've already defeated?" With that, he walked past Tang Liang. Fan, who was behind him, saw this and followed suit, without so much as a glance at Tang Liang. "Last time I was just careless. You're just scared, aren't you?" Tang Liang clenched his fists and turned around, shouting at Fang's back. "Last time, you lost," Fang's voice drifted over nonchalantly. Tang Liang's eyes nearly blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, "If you challenge me and win, I'll give you 1,000 credits. Credits could be transferred with the teacher's permission." "Deal." Fong turned his head, revealing a row of white teeth. Chapter 10, Tiger Bone Body Forging Stage Pill. Do you know that Guy is already at the bone refinement stage and is about to start refining his internal organs? Fan sat across from Fong, his tone tinged with resignation. Fong had agreed so quickly that he hadn't even had time to react. "I know," Fong replied, wolfing down his food. "He just wants to use this time to break through, then beat me in the challenge tournament to stop me from getting into the seed class." "Alright, as long as you know." Since Fong was already aware of it, Fan didn't say anything more. Let us eat, let us eat. Today's dishes taste pretty good." 4 days later. Phew! Fong let out a long exhale, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in them. The bones of his right upper limb were finally forged. Since Monday, Fong hadn't encountered any other incidents. Every day was a routine of school, home, and training, as he devoted himself entirely to his studies and cultivation. Finally, today he had completed the tempering of the remaining 23 bones in his right upper limb. Generally speaking, the tempering process shouldn't have been this fast. Although the bones in the hand are small, they require greater control, so the process isn't typically any faster than tempering larger bones. However, Fong's powerful soul energy allowed him to handle the refinement of the hand bones with great ease, which is why he was able to complete the remaining portion in just 4 days. "Fong, Ran Xiangfei, you two come up." It was time for the sparring matches, and Xingchen selected Fong and another student to take the stage. "Yes," the two replied in unison. Standing on the stage, Fong sized up his opponent. Although they hadn't interacted much before, Fong still knew a thing or two about him. Ran Xiangfei, class president of Class 9, Grade 10, stood over 1.9 meters tall, had basic proficiency with a spear, and was at the bone refinement stage. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more powerful it is. As soon as the duel began, Ran Xiangfei charged forward with his spear. Over the past few days, Fong had practiced the Lingbo sword technique to the point where his form was nearly perfect. Though he was still a bit short of reaching the divine realm, it was more than enough to handle the current situation. Using the Lingbo footwork, he shifted his stance within a small radius to dodge the attack. Ripples spread across the water. The sword's glow flickered, making it difficult to discern where the blade was for a moment. Since it was impossible to tell, he didn't bother trying. A spear inherently holds an advantage over a sword in terms of raw power, so he withdrew his spear and swept it horizontally. Wuji bang! Fong lightly tapped his toes, and his body drifted backward. "Fong, you've made quite a bit of progress since mastering the basics of your sword technique," Ran Xiangfei said after his spear swept through empty air, making no further pursuit. "I've only just begun to grasp it. I've just been lucky. Mastering the Lingbo sword technique isn't just a matter of luck." With that, the two resumed their battle. After a few exchanges, Fong had gauged Ran Xiangfei's strength and identified his weakness. By parrying and then striking the shaft of his spear 5 inches from the tip, he could throw him off balance. But Fong didn't do that, partly to use this opportunity to hone his sword technique, and partly to save the class monitor some face. After exchanging dozens of moves like this, Ran Xiangfei took a step back, stepped out of the fighting circle, and waved his hand, saying, "I'm done. I can't win. You usually keep a low profile, but I didn't expect your reactions to be so quick." Throughout the match, Ran Xiangfei's overall feeling could be summed up in 2 words: frustration. Every time he made a move, it was as if Fong had anticipated it. Each attack was blocked or parried, making it look as though he were deliberately charging straight into Fong's sword. Whoa! Upon hearing Ran Xiangfei admit defeat, Class 9 immediately erupted in a flurry of chatter. Phew, Ran Xiangfei lost. Actually, it's not that surprising after all, he beat Tang Liang earlier. As far as Class 9 was concerned, they only heard rumors about how formidable the seed class was, but they had no concrete idea of what that meant. However, since they knew Ran Xiangfei personally, his defeat hit home even harder for the Class 9 students. He has improved way too fast. I heard he was originally one of the top students in his grade at number 12 high school and was directly admitted to our school on a scholarship. Now, you could say he is just living up to his early promise. Then why didn't he make it into the seed class? Who knows? Early the next morning, Fong got up early to get ready. It was Saturday, and he was heading to his grandfather's house. His mom had called the night before his dad was coming to pick him up at school to take him there. "Let us go, hop in." Fong Shengyuan piloted a flying vehicle, landing it smoothly right in front of Fong, with Nan Shui sitting in the passenger seat. "Got it." Fong quickly opened the rear hatch and plopped himself inside. Flying vehicles weren't expensive these days. You could get a cheap one for around 100,000 star coins, but applying for flight routes was quite a hassle. Of course, there was ground transportation too, but it was much slower. "How has school been this week?" Nan Shui turned her head and asked with a smile. "Not bad, everything is normal." Fong didn't mention Tang Liang, so as not to worry them and avoid having to explain everything all over again. "By the way, isn't your school organizing that challenge competition where the winner gets into the elite class?" Fong Shengyuan suddenly turned back around. "There is something like that. Where did you hear about it?" "Hey, Dad, turn back around and watch the road." Fong replied and reminded his dad to focus on the road. "It's on autopilot, it's really smooth." "A colleague at my work, his daughter got into your school this year, too, said there are competitions in every grade. I think the one for your sophomore class is the challenge competition, right?" "I just caught him mentioning it in passing," Fong Shengyuan said, smacking his lips. "Right, it's just a regular competition, the kind that's not too intense." "Then you should be careful, too, don't get hurt," Nan Shui reminded him from the side. Fong replied, playing along. After half an hour of flight, the craft landed safely in an old residential complex reportedly home to veterans who had retired from the battlefield. "Grandma! Grandpa! I'm here!" Fong shouted at the top of his lungs after scanning his face to enter. "Oh, Fong is here." Grandma came out of the kitchen upon hearing the commotion, her face beaming with a kind smile. The wrinkles on her face even smoothed out when she saw Fong. I'm here. "Where is Grandpa?" Fong smiled back. "He is in the study." "Go find him." "I'm going to start cooking, I'll make all your favorites." "Got it." Fong arrived at the study door. It was ajar, so he simply pushed it open and walked in. Rather than a study, it was more like a carving workshop. There were more wood and stone carvings here than books. On the wall directly opposite the door hung a calligraphy scroll that read, "Defend the home and protect the country." At that moment, old Master Fong Xinwu was intently carving. Fong didn't disturb him but stood quietly nearby, watching. The wood had already taken on the outline of a human figure, and with each swing of the chisel, the figure became increasingly distinct. It was a middle-aged man in combat fatigues, holding a battle sword and gazing resolutely into the distance. With the final few strokes, the carving was complete. Fong Xinwu placed the wood carving on the wooden rack behind him, where a row of human-shaped carvings in various poses already stood. "Fong, your father told me you've mastered the basics of swordplay," Fong Xinwu said, turning around and looking at Fong with a pleased expression. "Hee, I got lucky, I figured it out right away," Fong said with a playful grin. Fong Xinwu smiled slightly but said nothing. Instead, he took an exquisite porcelain bottle from a drawer and said, "This is what I mentioned before, a small gift for when you've mastered the basics of swordplay." Fong took the bottle and opened it to find 3 pills inside. They smelled slightly bitter, and he asked in confusion, "What is this?" "These are tiger bone body forging stage pills, genuine elixirs specifically for the bone refinement stage," Fong Xinwu explained. "What?" Although Fong had suspected as much, he was still somewhat surprised to hear his grandfather's affirmative answer. The ointments, potions, and medicinal baths he'd seen before were all quite expensive, and he'd never even seen an elixir like this before. It's said that these elixirs are not just several times more effective than the former, but also easier to absorb. Take one every 3 days, don't overdo it, and it'll speed up your progress through the bone refinement stage. Fong Xinwu was quite pleased with his grandson's surprise, and his tone was full of pride. How did you get your hands on these? After all, your grandfather has been in the military for so many years. I do have some connections. So how much does this cost? Since his grandfather had a way to get his hands on elixirs, Fong wanted to know the price so he could buy some later when he had the money. This isn't something you can buy with money. Huh? Noticing the confusion on Fong's face, Fong Xinwu explained, Fong, you know that those medicinal ointments and baths on the market can easily cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And that is just for the body forging stage. Just imagine how much the resources required for the stages beyond that would cost. So cultivation resources beyond the body forging stage aren't available on the open market, or rather, they aren't simply traded for star coins. Instead, they're obtained through exchange. For example, military merits or the credits you'll earn at martial arts university in the future. These can all be exchanged for resources, Fong Xinwu continued. Are there any other ways to obtain cultivation resources? Of course. If you hunt demon beasts in the wild, which your textbooks call evolved beasts, or if you find rare medicinal herbs, you can exchange them with the authorities for spirit points, which you can then use to purchase the resources you need. Chapter 11, Martial Aura. After hearing his grandfather's explanation, Fong finally understood why higher-level resources were nowhere to be found on the open market. It turned out that martial artists had their own private trading circles. With that in mind, Fong suddenly realized something: just how powerful was the old man, exactly? So, what is your current level of strength? A flash of nostalgia crossed Fong Xinwu's eyes. He then opened his right hand, and a cluster of flames appeared in his palm. What do you think my cultivation level is? Spirit moving realm? Fong ventured. He knew that in martial arts cultivation, after the body forging stage comes the spirit moving realm, where one can open a sea of qi in the dantian to nurture a spirit power seed. Once the seed matures and blooms, one can begin cultivation at the next realm. Of course, everyone's constitution is different, so the attributes of the spiritual energy seeds they condense also vary. The primary attributes of spiritual energy are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as rarer attributes such as light, darkness, wind, and thunder. More or less, Fong Xinwu replied vaguely, as the fire in the palm of his hand danced back and forth under his control, and Fong detected no scorching heat emanating from it. Grandpa was likely not as simple as he seemed. That fire control technique alone was far beyond what an ordinary spirit movement realm cultivator could pull off. Are these all your comrades in arms? Fong looked around and asked. He'd only known that Grandpa had served in the military before, but he didn't know the specifics. Grandpa never talked about it. Today, he happened to seize this opportunity to ask. Fong Xinwu's gaze swept calmly over the statues as he said, yes, they were all my comrades in arms. Yet his tone was somewhat subdued compared to usual, tinged with a hint of sadness. Where did you serve before? And where are all your comrades now? 2 questions in a row. That's not something you need to know right now. You'll find out when the time is right. Fong Xinwu didn't reveal any details about his past. After a brief pause, he continued, as for these comrades, some made the ultimate sacrifice, some are still fighting on the front lines, and others, like me, have returned. Fong Xinwu's voice was very soft as he said the last part, as if he were reminiscing about days gone by. All right, let us go eat. Your grandmother has prepared plenty of your favorite dishes. With that, Fong Xinwu set off toward the dining hall, and Fong nodded, following behind him. After dinner, Fong Shangyuan and Nan Shui left first. Fong Xinwu asked Fong to stay behind, saying he wanted to guide him in his training, and Fong readily agreed. Since most of the residents here were retired veterans, there was quite a bit of exercise equipment downstairs, and it was clear it had been well maintained. What martial art are you practicing right now? Fong Xinwu asked after leading Fong to a spacious area. The Lingbo sword technique. Oh? How far have you gotten with it? Fong Xinwu was somewhat surprised he had heard of this martial art. I've basically mastered the moves, but I always feel like something is missing. Let me show you. Since he didn't have a sword on hand, Fong picked up a twig from the nearby greenery and began practicing. Fong stepped into the Lingbo stance, followed by his sword techniques. Rippling waters. Flowing clouds and running water. Mirrored flowers in watery moon. Sailing against the current. Water recedes, stones emerge. In terms of form and power generation alone, it was quite comparable to the instructional videos. Fong Xinwu's eyes sparkled with admiration. When Fong stopped, he exclaimed, "Excellent. Grandpa, did you notice anything?" Fong asked. You've mastered the form, all that's missing is the spirit. Once you've mastered the basics of a martial art, you don't just practice the moves, you must grasp the art's spirit or momentum. As you know, after mastering the basics, there are 3 levels: mastery, then perfection. After that comes cultivating your momentum. Only when you reach this level do you truly hold a certain standing in the martial arts. Now, come and feel my momentum. Just as he spoke, the old man seemed to transform. A fierce, piercing aura burst forth from his body. Standing opposite him, Fong felt a brutal force surge toward him, as if his entire body were being pricked by needles, leaving him unable to move. This moment came as quickly as it went, vanishing without a trace in an instant. As the moment faded, Fong recovered instantly, his face lighting up with excitement. "Grandpa, teach me." Fong Xinwu had been worried his grandson might be injured by the impact of his martial aura, so he hadn't sustained it for long. He'd only let Fong sense it briefly before withdrawing it. He hadn't expected Fong to recover so quickly. It seemed his spiritual power was somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary person. Don't get ahead of yourself just yet. Martial aura is still too far out of reach for you. First, contemplate the sword technique and infuse it with your own spirit. Everyone's insights are different. Think about what the core of this sword technique is. With that, Fong Xinwu strolled upstairs, leaving Fong alone in deep thought. Lingbo? Ripples and surges? Water? Using softness to overcome hardness? Fong felt he was beginning to understand. Time flows like shifting sand, slipping silently through his fingertips before he even notices. Several days had passed since he visited his grandfather's house last week. Since returning to school, Fong had spent most of his time at the school swimming pool, immersing himself in the water to practice sword techniques and experience the sensation of rippling water. Once he could execute the sword techniques fluidly in calm water, he requested simulated wave training to begin a new round of practice. In addition to his martial arts training, Fong had also made significant progress in the body forging stage. The Tiger Bone Body Forging Stage elixir truly lives up to its reputation as a rare treasure unavailable on the market. After using just 2 pills, she had already fully forged the bones of her left upper limb. She had even completed most of the bones in her right lower limb, and the remaining toe bones were expected to be fully forged within 2 days. One reason for such rapid forging, aside from the elixir itself, was her exceptional ability to absorb its potency. If one were to quantify the potency of a single pill, the average person might only absorb 60 to 70% of it, with the remainder dissipating. Thanks to the strength of his soul power, however, Fong can absorb as much as 90% of the medicinal power. These 2 factors are what have allowed Fong to progress so rapidly in the body forging stage. However, his body also develops a certain degree of resistance to the pills after consumption. When he took the second pill, he clearly felt the effects weren't as strong as the first time. As for the last remaining pill, he decided to save it for when he was forging the most difficult part, the skull. "Hey, it's your birthday today. Why not give yourself a day off?" Fan stood by the pool with his hands in his pockets, grinning as he spoke to Fong, who had just emerged from the water. "I've had enough for today. I'm done." Fong shook out his hair, wiped his face, and climbed out of the water. His soaked training uniform clung tightly to his body, highlighting his lean, muscular physique. "Let us go, then. I've already made plans with some friends," Fan said with a smile as he handed him a towel. "Okay, I'll just take a quick shower, I'll be right back." Fong took the towel and headed for the bathroom. Although it was Thursday, since Shiyi school would be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow, they could leave campus after finishing their morning classes. It was also Fong's birthday today. Fan didn't know what to get him for his birthday, so he simply asked Fong what he wanted. Fong casually mentioned that a membership to the martial arts dojo would be fine, so Fan had made the arrangements today and was ready to take Fong to check it out. Chapter 12, Yu Qingying. Wow, it's huge. Fong stood in front of the main entrance to the Summit Martial Arts Hall and couldn't help but exclaim. Fong had long heard of the Summit Martial Arts Hall's reputation, but had never been there before. All he knew was that this martial arts hall was reputed to be the best in Jiangling and had branches in many cities across the south. Come on, let us go inside. Fan patted Fong on the shoulder, then led him straight up to the 5th floor. This way, please. Manager Liu has been waiting for quite some time. At the elevator door, a receptionist who had already been briefed stepped forward to guide them as soon as they arrived. Upon reaching the door marked Manager's office, the girl knocked and said, "Manager Liu, your guests have arrived." "Come in," a steady male voice replied. She pushed the door open, and after Fong and Fan had entered, she gently closed it behind them. The first thing they saw upon entering was a large desk, with 2 rows of bookshelves behind it. At that moment, a tall, burly middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt with short black hair stood up and said with a broad smile, "Xiaoyang, you're here. You're looking more handsome than ever. This must be Xiaoyang's classmate. Come, have a seat. Uncle Liu, I can't believe you're here to greet us in person." Fan seemed very familiar with the middle-aged man upon entering. He showed no hesitation and sat down directly on the sofa nearby. Fong followed suit and sat down beside him, saying politely, "Hello, Manager Liu." Manager Liu's name was Liu Zhuaran. Although he was middle-aged, he hadn't put on any weight thanks to his years of martial arts training. Liu Zhuaran nodded, a warm smile on his face, and said, "I just happened to be free today, and since I haven't seen you in a while, I figured I'd welcome you myself. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Liu. This is my brother Fong. It's his birthday today, so I thought I'd give him a membership to the Peak Martial Arts Academy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fan got straight to the point. "No problem at all. I'll have someone enter Fong's information right away." Although Liu Zhuaran had a rough and tumble demeanor, he was very approachable. "We're all family here, no need to be so formal. You can just call me Uncle Liu, just like Xiaoyang does." Liu Zhuaran waved his hand and said with a hearty laugh. After chatting for a while longer, Fong excused himself. On their way down, the two didn't take the elevator, they took the stairs, planning to look around as they went. "You're quite the big shot, a manager personally welcoming you," Fong remarked to Fan as he surveyed the layout of the Summit Martial Arts Hall. "Pfft, I'm no big shot. It's all because of my family. Summit wants to expand, and my family happens to be able to offer some help." Fan didn't seem to care at all. "So you're young Master Yang, my apologies for not recognizing you earlier." "Humph." After touring the 5-story martial arts hall, the two had gotten a good sense of the place. The layouts of the 1st through 3rd floors were largely similar, filled with various training equipment, though the intensity of the equipment varied depending on the user's skill level. The 4th floor housed the lounge and dining area, while the 5th floor was reserved for management offices. As the old saying in Xia goes, since we're already here. So the two decided to train on the 3rd floor. 806 kilograms, 612 kilograms, 823 kilograms, 603 kilograms. Fong threw a series of punches at the punching bag, and a string of numbers flashed across the screen. Fong was fairly satisfied with the results after all. He wasn't a strength-type martial artist, so these numbers were normal. The only thing was that there was a significant difference in strength between his left and right hands. He could focus on training his left hand in the future. 1,030 kilograms, 868 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms, 923 kilograms. Fan looked even more relaxed than Fong, yet his numbers were a whole level higher. "Fan, you're really impressive. You're not messing around anymore, are you?" Fong had also seen the numbers on the screen. Fan rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Why don't we head over to the ring next door and have a little sparring session? I'm not feeling well today. Let us rematch another time." Put. While the two were bantering, a girl appeared at the entrance, drawing the attention of many people training nearby. The girl seemed to be looking for someone. When she spotted Fong's group, her eyes lit up, and she walked straight over to them. "Who is that girl?" He doesn't even know her. She is the young heiress of the Summit Martial Arts Hall. First time seeing her today. Those legs TSK, they look really powerful. Calm down. Just look, that's enough. Fong certainly didn't recognize this girl, so she must have come to find him. Her long, jet black hair was tied back in a ponytail. She had a wheat-colored complexion, bright eyes, and a dazzling smile. Her loose martial arts uniform couldn't hide her graceful curves. Only when the girl came to a stop in front of Fan did Fong realize just how tall she was, almost as tall as Fan himself. "Le Qingying, what are you doing here?" Fan clearly recognized her and asked straight out. Le Qingying looked a bit excited to see Fan. "My dad told me you were on the 3rd floor, so I came over." "Come on, let us head to the ring and have a fight." Seeing this, Fong nudged Fan with her elbow and raised an eyebrow in Le Qingying's direction. The implication was clear. Fan, of course, knew exactly what Fong meant, so she explained, "This is Uncle Lu's daughter. We've known each other since we were kids. She is obsessed with martial arts, and we often spar together." "You're Fong, right? My dad told me you'll be coming here to train often from now on. We can hang out more. Add me on the virtual platform later." Le Qingying picked up the conversation, speaking with ease. Fong had a very good impression of Le Qingying. She was sunny, cheerful, and genuine, and she and his brother complemented each other perfectly. "Sure," Fong replied. "Fan, come on, let us head to the ring." Le Qingying grabbed Fan's arm and led him away. After all these years, Fan had grown accustomed to this, so he could only resign himself to it. Fong was curious about the two of their skills and was happy to watch the spectacle. On the ring, two figures crisscrossed back and forth. Fighting bare-handed, they exchanged blows in a lively, intense exchange. Although Le Qingying wasn't using a weapon, Fong could tell she was likely skilled in the use of weapons like guns or staffs. Her martial arts were already at a basic level. Her style was bold and sweeping, favoring brute force to overpower opponents. In terms of the body forging stage, she had likely reached the stage of refining her internal organs. As for Fan, he parried Le Qingying's attacks flawlessly. One might even say he handled them with ease, giving no hint of his true depth. Le Qingying finally swept out with her long leg after Fan created some distance. She didn't press her attack any further. "That's enough for now. It was a real pleasure fighting you," Le Qingying said after she stopped. Fan was a truly excellent sparring partner. Even though she had several opportunities to end the fight, she held back, showing great sportsmanship. Still, after it was over, she couldn't resist teasing, "Next time, don't jump into the ring the moment we meet." Le Qingying didn't respond. Fan continued, "Well, we'll be heading out now." Then she jumped off the ring and left with Fong. "Come back next time." Le Qingying waved. 5th floor, the manager's office. "How was it today?" Lu Zhuoran asked his daughter. "It was a great fight," Le Qingying replied as she took a sip of water. A hint of exasperation flashed across Lu Zhuoran's face as he sighed. "I meant, how are things going between you and Xiaoyang?" "He is really strong. I'm still a bit behind him." Veins bulged on Lu Zhuoran's forehead. "I'm asking how things are going between you and Xiaoyang. You've known each other for so long and fought so many matches. Hasn't there been even a spark between you two?" "You don't need to worry about that. We're just friends." Le Qingying knew exactly what he meant. He was trying to set her up with Fan. But perhaps precisely because they'd known each other so well since childhood, there was nothing there between them. Watching Le Qingying's retreating figure, Lu Zhuoran felt a deep sense of helplessness. Fan was the perfect choice in every way: talent, looks, and background, and was exactly the kind of son-in-law he had in mind. Unfortunately, the two just didn't click. All he could do was stand by and fret. Chapter 13, The Challenge Tournament. "Mom, I'm home. Your mom's working late today." "She'll be back later," Fong Shengyuan's voice came from the study. "Oh. Your birthday present for this year is on the desk in your room." By then, Fong had already returned to her room and immediately spotted an exquisitely wrapped box on the desk. "Bone refinement stage pills." As he stepped closer and made out the words on the packaging, Fong let out a gasp of surprise. Fong Shengyuan had slipped up to the doorway of Fong S' room at some point and watched with great satisfaction as Fong S' face lit up with astonishment. "So, are you happy with the gift?" Fong Shengyuan folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the doorframe, and gave him a knowing wink. "I'm happy with it, but where did you get all that money?" Fong looked thoroughly suspicious. "Ahem, well, I am the head of the household, after all." Seeing the doubt in Fong's eyes, Fong Shengyuan couldn't keep up the pretense any longer and came clean. "Your school is organizing that challenge tournament, right? Your mom and I put our heads together since it's your birthday. We decided to get you a medicinal bath to help boost your strength a bit." Fong understood immediately. Having achieved his goal, Fong Shengyuan turned to head back to his study. "Dad." "Hey, you better work hard, kid. If you make it into the seed class, I'll have something to brag about." Night. Fong was soaking in a wooden tub, with only his head visible. His eyes were tightly closed as he channeled the awakening skill with all his might to absorb the medicinal properties. The steam rising from the bathroom indicated that he had been at it for quite some time. Normally, one shouldn't practice for such a long period, but since the herbal bath was relatively mild and easy to absorb, he could sustain it for an extended duration. A short while later, Fong opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. The bone refinement of his entire right lower limb was complete. Although he was still some distance from the bone refinement stage, it was a huge improvement compared to his previous progress, when he had only completed the refinement of his torso. So what if Tang Liang had broken through to the organ refinement stage? The gap between the body forging stage and the bone refinement stage isn't insurmountable yet. October 4th, Monday, sunny. After a 3-day break, the campus was bustling with life again. Students in uniforms of various grades could be seen everywhere, heading toward the martial arts classroom building. Today marked the start of the challenge tournament, which would last for 3 days. The grades were separated. The sophomore class was in the multipurpose classroom on the 8th floor, while the other 2 grades were on the 7th and 9th floors, respectively. Fong and the other students eligible to compete were already warming up. Glancing around, he estimated there were over 500 participants in the challenge tournament. Martial arts cultivation relies not only on talent but also on resources. Now that there was a chance to compete for a spot in the seed class, naturally everyone had to participate. All those who met the standards were there. "Tang Liang has already entered the Zhongfu refinement stage," Fan said to Fong beside him as he stretched. This was something Fong had expected all along, so he wasn't surprised. Seeing this, Fan didn't say much more, letting Fong prepare in peace. Not far from them were the students from Class 9 who were eligible for the challenge matches. 6 or 7 others besides Luo, Li Xinyuan, and Ran Xiangfei. "Who do you think I should challenge next?" Li Xinyuan, having finished her warm-up, asked Luo beside her for advice. "Obviously someone lower in the rankings. Don't tell me you still haven't figured out who to challenge." Luo's reply was perfectly reasonable. "I've already decided, but I just wanted to double-check with you. By the way, between Fong and Tang Liang today, who do you think has the better chance of winning?" "Fong." "But Tang Liang has already reached the refining the Zhongfu stage. He hasn't held anything back. He said he is going to teach Fong a real lesson this time." Li Xinyuan didn't understand why Luo was so confident in Fong. "Do you know what my rank was in my class back in middle school?" Luo didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question in return. "I think it was 3rd? Li Xinyuan wasn't entirely sure. "Yeah, and Fong was 1st in the class." Luo hadn't mentioned this before because Fong's progress had been slow at the time, and bringing it up wouldn't have been in his best interest. "What? Jiangling City has nearly 100 middle schools, and every year before the high school entrance exams, the top students from each school are already snapped up by the 3 major high schools. And the top students in each middle school class generally end up in the elite classes once they enter high school." What Li Xinyuan didn't understand was, if Fong had been so talented back then, why did he perform so mediocrely during the class placement exams? Exactly 10 a.m. It was the same slightly overweight, slightly balding grade director as last time who stood on the raised platform in the center of the classroom. Below him were over 600 students in martial arts uniforms, clearly divided into two distinct groups, Class 1 and Class 2 of the elite class, and challengers from the other classes. In the distance stood students from various classes who had come to watch the competition. Today is the challenge tournament. You all know the rules, so I won't go into detail. There are 10 stages set up. Students who wish to challenge others may take the stage now. I'll reiterate, intentionally inflicting serious injury on others is strictly prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. The great director was very direct and to the point. After finishing his speech, he stepped down from the stage without any hesitation. Shortly after, 10 martial arts instructors appeared on the stages to serve as referees for the challenge tournament. Below the stages, students from the non-seed classes weren't rushing to challenge. Instead, they were sizing up the seed class students, hesitating over whether to be the first to take the plunge. They knew the first person to step onto the stage would inevitably face a ferocious counterattack and become the target of the opponent's attempt to establish dominance. Although serious injuries were prohibited, it was only natural for martial artists to lose control during a fight. Most of the seed class students, however, remained extremely composed. They had been stronger than students from other classes from the moment they entered the academy, and after a year of training in the seed class, they were confident they could easily defeat any challenger. A small number, however, wore grave expressions. These were the lower-ranked students, the ones most likely to be targeted. Even if they held the upper hand in strength, facing consecutive challenges would still be dangerous if injured. Defending their positions over the next 2 days would be even more difficult. They were already calculating in their minds that if challenged, they would have to strike hard from the start to establish their dominance. Luningshi stood in the front row, his expression cold. Tall and slender, he stood out prominently, calm and composed, oblivious to the glances sweeping over him. He certainly had every reason to be so confident. As the undisputed top student in the sophomore class, not a single one of the more than 500 students participating in the challenge tournament had set their sights on him. The teachers serving as referees on the stage didn't rush them. Their only duty was to ensure the fairness of the matches and to intervene promptly to protect the students from serious injury. Fong chuckled softly, intending to be the first to step forward. He parted the crowd and walked toward the center. He wasn't exactly a well-known figure. Aside from students in Class 9 and Class 1, almost no one recognized him. The moment he set off, however, he instantly drew quite a few glances. Seeing Fong move, Tang Liang standing among the seed class students could barely suppress a smirk. He had already begun imagining the scene of Fong being defeated and knocked to the ground by him. "Who is that guy?" someone asked those around him. "Fong, from Class 9. That name sounds familiar." "He is the guy Tang Liang from Class 1 said he was going to teach a lesson to a while back." "Oh, so it's him." Although Tang Liang's threat had made many people hear Fong's name, this was the first time they'd seen him in person. At first glance, he seemed rather unremarkable, and no one knew what he was capable of. So how did he end up facing off against Tang Liang? It was back then. Once they understood the full story, the crowd looked at Fong again, their eyes filled with anticipation. A challenge born of a grudge was always the most thrilling to watch. Fong carried his sword, Lin Yuan, as he climbed the steps. He stood tall and straight, his gaze calm, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his stride steady and powerful. Upon stepping onto the stage, Fong turned around, holding his 3-chi-long blue blade. The tip traced an arc through the air, pointing directly at Tang Liang. "Tang Liang, come on up." It was exactly the same as back in martial arts class. Chapter 14, The Sword's Pressure on Tang Liang. Boom! The spectator stands in the distance immediately erupted in chatter. Fong's really got guts. It's something he agreed to long ago. There's no way he'd back out. That may be true, but as the first challenger in front of thousands of students in our grade, if he suffers a crushing defeat, he'll truly become famous throughout the entire school. Tang Liang is already at the viscera refinement stage, while Fong is probably still at the bone refinement stage. It'll be very hard for him to win. Hardly anyone believed Fong could win. The few voices of support were merely praising his courage. Faced with such a provocation from Fong, Tang Liang's breathing grew heavier. A fiery rage flashed in his narrow eyes, as if he were about to devour Fong alive. His expression turned almost ferocious with fury. He pushed his way through the crowd in front of him, took a few strides to the edge of the stage, gave his feet a slight push, and leaped onto the platform. He slammed his staff held at eyebrow level into the ground with a dull thud. Fong paid no heed to the enraged Tang Liang and turned to the referee, saying, "Referee, we have an additional wager this time. If Tang Liang loses, he must transfer 1,000 credits to me." The referee looked at Tang Liang. Tang Liang grunted, "Yes." All he wanted now was to get the match started as soon as possible, so he hurriedly confirmed with the referee that what Fong had said was true. Then, without pausing, he transferred 1,000 credits to the referee for safekeeping. After verifying the transfer, the referee took a step back and announced in a loud voice, "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Liang, having held back for so long, lunged forward in a single bound and swung his staff down. A single strike with the force of 1,000 Jun. This time, Tang Liang didn't underestimate Fong in the slightest. He unleashed his martial technique right from the start, aiming for a decisive victory in a single blow. Facing Tang Liang's strike, Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. He has actually mastered this martial technique. It possesses both form and spirit. Sure enough, that kid's announcement about refining his internal organs was just a ploy to draw attention, while he secretly perfected this technique behind the scenes. It seems the last encounter really shook him up. Lingbo step. Fong's figure moved as effortlessly as ripples on a lake, easily dodging the strike. Having learned his lesson from last time, Tang Liang gave Fong no opening and continued his attack. Tang Liang has mastered the 1,000 Jun staff. It looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Those near the ring had already recognized the technique. That's right, and on top of that, Tang Liang is a whole level ahead in his body forging stage. If anyone had been rooting for Fong earlier, now the crowd was speculating on how many moves he could hold out for. "Fong is in trouble now," Li Xinyuan whispered. "Haven't you noticed?" Luo asked, his eyes fixed on the ring without turning his head. "What?" Li Xinyuan asked, taken aback. Tang Liang was now clearly dominating the ring. Fong was powerless to retaliate and could only rely on his footwork to dodge. But Tang Liang had the stamina advantage. The moment Fong slowed down, that would be the moment of his defeat. Fong's movements are getting easier and easier. Indeed, compared to the beginning, Fong's footwork was now much smoother. As time passed, some in the audience began to notice this as well. Tang Liang sensed it too. Despite his fierce presence on the stage, he was actually all show and no substance. He hadn't managed to inflict any real damage on Fong. "Is dodging all you can do?" Tang Liang roared. He swung his staff once more. Fong didn't respond, but his eyes sparkled with amusement. During their earlier exchange, he had already figured out Tang Liang's moves. Now it was time to strike back. As smooth as flowing clouds in water. Tang Liang hastily parried the strike, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. "You've actually mastered a martial art too." "Whoa! He has actually mastered the Lingbo sword technique? How long has he even had that martial art? This is going to be interesting." Just as I thought, Luo realized, glancing around to find everyone's faces filled with astonishment except for Fan, who remained composed before turning his attention back to the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield had shifted with every move. Fong precisely targeted the balance point of Tang Liang's power, disrupting his techniques before they could fully develop. This frustrating sensation made Tang Liang feel as if he were about to explode. "Ah! Fierce tiger descending the mountain." Tang Liang roared and unleashed a new martial technique. This was a technique he'd asked his family to help him find, though he hadn't fully mastered it yet. With all his previous moves already countered, this was his only option now. Fong's pupils contracted slightly. A new martial art. Fortunately, it wasn't yet fully mastered, so in terms of sheer power alone, it was inferior to his previous moves. It seemed he was simply trying to overwhelm her with brute force. Instantly, Fong gripped her sword with both hands and swept upward, deflecting the staff while the recoil sent a surge of qi and blood churning through her body. Without hesitation, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes and closed in. Sailing against the current. The truth is revealed. One sword slashed upward, the other struck down vertically. Tang Liang managed to block only the first strike facing the second sword descending from above. He could barely hold his staff with one hand, raising it horizontally to block. The sword blade and staff clashed in close combat, sending a shower of sparks flying diagonally. Thud! That was the sound of the other end of the Qinian staff hitting the ground. Tang Liang was forced to his knees, and by then, the sword blade had slid down the staff and was now hovering at his neck. Tang Liang defeated. Fong turned his gaze to the referee. After the referee nodded in acknowledgement, he withdrew his long sword. Tang Liang silently rose to his feet, then turned and walked off the stage, leaving without looking back. He didn't want to serve as a prop for Fong on the arena floor, nor did he want to hear the others gossip. This time, he hadn't underestimated his opponent. He'd given it his all, with no excuses. He hadn't spoken disparagingly of Fong again. That would only have demeaned himself. In this challenge, Fong wins. He advances to the seeded class and may now accept challenges. As the referee announced the result, he transferred the credits to Fong's account. Phew! He finally won. Though it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, it was still much better than the last time, when they traded injuries. All of this was being watched closely by an elderly man standing in the corner, with the grade director a step behind standing beside him. Fong did quite well this time, the old man nodded, his tone of satisfaction tinged with a hint of relief. He has always been a promising prospect. He just took a hard hit in his freshman year and couldn't shake it off for a while, but it looks like he has finally broken through his limitations, the grade director replied. It seems Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei is set to claim the top spot this year. We can't afford any slip-ups this time around. Let us give these kids more attention. Yes, principal. With that, the old man turned and walked away, while the grade director also focused his attention on the ring. Fong's victory this time was like the sounding of a battle cry. The challengers in the audience finally began to spring into action. Fong Yuchen from Class 3, challenging Yang Shi. Dong Lei from Class 5, challenging Zhang Jun. Luo from Class 9, challenging Du Zhang. Luo leaped onto the ring, issuing a challenge to the seeded class. She practiced boxing and was already wearing her iron-plated gloves. Her opponent was one of the two who had accompanied Tang Liang when he came to deliver the challenge. Du Zhang looked grim. His skills were even a notch below Tang Liang's, and Luo's reputation had reached the seed class as well. This fight wouldn't be easy. Though it would be a tough battle, he'd have to fight it out to see the outcome, so he stepped onto the ring to prepare for the match. Fan from Class 9, challenging Wang Yunghao. Fan followed closely behind, naturally challenging the remaining opponent. Wang Yunghao had it relatively easier after all. Fan usually kept a low profile and had no notable battle records to speak of, so naturally, no one took him seriously. But Wang Yunghao didn't let his guard down either. After all, Tang Liang's example was still fresh in everyone's minds, and there were indeed strong fighters among the non-seeded class students. Once the referee announced the start, fierce battles erupted on every ring. Overall, the seeded classes held a clear advantage with the sole exceptions of Luo and Fan. Luo stepped forward, his fists darting like a serpent emerging from its lair, swift and sharp, leaving his opponent no time to react. As his ironclad gloves swung, they cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Judging by his momentum, he had clearly mastered his martial arts technique. Du Zhang inwardly groaned. Where on earth had all these people come from? He wielded a sword, a weapon meant for charging forward and cutting through obstacles, yet faced with Luo's dazzling fist techniques, he could do nothing but defend passively. Break! Luo shouted softly. Struggling to fend off the attacks, Du Zhang was struck in the right shoulder by a punch. A faint crack of breaking bone could be heard, and he was immediately sent flying. Fortunately, a referee nearby grabbed him just in time, otherwise, he would have fallen off the stage. The referee was decisive, announcing directly, Luo wins. He advances to the seeded class and is now open to challenges. As Luo stepped off the stage, he noticed that Fan's match had already concluded. From start to finish, it took only 2 strikes, one to knock Wang Yanghao's sword out of his hand, and one to strike Wang Haoyang, and that was it. Fan's true strength was on full display. He was in the late stage of the refining the viscera realm, on the verge of entering the washing the marrow stage, which drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Fan, you really are my good brother. Fong said as he watched Fan come down from the stage. Fan rolled his eyes. I just didn't like the look of him. What's that got to do with you? Fong shrugged it off, then turned and said with a grin to Luo, who had just stepped off the stage, of course, thanks to Luo for stepping in to help when you saw injustice. Luo gave a soft snort, striking a bossy pose, and said in a coquettish voice, You're my little brother, how could I let anyone else bully you? Back when they first started middle school, Luo had already shown her talent, ranking at the top of her grade. Fong was frail back then and was bullied by his classmates. It was Luo who stepped in to help him, so Fong recognized Luo as his big sister. Since she thought boss sounded too harsh, Luo told Fong to call her boss. And this title remained unchanged even after Fong demonstrated her own talent and surpassed Luo. Chapter 15, Winter Break. The seed class truly lived up to its name. By the end of the challenge tournament, fewer than 10% of the original seed class members had been ousted. Class 9 made a huge splash this time, with Fong and 2 others all making it into the seed class. Thanks to the formidable strength they displayed in the arena, they remained unchallenged all the way to the end. Ran Xiongfei succeeded in his challenge but, unfortunately, couldn't hold his ground on the final day. Exhausted from a series of consecutive battles, he was knocked out. As for the others, they didn't even manage to win a single challenge. Li Xin Yuan, who came closest, fell just short and suffered a regrettable defeat. After advancing to the seeded class, Fong got a taste of what it was like to receive preferential treatment. First, he could now eat in the 7th floor cafeteria. In martial arts cultivation, dietary supplementation is an integral part of the process alongside elixirs and medicinal baths, though it simply doesn't take effect as quickly as elixirs. Second, the spirit drawing array exclusive to the seeded class was more effective, slightly improving the conversion efficiency every time he activated his awakening skill. He also received more credits as regular rewards, which he could exchange for cultivation resources. The days that followed were peaceful. No one came to cause trouble, so Fong devoted himself to studying and cultivating diligently. To gain admission to a martial arts university, one must not only excel in martial arts but also have a solid foundation in academic subjects. Otherwise, no matter how much one trains, one will end up as nothing more than a brute. History and Taoist cultivation would conclude at the end of the 2nd semester of sophomore year. After the course concluded, there would be a test, with results graded on an 8-tier scale, ranging from A+ the highest to D the lowest. To enter the martial arts university, students must achieve at least AB+ in both of these subjects. Fortunately, Fong's learning efficiency had improved significantly, so passing these 2 courses shouldn't be a problem. Next are the 4 core academic subjects: Chinese, Science, Biology, and Geography. Each of these 4 subjects is scored out of 200 points. To apply to a martial arts university, the total score for these 4 subjects must not be lower than 500 points. The final total score is calculated by adding 40% of the academic score to 60% of the martial arts score. To apply to a University of Science and Technology, however, only the academic score is considered. The martial arts score is also out of 800 points, with 300 points for martial arts realm evaluation and 500 points for combat skill evaluation conducted in Battle Network. Finally, 60% of this score is added to the academic score to determine the final score. Based on past experience, a final total score of 500 or higher is sufficient for admission to a martial arts university, while admission to one of the top 5 universities requires at least 730 points. After a semester of study, Fong finally had a 20-day winter break. The first semester exams for his sophomore year covered only academic subjects, and his results were fairly good. He earned AB+ in both history and Daoyang, and his scores in the 4 core subjects were around 600 points. In the dorm room, Fan finished packing and came out, asking Fong, "What are you planning to do during winter break?" "Just hanging out at home, what else?" "What about you?" Fong had already packed up and was ready to head downstairs together. "I'm going home too, but my family might take me on a trip." "That sounds great." A hint of envy flashed in Fong's eyes. Here, when Fong said going out, he wasn't referring to a vacation, but to a training journey outside the city. These days, there are quite a few demon beasts outside the city. Without a certain level of strength, safety can't be guaranteed, so ordinary people might not even leave the city once every few years. Of course, there is travel between cities, but the transportation costs aren't cheap. What's so great about it? I don't even feel like moving. Fan didn't feel particularly excited about it. He had a very laid-back personality and took things as they came. Fong gave a light snort. Put. See you next year. See you next year. The true essence of the Lunar New Year is family reunion, the whole family sitting together to eat, brag, and chat. On Fong's dad's side, aside from his grandparents, there weren't many other relatives. For them, the Lunar New Year simply meant the five of them having a meal together as their reunion dinner. This wasn't much different from usual, except that during the holiday, his dad and mom would also stay overnight at his grandparents' house. Actually, when Fong was little, he once overheard his dad mention in passing that he had an older uncle. However, this uncle was much older than his dad and, sadly, died young, so his dad didn't have many memories of him. He only remembered that such a person existed. Nanchua, on the other hand, had more relatives. There were 3 sisters in total. They usually lived in different places and only reunited during the New Year. On the 3rd day of the first lunar month, Fong's family bought 3 bus tickets to the neighboring city to visit his maternal grandparents. This wasn't Fong's first time leaving the city, but every time he did, he couldn't help but peer out the window even though all he could see was wilderness. Within 50 kilometers of the city, monster beasts were rarely seen. The city's patrol teams conducted regular sweeps around the outskirts, and the monster beasts who knew how to seek safety and avoid danger had long since stayed far away. Once they passed the 50-kilometer mark, signs of monster beasts began to appear sporadically. However, upon seeing the heavily armed escort surrounding the bus, they all quietly vanished. Monster beasts, accustomed to fighting in the wild, possessed a keen sense of danger. Yunhua City. The elderly couple, who had been looking forward to this day for a long time, had been busy since early morning, preparing various ingredients. Their eldest daughter was married locally, so they saw her often, but their second and youngest daughters had both married into families in other cities. They only saw each other in person during the Lunar New Year. The rest of the time, they stayed in touch through the virtual world. Brother! You're here! Lin Zi had learned that her second aunt's family had arrived in Yunhua City, so she timed her arrival to be waiting at the door. They actually arrived the day before. Did you miss me? Fong was also very happy to see his younger sister. Yes. Lin Zi answered without hesitation, then quickly changed the subject and asked, "Where's my gift?" "Don't worry, I wouldn't forget." Fong pulled out a bracelet woven from ice silk that he bought earlier at the mall. It had the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, and it had cost him a pretty penny from his personal savings. Thanks, bro. As soon as Lin Zi received the gift, she ran joyfully into the house, leaving Fong with nothing but her retreating figure. Fong shook his head with a smile and was about to follow her inside when a hand reached out from the side and pulled him into an embrace. Before he could struggle free, the owner of the hand spoke up, "Fong, it's been a long time." "Han?" Fong recognized the voice. It was none other than his cousin, Yang Jahan, currently a sophomore at Beihai Martial Arts University in Dingjiang City. We've lost touch after just a few days. Yang Jahan feigned displeasure. "Not at all," Fong denied, then asked curiously, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Late spirit movement realm. My spirit seed is about to bloom," Yang Jahan said with a touch of pride, condensing a ball of mana in his palm as he spoke. Fong could sense a wisp of sharp energy emanating from it. "Is your spirit power gold?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. "That's right. I didn't enter the spirit movement realm and condense my spirit seed until after I started college." "What's your current cultivation level?" Yang Jahan asked after giving his affirmative answer. "I'm almost done with refining the viscera. I'm about to move on to bone marrow purification." Indeed, Fong was nearly finished with the refining the viscera stage. Over the past 4 months, Fong had used his last tiger bone body forging stage pill to complete the forging of his skull, then began refining his viscera, and was now on the verge of entering the bone marrow purification stage. "That fast? You truly live up to being our family's genius," Yang Jahan exclaimed in surprise. After all, Some students at martial arts universities were still stuck at the blood tempering stage even in their freshman year, while his own cousin was about to enter the marrow washing stage before even finishing his sophomore year of high school. It was simply mind-boggling. Yang Jahan seemed to think of something. His eyes darted about as he said, "Would you be interested in going outside the city with me?" Fang's eyes lit up instantly, but then he hesitated slightly. "There are too many dangers out in the wild. I'm afraid our families won't agree to let just the two of us go." "Don't worry. This year, our school instructors are leading a winter break field training expedition. With experts at the acupoint stage, it'll be perfectly safe. I'm the team captain, taking first-year underclassmen out for some training. We'll leave on the 6th day of the first lunar month and be back by the 10th. So, are you interested?" Fang's eyes lit up even more, and he immediately replied, "Yes." With a martial arts university instructor leading the group and ensuring safety, and his cousin as the team captain, his family would definitely feel at ease. It was a done deal. Chapter 16, The Wilderness. Sure enough, when Fang told his parents about it, they agreed very readily. In their view, with a martial arts university instructor leading the group, safety was guaranteed, and since that was the case, it would be good for their child to get out and see the world. There was a minor hiccup along the way. When Lin Zi heard that her two cousins were heading out into the wilderness, she insisted on going too. However, her family flatly refused. Going into the wilderness before even beginning the body forging stage was simply too dangerous. "Fawn, this is Teacher Tian from our school." Early on the 6th day of the first lunar month, after saying goodbye to his family, Yang Jahan brought Fang to the meeting point. Teacher Tian looked quite young and always had a warm, approachable smile on his face. With his neat, short hair and lively eyes peeking out from under his well-trimmed bangs, one might have mistaken him for one of Yang Jahan's seniors if he hadn't been told otherwise. "Hello, Teacher Tian." Teacher Tian looked at Fang and nodded approvingly. "So you're the cousin Jahan mentioned, right? You're already close to completing your marrow purification while still in your sophomore year of high school. That's truly impressive. Would you be interested in attending our school in the future?" Although it was gratifying to have his cousin receive such praise from the teacher, Yang Jahan still gave Fang a discreet nod. "My cousin is aiming to get into one of the top 5 universities. Although my school is good, it's still a long way from the top 5 universities. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, but the college entrance exam is still a long way off. I'd like to wait until after the exam to make a decision." Fang, of course, knew he couldn't agree, not even verbally, so he politely declined. "All right." Teacher Tian didn't take it to heart. He'd merely been eyeing a promising young talent, so being turned down was no big deal. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he continued, "Now that everyone's here, let us get going." This was Fang's first time truly leaving the city. In the past, whenever he traveled outside the city, he'd board a vehicle within the city limits and be escorted by a guard unit directly to another city. Excluding Fang and Yang Jahan, there were 10 trainees participating in this winter break training expedition, 7 men and 3 women. So the team rented 2 large trucks after all. Some demon beasts were quite large, and bringing them back after a hunt could earn them star coins. If the beasts were of a higher level, they could even be exchanged for spirit points. "These city walls are really high and thick," remarked one of the boys riding in the same truck as Fang as they drove through the gates. "Of course. These walls are the strongest line of defense against demon beast attacks. When they were built, not only were they reinforced by Earth Attribute Masters, but Metal Attribute Masters also provided external support, and there are teams patrolling the perimeter 24 hours a day." Yang Jahan was sharing some wilderness survival knowledge with his younger classmates. The newbies on the vehicle listened with rapt attention, longing to instantly advance their martial arts cultivation so they could punch ancient demons in the deep mountains and kick sea dragons in the depths of the ocean. There aren't really any very strong demon beasts near the city. The scope of our training this time is set between 100 and 150 kilometers. That's a relatively safe distance. As the team leader, Yang Jahan explained everything patiently. "Senior, have you ever been to Yunmeng Marsh?" a female student asked. "Yunmeng Marsh? I went there once last semester with my advisor. It's way too dangerous. Even the creatures on the outskirts are already at the spirit movement level. If I had to go there alone, my current strength wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Wow, senior, tell us all about it. The girl's name was Kong Qingshuang. She was outgoing and easy to remember. Yang Zhehan cleared his throat. Well, I'll tell you. With the topic she brought up, everyone in the car began chipping in, chatting back and forth about Yu Mingzhe. Fong didn't join the discussion, he just listened quietly. After all, his theoretical knowledge came solely from textbooks and the internet. He had no personal insights of his own. As the discussion went on, he gained a better understanding of Yunmingze. Yunmingze, covering an area of nearly 100,000 square kilometers, is the largest inland lake in southern China. It is home to countless water-attribute demon beasts. Legend even has it that dragon-like creatures roam its waters. The abundant water resources nourish the lush surrounding forests and attract a vast number of birds and beasts. Yet, alongside the dangers lie resources that can be called treasures. The forests are filled with all manner of rare herbs and plants that can be used to refine elixirs. Minerals can be used to forge weapons on their own or traded in town for cultivation supplies. As for the high-quality pearls produced in the Yunmeng marsh, wearing them is said to aid in cultivation. Reportedly, these pearls are even used in the construction of spirit-attracting arrays. Alright, stop the car. Let us set up camp. Just as everyone in the vehicle was discussing this, had arrived at their predetermined destination, and teacher Tian, who was bringing up the rear, called out. Upon hearing the command, everyone got out of the vehicles. They found a spot sheltered from the wind to set up camp. Some carried supplies, while others cleared away the snow. Fong, lacking experience and having never learned these skills before, pitched in wherever he was needed. Many hands make light work, and in less than half an hour, a makeshift camp was set up. Teacher Tian glanced at the time and said, Yang Zhehan will lead the group now. Start exploring the surrounding area and hunt some demon beasts for today's meal. I'll wait for you at camp. If you encounter any danger, fire a signal flare immediately, and I'll rush over right away. Teacher Tian then went over a few safety precautions before signaling for Yang Zhehan to lead the group out. Let us go. By then, the sun had risen, and the winter sunlight streaming across the snow created a sense of tranquility and peace. Led by Yang Zhehan, Fong and his group of 12 set off into the distance, leaving a trail of footprints behind them. Moo! The low growl of a demon beast shattered the silence. Yang Zhehan remained relaxed, but the others immediately tensed up. Although they watched countless videos of others battling demon beasts and had trained in battle network, encountering one in the wild still made their nerves instinctively tense up. It's a giant horned ox. Not very high level, it's at the refining the viscera stage. Who wants to warm up? After leaping onto a tree and spotting a lone giant horned ox in the distance, Yang Zhehan asked the group gathered beneath the tree. Hearing this, the group hesitated. They were all at the blood tempering stage. Although their strength might be comparable to that of the demon beast, the beast's ferocity was enough to elevate its combat effectiveness by a whole level. One slip-up could result in serious injury. The training had only just begun, so they all wanted to wait and see how things played out first. I'll go. Fong stepped forward and headed in the direction his cousin had pointed out. After all, with his cousin watching his back, what was there to fear? Be careful, Fong. Don't let your guard down. Good luck, and stay safe. Seeing Fong take the lead, the others offered their reminders one after another. Fong nodded, acknowledging their well-meaning advice. As he walked, he reviewed the information on the giant horned ox in his mind. The giant horned ox typically reaches a length of 3 to 4 meters upon reaching adulthood and weighs around 2,500 kilograms, equivalent to the strength of a martial artist at the refining the internal organs stage. It is incredibly strong, violent, and quick-tempered. With tough hide one must not engage it head-on. Its weak points are its eyes and nose. The strongest among them can rival martial artists at the blood-tempering stage, while a bull king possesses strength on par with the spirit movement realm. The larger the horns, the greater the strength. The horns can be used in medicine when ground into powder and combined with other herbs. They can expel parasites, making them an essential item for the wilderness. Since this was a last-minute decision to go on a training expedition, Ling Yuan was still back at school. Fong purchased a high-quality standard-issue long sword in Yunhua City. Though it wasn't as comfortable to wield as Lin Yuan, it was still passable. As for heavy firearms, none of them had brought any. They only carried some lightweight firearms, since this training expedition was primarily focused on honing their martial arts skills. Fong took a deep breath, gripped his sword with his right hand, and quickly moved forward. Chapter 17, First Wild Kill. Xingxuan, do you think Fong can handle that giant horned bull? A boy asked. I don't know, but our senior said his cousin is a genius, so he must have something special. Even if he can't handle it, our senior is watching from the sidelines. Nothing bad will happen, Kong Xingxuan said, watching Fong's back. Let us follow him. That way, if Fong needs backup, we can get there in time. Another girl suggested. Yeah, let us follow him, but don't get too close. Give him enough space. After saying this, Kong Xingxuan led the group forward. Her outgoing personality naturally made her a natural leader among the crowd. It didn't take long for Fong to spot the giant horned bull, which was strolling along as if taking a leisurely walk with an old man. He hid behind a large tree and peered out stealthily. This giant horned ox was massive. It looked manageable from a distance, but up close, it felt like a solid, heavy little mountain. Its entire body was bluish-gray, with a glossy, sleek coat, and its two enormous horns curved like crescent moons. Judging by their size, they must have been at least a meter long. Stay calm. Fong slowed his breathing as much as possible, recalling the lessons from class and the instructional videos on how to deal with demon beasts. Thud. A rock struck the giant horned ox. It didn't hurt, but the beast felt provoked. Lifting its head, it caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent coming from behind the tree. Its hooves scraped the ground as it gathered momentum and charged forward. As soon as he heard the sound like a heavy hammer striking a drum, Fong sensed trouble was coming. He immediately lunged forward and rolled away from the spot. Sure enough, the moment he moved out of the way, the giant horned ox rammed the tree, one so massive that even two people combined might not be able to wrap their arms around it, snapping it in half, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Whoa, someone gasped. It really is different from what we saw in the video. The impact was so powerful. If I were trying to cut down that tree, it would take at least 10 swings to bring it down. Quiet, everyone. Don't make a fuss. Kong Xingxuan kept her eyes fixed ahead, eager to see how Fong would handle the situation. After rolling to his feet, Fong stood up quickly, his body caked with snow and dead leaves, looking somewhat disheveled. He leaned forward slightly, ready to dodge at a moment's notice. The giant horned bull didn't keep Fong waiting long. After locking onto him, it lowered its head and charged straight at him. Damn, it's fast, Fong couldn't help but mutter. Despite its massive build, the bull was surprisingly swift. Its charge felt like a heavy-duty truck barreling straight toward him, one equipped with GPS, no less. Using the wave treading step, Fong weaved in and out of the surrounding trees to evade the attack, while the iron-horned bull smashed through one tree after another. He couldn't let this turn into a war of attrition. This time, with his back against a large tree, Fong didn't dodge immediately as the iron-armored ox charged. Instead, he waited until the beast was close enough that he could almost feel the sharpness of its horns. Only then did he push off with his feet, using the recoil to launch himself into the air while thrusting his long sword downward. The truth is revealed. It struck the ox squarely in the eye. Moo! A agonizing bellow rang out. Immediately after the strike, Fong used the momentum from his somersault to pull the sword out. He couldn't leave the sword stuck in there without a weapon. Taking down this beast would be a pipe dream. Of course, this move could only be used against less agile demon beasts. If he tried it against a martial artist, it would be tantamount to suicide unless he could fly. Leaping into the air recklessly would just make him a sitting duck. The students from Beihai University who witnessed this scene from a short distance away couldn't help but gasp in awe. That was awesome. Amazing. Kong Yuan, could you do that? Someone asked the classmate next to him. Kong Yuan glanced at him but said nothing. The senior's cousin is truly impressive. To pull off that move just now, you need perfect timing, quick reflexes, and courage. Not a single one can be missing, Kong Xingxuan whispered. Next, Fong followed the same strategy, blinding the beast's other eye before attacking its nose. The severely wounded iron-armored ox grew even more frenzied, though anyone could see this was merely the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Facing the raging iron-armored ox, Fong remained vigilant rather than complacent. As the books say, most failures fall just one step short of victory. Boom! The iron-armored ox, as massive as a small mountain, finally collapsed. This grueling battle had lasted nearly an hour. Brilliant, the crowd cheered in unison. Truly worthy of being the senior's cousin. Even those who had previously harbored reservations about Yang Jahan bringing his cousin along for the trial had now changed their minds. Well done. That horn is worth some money. Keep it safe and sell it when we get back. Yang Jahan walked over and patted Fong on the shoulder. Fong tapped the horns with his sword, producing a sound like metal striking stone. It seemed impossible to break them off, so they just have to dig out the two whole horns and carry them on their backs. Seeing that it was nearly noon, Yang Jahan decided to lead the group back to camp first. They eat something and return in the afternoon. The giant horned cow Fong had just hunted would serve as today's meal, so the boys pulled out some rope, secured it, and worked together to drag the animal back to camp. Back at camp, Teacher Tian was sitting upright on a wooden stump. Seeing everyone return and dragging a kill, he smiled and said, "A giant horned cow, not bad. Who bagged it?" "Teacher Tian, it was Fong," Kong Qingshuang replied. Teacher Tian looked at Fong with keen interest. "Oh?" Fong quickly added, "I was lucky enough to find its weak spot and eventually wore it down." Teacher Tian remained non-committal. Hunting a giant horned ox one-on-one using the refining the viscera technique isn't just a matter of luck. He didn't say anything else after that and motioned for everyone to start cutting up the beef. Fong had eaten plenty of demon beast meat before, whether from the school, his family, or wild ones he hunted, but there was nothing quite like the taste of something he hunted with his own hands. Fong was munching on a steak when Kong Qingshuang came over with her lunchbox and asked, "What were you thinking at the time?" "What?" Fong didn't catch on at first. "I mean, when you were facing that giant horned ox. I just figured its eyes and nose were its weak spots, so I had to find a way to hit them," Fong replied matter-of-factly. Kong Qingshuang gave Fong a deep look. "You just did it on a whim?" "Yeah." Kong Qingshuang suddenly recalled a scene from her high school days, when she and her peers from the clan had been taken out into the wilderness by their elders for training. But back then, facing a demon beast for the first time, she hadn't even been able to muster half her strength and had ultimately been rescued by her elders. That afternoon, after a hearty meal, the group set sail once more. With Fong's example to guide them, everyone was more cautious when selecting prey this time. Even so, when the moment of truth arrived, aside from Kong Qingshuang, who had prior wilderness experience, the rest of the group was thrown into disarray, and several sustained injuries. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, and they remained capable of fighting. By 6 p.m., it had grown quite dark, so Yang Jahan led the group back to camp. Since they hadn't finished eating the giant horned ox, they didn't haul the entire beast back after the hunt. Instead, they collected some of the more valuable parts that were easier to carry. "Tonight, Kong Yuan and I will stand watch. The rest of you should get some rest early," Yang Jahan announced. As for Teacher Tian, he didn't concern himself with such matters. Afterward, Yang Jahan scattered a circle of powder around the camp. Facing Fong's curious gaze, Yang Jahan explained, "This is refined from the processed feces of high-level demon beasts. Using it tonight will help ward off harassment from lower-level demon beasts." Fong nodded. "Go back and get some rest. You've all had a long day." Chapter 18, The Wolf King Howls at the Moon. The full moon hung high in the sky, its faint glow bathing the earth like a layer of fine gauze. Inside the tent, no one was asleep. It was their first night spending the night in the wild, and they were all exceptionally excited, discussing the day's events. Fong didn't join in, merely acknowledging the mention of his name. In his mind, he replayed today's battle, looking for areas where he could have done better. "Awu!" A wolf's howl echoed from afar, growing louder as it drew nearer. Fong sprang to his feet and charged out of the tent. The others froze for a moment, then hurried after him. The smile had vanished from Teacher Tian's face. He gazed solemnly in the direction of the howl. "Teacher?" Yang Jahan asked, standing nearby. It's the Wolf King from Crescent Ridge, Teacher Tian said slowly. The Wolf King? How did it get here? Yang Jahan exclaimed. Hearing this, the group was also struck with terror. Since they were coming out into the wilderness for training, everyone had certainly done their research. Crescent Ridge was located about 2,500 kilometers from Yunhua City and got its name from its crescent shape. Crescent Ridge was home to a pack of unicorn snow wolves. The Wolf King's power was said to rival that of a Lingkong realm expert, capable of flying through the air. Moreover, wolves are pack animals. Since the Wolf King has appeared, he is bound to be accompanied by a large pack of unicorn snow wolves. Even though Teacher Tian is at the acupoint stage, he would be completely helpless against a unicorn snow wolf king comparable to the Lingkong realm, let alone a massive pack of wolves. What should we do now, teacher? Don't worry. The Wolf King is still very far away, at least 200 kilometers. Besides, our own experts should be arriving soon. After saying this, Teacher Tian turned his gaze back toward the distance. Sure enough, before long, Fong spotted a dark figure gliding through the air, flashing by in an instant as it flew toward the source of the wolf's howls. All right, it's fine now. Everyone, get some rest. Seeing this, Teacher Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Who was that person who just flew over? Fong asked in a low voice. It must have been someone from the military. The wilderness is dotted with military outposts specifically to monitor these powerful demon beasts. As soon as there is any commotion, they'll rush over to investigate, Yang Jahan replied, also in a low voice. The next day, early morning. Due to last night's wolf howling incident, everyone unanimously decided to move the camp as far away from that area as possible. Teacher Tian had no objections as long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation. He wouldn't intervene. During the move, Kong Yuanjiang was idly looking around when he exclaimed, Hey? What's that? Two black dots were rapidly approaching in the sky. Only when they got closer did they realize they were two people. Yang Jahan silently breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't demon beasts, that was fine. When the two figures in the air saw the people below, they stabilized their flight and slowly landed in front of the vehicle. Yang Jahan signaled everyone to remain calm and not make any sudden moves. One of the two had a head full of white hair, yet his face was completely wrinkle-free, making him look like a young man. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of world weariness, and his expression was gentle. The other was a young woman with long, jet-black, silky hair cascading down her back. She had an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and bright eyes. Her aloof expression made her delicate features appear even more distant and cool. So it's Commander Han and Senior Yi after all. I'm Tian Jihong, said Teacher Tian, who had just recognized the two and stepped forward. Oh? It's little Tian. What are you doing here? Commander Han asked, while Senior Yi stood quietly to the side. Our school is organizing a winter break field training exercise, and I just happen to be leading a team. Commander Han nodded. We received word that the Unicorn Snow Wolf King appeared nearby last night. We came to investigate. This place might not be very safe. It would be best to find another location for your training. We were just about to move to a different location. Without further ado, Commander Han gestured to Senior Yi, and the two shot up into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Teacher Tian, who are those two? Kong Qingshuang asked on behalf of the group, voicing everyone's curiosity. Tian Jihong smiled. They're currently instructors at Southern Martial Academy. He glanced at Fong as he spoke. Fong watched their departing figures with a look of longing. When would she be able to walk on air like them? Yi Jian, you should smile more often. If you keep this up, your cultivation will become increasingly difficult, Commander Han said to senior sister Yi. Yi Jian pressed her lips together and remained silent. Han Yi furrowed his brow slightly, as if he wanted to say something but then decided against it. After reorganizing his thoughts, he said, a higher-up sent you back this time so you could take a break. You can take on a few students to help clear away the pent-up frustration in your heart. Yi Jian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She nodded hesitantly, then asked, when can I return to the Starry Sky battlefield? Her eyes held a glimmer of hope. Hani rubbed the bridge of his nose and said helplessly, "Here's the deal. First, train a few students. If you can produce even one student as outstanding as you are, I'll speak to our superiors on your behalf and secure approval for you to return to the Starfield battlefield." A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Jian's eyes. She wasn't afraid of challenges, only of having no hope. Deal. Hey, I said I'd go talk to them. There's no guarantee it'll work out. Yi Jian turned a deaf ear to him. Han Yi's headache grew worse. Why on earth had the principal handed him the task of talking Yi Jian out of this? Over the next 3 days, everything proceeded normally. All was calm and peaceful. Yang Jihan led everyone through their training as originally planned, while Tian Jihong remained virtually invisible throughout, not interfering with any of their decisions. Over the past few days, the once inexperienced newcomers had undergone a transformation. If their eyes had previously been clear yet tinged with a touch of naivety, they now held a newfound resilience and worldliness. Fong had gained a great deal over these 3 days. First, regarding martial arts, real combat truly is the best form of training. Every time he channeled the awakening skill after being completely exhausted from battling demon beasts, he absorbed slightly more spiritual energy than usual. Originally, he had estimated it would take over a month before he could begin the bone marrow purification. Now, it looks like he'll be ready to start in about half a month. As for his martial techniques, the transitions between moves have become smoother, and his movements are increasingly polished and concise. He is even on the verge of reaching the mastery tier. Finally, regarding his prey, aside from the giant horned ox on the first day, Fong has hunted 7 more low-tier demon beasts over the past few days and gathered several medicinal herbs. Yang Jihan roughly estimated that the haul was worth over 50,000 star coins. Fong, Yang Jihan called out. "What's up? Want to go explore a cave?" Yang Jihan asked with a mysterious look on his face. Explore a cave? When I was scouting the area earlier, I found a cave. It's pretty deep. I didn't have any lighting equipment, so I backed out for now. I plan to go back with the right gear. What do you say, are you in? It's not some monstrous lair, is it? What if it just happened to be out hunting an ISNT home, and then it comes back the moment we step inside, trapping us like fish in a barrel? Of course not. I checked it out. Apart from being a bit damp, there is no trace of monsters in the cave. Are you in? Let us go. Both men were decisive and action-oriented. After reporting to Tian Jihong, they immediately set off toward the cave. Chapter 19, Fishing. Is this the cave you were talking about? Fong asked, looking at the oddly shaped entrance before him. Yeah, Yang Jihan replied matter-of-factly. But this is a karst cave. It's the same thing. Let us go. It's not the same. A karst cave is the result of long-term dissolution by groundwater in limestone regions, so the terrain inside is intricate and takes on all sorts of shapes. Fong gave his cousin a quick geography lesson. So what do we do? We're already here. I brought a rope. I'll tie one end to myself and the other to a stalactite at the entrance. Inside the cave, the two felt their way forward by the light of their flashlights. As Yang Jihan had said, they didn't encounter any living creatures along the way, only some moss, which could easily cause them to slip if they weren't careful. I hear water. Yang Jihan, who had better hearing than Fong, picked up the faint sound of water. Fong's eyes lit up. Water? We might just find an underground river. This way. Okay. Following the sound of water, the two wound their way through the cave and soon reached its source. Before them lay a lake, its surface appearing calm. When Fong shone his flashlight across the water, he noticed ripples spreading out in concentric circles. Looking more closely, he realized they were caused by several fish, each no longer than 30 centimeters and almost entirely transparent. Sure enough, they were there. This was why Fong had insisted on coming here even after seeing the cave. Crystal fish, completely transparent, with red fins grown no longer than 50 centimeters. They are slow-growing, timid, light-shy, and non-aggressive. Most importantly, they're rich in nutrients and have a delicate texture, making them ideal for nutritional supplementation for martial artists in the body forging stage. Steaming them yields the best results. These creatures are extremely rare on the market. Fong licked his lips and whispered, "Brohan, turn off the light, then pour a little of the stalactite liquid we collected on the way into the water." Fong had no intention of going into the water to catch the fish. Aside from the question of whether he could even catch one, the underground river branched off in all directions, and there might be hidden whirlpools. If he were sucked in, even if he were lucky enough not to drown on the spot, being swept away to another location would leave him with no one to turn to for help. These crystal fish feed on moss and especially love to lap up stalactite fluid, so Fong planned to lure them with the fluid before catching them. Fong took off his jacket, tore a few slits in it, tied the four corners together with a rope to make a makeshift fishing net, and sank it into the water. Once that was done, all that was left was to wait for the crystal fish to take the bait. This was Fong's first time fishing. He was following the instructions in the book to the letter, not knowing if it would work. But they say there's a beginner's grace period, so he figured he'd probably catch something today. Snap! Yang Jahan yanked the rope hard, and the makeshift net shot out of the water. Fong stepped forward to take a look and immediately broke into a smile. The beginner's grace period really hadn't let him down. Inside the tattered jacket, two crystal fish, each about 25 centimeters long, were wriggling about. "Woohoo!" Yang Jahan exclaimed, slightly excited. "Keep going," Fong whispered. As for the two crystal fish, they dug a small hole right there, filled it with water from the underground river, and set them aside for now. Afterward, the two followed the same method and caught several more crystal fish in quick succession, putting them both in high spirits. But as they were inspecting their latest catch, they failed to notice a dark shadow not far away, a shadow that crept silently closer and closer. Splash! The dark shadow leaped out of the water and lunged at Fong. With no light, he couldn't make out what it was. In the blink of an eye, Fong instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. What tremendous strength! That was his first thought. Then, Fong was suddenly knocked into the water. Yang Jahan, who was on the bank, reacted quickly and immediately turned on his flashlight. Only then could he make out that the dark shadow was a fish about 3 meters long. Due to the dim light, he could only see that its tail was enormous, but he couldn't determine what kind of demon beast it was. At that moment, the fish was opening its huge mouth to bite at Fong, trying to swallow him whole. Fong had no intention of engaging in a prolonged struggle. Going head-to-head with a fish like demon beast underwater would be tantamount to courting death. He was only about 10 meters from the shore, a distance he could normally cover with a single leap, but in the water, it felt quite far. Fortunately, Fong always carried his long sword with him. He drew it and blocked the attack. Thanks to the underwater simulation training he received at school, his movements didn't seem awkward at all. Swimming against the current. The fish's scales were incredibly slippery. When Fong slashed at it with his sword, it was as if it hadn't even felt a thing. It spun around and lashed out with its tail, flinging Fong even farther from the shore. Just then, Yang Jahan swam over, spear in hand. He wasn't skilled in underwater combat either, but having at least reached the spirit agility realm, he infused his spear with golden spiritual energy and thrust it forward. Although the fish demon was protected by its scales, the spear strike still stung. In pain, it swished its tail and swam far away from the battlefield. As if sensing that these two were not to be trifled with, the fish demon made no move to attack again and turned to swim deeper into the water. Seeing this, the two didn't dare linger in the water any longer and hurried toward the shore. Who knows if that fish demon had gone to call for backup? Once ashore, the two quickly used the box originally intended for medicinal herbs to gather all the crystal fish from the pit, then followed the rope's lead and ran toward the cave's exit. Phew! Seeing the long-missed light, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was only then that Fong felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, the fish demon hadn't yet reached the spirit realm. Otherwise, even with his cousin's help, their chances of survival would have been slim. With no mishaps during the past 3 days of hunting, coupled with the smooth catch of the crystal fish, he had momentarily forgotten the dangers of the wilderness. I must stay vigilant at all times. Otherwise, I won't be so lucky next time. Fong silently reminded himself. Upon returning to camp, everyone saw the two of them looking like drowned rats and curiously asked what had happened. The two simply said they'd gone down to the river to catch fish, without elaborating, and then opened the box. Crystal fish are delicate by nature, and after being jostled all the way back in that cramped box, only 8 of the 12 were still alive. Everyone there knew their stuff. Crystal fish, huh? Senior, you guys are really lucky. I've seen these online, they sell for tens of thousands of star coins each. Fong wanted to take a few live crystal fish home for his family to try, and also as New Year's gifts for Fan and Luo. He knew that live crystal fish were worth more than dead ones, so he said 5 would be enough. That one tea do. 12 fish, half for each of us. Just take 6 live ones home. Yang Jahan insisted on 6 per person, whether live or dead. Fong, of course, stood his ground. Unable to persuade Fong otherwise, Yang Jahan said, "All right, then I'll take some back for my grandparents too." Only then was Fong satisfied. That evening, Yang Jahan used 2 crystal fish to simmer a large pot of soup. Everyone present got a serving, earning cheers from his younger classmates. Fong took a sip. It was indeed tender and flavorful. When simmering soup with crystal fish, there was no need to add any seasoning. The natural flavor was perfect just as it was. Moreover, after eating, he felt a warm glow throughout his body, and his qi and blood circulation improved significantly. Fong stood up, stretched a bit, and looked up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. Time really flies. The 4-day wilderness training had ended in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow he'd be heading home. Chapter 20, Returning to School. Early morning. After entering the city, the vehicle, guided by Tian Jihong, headed for the government-established martial artist exchange. The exchange was located not far from the city gate, making it convenient for martial artists to trade their loot immediately upon their return. Prices at the exchange are usually a bit lower than those on the open market, but at least it's convenient. "It's up to you whether you want to sell your haul here," Tian Jihong said. Fong, of course, wanted to sell everything right there. Although he'd only collected the valuable parts of the demon beasts, their massive size meant the load was quite heavy. Besides, he didn't have any connections, and finding buyers on his own would be a hassle. It would be much easier to just bundle everything up and sell it to the exchange. Herbs go to the left, demon beast materials go to the right. Once you've finished your transactions, wait for me outside. With that, Tian Jihong headed straight up to the second floor. The exchange had 5 floors for those selling body forging stage-level goods like them. The first floor was sufficient. The group then headed to their respective counters based on what they were selling. Giant horned ox horns, phoenix-tailed pheasant feathers. After resting, his cousin and the others headed straight back to the university, which was located in Dingjiang City. Not on his way home, Fong said goodbye to his cousin, then bought a ticket back to Jiangling and headed straight home. Jiangling City. By the time Fong arrived at the entrance of her apartment complex, it was already afternoon. Her parents probably weren't home yet at this hour. So she stopped by a convenience store on the way to pick up some side dishes, planning to cook a meal. The main course would be steamed crystal fish. "It smells so good," Fong Shangyuan said as soon as she walked in, catching the aroma. "Fong told me he was back. He's going to show off his cooking skills," Nan Shui said as she changed her shoes. "Why didn't he tell me?" Fong Shangyuan looked completely puzzled. Nan Shui ignored him and headed straight for the kitchen. "Fong. Mom, you're back. The meal will be ready soon. I just need to steam the fish." Since crystal fish has such tender flesh that it shouldn't be steamed for too long, Fong waited until they were all home before putting it in the steamer. Okay. Watching her son bustling about in the kitchen, Nan Shui beamed with joy. The smile never left her face. 5 minutes later, Fong served the steamed fish at the table, along with twice-cooked pork made from the giant horned beef he'd brought back, deep-fried pheasant drumsticks, and a pot of seaweed soup. "Wow, your cooking skills have really improved in just a few days," Fong Shangyuan remarked, inhaling the aroma and admiring the appetizing dishes on the table. "Out in the wild, we have to fend for ourselves. Fong must have had a rough time out there these past few days. He has even lost some weight," Nan Shui said, still worried about her son. "Nonsense. Go ahead and try it, see how it tastes," Fong urged. It tastes great," Fong Shangyuan said after taking a bite. "Delicious." Nan Shui was very pleased. Of course, I caught these ingredients myself. I also gathered some materials to sell at the exchange and made a little money. Fong was beaming with pride, though he didn't mention the dangers he faced while hunting. By the way, next time, take one of the fish from the kitchen tank over to Grandpa. This fish is good for your health. February 23, 2225, the 16th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day to start school. Fong got up early and began packing his things. He hummed a tune as he packed, clearly in high spirits. Just yesterday, during his routine cultivation practice, he had broke. Ice lotuses are primarily found on the Great Snow Mountains to the east. They are pure white throughout and completely odorless, blending almost seamlessly into the snowy landscape. Finding even a single ice lotus requires considerable effort. Is there another one for Luo? Fan asked, noticing another box on the table. Yeah. Fan's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he recalled a piece of news he heard during winter break. When are you planning to deliver it? Right now. We've got half a day off today anyway. I'll check where she is. The school was very student-friendly on the first day back from a long break. There was always a half-day adjustment period with only the afternoon martial arts class and no evening study sessions. Immediately, Fong sent Luo a message. Luo, where are you? In the administration building. Got it. Wait for me a sec, I'll be right there. I've got a little gift for you. Okay. Although the tone of the chat was a little different from usual, Fong didn't think much of it. Wait, I'll come with you, Fan said, seeing Fong heading out with something in hand. Sure. Chapter 21, Departure. On a snow-capped mountain in the wilderness, a group of people was resting in a sheltered spot. One of them, a fair-skinned young man with beautiful almond-shaped eyes, was poking at the fire with a twig. Just then, a handsome young man with broad shoulders, muscular arms, and a wasp-like waist who bore a slight resemblance to the one with the almond-shaped eyes suddenly sat down next to him. The young man with the almond-shaped eyes subtly shifted his hips to create some distance. The handsome young man didn't seem to mind. Yang, I recently received some news about your school. Want to hear it? Fan's expression suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Fan Longshao, Haven T, I told you not to interfere in my affairs? As if accustomed to Fan's reaction, Fan Longshao continued, as an older brother, of course I have to care about my younger brother's life. Fan remained silent, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. Fan Longshao carried on as if nothing had happened. The Luo family has recently produced a prodigy. Rumor has it that during their clan's ritual held once every 20 years, tests revealed her bloodline is gradually reawakening. Once it fully stabilizes, her talent will reach a truly terrifying level. He stopped poking at the fire with the branch. She isn't from the main branch of the Luo family in Fengquan City. She is from Jianling City. At this point, Fan Longshao paused. Her name is Luo. So? Fan finally spoke up. So she'll be brought back to Fengquan for training, and rumor has it she is incredibly beautiful. Fan Longshao's smile held a hint of meaning. The office building wasn't far from the men's dormitory, and before long, the two had arrived. Fan had also snapped out of his reverie. Fan had already spotted Luo standing downstairs. She was dressed in black, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her lustrous jet-black hair was tied up at the nape of her neck, revealing a snow-white nape that made her appear even more slender, like a noble black swan. Seeing Luo dressed like this for the first time, Fong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Luo! Luo turned her head at the sound of her voice, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Fong walked quickly over. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Luo replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. A New Year's gift. This is a crystal fish I caught in the wild during winter break. Fong held up the box and gave it a shake. The sound of water rippled from inside. Ha! Fong noticed then that Luo didn't seem very enthusiastic. Oh, that is so sudden. You never mentioned anything about this before. I went back during winter break to pay respects to our ancestors, and the clan discovered I have some talent. They want to bring me back. My grandpa and dad really want me to return to the clan too. I'll get a better education there, Luo said slowly. After hearing Luo's explanation, Fong grinned widely. I see. That's great news. If you have time in the future, come back and visit. Then I can tell everyone, this is my older sister, and I'm under her wing. Sure. Luo glanced at Fong and replied without hesitation. Here, take this fish. It tastes best when steamed. Fong handed her the fish tank. Luo took the fish tank, thought for a moment, then fished a pendant out of her purse and placed it in the palm of her hand. She held it out in front of Fong's eyes and said, Here, a belated birthday present. It's not quite finished yet, though. Fong took the pendant. It was shaped like a wolf's fawn, milky white, and made of metal. Where it connected to the black cord, a 9-headed phoenix was engraved, though the outline of the final head remained unfinished. I love it. Thank you, Luo. Fong beamed with delight and immediately slipped it around her neck. Just then, a middle-aged woman with short hair and a very capable demeanor emerged from the office building. She walked up beside Luo and said, Miss, the paperwork is all done. We can go now. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Peng, Luo said with a nod. Aunt Peng glanced at Fong and Fan, finally fixing her gaze on Fong and noticing the pendant around her neck. Her expression softened slightly, and she offered a warm smile. You two must be the young lady's classmates. Thank you for helping her during her time at school. No, it's Luo who has helped me a lot, Fong replied, looking at Aunt Peng as well, then turning to Luo and adding, Well, we'll be on our way now. Wishing you a bright future. Goodbye, Luo said softly. Fong nodded, and she and Fan turned to leave. Just then, Aunt Peng noticed the water tank Luo was carrying. What is that? A crystal fish. Luo said no more. Let me take that, Aunt Peng said, reaching out to take the tank. No, thank you, Luo said, stepping aside to avoid her outstretched hand. She carried it herself and turned toward the school gate. Aunt Peng smiled and followed Luo, staying a step behind. She turned her head to glance at Fong and Luo's receding figures and remarked, These two classmates of the young lady are both very fine young people. Yes, they're both outstanding. The clan holds the young lady in high regard. If there is nothing here that requires your personal attention, you can set off right away. I'll take care of the rest. Aunt Peng, you don't have to call me young lady. Just call me Xiaoyi. Luo still wasn't quite used to that title. Aunt Peng looked at Luo with a gentle gaze. Young lady, one must not neglect proper etiquette. You didn't say anything earlier, but now you're getting all gloomy? Noticing that Fong hadn't spoken a word the whole way, Fan shot him a glance and said, Say what? Fong asked in return. Say that you like her. I don't like her. Fan quickened her pace, walked ahead of Fong, turned around, and stared at him without saying a word. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, Fong finally spoke up, All right, I do have some feelings for her. So what are you thinking now? Fan pressed, genuinely worried that Fong would withdraw into himself again because of this. Fong didn't answer directly, but said, You saw Aunt Peng standing next to Luo, right? She is clearly no ordinary woman, she has such a strong presence. Her family back in Fengquan must be quite powerful. Fan, of course, knew just how powerful the Luo family of Fengquan was. He nodded, gesturing for Fong to continue. So, I've decided that no matter how she responds, it'll only cause unnecessary trouble for both of us. I can't very well stand in the way of her pursuing better opportunities, can I? In that case, it's better not to say anything at all. Fong had clearly given this serious thought. Aren't you afraid you'll regret it later? Each strives along their own path, 10,000 miles share the same wind. Fong replied with unwavering conviction and great confidence. Seeing that Fong didn't seem ready to back down, Fan felt reassured and retorted with a cold laugh, Humph, now you're even throwing poetry into the mix. Aren't you afraid that by the time the wind reaches her, she'll have grown indifferent to your breeze? Then I'll stir up the south wind all over again, and see if it can ruffle her heart over in Dongzhou. Fong's signature smile returned to his face, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Chapter 22, Attending the Banquet. After martial arts class ended that afternoon and with no evening study session scheduled, Fan had to leave campus for a errand. Just as Fong was debating whether to head to the swimming pool, he spotted a figure ahead. Looking up, he saw Aunt Pang, the same woman who had been standing beside Luo that morning. Fong said nothing. Aunt Pang spoke first. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the personal assistant assigned by the family to assist Miss Luo." Fong nodded to acknowledge this. "Here's the thing, Fong. To express our gratitude for your help with Miss Luo over the years, we'd like to treat you to a meal. I was wondering if you'd have time." Aunt Pang got straight to the point. Fong wasn't surprised that she knew her name. Instead of agreeing, she asked, "Where's Luo?" Her family was pressing her to leave, so she's already departed. "I stayed behind to wrap things up." Aunt Peng first answered Fong's question, then continued her invitation. "So, Fong, do you have time right now?" Fong hesitated for a moment, thinking this might be an opportunity to learn more about the family behind Luo, so she agreed, "I have time. Just call me Fong." "All right, and you can call me Aunt Peng." Seeing that Fong had agreed, Aunt Peng smiled and took the opportunity to close the distance between them. Then the two walked side by side toward the school gate. "I heard you were in the same class as Miss Luo back in middle school?" Fong nodded. "Yes. Miss Luo mentioned that you helped her a lot in middle school." "She helped me even more. I didn't know how to do anything at first, and she looked out for me." Aunt Peng nodded, not dwelling on the point. She'd only been looking for an excuse to get to know Fong anyway. Parked at the school gate was one of Star River Corporation's latest Jojo V aircraft. Furthermore, the concentration of mana inside the craft was slightly higher than outside. With every breath he took, the cells in his body seemed to become a little more active. "Take a rest, we'll be there soon." Aunt Peng noticed Fong examining the craft's interior, but she said nothing, merely letting a faint smile play at the corners of her mouth. "Okay." About 10 minutes later, the craft landed smoothly on the roof of a building. Weren't many craft parked on the roof at the moment, only 3 or 5, but every single one was a luxury model. A receptionist standing nearby spotted the arriving guests and hurried over. Once Aunt Peng and Fong had stepped out, she led them inside with a sweet smile. "This is Shuiyun Xian. It's quite a nice place. The ingredients here are hunted in the wild by a hunting team hired by the owner and delivered the same day," Aunt Peng said, giving a brief introduction to the venue. Fong nodded. Having lived in Jiangling for 16 years, she had never even heard of Shuiyun Xian. The hostess led the two to a private dining room. After opening the door for them, she stepped back, leaving the service to the staff inside. The private dining room was spacious and decorated in a classic, antique style. The tables, chairs, and benches were clearly crafted from genuine, high-quality wood. There was even a patch of grass with 2 fruit trees planted on it, and next to it was a pond where several koi were swimming. "You may serve the meal now," Aunt Peng instructed the waiter standing nearby, then turned to Fong and said, "The menu here changes daily, depending on the day's hunt, so we can't take specific orders. But the dishes here are all delicious. You can enjoy them with confidence." "You're welcome. Miss Luo should have been the one to host you personally, but since time is tight, I'm here to host her friends on her behalf." At that moment, Aunt Peng didn't exude her usual efficient demeanor. Instead, she wore a gentle smile. "Aunt Peng, will Luo be treated with special regard during this visit to Maple Spring?" Although he could infer from Aunt Peng's attitude and the scale of the reception that Luo must hold a high status within the Fengquan main family, he still wanted to hear Aunt Peng's confirmation in her own words. "Of course. The Luo family's clan ceremony is held once every 20 years, and each ceremony includes a talent assessment for the younger generation. Miss Luo's talent this time even astonished the clan elders, so they ordered her to be brought back to receive the best possible training." Aunt Peng replied without hesitation, mentioning the Luo clan's ancestral ceremony in the process. "That's good. Fengquan City happens to be in the eastern region, very close to the Eastern Martial Arts University. Luo admires Principal Luo the most." After receiving this affirmative answer, Fong felt reassured. With the young lady's talent, she could easily gain admission not only to the Eastern Martial Arts University but even to Kyoto Martial Academy, and Peng said with a touch of pride. Feng had previously known only that since Luo had caught the Luo family's attention, her talent must be considerable, but he had no concrete idea just how exceptional it was. Now that Aunt Peng mentioned Kyoto Martial Academy and stated Luo could easily gain admission there, the concept suddenly became crystal clear. Xiagua currently has a population of over 5 billion, with 50 to 60 million students taking the college entrance exams each year, while Kyoto Martial Academy admits only about 3,000 students annually. That averages out to less than 5 students per city. One can only imagine just how prestigious this achievement is. And yet, Luo had already been deemed a sure bet for admission to Kyoto Martial Academy before even finishing her sophomore year of high school, proof enough that her talent is nothing short of extraordinary. At this point, the waitstaff began serving the dishes one by one, providing a description with each course. This is charcoal grilled three-tailed thunder eel. Once fully grown, the thunder eel can rival a martial artist at the acupoint stage. It lives in deep waters and is extremely difficult to catch. The charcoal used is Wuyang charcoal. Finally, the thunder eel meat has been specially processed to make its nutrients more easily absorbed, and it has the effect of strengthening the spleen and nourishing the lungs. This is braised thorn pig chop. When fully grown, the thorn pig is comparable to a martial artist at the spirit movement realm. It roams primarily in mountainous and forested areas, and its meat is firm. Marinated with ganlan grass before braising, it has the effect of tonifying the kidneys and nourishing the blood. This is braised golden armor bear paw. This is purple striped bird soup. The waitress was very professional, knowing every ingredient and seasoning in each dish like the back of her hand, clearly explaining their benefits and making customers feel they were getting their money's worth. Feng didn't hold back either. These were all top quality dishes, and since he was already there, he dug in heartily. The meal ended with both guests and host thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, Aunt Peng used a Jojo V-type aircraft to drop Feng off at the school gate. After saying goodbye to Aunt Peng, Feng headed straight back to his dorm. Chapter 23, Breakthrough. After watching Feng enter the school gate, Aunt Peng sat back down in the aircraft. By then, the front panel had been retracted, revealing a burly man with a composed expression in the cockpit. "Aren't you afraid the young lady will blame you if she finds out?" the burly man asked, his voice echoing inside the aircraft. "I was just treating her classmate to a nice meal. What would the young lady possibly hold against me for that?" Aunt Peng retorted. The burly man fell silent. "Ah Chang, the people and situations the young lady will encounter in the future will be vastly different from what they are now. I was merely giving Feng a small taste of her future life. If he is smart, he should understand the gap between them and let go of any unwarranted notions," Aunt Peng said after a moment's thought. "What if he sees this as a chance to rise from rags to riches?" Ah Chang asked. Aunt Peng's eyes flickered slightly. "Since he doesn't want to save face, we'll help him do so. What if his future achievements prove worthy of the young lady? Although that possibility is almost non-existent, it does need to be considered." Aunt Peng wore an amused smile as she continued, "Then today's dinner is my sincere effort to befriend this young prodigy and help build a closer relationship between him and the young lady in the Lu family." "You're back? Where do you go?" Fan had already returned to the dorm and asked Feng as he walked in. "I went out for a meal." Feng plopped down on the sofa. "Where did you eat?" "Shuiyun Xian." "Ha? Who took you there?" Fan knew Shuiyun Xian and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Aunt Peng, the woman who was sitting next to Luo today." There was no need to hide this after all, quite few people had seen him boarding the aircraft. Fan's eyes narrowed. "Oh? What did she say?" "Nothing at all. She treated me to a nice meal and drinks, saying it was to thank me for helping Luo earlier. She didn't say anything offensive, nor did she threaten or intimidate me." Fan understood what Fan wanted to ask, so he got straight to the point. "Oh. By the way, how much do you know about the Luo family?" "A little, not much." Fang's interest was piqued. "Tell me more." After gathering his thoughts, Fan said, "The Luo family rose to prominence in the early stages of the Qiling era.
During that time, the family produced a remarkable genius named Luo Duyu.
He was born with a water spirit constitution, and his cultivation progressed like a whirlwind. And in the early Qi Ling period, the most terrifying threats weren't the demon beasts on land, but the creatures in the ocean. Relying on the advantages of his water spirit constitution, he ventured deep into the open ocean many times to slay powerful demon beasts, making significant contributions to the stability of the early Xia kingdom. In the end, he was bestowed the title of King Yu.
Feng had seen the name Luo Duyu in history books, but he never imagined he was Luo's ancestor. Although the historical records about Luo Duyu were sparse, those who made their mark in the annals of history were invariably trailblazers who had once shone brightly in their era.
He paused for a moment before continuing. King Yu subsequently took up a post in the east, steadfastly safeguarding the eastern coastline. In the 119th year of the Qiling era, King Yu's latent injuries from his youthful campaigns flared up, and he sensed his days were numbered. Leaving behind only the words, "I only wish to serve my country until my dying breath," he journeyed 80,000 li into the deep sea to single-handedly battle two great beast kings. At the cost of his own life, he killed one and severely wounded the other. That battle secured a century of peace along the eastern coastline, and the King of Yu's final words were enshrined as the Luo family's creed, displayed prominently in the ancestral hall.
Fan's tone was filled with reverence.
Hearing this, Feng was instantly filled with deep respect. This was a true human hero who had sacrificed everything for the Xia kingdom. Although King Yu has passed away, the Luo clan has not fallen. The current clan head is a martial arts master at the Dragon Gate realm. While the Luo clan has not produced another peerless prodigy like King Yu, it continues to produce a steady stream of talented individuals, maintaining the clan's prosperity. To this day, the Luo clan remains one of the foremost great clans in the eastern region, Fan continued. Feng was no longer the martial arts novice he once was. He understood exactly what Fan had just explained. Although he had anticipated that the Luo family was no ordinary clan, he never imagined they would have such an impressive lineage. Martial arts cultivation begins with the body forging stage, followed by sensing spiritual energy and forming a seed of spiritual energy within the body. This is the spirit awakening realm. Next comes the acupoint stage, where spiritual energy enters the acupoints while the mind is cultivated. Once the body and mind are perfected, one enters the soaring realm, capable of flying through the air. Next comes the Dragon Gate realm, named after the legend of the fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. Finally, there is the heaven-reaching realm, where martial arts can reach the heavens, and one's immense power is fully integrated into oneself. To earn a title, however, one must make outstanding contributions to humanity. Reaching the heaven-reaching realm is merely one of the requirements. After a moment's hesitation, Fan added, "Plus, there are rumors circulating that Luo Wanyin, the current president of Dongfang Martial Arts University, seems to have some connection to the Luo family, though neither side has ever publicly acknowledged it."
Feng nodded to show he understood, then stood up and returned to his room. "Where are you going?" Fan asked. "I'm going to Battle Network to practice a bit." "I'll come with you." "No, thanks. I'll just practice solo for a bit to get my groove back." Ding. Soul power verification passed. Name, Feng. Nickname, Tossing and Turning, can be changed after coming of age. Gender, male. Birthday, September 30th, 2207. Age, 17 minor. City, Jiangling. School, Jiangling High School 11th grade. Battle Network win points, 1712. Enter the virtual world? Yes. Feng Henti logged into Battle Network since returning from the wilderness. These win points were from his previous matches. After his trials in the wilderness, his current skill level should be close to 2,000 points. Glancing at the gray-colored name on the other side of the water in his friends list, Feng logged straight into Battle Network. Battle Network matchmaking, solo. Ding. Match successful. Please prepare for battle. A flash of white light, and Feng reappeared on the city streets. 10 wins in a row. Battle Network victory points, 1,748. Since Feng wrapped up each battle quickly, he typically gained at least 3 victory points after every match. Not enough, still a little short, just a little more. Fong was already within reach of the mastery tier, now he needed to fight non-stop. Match, solo. In the snowy landscape. As smooth as flowing water.
A single sweep of the sword sent the opponent flying backward, sending a shower of snow flying.
Done. On to the next. On an island. A mirage. The truth is revealed. 2 strikes, and the opponent's head is severed. Fong's thinking grew clearer and clearer.
He knew exactly how much force to apply with each strike, when to thrust and when to withdraw, and his sword grew faster and faster.
Finally.
Mastery level achieved. Tomorrow, he can claim a new martial art manual.
Fong didn't engage in any more combat. He exhaled softly, the breakthrough in his martial arts having eased some of the oppression in his heart.
Although he'd been brimming with ambition that morning, that confidence had stemmed from ignorance of the Luo family's true strength. After his experience at Shuiyunxian that evening, coupled with Fan's explanation, Fong now had a general understanding of the Luo family. This inevitably made Fong feel the weight of pressure, a heavy burden.
So Fong chose to enter Battle Network to fight.
After honing his skills in the wilderness and taking some time to reflect, his martial skill, which had already been on the verge of a breakthrough, successfully reached the mastery level under the pressure. Some people might be crushed by pressure, but Fong only grows stronger with every setback.
Are the nobles and generals born of a special breed? Chapter 24, Exchange Match. 3 months later.
With the college entrance exams approaching, the tension on campus became palpable. The seniors, naturally focused on the exams, wanted to make the most of their final moments to give it their all, while the freshmen and sophomores, influenced by this atmosphere, unconsciously devoted themselves to studying and training.
However, today no one was practicing. Instead, everyone was heading toward the sports field.
Hurry up, or we'll end up in the back rows.
Do you think our school can win today? Of course our school is number 1 in Jiangling. But Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei is really strong.
We'll only know if he is strong once we fight him.
Let us pick up the pace.
Watching the younger students run past him, Fong couldn't help but smile.
Who do you think will win this exchange match today?
Lingbei, of course.
Who could possibly stop Zhou Chuyu?
Fan replied matter-of-factly.
No one. Well, that settles it then. At that moment, Fong and Fan were also heading toward the playground.
The reason everyone was gathering there today was because it was the day Lingbei Middle School and Changnan Middle School were visiting for an exchange event. The so-called exchange match was essentially a competition where the 3 major middle schools in Jiangling City brought out their top students to test their skills against one another. Since this was an official competition, there were no tangible rewards. However, all 3 schools tacitly agreed that the winner would have priority access to incoming freshmen. It's important to note that each school's annual funding is determined by the previous year's college acceptance rate. The more outstanding students a school produces, the more resources it receives. Consequently, this priority access is crucial every year, giving the school a head start in annual recruitment. As for the exchange matches, they are held on a rotating basis among the 3 schools, and this year it was Jiangling High School's turn. The rules of the challenge are the same as those of the National College Martial Arts Tournament. 2 schools compete in 2 1-on-1 matches, 1 2-on-2 match, and 1 5-on-5 match. A win in a 1-on-1 match earns 1 point, a win in a 2-on-2 match earns 2 points, and a win in a 5-on-5 match earns 3 points. The school with the highest total score wins. Last year's winner receives a bye and faces the winner of the other 2 schools to determine this year's champion. However, this year's exchange tournament champion will likely have nothing to do with Jiangling High School, simply because Lingbei has produced Zhou Chuyu, who holds a commanding lead. He has been the undisputed number 1 in Jiangling City in all of the recent mock exams. Jiangling will just have to try again next year, when Luningxi will be on the team. As things stand now, he looks like a sure bet as well. Thinking of Luningxi, Fong couldn't help but recall that battle 3 months ago. At the time, Fong's sword technique had just broken through to the mastery level, so he challenged Luningxi. The outcome was no surprise to him. Luningxi had already broken through to the mastery level in martial arts back in his freshman year of high school. Fong had merely wanted to gauge the gap between them. But after their clash, he realized that Luningxi's martial arts had actually reached the perfection level, just a step away from comprehending his own momentum. After all, his cousin Yang Jahan, a sophomore this year, had only just reached the perfection level in martial arts. At the start of their duel, Fang managed to hold his own with his formidable soul power and mastery level martial skill, but when Lu Ningxi got serious and unleashed his perfect level spear technique, Fang was swiftly defeated. Perfect level, Fang murmured, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. After 3 months of time is up. Both teams, take the field. 10 members each from Jianling and Lingbei entered the field led by their coaches. According to the rules, each side was limited to a maximum of 10 participants. Even if players were seriously injured and had to be replaced, no new members could be added. Leading Lingbei, of course, was Zhou Chuyu. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and wielding a long halberd, he looked heroic and vigorous, as if the previous battle had had no effect on him at all. On the Jianling side, Tang Jian led the way. His face bore a slight resemblance to Tang Liang's, though he appeared much more mature and composed. He was, in fact, Tang Liang's cousin. Like his younger cousin, he wielded a Qinyan staff, and at that moment, his gaze was fixed resolutely ahead. In fact, after the sophomore challenge tournament, Fang had heard that Tang Liang had approached his cousin, asking him to step in and teach Fang a lesson. However, Tang Jiang had flatly refused, stating bluntly, "If you just want someone to help you after losing, instead of training to redeem yourself, you might as well drop out and go home." Shortly afterward, the team formations were announced. Interestingly, Lingbei had assigned Zhou Chuyu to both the individual and team matches, and had not scheduled him for the doubles match. In the individual matches, the two captains, he had never doubted his ability to break through the perfect tier, but it would take time, and for geniuses in the midst of rapid growth, time was the most crucial factor. While a perfect level martial art would make one a genius elsewhere, among the top 5 universities, it was merely average after all. Wasn't everyone admitted they're a genius? To stand out, one had to be even better than the rest. Zhou Chuyu's gaze darkened slightly. As soon as the referee announced the start, he charged straight ahead. His target was simple: Tang Zheng's teammates. Since his own teammates were outmatched, he would simply eliminate the opponent's teammates first. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, planned to stall Zhou Chuyu first, letting his teammates deal with the others, and then face Zhou Chuyu head-on later. Ha! Zhou Chuyu swept his halberd forward, unleashing the full might of his peak blood-tempering stage cultivation. He held nothing back. Clang! The eyebrow-level staff and the long halberd collided. Tang Zheng arrived just in time. The immense force transmitted through the staff nearly caused him to lose his grip. His late blood-tempering stage strength was still no match for Zhou Chuyu's, but he managed to barely block the halberd's strike. Taking advantage of the opening created by Tang Zheng blocking Zhou Chuyu, the other 4 rushed toward the Lingbei Middle School quartet. With 3 of them at the mid-blood-tempering stage and 1 at the early blood-tempering stage facing off against 1 mid-blood-tempering stage and 3 early blood-tempering stage opponents, they held an absolute advantage. Chapter 25, The Second Field Training. Humph. Zhou Chuyu snorted coldly, instantly seeing through Tang Zheng's intentions. Since things had come to this, he would deal with Tang Zheng first before taking on the rest. He swung his long spear in wide, sweeping arcs. Though the moves appeared simple and unadorned, they proved difficult for Tang Zheng to parry. His martial arts had already reached perfection, yet he seemed utterly powerless against Zhou Chuyu, who possessed innate superhuman strength and a deeper grasp of martial arts than he did. Tang Zheng is about to lose, Fang sighed softly. As expected, Fan replied, glancing around at the sea of cheers for Jianling. The roar of the crowd swept toward the ring like a tidal wave. Under the weight of this support, Tang Zheng somehow found a burst of new strength out of nowhere and managed to fend off several waves of attacks. But he couldn't sustain it for long now. His only hope was that the other 4 would defeat their opponents and come to his aid. Clang! The Qimei staff flew through the air. After Zhou Chuyu knocked the staff away, he seized the momentum to sweep Tang Zheng off the stage. Tang Zheng dodged quickly. Not far away, 2 remaining fighters from Jiangling High School who had just defeated the 4 from Lingbei were rushing toward them. Tang Zheng suddenly leaned backward, then rolled to avoid the spear strike and seized the opportunity to retrieve the staff. Thud! 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 The 2 remaining members of Jiangling High, one wielding a spear, the other a 2-handed sword, joined forces but were still forced back. By then, Tang Zhang had already risen to his feet, forming an inverted triangle formation with the two of them as they faced Zhou Chuyu. Seeing the three of them form a formation, Zhou Chuyu didn't rush to attack. Instead, he said calmly, "Not bad. Looks like things are about to get serious." As he spoke, the aura surrounding him suddenly surged to a higher level, bearing down on the three opponents. "Martial aura?" Tang Zhang exclaimed in shock. "It's not quite there yet, but it's more than enough to handle you lot." Zhou Chuyu strode forward in long strides, swinging his long halberd as a fierce aura enveloped the trio, taking on three opponents single-handedly. Tang Zhang and his two companions steeled themselves to meet the challenge, but under the weight of this overwhelming aura, even swinging their weapons felt difficult. Zhou Chuyu has actually mastered martial aura. It's only a preliminary grasp for now, his halberd technique hasn't fully formed yet. But that's just a matter of time. As students of Jiangling High School, there were naturally many who knew what they were looking at and could assess Zhou Chuyu's current. The principal stood in the spacious martial arts classroom, facing the top 10 students from the elite class. His gaze swept over them one by one, pausing briefly on Fang's face, before he said, "You've all seen the results of this exchange tournament. Lingbei has won, and next year's hopes rest on your shoulders." It was Fang's first time encountering the principal at such close range. He wasn't very tall, with graying temples and deep lines etched into his face by the passage of time, yet his voice was full of vigor. It was said that the principal had served in the military in his younger days. After his discharge, he could have pursued better opportunities, but he chose to come to Jiangling to teach, and he has been doing so for 40 years. Therefore, after discussion among the school administration, we've decided that I will personally lead the team on a field training expedition. This training may take us quite far into the wilderness, so each of you will need to discuss this with your families. Let me know your decision by tomorrow. We'll set out in 3 days. As the principal finished speaking, the martial arts instructors behind him remained composed. Clearly, they had known about this all along. Meanwhile, the students' eyes immediately lit up. None of them even considered going home to discuss it. Martial arts training, after all, demands unwavering determination. The chance to gain field training experience during high school was incredibly rare, especially with the principal leading the expedition himself. "Principal, I'm in." "Principal, me too." "Principal, I'm in." The principal was very pleased with everyone's enthusiasm, but he remained stern. "No, this must be discussed with your parents at home before it's finalized. Those who wish to participate should come sign the form tomorrow." Seeing the principal's firm stance, the students had no choice but to back down, though they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. "All right, everyone, go home now. Come back tomorrow to sign the forms, and then get ready." After going over a few more precautions, the principal dismissed everyone to go home and pack their things. Fang and the others bowed to the principal and the teachers before leaving the classroom one by one. "Principal, this year's class Luningxi, Fan, and Fang are of the 10 students participating in the training. All except Luningxi, Fang, and Fan were venturing into the wilderness for the first time. After a week of rigorous training, the other 7 had shed their initial inexperience and now moved with considerable efficiency. At that moment, 2 boys and 1 girl were braving the downpour to work together against a leopard, while the others were spread out around them, ready to provide support at any moment. The accompanying teachers stood further back, keeping a close eye on the situation. "Yan Jindong, a leopard's weak spot is its nose," someone shouted. The voice cut through the rain and reached Yan Jindong's ears. He didn't turn around, but merely nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed intently on the leopard. Roar! The leopard, seemingly stripped of its patience by the downpour, let out a low growl and lunged toward Yan Jindong. "Ha!" Yan Jindong gripped his broad-bladed sword tightly with both hands and slashed at the leopard's claws as it pounced. If it had been a one-on-one fight, he might have chosen to dodge and then look for an opening, but he had 2 teammates with him now. Blocking the sharp claws, Yan Jindong gritted his teeth. "Zhuolin, Ren Yun, now." The 2 had coordinated with Yan Jindong many times over the past few days without waiting for him to give the order. They had already sprung into action, attacking the leopard with a broadsword and a sword. The pain only served to fuel the leopard's ferocity. It twisted its body, lashed out with its tail, and lunged at Ren Yun. However, everything had gone exactly as the trio had anticipated. The leopardess counterattack was more like the final struggle of a cornered beast, and before long, it collapsed at their feet. A smile finally broke across Yan Jindong's previously tense face as he said to the two, "The rain is getting heavier. Let us pack up and head back." The others had already gathered around them and, without a word, began helping to dispatch the leopard. "Not bad, your coordination is getting smoother and smoother," remarked the accompanying teacher, who had appeared at their side in a few swift flashes from a distance. Fong wasn't very familiar with this teacher. He only knew his surname was Wu, and that he was a middle-aged man who looked very fit and agile. As Teacher Wu walked through the rain to join the group, not a single drop of rain touched him. Upon closer inspection, one could see a layer of earth-yellow spiritual energy aura surrounding his body. Whenever rain came into contact with the aura, it simply slid right off. Fong knew this was a hallmark of an acupoint stage master spiritual energy enveloping the body, capable of offering some defense against attacks, and keeping rain at bay was a breeze. "Let us head back. This downpour came on too sudden, and there aren't really any demon beasts out and about now," Teacher Wu said, seeing that they gathered enough. "All right." Back at camp, everyone changed into dry clothes before sitting down to rest. Unlike their winter break wilderness training, this camp was located inside a cave. When they first discovered it, they found a fire lizard inside. After slaying it, they decided to use the cave as their campsite because of its excellent location in dry conditions. The sky grew increasingly dark, yet the rain showed no sign of letting up. The group sat in a circle, roasting the red-scaled beast meat they hunted the day before yesterday. Fong watched the ribs sizzle and drip with fat, and his mouth watered involuntarily. Although the red-scaled beast wasn't very strong, it was extremely swift. It had taken him and Fan a great deal of effort to catch it. "These kids are performing better and better," said Teacher Wu, today's accompanying instructor, as he shared his thoughts on the students' performance with the other teachers nearby. "Yes, they're improving rapidly. They truly live up to being the best class in recent years," agreed the only female teacher among the accompanying instructors. "Our school isn't doing well this year, but next year, we might just sweep the top 3 spots in Jiangling City." As Mr. Wu said this, he glanced at the group intently grilling meat. "It's a shame Luo left," remarked a younger-looking teacher, who had clearly heard of Luo and knew about the revival of his bloodline, a touch of regret in his voice. The female teacher, whose surname was Miao, couldn't help but express a hint of envy. "It really comes down to how well old Zhuang teaches. Teaching students is definitely Teacher Zhuang's forte," the younger teacher chimed in. Zhuang Wenchang had been listening with a smile as they discussed the students in his class without interrupting. When his name came up, he spoke up, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Miao, and the rest of you, please don't flatter me. These two fought their way up from the parallel class. If anyone deserves credit for teaching them, it's Teacher He. He Xingchen had a rather hot-headed temperament and wasn't very good at communicating. It's just that they're naturally talented. It doesn't have much to do with me." He was telling the truth. As for those two kids, Fong and Fan, one had suddenly hit a breakthrough half a year ago, making rapid progress in both his cultivation realm and martial arts training, while the other was like a frog. You poke him, and he moves, and who knows how much more he is still hiding. He didn't feel he'd done anything particularly special. If anything, he just paid them a little extra attention and offered some guidance on their cultivation path. The rest was up to them. The young teacher Zhang chuckled, "Teacher He, you're really too modest." He Xingchen smiled but didn't offer any further explanation. After several days of training, everyone had calmed down from their initial excitement. After dinner, they each found a spot to recover from today's exertions. The teachers were resting elsewhere, and the principal wasn't in the cave. Zhuolin and Rin Yun were in charge of tonight's watch. They had already scattered beast repellent powder around the area with the heavy rain, alarm systems, and surveillance equipment in place. Keeping watch wasn't all that difficult. Roar, screech, howl, gurgle. A series of roars echoed from the distance. He moved as swiftly as a hare springing or a falcon diving, making not a sound and leaving no trace of his figure. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, followed immediately by a barrage of combat sounds, the roars of beasts, the clang of weapons and claws, and the explosive crack of clashing spiritual energy. As he drew closer, the principal realized the battlefield was situated in a basin, with a pond at its center. At that moment, a crystal-clear lotus bud was about to bloom. Though he was some distance away, he could still catch a faint, delicate fragrance. As the scent filled his nostrils, his mind felt utterly clear, and his spirits were instantly lifted. The principal's pupils contracted slightly. The 1,000-petaled Bodhi lotus has the effect of strengthening one's foundation and one's essence, as well as increasing soul power. For those at the soaring void realm, obtaining a single 1,000-petaled Bodhi lotus could greatly increase their chances of advancing to the Dragon Gate realm. Meanwhile, 4 people and 4 beasts were battling in the air. One was a white tiger, towering like a mountain and exuding a majestic aura. A white crane with a wingspan of 8 jang, its feathers shimmering like silver in the lightning. A single-horned snow wolf howling to the heavens, a blue, frigid beam of light occasionally shooting from the horn on its forehead. And finally, a giant green-eyed toad, whose chest sacs rose and fell, triggering waves of thunderous roars. Of the 4 people battling the demon beasts, 2 were clad in military combat uniforms, both men, judging by their builds, while the other 2 wore custom-made combat gear, 1 man and 1 woman. Below them, a group of well-trained soldiers, working in perfect coordination, were joining forces to fend off wave after wave of wolves. Those in the front held up massive shields to withstand the onslaught, while those in the rear unleashed a barrage of fire from their light firearms. Since the revival of mana, the intelligence of the demon beasts has also increased. Major demon beasts are virtually indistinguishable from humans. They can understand human speech, and the most advanced among them can even speak. On Blue Star, the classification of demon beasts isn't is detailed. It's simply divided into minor demon beasts, major demon beasts, lords, and beast kings. Any beast below the Lingkong realm is a minor beast, while a major beast is equivalent to the Lingkong realm. A lord is equivalent to the Longmen realm, and a beast king is comparable to the human Tongtian realm. Jian, take out the white crane first. Hani lunged forward suddenly, his broadsword slicing through the air to form a web of blades, forcibly sealing off the white crane's flight path. Jian didn't respond. A brilliant flash of gold flickered in his beautiful eyes, and then a will-surpassing martial aura erupted from his body, surging directly toward the white crane. A golden glow suddenly burst forth from the sword in his hand, its edge sharp beyond compare. Strike! Jian cried out softly. The long sword, imbued with a sword intent capable of tearing through anything, slashed down at the white crane in midair. The white crane's human-like eyes were filled with panic. It sensed the power of this strike. It was unstoppable. But there was no way to dodge it. It could only struggle. Screech! Feathers all around the white crane suddenly bristled, a silvery white light swirling over them, and then, one by one, the feathers shot toward Hani and Jian like arrows leaving the bowstring. The 2 military officers, having discerned their intentions, unleashed surges of vital energy from their heads. Swinging their iron fists, they fought desperately to hold back the remaining 3 rampaging beasts. Beasts that had reached the level of great demons possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. They knew they were a team. If the white crane fell, they would not fare well either. Each brought out its signature moves, attempting to break free from their restraints to come to its aid. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens. A concentrated sonic beam struck the taller of the 2 men, while its massive tiger paws wide as a door swiped down at him. Howl! The Snow Wolf King's single horn emitted a biting chill, as if intent on freezing the entire surrounding space. Even the raindrops that had yet to fall turned to ice shards, altering their trajectory to envelop the 2 men ahead. Gurgle! The emerald-eyed toad harbored thunder within its belly. As it opened and closed its massive jaws, it spewed out wave after wave of lightning. It was already the strongest of the 4 beasts, and fighting in this thunderstorm was like a fish in water for it. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of attacks, the 2 military personnel exchanged a glance. A flash of resolve crossed their eyes. Standing firm in midair, they forced their chi and blood to surge even further, having already pushed themselves to their limits, determined to block this wave of assault. The principal, hidden behind a tree, watched everything unfold. He had originally planned to wait for an opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, but it seemed he would have to act sooner than expected. Whether to step in and help Jian and his companion finish off the white crane, or to assist the 2 military officers in blocking the attack for him, this had never been a difficult choice. On the battlefield, saving teammates is far more important than inflicting damage on the enemy. Under the cover of night, the principal transformed into a shadowy figure and lunged straight at the green-eyed toad. His spiritual energy was a rare form of dark spirit power, unmatched in its ability to conceal his presence. The blue-eyed toad didn't sense him until he was close. Its bumpy skin contracted violently upon sensing the icy glint, but it was already too late. Dark erosion. The principal, wielding a short dagger in each hand, sliced through the blue-eyed toad's skin as easily as cutting through tofu. Then, a surging wave of dark spiritual energy flowed along the blades into its body, destroying its internal organs. Guh! The green-eyed toad's blood-curdling scream was deafening, and the wave of thunder that was about to follow was cut short. Seeing this, the principal immediately pulled back, dodging the green-eyed toad's lashing tongue. Over there, the two military personnel who had barely withstood the first wave of attacks saw someone coming to their aid, and a flicker of joy crossed their eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the two took a deep breath, suppressed the surging chi and blood within their bodies, and charged forward. They knew that the powerful figures lurking in the shadows would surely seize this fleeting opportunity. The Wolf King and the White Tiger, who had not yet been attacked, were filled with shock and suspicion faced with the military duo's aggressive advance. They actually began to hesitate. Yee! On another battlefield, the outcome had already been decided. The white crane hung its head, its body falling limply toward the ground. Han Yi and Yi Jian had no time to look at the falling white crane. They charged straight toward this side. Before they even arrived, their sword intent had already reached their opponents. Howl! The Snow Wolf King sensed the sword intent closing in and knew the situation was hopeless. He let out a long howl to the heavens, issuing the order to retreat. The pack of wolves, which had been on the offensive, received the command and, without hesitation, broke away from the fray, retreating one after another. Roar! The white tiger's roar was filled with resentment, but with the snow wolves already retreating and the white crane dead, it had no choice but to turn and follow them away. Guh! The emerald-eyed toad's eyes were filled with venomous hatred. It had lost one eye, and that detestable creature was circling it like a fly, striking it with a blade every now and then. With its teammates either dead or fleeing, there was nothing it could do to turn the tide. It simply swept the night sky fiercely with its single eye before leaping out of the basin. The group did not pursue. This area was close to the Yunmeng marshes, and who knew what they might encounter if they chased further. Moreover, aside from the principal who had joined the fray last, everyone else was injured. Han Yi, having intervened to restrain the white crane, had ultimately taken the bird's final arrow head-on as it died. His combat suit was now in tatters, and through the torn fabric, one could see numerous gruesome wounds. Yi Jian, thanks to Han Yi blocking most of the attacks in front of him, sustained only minor injuries. He was merely slightly exhausted but still retained some combat effectiveness. As for the two brothers from the military, their condition was even worse. When they removed their face masks, their faces were as pale as paper, and they were struggling to breathe. If Principal Lu Hanti intervened in time, the two of them might truly have met their end. Here today. Chapter 28, Sudden Turn of Events. Thank you, Principal Lu, for your help. The two military men now recognized who had come to their aid. As members of the Jiangling City Field Garrison, who wouldn't know the renowned Principal Lu Shiren? Lu Shiren waved his hand. It was nothing. We're all human beings out here in the field. We should look out for one another. Han Yi and his companion weren't from Jiangling City and weren't familiar with Principal Lu, but they heard stories about him from the older faculty members at their school. Now that they finally met him in person, they couldn't help but take a closer look. Principal Lu, are you out here in the wilderness looking for some kind of material? Han Yi asked. Now that the battle was over, it was time to divide the spoils. So he spoke up first, looking for a way to broach the subject. The original plan was for both sides to split the spoils evenly, but now that Principal Lu had stepped in to help, he would certainly be entitled to a share. I came out here to lead the school's students on a training expedition, and I just happened to stumble upon this incident. There should still be some associated spirit plants in this pond. I wonder if I could let the students collect them? Lu Shiren replied, then asked in turn. The two military officers naturally had no objections, and Han Yi saw no reason to refuse either, so he said, of course, that's no problem.
Since you helped us today, this 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus belongs to the 5 of us. Once we take an inventory, we'll divide it equally. What do you think?
Lu Shiren wasn't a stubborn man. Since he contributed and reaped a reward, he was certainly entitled to his fair share. Once the children arrive, they can gather the accompanying spiritual plants, so I'll pass on the lotus petals. I'll just take the lotus seeds.
Han nodded and said no more.
The downpour showed no signs of letting up. Raindrops the size of soybeans pounded against the leaves, creating a steady patter. Fong leaned against the cave entrance, his gaze drifting toward the night sky. Moments ago, he heard fierce beast roars in the distance, along with intense spiritual energy fluctuations and a dazzling golden glow that stood out starkly against the darkness. Zhuang Wenchang, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed nearby, suddenly opened them and flashed an excited smile.
Get ready to go, kids. The situation with the principal has been resolved. We're heading to meet up with him.
Hearing this, smiles spread across everyone's faces. The principal was the pillar of their school and the strongest person here, so they were naturally overjoyed to hear that he was safe.
15 minutes later.
Gazing at the devastated basin, everyone stood speechless.
A forest of trees severed at waist height, their cut surfaces clean and even.
Rocks shattered into granules, and the ground churned as if a earth dragon had rolled over it. Lying on the open ground nearby was a white crane as large as a medium-sized aircraft. Not far away, a mountain of wolf carcasses had piled up, and a group of well-trained soldiers was currently clearing the battlefield. Although they had seen footage of high-level martial artists in combat, the visual impact of witnessing it in real life was still considerable.
They're here, Lu Shiren spotted Fong and his group.
Yes, 10 students and 5 instructors, not a single one missing, Zhuang Wenchang reported.
There should still be some spiritual plants in that pond in the center.
Have the kids go gather them. Whatever they collect is theirs to keep, Lu Shiren nodded and instructed. After Zhuang Wenchang relayed the principal's words, it sparked a chorus of cheers, just as expected. They weren't stupid. They noticed the pond as soon as they arrived. That spot was right in the center of the entire basin, where spiritual energy was dense. It was bound to contain something extraordinary.
However, those rare treasures had undoubtedly already been taken by now.
Shaking their heads to clear their minds of such thoughts, the group organized their gear and prepared to enter the water. Such rare treasures were far beyond their reach right now. The priority was to take advantage of the principal's generosity and gather their own spiritual plants.
Don't stray too far from each other, and signal immediately if you're in danger. Zhuang Wenchang reminded them from the shore.
Although it was called a pond, its area was nearly 10 square kilometers, and the 10 of them vanished from sight the moment they entered the water. Working underwater on a stormy night with the moonlight obscured by dark clouds was no easy task, but everyone was full of enthusiasm.
10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters.
As they descended, the water pressure grew increasingly intense. Fortunately, the combat suit could withstand some of the water pressure, so Fong was still feeling relatively comfortable.
Finally, in the darkness, Fong spotted the bottom of the pool by the light of his lamp.
As his feet touched the bottom, he felt a sense of security. Glancing at his sensor, he saw the depth read 109 meters.
After a brief moment to acclimate, Fong began feeling his way around in search of what he was looking for. Fragrant flower grass?
Before long, Fong spotted a clump of dark green plants growing in a crevice between the rocks. Fragrant flower herb, entirely dark green in color, typically grows at depths of around 100 meters. It has a delicate fragrance and is used in traditional medicine.
A valuable find.
Fong took out a small trowel, carefully harvested the plants, and placed them in his pocket. Off to a good start, Fong felt increasingly confident and began searching for new spiritual treasures. During this time, Fong also ran into some classmates, but they simply nodded to each other before going their separate ways.
Beep. Beep.
The alert sound rang out through his headset.
Everyone, prepare to head back.
Zhuang Wenchang saw that it was about time, so he contacted the trainees to return.
Phew! After taking off his mask, Fong took a deep breath and lay on the shore, watching his classmates emerge one after another. Smiles lit up everyone's faces clearly. They had a bountiful harvest.
What did you all find?
Fan asked.
Fragrant flowers, colorful spirit fruits, water jade pearls and a few fish I caught will make soup with them for breakfast. Fong opened his pocket, gave it a shake, and showed the contents to Fan. Not bad, that's worth about 10 or so 10,000. Fan estimated the value of the pile at a glance. What about you? Nothing much, just a few trinkets. Fan gave Fong a quick look at his own haul. What do you think the spiritual object nurtured in this basin is? After taking stock of their finds, Fong raised an eyebrow toward the center of the pond. How should I know? But that thing probably triggered this battle, it must be worth a pretty penny. Fan replied, rubbing his chin. Yeah, Fong sighed. As soon as he arrived, he had recognized Yi Jian and Han Yi. They were the Southern Martial Academy instructors he'd encountered in the wilderness during the previous winter break. It seemed that ever since they'd come to investigate the area back then, they'd been patrolling the wilderness ever since. Boom! A flash of lightning cut through the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Everyone, find cover! Principal Lu suddenly leapt into the air and bellowed. With no time to think, Fong and Fan immediately retreated, searching for cover. Aside from Principal Lu, the two military officers, Yi Jian and Han Yi, also swiftly rose into the air. Gurgle! The blue-eyed toad returned, carrying a torrent of lightning, and opened its massive mouth to spew a wave of thunder. Beast! You dare come back? Han Yi swung his broadsword at the wave of lightning. Although the two military officers were seriously injured, they still managed to throw a punch. Yi Jian was about to act when he noticed a black shadow approaching with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Yi Jian had no choice but to deal with the shadow first. Over here, Fong and Fan had taken cover, but before they could catch their breath, they noticed that the falling raindrops seemed to have come to a standstill. No, not a standstill, they were merging. The spiritual energy fluctuations sparked by the confrontation between the powerful figures illuminated the night sky slightly. Only then could Fong see clearly that these raindrops had fused together to form a massive water sphere, which was now hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. He wanted to dodge, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from nearby pinned him to the spot, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as the water sphere grew larger and larger before his eyes. Humph! The principal's figure, not particularly tall, stepped in front of the group. Immediately, he raised both hands toward the sky, and a dense mass of inky spiritual energy rapidly expanded, forming a curtain that completely enveloped the water sphere. Chapter 29, The Blue-Eyed Toad. Zhuang Wenchang, get them out of here fast. Lu Shiren ground out through clenched teeth. Without a word, Zhuang Wenchang summoned his spiritual energy, grabbed Fong and Fan one in each hand and ran toward the edge of the battle zone. The other teachers followed suit, each carrying two students as they sprinted away. Even under the oppressive pressure, their acupoint stage speed allowed them to reach the edge of the basin in the blink of an eye. Stay right here. Don't wander off. Zhuang Wenchang set Fong down, gave the order, and then, accompanied by the four teachers, prepared to return to the battlefield. Everyone knew the situation was urgent. Without further words, they simply watched as the teachers rushed back into the fray. Standing on high ground, they could now clearly see what was happening. Yi Jian was bathed in golden light, his intangible sword intent suppressing a colossal creature. It was a giant crocodile, its entire body covered in thick, earth-yellow scales, its eyes like crystalline gems, flashing with a cold light. The size difference between the two was staggering, yet Yi Jian was completely dominant. The fight, if not for the crocodile's astonishing defense, it would likely have been defeated long ago. Meanwhile, the principal's opponent was a giant tortoise with a ferocious snout full of fangs and several sky-piercing spikes protruding from its shell. The principal was not skilled at head-on combat, and for a time, the battle against the giant tortoise's onslaught seemed to reach a stalemate. The green-eyed toad was the only one among the attacking great demons to be wounded and also the most frenzied. Its sole remaining eye burned with madness, radiating a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. Although three people were fighting it off, each of them was wounded and not lightly, making it quite a struggle to hold their ground. Meanwhile, on the ground, a swarm of crocodiles was locked in a fierce battle with the military forces. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, streaking through the air and plunging into the crocodile swarm.
Boom! An explosion rang out, instantly easing the pressure on the military fighters. Looking in the direction of the arrows, the archer was none other than Teacher Meow. The other teachers also charged forward. Gentle Blade Zhuang Wenchang lived up to his name. His movements were gentle, yet he swiftly dispatched one demon beast after another. Vajrahishingshan, with flames surging around him, plowed through the enemy like a bulldozer. No demon beast of his own level could even breach his defenses. Teachers Zhang and Wu were not to be outdone, each displaying their own unique techniques. For the moment, they held the upper hand on the ground, but everyone knew that the ultimate outcome of this battle would depend on what unfolded in the skies. "What should we do now?" someone asked in a low voice. "Just stay right here. The best way we can help right now is by not getting in the teacher's way," Yan Jindong replied. Everyone agreed the current situation was clearly beyond their ability to intervene, and simply staying safe was already a contribution. They didn't choose to evacuate on their own. The basin was now in utter chaos, with earth-shaking combat raging. Even the demon beasts that originally inhabited the area were scattering in all directions. Since the edge of the basin wasn't too far from the battlefield, no demon beasts were coming to harass them. But who knew if there were any high-level demon beasts lurking in the jungle outside? If they happened to encounter even one, their 10-person squad would be wiped out. Lu Ningxi had the best vantage point. He stared intently at the battlefield, gripping his rifle with one hand so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. "I wonder how far he has come in the past 3 months. Fong glanced at him and thought to himself. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have come out with the principal this time," a girl complained. "Taoyi, what do you mean by that?" Zhuo Lin, who had a hot temper, immediately confronted her upon hearing this. Perhaps out of fear, Taoyi's voice sounded a bit shrill. "That's exactly what I mean. If the school hadn't organized this mission, we wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation right now. You weren't acting like this just a moment ago when you were diving into the pond to search for treasure. Besides, we all signed off on this trip. Who exactly are you blaming now?" Principal Lu was the person Zhuo Lin respected most, so naturally he wouldn't stand for anyone shifting the blame onto the principal. "The school has a duty to ensure our safety." Taoyi no longer bothered to lower her voice. "If you're so afraid of dying, why are you practicing martial arts?" Zhuo Lin retorted sharply. "Enough," a clear voice rang out. The two, who had been arguing heatedly, fell silent instantly because the voice belonged to Lu Ningxi. "Do you think this is a game of house? You're making so much noise. Not only could you attract demon beasts and get yourselves killed, but you might endanger others too." Lu Ningxi turned around, glared at the two of them, and said in a low voice. Taoyi didn't dare meet Lu Ningxi's gaze. She kept her head down and remained silent. Ran Yun stepped forward at that moment and said, "We're all classmates. Now more than ever, we should pull together. Let us stop arguing for now." As she spoke, she pulled Taoyi aside, effectively giving her a way out. Zhuo Lin didn't think he'd done anything wrong, but he didn't argue either. Fong also withdrew his gaze. He originally intended to step in and stop the argument, but seeing that Lu Ningxi had spoken up first, he held his tongue. After all, given the current situation, internal strife was the last thing they needed. However, he inwardly scoffed at Taoyi's words. She was nothing but a good-for-nothing who only knew how to shift the blame onto others. Everyone makes their own choices, and everyone must take responsibility for them. He turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Yi Jian's long hair fluttered in the wind. The spiritual energy leaking from her body bathed it in gold. Her sword intent, soaring toward the heavens, condensed into a single point and stabbed toward the giant crocodile. The crocodile's thick scales had long since been cleaved open, and it no longer had the confidence to withstand this strike. With a furious roar, the giant crocodile lashed out with its tail and fled the scene without looking back. Yi Jian had no intention of keeping it at all. The battle situation was far from optimistic at the moment, so having one escape was actually a good thing. Ha! Her sword did not strike the giant crocodile but instead turned and lunged toward the green-eyed toad. At that moment, the three people facing off against the blue-eyed toad were in dire straits. The two military officers, already severely wounded, were now on their last legs, hanging on by a thread. Guh!
Its gaze turned toward the spot where Fong and the others were hiding. It had just witnessed Lu Shiren desperately shielding that group of ants. In its current state, the chances of successfully ambushing Lu Shiren were slim. It might even end up sacrificing itself in the process. Since that group of ants was so important to him, then it would simply wipe them all out. Chapter 30, A Moment of Life and Death. Is that blue-eyed toad watching us? The speaker's voice trembled slightly. A great demon was equivalent to a human at the soaring realm, separated from them by two major cultivation realms. Even Lu Ningxi, the strongest among them, was nothing more than a roadside ant to the blue-eyed toad. Let us get out of here fast. That blue-eyed toad holds a grudge for even the slightest offense. It might actually be planning to cause us trouble. Fan had heard his elders say that great demons were highly intelligent. If it couldn't get the better of those powerful figures, it might indeed turn its attention to them. Hearing this, the group grew momentarily flustered and instinctively turned their gaze toward Lu Ningxi. In times of danger, it's always safer to stick with the person who is a bit stronger. Fan trusted Lu Ningxi completely and said quickly, "Let us get out of here first. Better safe than sorry. We can't risk our lives on the assumption that it won't come after us." After speaking, Fong began surveying the terrain, searching for a suitable escape route. "Let us listen to Fan," Lu Ningxi said without hesitation. On a battlefield of this caliber, being targeted by it would be nothing short of a disaster. Just then, the green-eyed toad in the midst of the battlefield shot out its long tongue, forcing the group back. A flash of cunning crossed its eyes. The green-eyed toad feigned a breakaway toward another direction, then braced its legs, gave a powerful kick, and leaped toward the spot where Fong and the others were hiding. "It's over, it's really coming for us." The group, who had been watching the green-eyed toad closely, quickly noticed its movement. Beast! Lu Shiren was furious, on the verge of losing control. He had been locked in a stalemate with the giant turtle. Though he couldn't gain the upper hand, he'd still been able to observe the battles unfolding elsewhere. With no time to spare for the giant turtle, Lu Shiren channeled his spiritual energy to intercept the blue-eyed toad. The giant turtle had already been considering retreat upon seeing Lu Shiren leave the battlefield. It too displayed a speed incongruous with its massive size and withdrew at lightning speed. Now, aside from Lu Shiren, the only one left in the arena with any fighting ability was Yi Jian. But compared to Lu Shiren, she was much farther away, and it seemed she simply couldn't reach in time. So she unleashed a streak of sword light, hoping to use it to shield a few of the trainees. Watching the emerald-eyed toad's massive body bearing down on them like Mount Tai, the trainees were overcome with despair for a moment. At the last possible moment, the sword light arrived first, blanketing the sky above and managing to hold it off for a brief instant. "Scatter! Run, as many of you as can!" Lu Ningxi roared. With no time to think, facing a life or death situation, each of them pushed their speed beyond their usual limits. "Fan, this time it's really down to luck," Fong managed to say to Fan just then. Before Fan could respond, Fong shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. This time, Fan didn't banter with Fong. After silently wishing him good luck in his heart, he gave it his all and sprinted off in another direction. Guh! The thunderous surge surged forward. It collided with the sword light. Pop! The sword light dissipated, and the thunder surge scattered. With nothing but the sound of wind and thunderclaps ringing in his ears, Fong had no time to pay attention to his surroundings. He could only dash about frantically like a headless fly. A blood-curdling scream rang out from nearby, then cut off abruptly. He didn't look up. It was only then that he gained a clear understanding of the dangers of the wilderness. His first wilderness training had gone smoothly, lulling him into a false sense of security. During his second wilderness training, the protection of the powerful principal and numerous teachers had put his mind at ease. He hadn't even panicked when they'd been ambushed by the blue-eyed toad, because he knew the principal would protect them. But now, facing a great demon equivalent to a human at the soaring realm, he couldn't help but feel fear. The wilderness wasn't a picnic. People could actually die here. Crash! A massive boulder crashed down beside him, nearly crushing him. Not daring to linger for even a moment, he continued to sprint frantically. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Lightning strikes came one after another. 3 consecutive bolts of lightning struck down beside Fong. Fortunately, his luck held, and he narrowly avoided them. Retreat! A long, piercing cry rang out. Immediately afterward, a gale swept in, whipping the relentless torrent of falling lightning back. The gale, laced with flashes of lightning, struck the emerald-eyed toad's thorn-covered skin, sending sparks flying as it forced the creature to retreat. Then, a slightly plump man in a blue combat suit appeared, riding the wind, hovering in midair, facing the emerald-eyed toad head-on. Bind! Without a word, the slightly plump man formed hand seals and struck directly at the blue-eyed toad. The wind energy in that space surged suddenly, forming an invisible net that closed in on the blue-eyed toad. Facing this wind net, the blue-eyed toad, which had been battling fiercely for some time, could no longer dodge and could only watch helplessly as it descended upon it. By then, Lu Shiren had also arrived. His eyes were fixed intently on his target, and a rage as fierce as blazing flames raged uncontrollably within him. He dared not imagine how many of his students might have survived that torrent of lightning. Dark Fiend! A flash of crimson streaked across the short sword before it was engulfed by black spiritual energy. Taking advantage of the moment the blue-eyed toad was immobilized, Lu Shiren drove both blades viciously into its body. This time, he did not retreat after a single strike but pressed his attack. Underworld Shatter! He had made up his mind he would finish it off. Guh! Intense pain caused the green-eyed toad to let out an agonized howl. Annihilation! Before he even arrived, his sword intent had already struck. Yi Jian stepped out of thin air, a trail of golden light winding behind him. Guh! The emerald-eyed toad's abdomen swelled, thunder rumbled, and its eyes were filled with venomous hatred. It hadn't expected another powerful human to appear, one who had also cut off its retreat. There was no escape. These humans wouldn't give it another chance. Since that was the case, they would all die together. Its swollen abdomen grew larger and larger, as endless thunder rumbled within. It's going to self-destruct. Get away! The slightly plump man was the first to notice. He continued forming hand seals, attempting to minimize the damage from the explosion. Lu Shiren and Yi Jian were also battle-hardened veterans. Upon realizing the blue-eyed toad intended to self-destruct, they immediately retreated. Boom! A thunderclap 100 times more intense than before rang in his ears, leaving Fong feeling dizzy and disoriented. He scrambled to his feet, covered in dust and dirt, and looked back to find that the emerald-eyed toad had vanished, leaving only churning thunderclouds on the horizon and a flickering ball of lightning. Thank goodness, he narrowly escaped disaster. Only then did Fong finally let out a sigh of relief, leaning against a large tree and gasping for breath. During that burst of less than 10 seconds, he truly pushed his speed to the absolute limit, probably around 70 ms. Now that he had stopped, he could feel a tearing sensation in his muscles. Yet the 3 people who had been blown away by the shockwave showed no signs of relief. Instead of tending to their injuries, they scanned their surroundings with grave expressions. For a great demon to evolve into a lord beast, just like humans, it must seek spiritual transcendence. As a top-tier great demon, the blue-eyed toad had already begun to explore the transformation of the soul, which was why it remained so obsessed with the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus. Even if such a top-tier great demon were to self-destruct, it wouldn't be so easy to completely eradicate it. It was highly likely that a soul form would remain and escape. Although a residual soul couldn't cause much trouble, they didn't want to leave even the slightest potential threat behind. The blue-eyed toad was cunning by nature. Though it had resolved to take everyone down with it, it had also kept a backup plan. Its soul, in the midst of transformation, could persist for some time after its physical form dissipated. During this period, if it found a suitable vessel, it might even achieve a form of rebirth. Fawn, who was resting, did not notice that a somewhat ethereal shadow was floating directly above his head at that moment. If he had looked up, he would have seen this transparent shadow identical to the blue-eyed toad, only much smaller, with a somewhat vacant gaze. The blue-eyed toad had not yet reached the rank of Lord Beast, and the soul it had barely managed to preserve after self-destruction lacked great intelligence. It could only follow its instincts to seek a suitable host. Due to the explosive surge in Fong's soul power, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, he appeared as conspicuous as a firefly in the night to the blue-eyed toad's soul form, thus drawing it toward him. The blue-eyed toad's soul form descended slowly upon touching Fang's body. It dissolved like melting ice and snow, transforming into a stream of transparent light that flowed into him.
Just as Fang was feeling relieved to have survived, he felt a sudden tingling sensation throughout his body, as if struck by an electric current, and was instantly paralyzed. Before he could utter a sound, he slid down the trunk of a large tree and fell into a tree hollow, a faint blue glow emanating from his body.
Chapter 31, Soul Invasion.
After searching the skies to no avail, the three in the air had no choice but to land and take stock of their casualties.
Zhuang Wenchang and Teacher Miao approached Lu Shiren.
Although all five of them had been directly involved in the battle and were injured, they were still able to move since they hadn't been attacked by the great demon.
How's it going? Did you find everyone?
Lu Shiren's tone was somewhat heavy, though his eyes held a glimmer of hope. The two exchanged a glance, and Zhuang Wenchang finally whispered, "2 children died on the spot they were struck by lightning." Lu Shiren had anticipated this, but upon hearing the news, he could not hide his grief.
What about the rest of the children?
Zhuang Wenchang licked his lips and said hoarsely, "One child is critically injured, he lost his arm, and another is unconscious. The others have only minor injuries, they'll be fine after a few days' rest."
Who is the seriously injured child? Zhuolin. And the one who is unconscious? Zhuang Wenchang hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's Feng.
He has been unconscious the whole time, but he has no..."
Lu Shiren nodded. At a single glance, Lu Shiren realized something was wrong. When did he become like this?
"I was the first to find him. He was lying in a tree hollow, but there were no signs of an electric shock around him. He was just unconscious at first, but his breathing was steady. About 10 minutes ago, his body began to curl up, and he started convulsing all over." He Xingqian spoke very quickly, rapidly recounting the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiren's expression darkened. He channeled his spiritual energy to tap Fang's body several times, assessing the situation. Then he opened his communicator, sent a few messages, and kept an eye on Fang's condition. Before long, someone pulled back the curtain and stepped into the tent.
"Principal Lu, have you found the soul form of the blue-eyed toad?"
Hani rushed in, his tone somewhat urgent, with Yi Jian following close behind. The two who followed were a slightly plump young man with a face as stern as iron, and a tall, muscular man with a dark complexion and pale lips. Lu Shiren said nothing, he simply stepped aside to let them see Fang, who was curled up on the ground. The group had all heard rumors to some extent and could roughly guess what was going on, yet they all tacitly remained silent. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the tent grew oppressive. Fan didn't know the details, but he could tell that Fang was in an unusual state, one that had even left several Lingkong realm experts at a loss.
"Principal, what is wrong with Fang?"
Fan broke the silence. "The soul form of the green-eyed toad has entered Fang's sea of consciousness," Lu Shiren said slowly.
"What?" Fan's eyes widened.
Due to his family background, he had heard his elders mention soul power before. In martial arts cultivation, one first reaches the body forging stage, then cultivates spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is stored in the dantian, while soul power is always housed in the sea of consciousness. Low-level martial artists cannot sense the existence of soul power at all, nor can they cultivate it. Only upon reaching the Lingkong realm do they come into contact with soul power.
To advance to the Longmen realm, the most crucial step is the soul's metamorphosis, a hurdle that has tripped up countless peak Lingkong realm experts. Now that he heard the soul of the green-eyed toad had actually entered Fang's sea of consciousness, how could he not be alarmed? How could the soul power of a school sophomore possibly fend off the soul invasion of a great demon?
The situation hasn't reached its worst yet. I can see he is still fighting back with all his might. He hasn't completely succumbed, Hani said in a deep voice. We've encountered situations like this before, but almost no one has ever managed to hold out. Principal Lu, we need to make preparations early. The slightly plump young man wasn't so optimistic. After pouring cold water on the situation, he gave Principal Lu a tactful reminder. Lu Shiren knew exactly what he meant. Over the past 200 years, the struggle between humans and demon beasts had never ceased, and similar situations had arisen before. But in their collective memory, there was only one instance where someone had been invaded by a demon beast's soul and still managed to remain conscious in the end. Moreover, that person had already reached the acupoint stage at the time and was protected by a Longmen realm expert. That was the only reason he survived. But now, Fong is merely at the body forging stage. How could he possibly resist? And the consequence of failure is total ruin. His body would be taken over by the demon beast, turning him into a creature with a human body and a beast's soul. Such a demon beast, having gained this unconventional chance at rebirth, would be far more troublesome than ordinary ones. If allowed to escape, it would become a grave threat to humanity. That was why the slightly plump young man had warned Principal Lu not to show mercy. Once Fong succumbed and his body was taken over by the demon beast, there would be only one outcome: shoot to kill. Lu Shiren knew full well that once he succumbed, Fong would no longer be human, but a demon beast in human form, the green-eyed toad. But having spent most of his life teaching, how could he possibly raise a hand against his own student? Especially since this was the only grandson of one of his former subordinates. The slightly plump young man sensed Principal Lu's inner conflict and reluctance, so he said, "Principal Lu, if you're tired, you can go rest. I'll take care of things here." No one else spoke, but this alone made their stance clear. When facing a demon beast, there is no room for negotiation. Although Fong Henti heard the full details, he could sense something was amiss and pleaded, "Principal, please step in and save Fong. He'll definitely pull through." But even as the words left his mouth, he felt his own conviction waver. The soul, a universally acknowledged conundrum, and with no Longmen realm experts present, how could anyone else help? Lu Shiren closed his eyes, exhaled softly, then opened them and said, "Professionally, I am the school's principal. Personally, he is the grandson of an old friend of mine. No matter what, I must save him." The slightly plump young man furrowed his brow, about to speak. But Lu Shiren didn't pause. He continued, "Everyone, please give me some time. If he really, I will take action myself." Having said that, he took out the portion of the 1,000-petaled Bodhi lotus seeds he'd been given earlier. That single 1,000-petaled Bodhi lotus contained a total of 30 seeds. He'd been given 6, and now he took them all out and handed them to Xingchen standing beside him. "Xingchen, you possess fire spirit power. Control the temperature, melt these seeds, and have Fong swallow them." Seeing Lu Shiren take out the 1,000-petaled Bodhi lotus seeds, everyone was startled. This was a chance to advance to the Dragon Gate realm. It wasn't that they didn't know the seeds had the power to enhance the soul and could help Fong in his current state. Rather, the seeds were precious. If they were certain they could save a prodigious youth with them, they would certainly be willing. But using these seeds didn't guarantee he would be saved. Especially since this boy appeared to be on the brink of death, as if he might succumb at any moment. How many people would be willing to trade what they knew for a slim chance in the unknown? At the very least, if they were in Principal Lu's position right now, they would find it difficult to make such a decision. Fong's heart was filled with excitement, though the hope was faint. At least there was hope. The rest was up to Fong himself. Yi Jian, who had remained silent with his eyes cast down since entering, now raised his head. He looked first at Principal Lu, then turned his gaze to the huddled Fong, lost in thought. Chapter 32, Soul Showdown. "What are you standing there for?" Lu Shiren urged, seeing that Xingchen hadn't moved. "Ah, yes." Xingchen snapped back to his senses, gave a brief reply, picked up a lotus seed, and began to refine it with great care. He understood just how precious this lotus seed was, so he was now fully focused, carefully controlling the temperature of the flame. Melting the lotus seed wasn't difficult. In no time, it had turned into a small pool of jade green liquid. Once Xingchen was done, he looked at Lu Shiren. Lu Shiren nodded calmly. So Xingchen carefully guided the liquid from the melted lotus seed into Fong's mouth. Everyone in the tent fell silent, waiting for a miracle to happen. Fong felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His last thought before losing consciousness was that he would never take shelter under a tree during a thunderstorm again. When he regained consciousness, Fong realized he was in a state of nothingness. Everything around him was a hazy gray, like a thick fog swirling all around, and his body felt light and weightless. "Is this my spirit form? Then where am I?" With a slight flicker of thought, he drifted outward. In this place where there was neither sky nor earth, even the concept of distance seemed to have blurred.
How do I get out? Is anyone there?
His voice carried far, but no echo returned. He felt as if he were trapped in a silent cage calling to the heavens, but receiving no answer, calling to the earth, but finding no response. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he had no idea how much time had passed. He began to feel a sense of unease.
Fear stems from the unknown.
In this unfamiliar place, he didn't even have a direction to strive toward. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of light. In this vast expanse, catching a glimpse of color was truly an exhilarating sight. As he drew closer, he realized there was nothing there, only a cluster of flickering lightning, yet not a sound to be heard.
What the hell is this?
Just as he stood there dumbfounded, several more balls of light began to glow one after another in the distance, identical to the ball of lightning before him. These glowing orbs seemed to be forming a circle, gradually encircling him. Realizing something was wrong, he tried to run, but it was already too late. The ball of lightning suddenly flared with intense light, and 8 chains of lightning converged in the air, forming a birdcage that trapped him inside. And he was the bird in that cage. Faced with the unknown, he chose to remain calm and adapt to whatever came his way. He didn't know how much time had passed when a distorted, somewhat ethereal figure appeared before Fong.
The emerald-eyed toad?
Didn't he itself destruct?
But there was no time to think about that now.
The moment it appeared, the emerald-eyed toad attacked him, forcing him to dodge frantically.
Ha! I dodged it. Fong was surprised even by himself.
It seemed the gap between them wasn't that wide after all.
If only he had a sword.
Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand just like Lin Yuan. With the sword in hand, he instantly felt more confident. He gripped the sword and focused his mind to face the threat. Only then did he realize that this blue-eyed toad didn't seem particularly intelligent. Compared to what he'd seen before, its gaze was noticeably vacant, and its attack patterns were rather one-dimensional. It was striking purely on instinct. Just as he was thinking this, the emerald-eyed toad opened its mouth and spewed a torrent of lightning, while the cage of lightning continued to shrink. There was nowhere to retreat. His sword strike couldn't shatter the torrent of lightning. He had no choice but to take the hit head-on.
Ah! Fong couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream.
His whole body convulsed, and his face contorted into a hideous grimace. The cage had already shrunk, transforming into chains that pinned him in place. The moment the chains made contact with him, another wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing his entire body to tremble, but this time, he didn't make a sound.
The sensation was indescribable, with no outlet for the agony.
It felt as if a boulder were slowly rolling over his entire body, from head to toe, bringing him to the brink of unconsciousness.
He really wanted to crush that stinking toad to death.
No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a massive hand suddenly appeared above the space, gripping the emerald-eyed toad.
However, the giant hand did not crush the emerald-eyed toad to death. Fong's eyes lit up. Is this my home turf? Could this be my sea of consciousness? But aren't you supposed to have to reach the Dragon Gate realm before you can enter your sea of consciousness and see your own soul?
But he didn't have time to worry about that now. The immediate priority was to deal with the emerald-eyed toad.
Squeeze harder. The palm began to tighten its grip.
Gurgle. The blue-eyed toad fought back fiercely, its body swelling continuously, almost breaking free from the grip of his palm.
It was struggling with all its might. Boom! The palm dissipated. A flicker of confusion crossed the blue-eyed toad's vacant eyes. How could this human, as tiny as an ant, possess such powerful soul energy?
Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to dodge even that
initial strike.
As the palm dissipated, Fong felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His body seemed to have lost 2 liang in weight.
Guh.
Giving Fong no time to recover, the blue-eyed toad opened its gaping maw, and an intense sensation of being swallowed engulfed him.
Hold still.
Fong mustered all his strength and barely managed to steady himself, but he was still being dragged step by step toward the giant maw. He tried every possible method, but all he could do was slow down his approach. He could only watch helplessly as he drew closer and closer to the giant mouth. Ah! You damn toad, even if my soul dissipates today, I won't let you off easy. Fong roared, his eyes filled with resolve. This world was under his control. Although his power was limited and he couldn't stand up to the emerald-eyed toad, he could still free himself at the critical moment. Just then, a streak of emerald green light appeared above this space once more. Fong didn't know if this was the emerald-eyed toad's doing, but he had no way to counter it. Gulp! 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 After the emerald green light appeared, the emerald-eyed toad grew noticeably impatient, intensifying its devouring efforts in an attempt to swallow Fong whole. Splash! 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 The light transformed into droplets of water that fell onto Fong's body. Ha! Is his strength returning? It even seems to have increased slightly? Fong's spirits soared. The body that had been closing in step by step came to a halt. With the energy from the water droplets replenishing him, the situation reached a temporary stalemate. At that moment, Fong also noticed that the emerald-eyed toad's spirit form had grown slightly paler. This is it. Now it's a test of endurance. Let us see who gives out first. If only there were a few more of those emerald green orbs. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he noticed another emerald green orb appearing above him, which then transformed into a droplet and fell onto him. It really works? He could sense that this orb didn't belong to this world, nor to him. He had absolutely no control over it. But he couldn't worry about that now. As long as it helped, that was all that mattered. Boom! Fong's body gradually swelled, and the lightning chains binding him snapped one by one. 6 orbs, 2 in front and 4 behind, turned into water droplets that fell, and with this force, he broke free from his bonds. Having regained full control of his body, Fong's morale soared. After Fong had refined and swallowed 6 lotus seeds in quick succession, everyone in the tent noticed that his previously hunched body had straightened out, and the trembling had ceased. A flicker of joy crossed Fong's eyes. Had he finally brought it under control? He turned his gaze toward the principal. Seeing that Fong's condition had stabilized, Lu Shiren visibly breathed a sigh of relief, but a new problem arose. He didn't know if these 6 lotus seeds would be enough. Just as he was pondering this, Yi Jian suddenly spoke up. I have 6 more lotus seeds here that can be used for him. Han Yi turned his head to look at his usually taciturn junior classmate. Well. Noticing Lu Shiren's hesitation, Yi Jian continued, I think he has great potential. It would be a shame to let him perish like this. If he can pull through this crisis, I hope he'll apply to Southern Martial Academy after next year's college entrance exams. All right. Lu Shiren agreed immediately, signaling He Xingqian to continue refining the lotus seeds. Principal Lu, I also have 6 lotus seeds here. Please take them and set them aside for now. The burly man pulled a small box from his robe and handed it over. He continued, if UNT stepped in to help, Chibuishing and I might not have survived. If these aren't enough, I'll go ask Chibuishing for more. Seeing that Fong had stabilized and with Yi Jian speaking up, Tang Xinhua no longer hesitated. Principal Lu, I also have 6 lotus seeds here as a reserve. Han Yi spoke up at that moment. Thank you all. Lu Shiren clasped his hands and said in a sullen voice. It's the least we can do. This child is also a genius from our Xia kingdom. We can't just stand by and watch him fall into ruin. After a brief pause, Han Yi added with a smile, besides, you've already agreed this boy will be a member of our Southern Martial Academy in the future. As a teacher, it's only natural to protect my students. Lu Shiren nodded and turned his gaze back to Fong. Kid, whether you can pull through this time depends entirely on you. Chapter 33, The Journey Home. Fong didn't know how many light orbs he absorbed, but he now felt exceptionally powerful. In contrast, the green-eyed toad had grown increasingly ethereal during this protracted battle. Moonlight Flow. This move came from the bright moon sword cannon, which he had obtained when his martial arts skills broke through to the mastery level. The sword form flowed like moonlight, radiating brilliance as it unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes. Guh. Fong was, after all, the master of this world, it belonged to the outsider. Even though it had temporarily sealed off this space with its powerful soul energy, that couldn't change this fact. Once Fong launched his attack, it had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Now that Fong had been nourished, as one as strength rose and the other as fell, it could no longer suppress him. Full moon slash. Crescent moon slasher. Full moon in the sky. Fong held nothing back, if not now, then when? The tide of the battle turned. After such a long stalemate, Fong looked as though it had been injected with adrenaline, its face brimming with excitement, but the blue-eyed toad had no such reserves to draw upon. The great demoness ferocity was fully unleashed. Guh! The blue-eyed toad roared furiously toward the sky, its body emitting a dazzling light as it rapidly swelled. The light grew increasingly intense, and its soul form began to warp under the extreme pressure. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the soul form swelled to its absolute limit, exploded, sending powerful soul waves sweeping out in all directions. Holy shit! Seeing the surging soul wave approaching, Fong only had time to utter two words. With a thought. Protect! Layer upon layer of soul power enveloped his body, warding off the blast's impact. Phew! When everything came to a standstill, Fong dispelled his defenses. The space before him was no longer the hazy gray it had been at the start, but now bathed in bright light. It was finally over. Whoosh! Fong opened his eyes, his head still a little dizzy, when Fan's unmistakable voice rang in his ears. He is awake. He is awake. Principal, Fong is awake. By the end, his voice was even cracking slightly. Looking in the direction of the voice, Fong saw Fan's cheeks flushed with excitement. His naturally fair skin made the flush all the more noticeable. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about looking silly. I'm glad you're awake, Lu Shiren finally said with a smile. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at the slightly plump young man. The slightly plump young man nodded, took a step forward, and said solemnly, Fong, right? We have a simple examination here that requires your cooperation. Huh? Okay. Although he didn't know what was going on, Fong obediently cooperated. Fan looked at the principal in confusion. Fong was just possessed by the soul of a blue-eyed toad. We can't confirm that the person who has just woken up is actually Fong, Lu Shiren explained softly, his eyes fixed on Fong, who was undergoing the examination. The joy on Fan's face faded, replaced by a look of concern as he followed the principal's gaze. The examination didn't take long. The slightly plump young man simply placed his palm on top of Fong's head. After closing his eyes for a few minutes, he withdrew his hand. Once the examination was over, the slightly plump young man offered a faint smile. Fong, congratulations! Only then did Fong let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he'd been worried that some hidden danger might remain within him. Hani was overjoyed this time. The school had managed to recruit a real gem ahead of schedule. This was, after all, the second known person capable of withstanding a demon beast's soul invasion. Yi Jian, however, had no ulterior motive. She was simply happy. She had been the first to offer help, not because of Fong's extraordinary talent, but because she'd been moved by compassion upon seeing him, though unconscious, refusing to give up hope and still struggling with all his might. All right, Fong, get some rest. How is Zhuo Lin doing now? He hasn't said a single word since he was found. Fong could understand Zhuo Lin. If he'd lost his left hand, he'd surely find it hard to accept as well. In fact, on Blue Star, severed limbs could be reattached. Legend had it that by cultivating to the heaven-reaching realm, one could reconstruct one's body. Another option was to find a rare treasure capable of reviving the dead and restoring bones to flesh. But either of these methods was far too difficult for Zhuo Lin. What about Principal Lu this time? Only then did Fong belatedly realize that, given the magnitude of this incident, the principal would likely face severe disciplinary action. If unscrupulous media outlets were to manipulate public opinion, this affair could very well lead to terrible consequences. Fong nodded slowly, clearly having considered this as well. The storm had passed. A fresh scent filled the air. The damp atmosphere was mingled with the earthy fragrance of soil and the crisp scent of plants. Fong had already learned of the assistance he'd received from various parties while he was unconscious, and he had paid them a visit first thing that morning to express his gratitude. The military personnel were, as expected, generous and unassuming, insisting it was no big deal and simply hoping he would make great strides in his cultivation and slay many more demon beasts in the future. Hani, meanwhile, smiled warmly as he discussed with Fong their plan for him to apply to the Southern Martial Academy after next year's college entrance exams. Fong, of course, had no objections. The Southern Martial Academy was a world-class institution, second only to the Kyoto Martial Academy in the Kingdom of Xia. The military personnel had garrison duties to attend to, so they parted ways there, while Han Yi and Yi Jian offered to escort Lu Shiren and his party back to Jianling City. Thus, Fong and the others set off on their return journey, escorted by 3 Lingkong realm masters. However, compared to the high spirits they displayed on the way there, they now looked more like a group of defeated, routed soldiers. As they traveled, Fong quietly familiarized himself with his newfound power during his morning training that day. He had already noticed a significant improvement in his strength. Back at school, he had already completed most of his bone-washing cultivation, and several days of wilderness training had taken him a step further. When facing the soul invasion by the green-eyed toad, the principal and the others had even given him a treasure to consume, one that would make even Lingkong realm cultivators envious. Although the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus seed primarily targeted spiritual power, this high-grade spiritual elixir had a mild nature and would also nourish his physical body to some extent. This was insignificant to those in the Lingkong realm, but for Fong, who was in the body-forging stage, it was more than enough to enable him to break through. Under the influence of the lotus seed's potency, Fong naturally progressed from the bone marrow cleansing stage to the blood tempering stage. The standard for completing the body forging stage is for 1's chi, blood, and bone marrow to reach the mercury blood, silver marrow realm, where a single drop of blood or bone marrow weighs more than 10 times its previous weight. The most outstanding practitioners can even reach 20 times or more, truly as thick as silver mercury. Only upon reaching this stage does one truly become a martial artist. As for soul power, since there is no standard of measurement, Fong had no idea just how strong his soul had become. Roughly speaking, it should have increased by at least half compared to before. Unfortunately, he had exhausted most of the medicinal power of the Chiba Bodhi lotus seed while battling the blue-eyed toad's soul form, so he was unable to retain it and convert it into his own soul power. As for the blue-eyed toad's soul form, since it ultimately self-destructed and Fong lacked a specific cultivation technique to absorb soul power. He could only barely swallow a portion of the soul fragments, then watch helplessly as the remaining soul power dissipated. The Luo family, I will go. As the top scholar of Jianling City. Fong looked at a tall, upright figure ahead of him, then turned to gaze toward the east, his eyes brimming with determination. Chapter 34, Stepping Down. Since the students were all injured, their journey was marked by frequent stops and starts, and it took them 3 days to return to the city. Upon entering the city, Fong and the others were taken to the hospital for treatment, with all expenses covered by the school. Meanwhile, Lu Shiren led the teachers to the Education Administration Bureau to report on the details of the operation. The school was required to file a report with the Education Administration Bureau whenever it organized an activity, and a follow-up report was also required after the event concluded. This incident was serious, and they had no idea what kind of punishment they might face. After being admitted to the hospital, Fong called his family to let them know he was safe, telling them he had returned to the city and would be home shortly. Although they heard from their son every day to let them know he was safe, they were still a bit worried since he had been out in the wilderness for so long. Now that they heard their son had returned to the city, Fong Shengyuan and his wife could finally put their minds at ease. "Remember to come home for dinner tonight," Nan Shui reminded him from the other end of the line. "Got it." In the brightly lit room, about 10 people sat on either side of a long conference table, arguing heatedly. Lu Shiren bears full responsibility for this incident. It should be handed over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. No one wants to see something like this happen. There's no need to get so worked up. The students' parents have already gathered in front of our Education Administration Bureau. We must deal with this seriously. Principal Lu has made quite a few contributions over the years. Merits are merits, and faults are faults. We can't lump them together. I think Principal Lu's approach was fine. It's time for the kids to learn about the cruelty of the outside world. Flowers grown in a greenhouse will never thrive. The two sides argued back and forth for quite some time, but neither could convince the other. Only Lu Shiren, sitting at the very end, remained hunched over and silent. After a long while, Director Su Hui, seated at the head of the table, tapped the desk, and the two sides who had been on the verge of a confrontation immediately fell silent. "All right, everyone, stop for a moment." Su Hui's expression was calm, his gaze deep and piercing, exuding a commanding composure that commanded respect. Everyone is already clear on the facts of the matter. Lu Shiren's failure to ensure proper security resulted in the deaths of 2 students and the permanent disability of another. He is hereby removed from his position as principal of Jiangling Middle School. He is also ordered to remain outside Jiangling City for 3 years and is prohibited from returning to the city without permission. Upon hearing this, the man who had earlier insisted on handing Lu Shiren over to the Law Enforcement Bureau looked somewhat anxious. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but, intimidated by Su Hui's usual authority, dared not utter a word. "I understand your concerns, but in recent years, the pressure from the Starry Sky battlefield has grown increasingly intense, and it may eventually be made public to the entire nation. As the future pillars of our Xia nation, this is something they will inevitably have to face," Su Hui said slowly. Su Hui's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Even Lu Shiren, who had remained silent the entire time, turned his gaze toward the head of the table. "Director, has the situation on the Starfield battlefield really deteriorated to this extent?" someone asked urgently. "It hasn't reached that point yet, but the higher-ups intend to gradually reveal this information to the public. What we need now are martial arts masters, and true masters are forged through battle and blood and fire." "Do you understand?" "We understand," the crowd replied in unison. "That's all for today. Take care of the follow-up work, and you may all go." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed. Lu Shiren remained where he was. He knew Su Hui had something to say to him privately. "Principal, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Given the circumstances at the time, you did more than enough. Take some time off to rest for now," Su Hui said softly as he sat down beside Lu Shiren. "Is the information you mentioned earlier true?" Lu Shiren asked, staring intently into Su Hui's eyes. "Yes." A flash of ferocity crossed Lu Shiren's eyes, sending a chill down Su Hui's spine. All these years later, the principal is still the same as ever, Su Hui thought to himself. Is there anything else? No. Lu Shiren stood up to leave, and Su Hui followed behind him. "No need to see me off at Woon Ti. Look good if someone saw us. You should go back. Then please be careful on your way home." Su Hui understood that although the principal appeared calm on the surface, he was actually in great pain inside. For 40 years, he had devoted himself entirely to education, treating every student as if they were his own children. This incident had dealt him a truly devastating blow. Fong had only been to school once in the past few days to take the final exams for history and Daoyang. The results came out the same day. He earned an A in both courses. Though not an A+, it was more than enough. As for the end-of-term exams, he had been granted special permission by the school not to take them. During this time, Fong devoted the rest of his time to cultivation. This outdoor trial made him realize the shortcomings in his own strength, taught him about the brutal struggle between humans and demon beasts, and showed him just how dangerous the world beyond the city walls truly is. Ordinary people living in the city might never imagine what the outside world is like in their entire lives. They genuinely believe that now that mana has been revived, and after the initial chaos has passed, everything has become wonderful. Even the seemingly safe intercity transportation routes are the result of repeated sweeps by the city hunting squads. They aren't living in a peaceful and beautiful era. They were simply born in the peaceful and beautiful kingdom of Xia. Fong is determined to become strong. To become strong enough to protect himself and his loved ones. He never wants to be like this again, forced to stand by as a mere spectator in the face of a great demon, waiting for others to come to his rescue. In between his training sessions, Fong kept an eye on news from the outside world, but he hadn't come across any reports about Jiangling High School. He'd better ask Fan. He was always well informed. With that in mind, Fong picked up his communicator and contacted Fan. "Are you there?"
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'll be here for the next 100 years. Fan replied quickly. Put. Any recent updates?
The principal has stepped down, and the dean of students has taken over.
Fan didn't beat around the bush.
This was to be expected after what happened. Principal Lu couldn't possibly remain in his position.
And then?
Then the principal will be stationed in the wilderness for 3 years to protect Jianling City.
But that's probably what the principal wanted anyway. Yeah. How about we go visit Zhuolin together this afternoon?
Sure.
What time?
Let us meet at the usual spot at 3, then grab some stuff to take with us.
Okay. 3 o'clock. Fong and Fan met at the entrance of a shopping mall.
This was a place they often visited on their weekends off, not so much for shopping as for a bite to eat.
Have you decided what to buy yet? Not yet. Let us go in and browse first. The mall was huge, with a dazzling array of goods. They sold just about everything. Let us get some fruit. Fong spotted a fruit stand. The fruit displayed at the entrance looked delicious.
Sure, okay.
Spirit crystal fruit, emerald sea lemon, purple fire durian. There's quite a variety. Let us get a little of each.
The two each picked out some fruit, had them bagged, and went to pay.
6,012 star coins.
The cashier smiled brightly.
Fong watched as the star coins were deducted from his account and couldn't help but wince.
The over 50,000 star coins he earned as extra cash during his winter break training had long since been spent. Luckily, he sold the loot from his last training trip for 150,000 star coins, otherwise, he wouldn't even have had enough to buy gifts this time.
That's so expensive.
Once they stepped out of the store, Fong muttered to Fan.
It can't be helped.
These spiritual fruits are beneficial for martial artists, of course they're not cheap.
Fong knew Fan was telling the truth these days, nothing related to martial artists came cheap. There's a pharmacy over there. Let us check it out. Fan spotted a pharmacy.
Where?
To the left. Look ahead.
Oh, I see it.
Beishan Pharmacy?
Following Fan's directions, Fong also spotted the pharmacy. It was the very same one he visited in Virtual World, and now he come across its brick-and-mortar location.
Yeah, let us go.
Although the selection at the physical store wasn't as extensive as the online version, there was still plenty to choose from.
Fong was worried he might not understand the properties of the medicines and buy the wrong ones, so he asked directly, "Do you have any medicines here that can replenish qi and blood deficiencies?" The sales clerk patiently explained, "Blood Jade Elixir, brewed primarily from blood rasher, and Spirit Restoring Elixir, brewed primarily from primordial spirit grass. Can these two medicines be taken together?" Fan asked from the side. "Yes, taking them together will yield better results."
The two exchanged a glance, and each bought one of the remedies. Fong held a bottle no taller than 10 centimeters, turning it over and over in his hands. This little thing had cost him 20,000 star coins.
"Fan, why don't you take an elective in alchemy in college? This alchemy business is way too profitable." Fan rolled his eyes out of habit, not wanting to respond. Chapter 35, A Visit. Room 23 on the 3rd floor of Zone F. Is this the place? Fong followed the sign and arrived at the door of a hospital room. Fan glanced at the address on his communicator and confirmed, "Yeah, that's right, this is it."
Knock, knock, knock. "Come in," a voice said, sounding somewhat weak. The two pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a private room, with a table on one side piled high with various nutritional supplements. Zhuolin sat on the bed, smiling at the two of them.
"Why did you two come?"
He didn't look as run down as they expected.
Fong breathed a sigh of relief.
As he set down their things, he said with a smile, "We came to check on you.
This medicine is really good, make sure to take it on time." "Alright, I'll take it then. I won stand on ceremony."
Zhuolin cut to the chase. After sitting down, the two chatted casually with Zhuolin, trying their best not to bring up anything related to martial arts. Zhuolin noticed this as well. You don't need to be so careful. Actually, the principal came to see me a couple of days ago, too. Fong and Fan exchanged glances. Fong asked curiously, the principal? What did the principal say? The principal at the time. Zhuo Lin leaned back in his chair and began to recall the scene. 2 days ago. Knock, knock, knock. Listening to the knocking on the door, Zhuo Lin lay in his hospital bed, staring at the snow-white ceiling, with no desire whatsoever to speak. No sound came from inside, and the person outside didn't seem in a hurry, continuing to knock at a steady, unhurried pace. Knock, knock, knock. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone for a while? The knocking hadn't stopped, so Zhuo Lin finally couldn't help but yell. It's me. The voice was gentle. Principal? Zhuo Lin recognized the voice outside. May I come in? Lu Shiren asked softly. Sure, sure. As he spoke, Zhuo Lin struggled to sit up. As soon as Lu Shiren entered, he saw Zhuo Lin, pale and gaunt. Still unaccustomed to the loss of his left arm, Zhuo Lin lost his balance for a moment and fell back onto the bed. Lu Shiren stood still, watching as Zhuo Lin struggled to sit up on his own. Principal, why did you come? To check on you. Where are your parents? My dad's at work. My mom would just cry if she were here, so I sent her home, Zhuo Lin said with an awkward smile. Are you okay on your own? Of course. In front of the person he respected most, Zhuo Lin didn't want to show any signs of weakness. What are your plans for the future? Shiren asked next. Zhuo Lin fell silent. If this had been before, he could have confidently outlined his future plans. He wanted to get into martial arts universities ranked in the top 100 in Xia, such as Xingyun Martial Arts University or Jiuquan Martial Arts University. Then join the military, hunt demon beasts, cultivate martial arts, become a powerful warrior, and protect the people. But that was before. I remember you once said you wanted to continue down this path of martial arts, Lu Shiren continued, seeing that Zhuo Lin hadn't spoken. Don't you want to anymore? I do, but. No buts. Lu Shiren cut him off. He pulled out a photograph that looked quite old. The photo showed a group of energetic young people, clearly having just finished a battle. They were wearing combat uniforms still splattered with blood, with a dense jungle in the background. Is this you when you were young? Zhuo Lin recognized one of the figures in the photo as the principal. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Lu Shiren's eyes. Yes, that was when I first joined the combat unit. He ran his fingers over the photo and pointed to a young man who looked quite youthful. This is Xiao Lu. He was the most talented among us. He lost his right hand in battle, but he refused to be discharged. So he trained relentlessly to wield a sword with his left hand and eventually became General Jin Yuan. Zhuo Lin had heard the story of General Jin Yuan, how he single-handedly fought 2 Lord Beasts to buy time for the main force's retreat, and was eventually promoted to general to defend the region. So such a figure had actually been the principal's comrade in arms back in the day. This is Ahu. He was seriously wounded while covering us and was never able to advance further in his career. This is the madman. He fought with reckless abandon and, in his final battle, took 3 great demons down with him. This is. The principal introduced one figure after another in the photos, and Zhuo Lin listened with a look of awe and admiration on his face. Among these figures were some he knew well, and others he never even heard of, but that didn't diminish their greatness. They were all heroes of the Xia Kingdom, heroes of Blue Star. Principal, I get it now. Zhuo Lin's eyes once again blazed with fighting spirit. Lu Shiren flashed a smile. I'm glad you understand. Rest assured, Principal. I won't let our school down at next year's 3-school exchange tournament. I look forward to seeing that. Lu Shiren nodded with a smile, making no mention of his upcoming deployment to the wilderness. The principal told you so much about the past. Fong said, looking envious. Ha, that just shows how much the principal values me, Zhuo Lin said with a smug smile. Well, once you've recovered, let us see who is stronger.
Fong issued the challenge. It's a deal.
Zhuo Lin replied without a hint of hesitation.
Well then, Zhuo Lin, you get some rest. Fong and I are going to head out now, Fan said.
Yeah, Zhuo Lin, get plenty of rest.
We'll see you when you're back at school, Fong added. See you later. See you later.
As they walked out of the hospital, the sun was already setting in the west, and the afterglow cast long shadows behind the two of them.
Looks like Zhuo Lin's fighting spirit is back, Fong said, clasping his hands behind his head and swaying from side to side, clearly in high spirits.
It seems the principal's visit really motivated him, Fan said, his hands in his pockets, the summer breeze ruffling his hair. Well, he is the principal's biggest fan, after all.
Fong knew just how much Zhuo Lin idolized the principal.
Then he changed the subject. I hope that idiot Towie hasn't been spreading rumors out there. He was stirring up trouble for the first couple of days, but then he suddenly went quiet and hasn't been seen since.
Put.
Fong had utter contempt for people like Towie, the type who grins from ear to ear when reaping benefits but passes the buck the moment risks arise.
Fan knew Fong's temperament well, so he dropped the subject of Towie and changed the topic.
By the way, the written exam scores for this year's college entrance exams are about to be released.
Fong tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then remembered tomorrow was the day the written exam scores would be released.
With technology advancing so rapidly, results are released faster and faster. Generally, scores come out within 3 days of the exam, along with city-wide, regional, and national rankings. That's also when the school is at its liveliest. Universities from all over the country set up recruitment booths on campus, attracting not only this year's graduates but also students in their first and second years of high school seeking information.
Zhou Chuyu should be a shoo-in for the top spot in our city this time, right? 9 times out of 10.
In the martial arts exam, aside from running into a few prodigies from other cities, he basically had no competition.
Alright, let us not talk about him for now. We'll just wait for tomorrow's news. There's something more important coming up. Fong looked at Fan with a serious expression. Fan was startled by the intense gaze and instinctively asked, "What is it?" "I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal."
Fan's eyes nearly rolled all the way to the ceiling.
"Isn't that important?" Seeing that Fan was ignoring him and walking straight ahead, Fong exclaimed anxiously, "Hey, where are you going?"
"To find a place to eat," Fan replied irritably.
"I know a place, someone recommended it online. Come on, let us go." Fong led the way. Fan followed behind. Chapter 36, The Truth.
The next day, after sleeping in, Fong saw his communicator flooded with local news alerts. Jiangling City's top college entrance exam scorer for 22-25 just announced.
Great news! Zhou Chuyu ranks in the top 30 in the southern region. Zhou Chuyu takes top honors in Jiangling. Will Lingbei High School surpass Jiangling High School? Principal Liu steps down as principal of Jiangling High School. What lies ahead for Jiangling?
Fong casually tapped on a few of the news articles to take a look. They were either praising Zhou Chuyu and Lingbei High School or casting doubt on Jiangling High School.
Some media outlets had even gotten wind of the principal's resignation and linked it to the college entrance exam results. Fong snorted coldly and closed all the notifications.
That's just how the media is. They cozy up to whoever's in power, as long as they can grab the public's attention.
Nothing else matters. Fong then opened the class chat group. As expected, it was already in an uproar.
Leading the charge was the hot-tempered Zhuo Lin, whose fiery temper had returned along with his renewed fighting spirit.
Damn it! What's the media's problem? Just because we missed out on the top spot in the college entrance exam once, does that mean Jiangling isn't good enough?
Others chimed in below, exactly. We had 2 consecutive championships before.
+1. +2. Genie, the media's always like this. Back when we had those 2 consecutive championships, didn't they say we were going to pull far ahead of Lingbei and Changnan?
Ren Yuan, don't let it get to you. We'll work hard next year and clear our school's name. Zhuo Lin, next year's exchange tournament championship and the top college entrance exam score will definitely both go to us at Jiangling.
Right. +1. Luckily, I deset the class group chat to do not disturb mode ages ago, otherwise, I probably would have been woken up by the commotion first thing in the morning. Fong scrolled up through the chat history. It was all complaints about the media. Apart from Lu Ningxi, who never says a word, and a few others, pretty much everyone had chimed in. At the same time, everyone was on the same page and didn't mention the school-organized wilderness training trip in the group chat. Regarding the news of the principal's resignation, the school explained that after 40 years of dedicated service, he was taking a temporary break. Those in the know didn't say much, while those unaware, though surprised by the news, accepted the explanation without question. As for the deaths of the 2 students in Zhuo Lin's lost arm, the school was actively working to provide support and compensation. Fong and the other 9 students who had participated in the wilderness training had signed a confidentiality agreement at the time, so no one else knew the specifics of the situation. Glancing at the on the other side of the water profile, whose avatar was still grayed out, Fong prepared to turn off his communicator, having no intention of joining the class group chat discussion. Beep, beep, beep. A message notification sounded. Come by my place this afternoon. I need to talk to you about something. Fong saw that the message was from his grandfather and found it a bit strange the old man rarely messaged him. Still, he replied immediately, "Okay, what time? Should I bring mom and dad too?" 2 o'clock. No need, just come by yourself. Okay. What's it about? You'll find out when you get here. Okay. Grandpa had served in the military years ago, so he was known for his decisive and efficient approach to things. No sooner had Fong sent his reply than he noticed Grandpa's profile picture had gone offline. What could it be? Fong wondered to himself. Though he was curious, Fong didn't waste any time. He'd already woken up later than usual today. He had homework to finish and plans to run later, so he needed to make the most of his time now. Afternoon. Fong arrived at the building where his grandpa lived 10 minutes early. As soon as he reached the entrance, before he even had a chance to scan his face, the door opened. Grandma looked at him with a smile and said, "You're here. Your grandpa's waiting for you in his study. We'll have dinner here tonight." Okay, then I'll go find Grandpa first. After saying hello to Grandma, Fong headed toward the study. The door was ajar, and through the crack, he could see 2 figures inside. Is there someone else here? Without giving it much thought, Fong pushed the door open. Principal? Upon entering the study, the first person Fong saw was his grandpa, and the other person standing beside him was his principal. Oh, he must be the former principal. The current principal of Jiangling Middle School is the former director of student affairs. The appointment has already been officially announced. Fong, Lu Shiren said with a smile, noticing the look of surprise on Fong's face. This was quite different from the image Fong had of the old principal right now. He looked more like a kind-hearted neighbor, with a gentle, benevolent expression. Ha, you wouldn't have guessed it, would you? Your principal and I were comrades in arms back in the day. The old man standing nearby was delighted and laughed heartily. I really didn't expect that, Fong said, scratching his head. He was genuinely a bit bewildered. He knew his grandfather had served in the military, and the principal was also a veteran, but with so many veterans in Jiangling City, it never occurred to him that his grandfather and the old principal had actually been comrades in arms. Your grandfather and I crawled out of a pile of corpses together back in the day. I knew it the moment you first stepped through the school gates, Lu Shiren said calmly. Back then, before you'd even stepped through the school gates, I'd already asked your grandpa Lu to look out for you, Fong Xinwu continued, gesturing for Fong to sit down. A hint of a smile flashed across Lu Shiren's eyes as he replied with a chuckle, "That's right. Your grandfather specifically asked me to take care of you." Fong noticed that the old principal had placed particular emphasis on the word look after. Ha! Otherwise, how do you think someone with your abilities back then could have suffered a string of losses in the tests during your first month at school? Lu Shiren didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the point. What? Fong's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. Oof. You were admitted early before even finishing middle school, and you were so full of yourself.
If we hadn't brought you down a notch to show you there's always someone better out there, who knows how high you'd have gotten on your high horse.
Fong Xinwu snorted, speaking with exasperation.
Fong finally understood why, back when he first entered the school and took his first martial arts test, he had suffered a string of defeats. And his very first opponent had been Luningshi, that super genius hailed as a likely candidate to win the top spot in the southern region of the 2226 college entrance exams. So, everyone I faced before was, Fong said blankly. That's right. The people you faced in your first 10 matches were all students selected by the school administration as those likely to rank in the top 10 of your class. Lu Shiren picked up where Fong left off, confirming his guess. No wonder he felt the competition was so intense back then. Not only was he crushed in the very first match, but the subsequent ones were also exceptionally grueling. Looking back now, there were actually a few opponents who were on par with him, but because he was shaken by the first match, his mindset was thrown off, preventing him from performing at his best. In the end, he lost, winning only one of the first 10 matches. So after that, Fong looked at the former principal. After that, it was just normal competition, no deliberate arrangements. Actually, Fong had sensed it back then. Aside from the first 10 matches, the difficulty level dropped significantly. But after the blow of those first 10 matches, he began to doubt himself, performing at less than 70% of his ability. As a result, he won only 9 of the next 20 matches. It wasn't until now that Fong finally realized it wasn't that he wasn't good enough back then. He'd been set up. His very first high school match was arranged against Luningshi, who could possibly hold their own against that. Chapter 37, The Martial Path Demands Struggle. Originally, I just wanted to test your resolve, but I didn't expect you to fall into such a slump after that, Fong Xinwu said in a somewhat subdued voice. Hearing this, Fong lowered his head. Looking back now, he had truly been in a state of despair back then. Just because of a single test, he started doubting himself, got stuck in a rut, and ended up making slow progress in his martial arts training. I actually asked your grandfather at the time if I should explain the situation to you, but he stopped me. That's right, I was the one who stopped you. If you can't even handle a minor setback like this, what's the point of practicing martial arts? You might as well give up on that dream early on, go to a regular college, and just live a quiet, stable life from now on. At this point, Fong Xinwu's tone suddenly turned serious. Just as he said, if Fong really couldn't pull himself out of it on his own, then he would never tell Fong the truth. He'd just let him live as an ordinary person from then on. Fortunately, you had an epiphany last year and took your first steps in martial arts. Otherwise, I'd have kept wondering whether what I did back then was right or wrong, Lu Shiren said. Hearing this, Fong Xinwu smiled again and said with relief, thank goodness you eventually pulled through and successfully took your first steps in martial arts. I've been watching your progress ever since, including your fight against Tang Liang on the day of the challenge tournament. I was there in person, and you did very well. Lu Shiren affirmed Fong's performance. Lift your head up. Seeing that Fong kept his head down, Fong Xinwu called out loudly. Fong instinctively lifted his head, his gaze meeting his grandfather's. The martial way demands competition. Cultivating the martial way is a process of competition, competing against people, against demons, and even against. Ahem. Lu Shiren cleared his throat lightly, interrupting Fong Xinwu. Fong Xinwu realized what had happened. In short, if you want to continue on the path of martial cultivation, you must be prepared to face all kinds of hardships. Do you understand? I understand. Fong replied firmly. He knew that the old principal had suddenly interrupted his grandfather earlier because there were certain things he wasn't ready to know yet. When the time came, he would naturally find out. That's the spirit. Fong, I came to see you this time not only to tell you about what happened back then, but also to discuss something else. Fong looked at the old principal. As you know, I've stepped down from my post and will soon be stationed in the wilderness. I may not return for a long time. Before I leave this summer, your grandfather and I will provide you with specialized training. We hope you'll shine brightly in next year's exchange competition and achieve excellent results on the college entrance exam. A wave of immense joy washed over Fong, leaving him a bit dizzy. This was one-on-one guidance from a master at the Lingkong realm.
In the days that followed, Fong wasn't attending school, yet it was as if he were. The training location was, of course, neither downstairs at his grandfather's house nor at school. Instead, it was at a training facility registered under Lu Shiren's name, equipped with every conceivable training apparatus. Every morning, he'd start by running 50 kilometers with weights as a warm-up, followed by strength training focused on his weak points. At noon, he was served nutritious meals specially prepared by a nutritionist, all kinds of demon beast meat, enough to fill him up. In the afternoons, he studied wilderness survival skills and practiced martial arts. Only after he was completely exhausted would he begin channeling the awakening skill to enter the blood tempering stage. His daily routine was extremely disciplined. Every day ended with him collapsing into bed. For a while, he didn't even log into his communicator, which almost made Fan think he had gone missing. Under this high-intensity training regimen, Fong could clearly feel his strength improving every day. The fleeting sense of instability he'd felt back in the wilderness when he'd suddenly broken through to the blood tempering stage by absorbing the medicinal power of the lotus seeds had vanished without a trace. His foundation was now incredibly solid, bringing him one step closer to the blood tempering stage. As for his martial arts, Fong felt he was already incredibly close to the perfect tier. A breakthrough was just around the corner. This period of cultivation made Fong marvel at just how great an advantage it was to have a powerful master as a teacher. He dared not even imagine how abundant the cultivation resources must be for the young disciples of clans that boasted members at the Dragon Gate realm or even the heaven-reaching realm. Still, compared to most people, he was already lucky enough. All that remained was to keep his feet on the ground and move forward step by step. Beep, beep, beep. His communicator beeped. With the new semester approaching, Fong's training had come to an end. Lying on the couch, he casually opened his communicator. Iron-blooded real man, come up here and watch the show. Tossing and turning? Iron-blooded real man, virtual world Luningshi vs Lingbei Middle School, public battle. Tossing and turning, 1. After sending a reply, Fong sprang up and dashed to his bedroom, where he immediately put on his consciousness sensor and logged into virtual world. As soon as he entered, Fong began searching for Fan's location, then teleported straight there. Teleport? Yes. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and when he reappeared, he was already right next to Fan. Virtual World has a friend teleportation feature, but it requires a certain level of intimacy to use. What's going on? Fan looked around and noticed they were already surrounded by onlookers. And as time passed, after receiving this summons from their friend, even more people were on their way. It seems Lu Ningxi was out shopping here and ran into a few people from Lingbei. A conflict broke out, and Lu Ningxi bluntly declared, "No one in Lingbei is worth fighting." That's when they started calling for reinforcements, and that's how it got to this. Fan briefly summarized what he knew. At that moment, by piecing together the chatter from the surrounding crowd, Fong also managed to get a general picture of what had happened. Lu Ningxi was shopping when he ran into a few students from Lingbei High School. Lingbei High School had made a big splash in Jiangling City thanks to this year's college entrance exam results, and these students had let it go to their heads. Then they spotted Lu Ningxi, the so-called #1 genius in Jiangling, and began taunting him. Lu Ningxi initially didn't bother responding, but when one of them brought up the former principal in a derogatory manner, it successfully provoked him. He then declared, "No one at Lingbei is worth fighting. I accept challenges from all Lingbei Middle School students." Back and forth went the banter, and soon everyone at Lingbei High who considered themselves strong rushed over. Since there were also some bystanders nearby at the time, word spread quickly. At that moment, Lu Ningxi stood in the center of the crowd, dressed in black, his posture upright and his expression stern. His appearance was exactly the same as in the real world, not altered in the slightest, making him instantly recognizable. The nickname floating above his head read "Campfire in the Dark Night." The group from Lingbei High School had mostly arrived. Led by one person, with several others following behind, they walked up to Lu Ningxi. Fong and Fan exchanged a glance, then, in perfect unison, pushed their way through the crowd to stand silently behind Lu Ningxi. Out in public, they represented Jiangling High School. Facing off against Lingbei at this moment left nothing more to be said. Several others followed Fong's lead, standing behind him to show their support.
However, Fong didn't recognize any of these faces. He wasn't sure if they altered their appearances or if he simply didn't know them at all. Lu Ningxi also noticed the commotion behind him, but he said nothing. He merely stood even straighter, like a reef in the ocean, at the very front, his gaze fixed directly on the Lingbei group. Chapter 38, Lu Ningxi vs. Lingbei. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. How many high school students in Jiangling City hadn't heard of Lu Ningxi's fame? But now that he stepped forward, there was absolutely no question of backing down. Wu Tong spoke up first. Lu Ningxi, you've gone too far. What exactly do you want? Wu Tong seized the initiative, completely ignoring the fact that it was the Lingbei group who had provoked him first. Lu Ningxi wasn't one to argue when it came to martial arts. He preferred to let his skills do the talking. So Lu Ningxi said bluntly, I said no one from Lingbei is worthy of a fight. Do you disagree? A stir went through the crowd. So cool. Is this the confidence of Jianling's number one? That's way too cocky. He's got the skills to back it up. What is it to you? As the situation escalated, the onlookers weren't limited to students from the two major high schools. Students from South City High had arrived, along with some local college students. Wu Tong knew that with things having reached this point, there was no turning back. They were representing Lingbei High School at that moment and couldn't let Lu Ningxi single-handedly crush them. Gritting his teeth, he said, you said no one at Lingbei is worth fighting, right? Let us take this to Battle Network. Do you dare? Wu Tong's plan was clear. He knew Lu Ningxi's martial arts cultivation was far superior in terms of overall strength. They were practically being crushed. But on Battle Network, where everyone had the same physical attributes and it came down solely to combat skills, they might just stand a chance. Lu Ningxi shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware of his intentions. He simply said, I'll fight you 5 rounds. If you win even one, you win. How about it? Lu Ningxi's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lu Ningxi is trying to crush Lingbei's spirit in one fell swoop. Let us see what Wu Tong has to say. What else can he say? He has no choice but to accept the challenge. Fong and Fan exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected Lu Ningxi, who usually looked so aloof, to be so ruthless when it came down to it. This time, he was truly going to rub Lingbei's face in the dirt. Even though winning just 1 out of 5 matches would be enough, how easy would it be to win even a single match against Lu Ningxi? Upon hearing this, Wu Tong's face flushed red instantly. I hope you're still this cocky later. With that, he turned around and began arranging his team's formation. Lu Ningxi, meanwhile, stood there calmly, waiting for Wu Tong and his team to discuss their tactics. Before long, Wu Tong's team had settled on their order of battle. We're ready. Let us begin. Battle Network allowed for scheduled matches, which could be live-streamed once both sides agreed. A slender boy stepped forward from behind Wu Tong. Lu Ningxi, I'll be your first opponent. Lu Ningxi gave no response, but accepted the invitation sent by his opponent. Then, in a flash of white light, the two vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing that the two had entered a battle, the people around them immediately logged into Battle Network's public channel to search for public matches. Fong instantly found the newly appeared match and quickly shared the screen with Fan. On the screen, Lu Ningxi and the slender boy were standing in a grassland, about 30 meters apart, with a small stream running nearby. Lu Ningxi, don't get too cocky. Remember, there's always someone better out there. The sky's the limit. Taking advantage of the battle countdown, the lanky boy chattered non-stop, hoping to unsettle Lu Ningxi's composure. He knew full well he was just cannon fodder. The reason Wu Tong had him go first was because of his speed. He could buy some time. Ideally, he forced Lu Ningxi to reveal some weaknesses, providing valuable experience for those who followed, and also wore him down. After all, battles in Battle Network also drain stamina. Just because it's a virtual world doesn't mean you can fight an unlimited number of times. Lu Ningxi paid him no mind. As the countdown hit 0, he took a step forward and thrust his spear forward. The slender boy's martial arts skills had also reached the mastery level. In his mind, given that their physical abilities were roughly equal, even if Lu Ningxi's skills were at the perfect level, he figured he could at least outrun him if he couldn't beat him. But when faced with Lu Ningxi's thrust, he realized he was wrong, horribly wrong. Although Lu Ningxi had only thrust once, in the boy's eyes, the spear had split into countless phantoms, blocking all his escape routes. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't evade them. The slender boy chose a direction at random to break through. He decided to create some distance first. No matter how many phantoms there were, only one could be real. Seeing his opponent's move, Lu Ningxi flickered his wrist, changed the spear's trajectory, and charged straight at the slender boy. To the onlookers, it looked as if the boy had deliberately charged straight into the tip of the spear. Whoosh! Without the slightest resistance, the spear pierced through his body. Lu Ningxi flicked his wrist upward, and a large hole exploded open in the slender boy's chest. The slender boy gripped the spear shaft embedded in his chest with both hands, as if he still wanted to say something. Lu Ningxi didn't give him a chance to speak. He yanked the spear out with all his might, without so much as a glance in the boy's direction. As the spear was pulled free, the slender boy spat out a mouthful of blood and fell stiffly backward, face up. The battle was over. The two figures in the scene gradually faded away, and Lu Ningxi reappeared. Checking the time, from start to finish including the countdown, it hadn't even taken 20 seconds. "Senior, you're so cool." The voice clearly belonged to one of Lu Ningxi's fangirls, and cheers rang out one after another. In stark contrast, the Lingbei Middle School side was deathly silent. They expected to lose the first match, but never imagined it would end so cleanly and decisively. They hadn't even managed to wear him down, let alone force Lu Ningxi to take the match seriously. Just how far had Lu Ningxi's martial arts skills advanced? This was the question on everyone's mind at Lingbei High School. As the two reappeared, a series of mocking glances fell upon Wu Tong. Glares carry a certain kind of energy. Wu Tong naturally sensed these stares. Suppressing the urge to curse, he forced a smile and patted the slender boy on the shoulder as he kept his head down. Then he called out to a boy behind him, "Yang Liang, you're up." A short, stocky teenager stepped forward. Unlike the slender boy, Yang Liang didn't waste words. He launched his challenge immediately. Lu Ningxi was just as decisive. With a whoosh, the two vanished. As Fang joined the public chat, he asked Fan, "Did you notice anything just now?" "Very strong. About on par with Zhou Chuyu from 2 months ago." Fan found the match, shared it with Fang, and said. Fang nodded in agreement. He shared Fan's assessment. Although he hadn't faced that shot head-on, he could sense its unparalleled power just from watching the footage. Lu Ningxi had just executed a single move, no, not even a full move, and it was over. He had effortlessly cut down an elite player who was a master of martial arts. Everyone is improving. Fang recalled a battle from 5 months ago, a flicker of fighting spirit passing through his eyes. "It's about to start," Fan said, closely watching Lu Ningxi's every move with a rare look of seriousness on his face. Fang also turned his attention to Lu Ningxi. The randomly generated map this time was a high mountain, covered in snow and swept by a biting cold wind. In such an environment, an ordinary person would struggle just to keep their balance, let alone fight. Yet Lu Ningxi and Yang Liang stood rooted to the spot like ancient trees, silent and still, waiting for the countdown to end. Chapter 39, Taking on 3 in a row. "Yang Liang can't hold on anymore," Fan said to Fang as he watched the action unfold on the screen. No sooner had they spoken than they saw Yang Liang's figure fly backward, slam into the mountainside, and then tumble headfirst down the slope. The battle was over. Yang Liang hadn't chosen to dodge from the start. He knew he wasn't skilled at evasion. Rather than dragging out the fight, he decided to go head-to-head. Even if he were to lose, he wanted to at least force Lu Ningxi to show a bit of his true strength, so he could contribute something to those who would follow. But while his intentions were noble, reality was cruel. His all-out assault didn't achieve much, if anything. It merely forced Lu Ningxi to use 2 extra moves. The battle lasted just a little longer. Other than that, nothing had changed. Wu Tong's expression was beyond displeased. This was completely at odds with his plan. The onlookers had already realized that if all the upcoming opponents were of this caliber, the so-called relay match would be nothing but a joke. Lingbei finally produced Zhou Chuyu, but I never expected Jiangling to come up with an even more formidable Lu Ningxi next year. Looks like next year's exchange tournament and the top spot are a foregone conclusion. All the pride Zhou Chu you earned for Lingbei this year has been completely squandered by them.
You're absolutely right. It's infuriating. When will we in Changnan ever be able to stand up again?
The people around him weren't making a special effort to keep their voices down, so Wu Tong heard every word. He knew things couldn't go on like this, so he stopped the next person who was about to step onto the stage. Wu Tong took a deep breath, gathered his composure, flashed a smile, and said, as expected of Lu Ningxi, hailed as the #1 prodigy in the southern region. Their martial arts Haven T reached the perfect level, yet they're no match for you. I don't think they need to face you after all.
Let me take on the final match against you instead.
As soon as he spoke, the venue fell briefly silent, and several Lingbei high school teachers who had rushed over nodded in agreement. First, Wu Tong had paid Lu Ningxi a great compliment, that #1 genius in the southern region. It was only natural, then, that the others would lose to the top genius. Moreover, teenagers of this age are at the height of their competitiveness. Once Wu Tong's word spread, those who considered themselves strong would view Lu Ningxi as a rival, which would cause him no end of trouble. Second, by stepping forward now to openly acknowledge the other's lack of strength, he actually appeared more upright, which was certainly better than going up against Lu Ningxi only to be defeated in a few moves. Finally, he demonstrated his sense of responsibility by challenging Lu Ningxi to a fight despite the obvious disparity in their abilities. Although Lingbei Middle School would undoubtedly lose some face after this, his actions had already minimized the damage as much as possible. All right. Lu Ningxi's expression remained unchanged. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking.
Wu Tong's smile grew noticeably more sincere. Knowing that Lu Ningxi wasn't T1 for small talk, he didn't press the issue and simply sent a battle request.
Wu Tong's martial arts must have reached the perfect level as well, Fan said to Fong after the two had vanished from the spot. Yeah, otherwise there'd be no point in him competing in the final match.
He is quick on his feet, though. He is a smart guy.
Once they found the match, the two fell silent and began watching the fight intently. Since Wu Tong's martial arts had also reached the perfect level, he should be able to draw out more from Lu Ningxi. The battle took place in a wetland. Fighting here required paying attention not only to the opponent but also to the ground beneath their feet. One might accidentally step onto a marsh covered in fallen leaves. A single misstep could cause a loss of balance, allowing the opponent to turn the tables.
The countdown ended.
Lu Ningxi, as always, struck first. In his fighting philosophy, there was no such thing as a passive counterattack. Although he didn't think Wu Tong would pose much of a threat, he went all out from the very start. Wu Tong was also wielding a spear. Faced with Lu Ningxi's fierce thrust, he chose the same approach as Yang Liang to block it head-on. But he wasn't Yang Liang. He wasn't so weak that he couldn't even block a single thrust. His martial arts skills had reached the perfect level over the summer, and this was the first time he was showcasing them in public. Clang! The tip of the spear clashed with the shaft, producing a crisp sound. Wu Tong shifted to the side, gripping the spear with both hands to block the attack horizontally, successfully parrying the strike. His eyes lit up slightly. This could work. In Battle Network, both combatants have identical physical attributes, so there's little difference in their strength. Although his martial arts skills lagged slightly behind Lu Ningxi's, with the advantage of the terrain, he still had a fighting chance. Ever since he started high school, he constantly heard people mention Lu Ningxi's name, talking endlessly about how great Lu Ningxi was until his ears were practically calloused from it. Today, he was going to see just what Lu Ningxi was really made of. After all, he wanted that title of top student at Jiangling #1 High School, class of 2226, for himself, too. Ha! Wu Tong let out a loud roar, lowered his center of gravity, and shifted his stance to deflect Lu Ningxi's spear. Lu Ningxi's expression remained unchanged. Without retracting his spear, he twisted his body, flicked his wrist, and swung the spear like a staff, bringing it crashing down toward Wu Tong's head. Wu Tong shifted his stance slightly while simultaneously thrusting his spear with one hand straight at Lu Ningxi's chest. Whoosh! As the rifle came crashing down, the whistling wind it generated swept past Wu Tong, and Lu Ningxi also spotted the thrust coming his way. So, taking advantage of the rifle's downward momentum, he let his body be carried along with it, the muzzle striking the ground as he swept past Wu Tong, and the two swapped positions. Without a moment's pause, he swept out with another thrust. Wu Tong's thrust missed its mark, and he lunged forward. Realizing the danger, he bent his knees, lowered his center of gravity, and rolled on the ground to dodge the strike. Lu Ningxi continued his thrust. With every extra inch of length came an extra inch of power. His spear was slightly longer than Wu Tong's, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Fong, watching from the sidelines, saw the two men fighting on the screen, and his gaze sharpened slightly. He detected a familiar pattern in Lu Ningxi's attacks. Lu Ningxi's fighting style has changed a bit, Fong said suddenly.
It is different from before, Fong replied.
Although Lu Ningxi didn't get many chances to fight, they had seen him in action before, and a quick comparison now made the difference clear. Lu Ningxi had eyes only for his opponent, nothing else existed.
His fighting style had indeed changed, inspired by Fong.
During that battle 5 months ago, Fong had managed to hold his own against him for quite some time, using only master-level martial arts, a feat that left a deep impression on him. After much practice and reflection, he had incorporated those insights into his own fighting style.
So far, it seemed to be working well.
A relentless barrage of spear strikes swept across the battlefield, leaving Wu Tong with no choice but to defend passively. He looked quite disheveled, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Wu Tong had long since abandoned his initial plan. His eyes darted slightly. He intended to shift the battlefield and buy some time in the process. So, using the large tree as leverage, he applied a slight force, pushing off the trunk to create distance between himself and Lu Ningxi. Lu Ningxi gave chase, each step sending a spray of fallen leaves flying.
Suddenly,
Lu Ningxi's figure froze, and he came to a halt. Although Wu Tong had been running the whole time, he'd been keeping an ear out for any movement behind him. Seeing Lu Ningxi freeze, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy and immediately turned back.
Seize the moment it won't come again.
Fighting in the wetlands meant that, in addition to his opponent, he had to constantly watch out for hidden swamps beneath his feet. Wu Tong gripped his spear with both hands and brought it down with all his might, aiming for a killing blow. At the thought that he might actually defeat Lu Ningxi, Wu Tong could barely contain his joy.
His movements were even slightly off balance due to his excitement.
Facing Wu Tong as he turned back, a hint of derision flashed in Lu Ningxi's eyes. Before Wu Tong's attack could land, he deftly dodged the thrust. He didn't look like he was trapped in a swamp at all. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Wu Tong. He snapped back to his senses instantly. He'd fallen for the trap.
End of chapter 40.
There were no real surprises. The outcome had been sealed the moment Wu Tong chose to turn and charge back. With a gap in their strength to begin with, and having voluntarily closed the distance, Wu Tong stood no chance of turning the tide against an opponent who was prepared while he was caught off guard. Seeming unwilling to accept defeat, Wu Tong lay on the ground and said during the battle settlement, "I didn't expect you to pull a trick like that." He truly hadn't expected Lu Ningxi, who always looked so cold and aloof, to resort to trickery. Lu Ningxi's expression remained unchanged.
"You're just too stupid.
You." He was about to say something else, but the battle wrap-up had already ended, and the two were teleported out.
A middle-aged onlooker shook his head when he saw Wu Tong look back.
He'd let his guard down, the one thing you must never do in battle. And the outcome hadn't surprised him at all. Lu Ningxi had set a trap and caught him red-handed. "I didn't expect it to end like this." Wu Tong was so desperate to win that he never even considered the possibility of a trap. In that situation, there wasn't time to think. Once you miss your chance, it's truly gone for good.
That's true.
Fong couldn't help but smile as he heard the discussions around him. These battles had also been quite rewarding for him. He was already very, very close to achieving a perfect rating.
As the battle ended, the atmosphere grew lively once more.
Morale was high on the Jiangling High School side, while Lingbei High School's students hung their heads in defeat, looking as dejected as wilted eggplants.
"Lu Ningxi, you won this match. But the road ahead is long. We'll settle this another day."
Wu Tong stepped forward at that moment, offering a closing remark, intending to wrap things up. Lu Ningxi didn't care in the least and said casually, "If you're not satisfied, you can all come at me together. I don't mind."
He had no intention of giving Wu Tong any face. After the challenger had been defeated, Wu Tong thought he could wrap things up with a few polite remarks. As if it were that easy. Anyway, Ling Bei had always wanted to be number one, and there were already plenty of tensions between the two schools. This was just one more. Hearing Lu Ningxi's words, the onlookers' eyes lit up. It seemed Jiangling High School had no intention of letting it end just like that. Ever since the last exchange tournament ended, some students from Lingbei High School had been constantly making their presence known on forums and in public spaces. This had even sparked online spats with students from Jiangling High School, a fact many were well aware of. Wu Tong's face darkened, but for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Jiangling High School truly lives up to its reputation as a long-standing powerhouse. It's produced such an outstanding student as Lu Ningxi. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man pushed through the crowd and stepped into the center of the arena. Seeing the man appear, Wu Tong breathed a sigh of relief, called out "Teacher," and stepped aside. With the teacher stepping in, everyone realized there wouldn't be much of a spectacle today. Li Xin, let the students settle their own disputes. Why are you butting in? A familiar, burly figure appeared in the center of the arena, facing off against the middle-aged man. The man was none other than He Xingqian, who had arrived immediately after the teacher from Lingbei High School appeared. "Teacher," the students from Jiangling High School shouted in unison. He Xingqian nodded slightly, fixing his gaze on Lu Ningxi with a look of approval. He gave Lu Ningxi a hearty pat on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Well done. That's the spirit of Jiangling High School." He paid no attention whatsoever to the Lingbei High School students. "Teacher He, you look as dashing as ever after just a few days," Li Xian said, smiling as he greeted him, as if he hadn't heard He Xingqian's earlier remark. "After all, you don't hit a smiling face, especially not in public." Out in the open, he represented Jiangling High School and couldn't afford to come across as rude or ill-mannered. However, he wasn't one for small talk and could only manage a few perfunctory remarks. "Teacher He, today's exchange with your students has been incredibly beneficial for us. It will take some time to process everything we've learned, so let us call it a day. How about we continue this discussion another time?" Li Xian kept a low profile, hoping to wrap things up as quickly as possible. Teacher Li, you're absolutely right. Progress in martial arts cultivation comes from mutual exchange. I'm sure next year's 3-school exchange will be even more exciting. He Xingqian remained silent. It was Zhuang Wenchang who spoke. Dressed in a scholar's robe, he wore a standard, polite smile. He had actually arrived almost at the same time as He Xingqian and had watched the entire match from the sidelines, but he had only just made his appearance. Upon seeing Zhuang Wenchang, Li Xian's smile faltered. Zhuang Wenchang's nickname, Gentleblade, was quite famous in Jiangling. Li Xian would much rather face the hot-headed He Xingqian than go up against the seemingly easygoing Zhuang Wenchang. That's right. In martial arts, each generation naturally surpasses the last, Li Xian replied, deliberately ignoring the mention of next year's exchange tournament. As if with Lu Ningxi on the team, next year's exchange tournament was a foregone conclusion. Did you hear that? The teacher from Lingbei Middle School encouraged us to train diligently. Are you confident you can give your best performance at next year's exchange tournament? Zhuang Wenchang said with a smile, turning to address the students of Jiangling Middle School. We're confident. The roar was deafening. Why did it have to come back to the exchange tournament? But there was nothing he could say at that moment. Li Xian had no choice but to exchange a few more pleasantries with Zhuang Wenchang before hurriedly leading the Lingbei Middle School students away. Who knew what else Zhuang Wenchang might say if they stayed any longer? As the Lingbei Middle School students left, the onlookers gradually dispersed as well. However, it was predictable that various versions of this incident would be circulating on the streets tomorrow. Let us go. Everyone should get back to what they were doing. Why are you still standing around here? He Xingqian said to the crowd that was still gathered. Everyone did a great job today, not just Lu Ningxi, Zhuang Wenchang said encouragingly. He was very pleased with the team's unity in front of the public. Lu Ningxi nodded, then went back into the department store to pick out the items she needed. To him,
The fight that had just taken place was nothing more than a minor incident. He didn't give it a second thought.
Fong, Fan, you too, don't hold back in next year's exchange match. Give them a good thrashing.
He Xingqian told Fong and Fan. He had been dwelling on this year's defeat in the exchange match, so he gave them these instructions. Yeah, you can count on us, the two replied in unison. He Xingqian nodded in satisfaction, then vanished from the spot alongside Zhuang Wenchang. Teachers at top high schools are busy every day. Once these matters were settled, it was time to log off.
Want to go check things out? Fong suggested.
Sure, why not? We're already here, Fan replied nonchalantly.
School starts in a few days. We need to buy a few things.
I heard you've been training with the old principal for a while now.
How has it been?
Fan was curious and wanted to know what Fong had been through.
Fong didn't hold back and described the training regimen directly.
Then he added, I guess I got a small taste of the training conditions you kids from wealthy families enjoy.
Those conditions are only useful in the early stages of martial arts cultivation. In the end, it all comes down to the individual.
That's easy for you to say. It saved a lot of time in the beginning.
Getting things too easily isn't a good thing.
You have to fight for them and strive for them to truly appreciate their value. The two walked and chatted like this, their figures disappearing down the street.
Chapter 41, Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament.
In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and with a new school year upon them, Fong officially became a senior in high school. As expected, news of Lu Ningxi's battle against Lingbei had spread, dealing a severe blow to Lingbei High School, which had been on the rise. It reminded people that, in Jiangling City, Jiangling High School was still the top school. Lingbei High School, however, issued no statement on the matter and continued its enrollment efforts as usual. Fong, study hard at school and listen to your teachers, Nan Shui advised. For the new school year, Fong Shangyuan and Nan Shui made a point of seeing Fong off to school together.
Fong stood at the school gate and bid them farewell.
Don't worry, I won't let you down on next year's college entrance exam. Fong didn't go into detail with his family about his second field training experience. He didn't want to worry them, so they had no idea he'd already been scouted by Nanwu. The two were very pleased with Fong's progress. Seeing that it was getting late, they said goodbye to Fong and took off in their aircraft to go to work.
Hey, you're here. Did you know that all the major martial arts halls in Jiangling City are holding a competition?
When Fong arrived at the dorm, Fan was already there, packing his things.
He looked up at Fong as he walked in and said, I didn't know that. What's up?
Fong had spent the entire summer training with the old principal and hadn't visited the Summit Martial Arts Hall much, so he was completely unaware of what Fan was talking about.
This tournament is organized by Jiangling City. It's called the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament.
It's open to all martial arts halls and aims to promote the development of martial arts.
Fan gave a brief introduction. And?
So Uncle Lo asked me to come and invite you to compete on behalf of their Summit Martial Arts Hall. Fong still remembered Manager Lu, a burly man who could rival Vajra in stature, so he asked, with so many skilled fighters at Summit Martial Arts Hall, is it really my turn to step up? Besides, aren't you a skilled fighter yourself? He was well aware of Fan's strength. Although he made significant progress recently, he still didn't feel confident of victory against Fan. This tournament requires participants to be under 18, and I don't think any of them are as good as you, so I recommended you to Uncle Lo, Fan explained, then added with a twinkle in his eye, as for me, it's not really convenient for me to compete, and besides, I think you're stronger than I am.
Only then did Fong realize there was an age restriction.
When it came to those under 18, the top students in Jiangling City were undoubtedly those from the three major high schools. Actually, at first, Lu Zhuoran had wanted to ask Fan to compete, but Fan had refused. He then recommended Fong to Lu Zhuoran and guaranteed that Fong wouldn't let him down.
Pfft, cut the crap. So, are you entering or not?
I'm in, Fong replied without hesitation. Even if he weren't doing it for Manager Lu's sake, he would have agreed to compete just for Fan's sake. Besides, his martial arts breakthrough was just around the corner. Sparring with these young masters would surely help him.
Good.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Fan gave a charming smile that sent shivers down Fang's spine. Even after living together for so long, he still couldn't quite get used to it. Then Fan continued, I won't ask you to help for nothing. Uncle Lu said that regardless of the outcome, there'll be a generous reward for this tournament. Hearing this, Fang was quite tempted. Although he hadn't planned on seeking any rewards, he figured he might as well take what was offered. When do we sign up? Fang asked. After class this afternoon, we'll head over to the Summit Martial Arts Hall. All right. By the way, there might be some challenges along the way, Fan warned him in advance. That's to be expected. Fang nodded in understanding. As an outsider, he was sure there would be some tests ahead, which was only natural. It really was a bit more relaxed on the first day of school. Aside from the martial arts class in the afternoon, there wasn't much else on the agenda. After dinner, just as Fang picked up his Lin Yuan, Fan dragged him onto a flying vehicle sent by the Summit Martial Arts Hall, and they set off for their destination. A Function 3 aircraft. Fang recognized it at a glance. Although he couldn't afford one, that didn't stop him from knowing it. The Function series was known for its speed among aircraft in the same price range. It ranked among the very best. Looks like Manager Lu really values us, Fang said to Fan after settling in. Of course. A young man in the front row who looked like a butler chimed in with a smile. Director Lu specifically instructed us you two are honored guests of our Summit Martial Arts Hall. After that, the three of them began chatting casually. Fang also learned the significance of this competition. For a martial arts academy, if a student representing it wins the championship, the academy would not only receive a plaque engraved with Jiangling is #1 Martial Arts Academy but would also become a priority recipient of support from Jiangling City. As an outsider in Jiangling, it was especially important for the Summit Martial Arts Hall to secure official support from the city. The student who ultimately wins the championship will also receive a generous reward from Jiangling City, a reward that belongs entirely to the student. The Martial Arts Hall does not take a cut. As for the tournament format, it's quite simple. Each martial arts hall has 4 spots to fill. There are 16 spots in the finals, contested by nearly 400 students from over 100 martial arts halls. Each of Jiangling City's 4 major martial arts academies has 1 spot that grants direct entry into the finals, bypassing the preliminary rounds, while the remaining 12 spots are contested by the rest of the participants. Peak Martial Arts Academy is one of these 4 major academies and holds a spot for direct entry into the finals, and Lu Juoran intends to give this spot to Fang. Having said that, the young butler said no more. Fang understood what he meant. Whether he could actually secure this direct spot in the finals would depend entirely on his own strength. 10 minutes later, the Wind God 3 came to a stop at the entrance of the Summit Martial Arts Hall. The reception staff, who had been waiting for quite some time, immediately stepped forward to welcome the two inside. Ha, Xiaoyan, Fang. As soon as he walked in, Fang heard Lu Juoran's laughter. Behind Lu Juoran were about 10 trainees wearing training uniforms. The characters Peak were printed on the right chest of their uniforms. Judging by their energy and demeanor, they were all elite trainees of the Peak Martial Arts Hall. A few of them cast unfriendly glances, openly sizing up Fang and Xiaoyan from head to toe. Most of the others, however, were simply curious to see what kind of abilities these young people so highly regarded by the dojo master actually possessed. Among them was a tall figure familiar to Fang, Le Qingying, whom Fang had met only once before. Although Le Qingying was highly talented, she was only 16 years old and therefore not eligible to compete in this tournament. "Hello, Uncle Lu," the two replied. "Ah, hello, Xiaoyan and Fang. It's been quite a while since you've been here." Fang has been busy with special training lately, and as for me, you know the situation, Fan stepped forward to explain. "Ha, I know you guys have your own training methods. Come on, you're all young, get to know each other." Lu Juoran gestured for the students behind him to step forward and introduce themselves. Hao Yiming, from Lingbei High School, senior year. A tall, muscular student was the first to step forward to introduce himself, though his gaze was intensely aggressive as he kept staring at Fang. Zhang Jun, from Changnan High School, senior year. He had dark skin, and when he smiled, a row of pearly white teeth was revealed. Hu Yuanhang, from Jiangling No. 2 High School, senior year. This student wasn't very tall. After giving a straightforward self-introduction, he quickly stepped back, appearing rather unremarkable.
Cui Yuan, from Lingyao High School, senior year.
Of average height, his knuckles were thick and covered in calluses. He seemed to harbor a strong grudge against Fong ever since Fong had entered. He'd been staring at him, and even his voice sounded somewhat muffled.
Chapter 42, Spots. Le Qingying, from Changnan High School, sophomore.
The last to be introduced was Le Qingying, who even gave the two of them a wink after the introduction.
After hearing the introductions, Fong gained a better understanding of these students' backgrounds.
They were mostly senior high students from various schools in Jiangling City except for Le Qingying. Interestingly, while there were students from Lingbei High School and Changnan High School among the trainees, there were none from Jiangling High School, and none of them were particularly well known.
However, this was to be expected.
The well-known students were generally highly regarded by their teachers at school or had renowned masters guiding them at home, so naturally, they wouldn't come to the martial arts hall to seek a master and study. Moreover, the teaching staff in the elite classes of the three major high schools was certainly stronger than that of the martial arts hall, so there was no need for them to enroll as disciples at most. They might use the various training equipment here for their regular workouts. Generally, those who enrolled as disciples at the martial arts hall were students from regular classes at key high schools or students from other schools. Of course, to become a formal student at the martial arts hall, one must not only possess a certain level of talent but also pay a hefty enrollment fee.
Fong Fan, Jiangling High School, senior year. Fong and the others also introduced themselves. Now that we've all met, let us head up to the third floor. Lu Zhuoran turned around and led everyone to the third floor. The layout on the third floor was much the same as before, but today it was completely empty. No one else was training there. I've cleared out the third floor. Fong, Hao Yiming, Zhang Jun, and Hu Yuan Hang, you're the ones representing our dojo in this competition.
You should communicate with each other as much as possible, and the rest of you need to cooperate fully, Lu Zhuoran said, turning around.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
At that moment, Cui Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Fong, since you're going to represent our Summit Martial Arts Hall in the competition, you'll have to prove your strength. One to you?
Fong perked up, realizing this was his chance. Oh? How am I supposed to prove it? It's simple. Let us have a match.
I'm ranked 4th among this year's students at the Summit Martial Arts Hall. Beat me, and you'll naturally qualify to represent us in the competition. Cui Yuan said in a deep voice, staring intently at Fong.
He attended Lingyao High School, which was considered a second-tier school among all high schools in Jiangling City, second only to the big three high schools.
After his high school entrance exams, he could have chosen to attend one of the big three high schools, but he opted for Lingyao High School instead. Simply because he didn't want to be just an average student at one of the big three, neither here nor there. When the admissions counselor at Lingyao High School promised to prioritize him and provide the best training, he made his choice without much hesitation. In fact, Lingyao High School did indeed place great importance on him and provided him with intensive training. He then joined the Summit Martial Arts Hall to train rigorously. Currently, he ranks among the top 3 at Lingyao High School. The only one who can consistently beat him is Hu Jiamin, whose defense is as solid as an ironclad turtle shell. His martial arts skills have already reached the mastery level, rivaling those of students in the elite classes at the big three high schools, and he is extremely confident in his abilities. With the martial arts elite tournament being held in Jiangling City, he had originally thought he would represent the peak martial arts hall in the competition, achieve a good ranking, make a name for himself, and gain more recognition from his school. But unexpectedly, he was pushed out of the spot by Fong, who had been brought in from outside.
All right. Fong was already prepared and naturally wouldn't shy away from a fight. How about I referee this match?
Seeing this, Lu Zhuoran didn't make a show of trying to stop them. Instead, he simply offered to act as the referee.
Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Lu. With that, Fong leaped onto the combat platform.
Cui Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, snorted coldly, and leaped onto the platform as well, locking eyes with Fong from across the arena. An outstanding student from Jiangling High School's elite class, he was eager to see just how outstanding he really was. If you're ready, let us begin, Lu Zhuoran announced after both had drawn their weapons.
Chui Yuan practiced boxing evident from his calloused hands. After putting on his boxing gloves, he swung a punch, the wind whistling as it flew through the air. Fong met the blow head on, the blade clashed against the armor of the gloves, producing a crisp clang. The two exchanged blows, their fists and sword clashing back and forth. Although Chui Yuan attends Lingyao High School, his current strength ranks among the top even in the 3 great high schools. Is Fong confident he can handle him? Le Qingying asked, standing beside Fong. She wasn't familiar with Fong and didn't know how strong he was. That's his fighting style. Chui Yuan can't do a thing against him. Just watch, Fong said confidently. After a few moves, Fong had a pretty good sense of Chui Yuan's strength. In terms of martial arts cultivation, he had likely just entered the blood tempering stage not long ago. Though his martial technique training was quite solid, he must have broken through to the mastery level some time ago. Chui Yuan's fist techniques were ferocious. Once he launched an attack, it was like a raging storm, aiming to end the fight in the shortest possible time. This reminded Fong of that girl who also fought with her fists. He wondered how she was doing now. Even as these thoughts crossed his mind, his hands never paused. Moonlight flow. Crescent moon slash. Chui Yuan could already sense the gap between himself and Fong. Facing his attacks, Fong seemed completely at ease, while Chui Yuan himself was slightly out of breath from the continuous barrage of heavy blows. He liked to lock eyes with his opponent during a fight, but all he saw in Fong's eyes were 2 words: calm. It was as if everything were under his control. As time passed, that subtle sense of pressure grew increasingly clear, creating a suffocating feeling he had completely fallen into Fong's rhythm. Although he was aware of the gap between them, he didn't give up. Facing the sword's glow as it slashed toward him, Chui Yuan remained fully focused. The sword's glow shone like moonlight, 2 consecutive moves flowing as naturally as mercury spilling across the ground. The first move shattered his boxing stance, the second struck him directly in the chest. But he didn't press his advantage. Fong took a step back, sheathed his sword, and stood still, moving with effortless ease. Le Qingying's eyes sparkled with admiration. That was effortless. Indeed, Fong's defeat of Chui Yuan could be described as effortless. It seemed to end almost without him exerting any real effort. Of course, Fong said, raising an eyebrow. Excellent. Fong truly lives up to his reputation as an outstanding student at Jiangling High School. His fame is well deserved, Le Juran said, his eyes lighting up with praise. Then, turning to the somewhat dazed Chui Yuan, he offered encouragement. Your skills have improved significantly as well. Your punching techniques are even more aggressive now. But remember to balance strength and flexibility. That's the only way to break through to the perfect level. Hearing Le Juran's words, Chui Yuan snapped out of his daze and murmured, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Le Juran nodded, then turned back to Fong with a smile and said, "Of course, we also have to thank Xiaoyan for recommending such a prodigy to our peak martial arts hall." "Ha, yes, my good buddy. Uncle Lu, you'd better prepare plenty of gifts for him when the time comes," Fan said with a grin, advocating for Fong to receive a reward. Of course. As everyone has seen, Fong's skills are more than capable of representing our peak martial arts hall in the elite tournament. That direct spot in the finals is his no objections, right? Although rumors had already spread that the dojo master intended to give Fong the direct spot in the finals, Le Juran's announcement in person still caused the expressions of the eligible competitors to shift momentarily. "Dojo master, I'd also like to compete for this spot," Hao Yiming stepped forward and declared loudly. He was tall and imposing, and his voice boomed like thunder. Le Juran looked at Fong but didn't give an immediate answer. Fong had no objections. Herding one sheep or a whole flock was much the same. Taking on this job meant accepting these challenges. All right. Hao Yiming didn't offer any polite remarks about Fong having just fought a battle and needing time to recover. Instead, he immediately drew his sword and stepped onto the stage. Charging up. Fong raised an eyebrow, realizing his plan to charge up in advance and finish his opponent with a single strike. However, this tactic was practically useless in real combat. When martial artists clashed, victory or defeat was decided in the blink of an eye. Who had time to build up power? It was only in arena battles that you were given some opportunities, but even then, there were many drawbacks. Hao Yiming was extremely confident. Thanks to his solid training foundation, he had been promoted to the seed class at Lingbei High School.
As for this Fong, who was on par with the seed class at Jiangling High School, Hao Yiming planned to build up his power in advance and strike while his opponent was already exhausted, confident he could secure victory. Last week, the news of Lu Ningxi single-handedly taking on Lingbei High had spread like wildfire, leaving the entire student body of Lingbei High feeling humiliated, and Hao Yiming was no exception. He couldn't beat Lu Ningxi, but this time he was facing Fong, who was also from Jiangling Middle School. In addition to competing for a spot in the finals, he also wanted to defeat someone from Jiangling Middle School to dampen their momentum. Le Joran paid no heed to Hao Yiming's ulterior motives and simply said, "Begin."
Chapter 43, Victory. Void Severing Slash.
Hao Yiming roared as he brought his blade down in a sweeping strike. His strength was indeed a cut above Cui Yuan's. With the added power of his build-up, the force of his attack was even more staggering.
However, no matter how good a move is, it has to land to be effective. Lingbo Step.
Although Fong had obtained the Bright Moon Sword Cannon after his martial arts skills reached the mastery level, he had never abandoned the Lingbo sword technique. His body rippled backward like gentle waves, and Fong effortlessly dodged the strike. From the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging in a head-on clash. Just looking at Hao Yiming's burly build and bulging muscles, one could tell his strength was staggering, let alone with the boost from his built-up power. His strike cut through empty air, but Hao Yiming's expression remained unchanged. He lunged forward and swept upward with a backhand strike, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. He knew that once the power-up wore off, his combat effectiveness would drop significantly, and he wouldn't stand a chance against Fong then.
Darting and weaving, Fong kept changing his position, and Hao Yiming couldn't even touch the hem of Fong's robe.
"I didn't expect his footwork to be this strong," Le Qingying remarked, surprised by Fong's agility. "This is part of the footwork included in his first martial arts set. When combined with his sword techniques, it's even more powerful," Fan explained, knowing Fong's martial arts inside and out.
Cui Yuan watched Fong on the stage with a blank expression.
He knew Fong hadn't used his full strength to defeat him, but what he couldn't accept was that he hadn't even managed to force Fong to reveal his footwork.
"Is dodging all you know? Is that all Jiangling High School taught you how to run away?"
After 3 moves, still having failed to land a hit on Fong, Hao Yiming couldn't help but grow impatient, so he taunted him. Fong kept his distance, not minding the banter. After all, he wasn't the one in a hurry. Stalling played to his advantage.
"You're right." Hao Yiming nearly choked on his breath. Logically, shouldn't Fong have charged in for a head-on clash after hearing his provocation? At the very least, shouldn't he have fired back a few words? What was going on here? Who just admits defeat like that?
With those few seconds wasted, he felt his strength already beginning to wane.
He couldn't delay any longer. Sky Slash.
Hao Yiming strode forward, sword in both hands, and brought it down with all his might. This was the most powerful move in his arsenal. Fong kept his eyes fixed on Hao Yiming's arms and noticed that his muscles weren't bulging like they had during his previous attacks. There was no room to retreat any further back, and he'd be off the ring. He sidestepped 3 steps to the right, dodging the blow once more.
Sweep.
Hao Yiming had long since noticed that Fong was positioned close to the edge. Knowing he could retreat no further, he decided to strike first and then sweep. Although changing his move at the last moment would reduce its power, as long as he hit Fong, it would be a success. With Fong's build, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Hao Yiming's blade. "That's really pathetic," Fong said, as if he'd anticipated this all along, thrusting his sword forward.
Clang!
The sword tip collided with the blade.
It struck right at the weakest point of Hao Yiming's attack.
Hao Yiming's face turned pale. The force coming from the side of the blade nearly made him lose his grip, and his attack fell apart instantly.
How did he anticipate that?
This wasn't just Hao Yiming's question, it was also the puzzlement of the crowd watching from the stands. With a touch of lightness to deflect great force, Hao Yiming's counterattack was like a duck with its neck seized. It flapped its wings but couldn't move. Fong had indeed spotted Hao Yiming's weakness earlier, but even so, while Hao Yiming was in the midst of gathering his power at the very moment when his momentum was unstoppable and his strength boundless. Even if he struck the weak spot, he wasn't certain he could break through Hao Yiming's sword formation. Combat for martial artists isn't just about spotting vulnerabilities. Technique must be accompanied by sufficient power. It's like wielding a powerful energy cannon. If you can't hit your target, it's all for nothing. Now that Hao Yiming had passed his initial peak and was transitioning his move with his power waning, this was the perfect moment. So Fang struck decisively, and with a single move, he succeeded. Fang didn't stop there. He swung his sword again, and Hao Yiming instantly froze in place, unable to move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was because Fang's sword tip was already pressed against his throat. Though the blade wasn't drawn, he could still feel its sharpness. You'd be better off not playing these little mind games. The more you do, the faster you'll lose. Hearing this, Hao Yiming's face alternated between pale and flushed. He felt like a clown on stage, performing his heart out only to be completely controlled. By the way, now you know that the students at Jiangling High aren't just good at running, right? Fang said to Hao Yiming, tilting his head. Good. A flash of admiration crossed Lu Jueran's eyes. He had seen geniuses who had mastered martial arts to the proficiency or even perfection level at this age, but a genius with Fang's combat talent was rare. The composure and insight into the battle that Fang displayed were qualities that ordinary people could only accumulate over time. Whoosh! Lin Yuan sheathed his sword, and Fang turned to walk off the stage, paying no heed to Hao Yiming, who hadn't yet regained his composure. The crowd watching from below was still reeling from Fang's earlier strike, unable to fathom how he defeated Hao Yiming in an instant. Fang, after this is over, let us have a go at each other. Lu Qingying looked thrilled, like a hunter who spotted his prey. I'm pretty drained. Why don't you ask Fan to spar with you instead? In front of such a large crowd, Fang didn't call him Fan. Fan, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, had no idea the heat was now on him. He hurriedly said, Qingying is already very familiar with my moves. You can just spar with her later. You're full of it. You clearly look like you're taking it easy. I've fought him so many times, I'm sick of it. I haven't even fought you yet. Lu Qingying wouldn't let it go. While they were talking, Zhang Jun, standing not far away, kept glancing over at them, lost in thought. Lu Jueran stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, Qingying, Fang has to go back to school later. I'll fight you next time. Although Lu Qingying didn't give her dad any face in private, she had to save face in front of others, so she reluctantly relented, saying, then you have to spar with me next time. Definitely. Everyone has now seen Fang's strength. He will represent our peak dojo in the competition and has earned a direct spot in the finals, Lu Jueran announced in a clear voice. None of the students at Peak Dojo said a word. Strength is always the simplest form of proof. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Zhang Jun stepped forward and called out, Master. Zhang Jun? Do you have something to say? I greatly admire Fang's skills and would like to learn from him. But since he has just come off a series of consecutive matches, it wouldn't be wise for him to fight again. So I'd like to spar with Fan for a bit so we can learn from each other. As he spoke, Zhang Jun turned slightly to look at Fan. Hearing Zhang Jun's words, Fang almost burst out laughing. He knew Fan hated nothing more than trouble. That depends on what Xiaoyang thinks. Lu Jueran was pleased that one of his students showed such initiative, but it ultimately came down to Fan's own decision. Zhang Jun looked at Fan with eager anticipation. I'm really looking forward to sparring with the elite of Jiangling High School. Fan pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Knowing that Lu Jueran wanted him to accept the challenge, he said bluntly, all right, let us have a go. Zhang Jun's face lit up with joy. The main reason he wanted to fight Fan was because of Lu Qingying. He liked Lu Qingying, and it was because of her that he had come to the Summit Martial Arts Hall to train and become a disciple, also he could spend more time with her. He had thought that with his proximity to her, he might be able to win her favor, but to his surprise, Lu Qingying had completely ignored his advances. He had initially consoled himself by thinking that Lu Qingying treated everyone the same, but seeing how affectionate she was with Fan today threw him off balance, causing him to keep glancing in their direction. Moreover, Fan had fair skin and handsome features. His pretty boy looks only made Zhang Jun dislike him even more. He had always kept his feelings well hidden. No one knew he had a crush on Le Qingying. So, he deliberately put on an air of enthusiasm and eagerness to compete, adopting a firm stance, hoping to use the pretext of a friendly sparring session to teach Fan a lesson right in front of Le Qingying. This mindset was simple and truly foolish. Le Qingying had a vague sense that Zhang Jun might have some interest in her, but being her usual carefree self, she didn't give it much thought. After all, everyone around her was always kind to her. Nor was she so naive as to assume that just because someone was nice to her, it meant they had a crush on her. It wasn't until this time, when Zhang Jun suddenly challenged Fan, that she began to sense something was slightly off. But she and Fan had grown up together, sparring since childhood, so she knew his capabilities well and wasn't worried he'd lose. As the match was about to begin, she turned her gaze toward the stage. Chapter 44, Reunion. Fan was a man who disliked trouble. He had little patience for anyone other than those he knew well, even if Zhang Jun seemed friendly. Ready? Fan hadn't brought a weapon with him this time, so he casually picked up a training broadsword. I'd be honored to learn from you. Zhang Jun was also wielding a sword, a ring pommel sword, to be precise. Fan gave a casual nod. Ha! Zhang Jun gripped his sword with both hands. A fierce gleam flashed across his swarthy face as he charged swiftly toward Fan. The fundamentals of swordplay boil down to chopping, slashing, sweeping, hacking, and thrusting, 13 forms in total, from which all martial arts techniques are derived. Zhang Jun's martial arts skills had clearly reached a level of mastery. He swept his blade out in a slashing strike, aiming straight for Fan's face. Clang! Fan, though he reacted later, arrived first, intercepting the blow mid-air. Unlike Fang's calm and composed style, Fan's fighting style was far more aggressive, completely at odds with his appearance. Shattering peak slash. This was the martial art Fan had mastered. In Zhang Jun's eyes, after Fan intercepted his attack, he immediately delivered a one-handed downward slash. It looked unremarkable, yet was impossible to dodge. A flash of blade light vanished in an instant. Their figures crossed paths. Fan sheathed his sword and stepped off the stage, resting it on the nearby weapons rack. Turning to Fang, who stood there somewhat dazed, he said, "Let us go back to school." Zzzt. A soft sound. A tear ran through the fabric on Zhang Jun's chest, yet he still held his sword aloft. "Oh, okay," Fang replied. "Uncle Lo, we're heading out now," Fan said, bidding farewell to Le Juaran. "Alright, hey, you go see Xiao Yang and Fang off," Le Juaran called out to the young man who had driven them there earlier. "Fan, Fang, come back next time for a proper fight," Le Qingying shouted as she watched the two walk away. "Sure." The two waved back. Le Juaran watched his daughter, who was so absorbed in martial arts, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On their way back to the dorm, the two walked side by side across the sports field, where they could still see people exercising. "Spill it, when did you break through to the perfect tier?" Fang nudged Fan's shoulder. Fan stumbled from the nudge and put some distance between himself and Fang. "I broke through right after we got back from the wilderness." "Damn, why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask." "Let us go back in a bit and play a couple of matches?" "Sure." It had been a while since they played, so their rankings had probably dropped quite a bit. Now that they were in their senior year of high school, they needed to make the most of their time to climb the ranks. Phew, that was awesome. After a string of exhilarating consecutive wins, Fang said to Fan beside him. Fang's rating had now reached 2,150 points. He'd gained over 100 points in one go. Battle Network uses a unique algorithm that grants extra rating points after winning streaks, and the rating also fluctuates based on performance in each match, which is why he was able to climb the ranks so quickly. Jiangling City ranking, 2230th. Fang was fairly satisfied with this ranking. According to the 22-26 college entrance exam regulations published by Jiangling City, as of May 30, 22-26, students ranked in the top 2,000 in Battle Network within each city are exempt from the preliminary exam. Furthermore, once they advance to the final round, they are guaranteed to score at least 300 out of a possible 500 on the combat skills assessment. "How many points did you get?" Fang asked. 2,150, what about you?
2210. What's your ranking? I just made it into the top 2000. Want to play a couple more rounds?
Fong was just about to agree when he suddenly noticed an avatar that had been dim all along suddenly light up, so he changed his mind and said, "I've got something to do."
You go ahead and play.
Fan didn't think much of it. He started a match on his own and vanished before Fong's eyes in a flash of white light.
Fong found a random bubble tea shop on the street and sat down. I'll have a fleshy grape.
After paying, a cup of fruit tea appeared out of thin air on Fong's table. Yes, you can buy drinks in virtual world too, and they simulate real flavors, though they're a bit cheaper than in real life, of course.
Fong looked at the latest message in the chat window. One he sent on June 12, "Happy birthday."
He originally wanted to send a gift, but without a mailing address, all he could do was send a happy birthday.
Tossing and turning, you're finally online.
By the water's edge, after nearly half a year of closed training, I can finally log into virtual world.
Tossing and turning, looks like you've improved quite a bit. By the water's edge, of course I'm your boss, after all. I have to be strong. Seeing that familiar tone, Fong let out a sigh of relief. Tossing and turning, right, Luo is the strongest. Can I teleport over?
By the water's edge has sent a teleport request.
Accept? Accept. Whoosh.
By the water's edge appeared before him.
Like Fong, Luo's features had been slightly adjusted, but those who knew him well could still recognize him.
"Luo," Fong called softly, a smile lighting up his face.
Luo's lips curled upward, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Oh, you're drinking milk tea. I've already ordered one for you, Luo. Here." Fong gestured toward the cup that had just appeared on the table. "Pineapple yogurt, your favorite. Not bad. I'll give you credit for having some good judgment." Luo was pleased with Fong's thoughtfulness.
Of course, Fong still remembered Luo's preferences. After all, she'd run plenty of errands for her back in middle school. Luo's long hair wasn't tied up but fell loosely down her back. She had bright eyes and a dazzling smile, complete with 2 dimples when she laughed.
"How's life in Fengquan City?" Fong asked after the banter. "It's great. They've arranged jobs for both my parents, and the clan chief personally designed a training plan for me. That's good to hear. How's your strength now?" A smile curved at the corners of Luo's lips. "Blood tempering stage. My martial arts are flawless." "Impressive." Fong wasn't particularly surprised.
After undergoing special training under the old principal, he'd gained some insight into how the scions of major clans cultivated, so Luo's progress didn't come as a shock. "You're so dismissive," Luo said, her willow-like eyebrows furrowing.
No.
"Luo, your strength has improved tremendously. Congratulations."
Fong's expression was quite exaggerated. "Oof. I've been in seclusion for so long and haven't heard a single thing. Tell me what's been going on during this time." So Fong began recounting the events that had taken place after Luo left.
Of course, due to confidentiality, he didn't go into detail about the wilderness training. He merely mentioned it in passing, and Luo didn't press for more. Luo slammed his hand on the table, causing the 2 drinks to shift slightly.
That Lingbei clan is really getting out of hand. So what if they got lucky and produced someone like Zhou Chuyu?
If I'd been there, I would beaten them so badly their own mothers wouldn't have recognized them. Fong believed him. Of course, the scene of Luo stepping onto the stage to stand up for him and sending Du Zhang flying with just 3 moves was still etched in his memory. "I never would guessed you had that kind of connection with the principal, though enough to get special training from him personally," Luo continued. "It's all thanks to my old man's hard work. I'm just riding his coattails," Fong said smugly.
"By the way, you've entered the blood tempering stage now. The principal must have told you about it."
"He did," Fong replied, knowing exactly what she meant. During his special training, the old principal had specifically told him that after completing the blood tempering stage, he could prepare to break through to the spirit movement realm.
However, many chose not to break through immediately but instead continued their tempering.
The final stage of the body forging stage is the blood tempering stage, and among martial artists, their essay saying, "Mercury blood, silver marrow." Generally speaking, once a martial artist reaches the blood tempering stage, every drop of blood in bone marrow becomes 10 times heavier than before. But this isn't the limit. They can continue refining until they reach 20 times the original weight, and some exceptionally talented individuals can reach 30 times or even more. Naturally, those who reach 30 times the original weight during the blood tempering stage will be much stronger after breaking through than martial artists who break through at 10 times. Chapter 45, The Luo Family. After chatting for a while longer, Luo suddenly said, "The clan elder needs me for something. I have to log off." "Okay, go ahead. When will you be back online next time?" "I'm not sure, but I'll leave you a message." "Got it. Oh, by the way, I got your birthday wishes. Remember to make it up to me with a gift next time we meet." Without waiting for Fang's reply, Luo vanished from where he stood. "Damn, so you were here all along. I've been looking for you for ages." Fan walked into the bubble tea shop and spotted Fang staring into space at a glance. He slapped Fang on the shoulder. "What are you spacing out for? I've played several rounds already. The moment I logged out, you were gone, and you didn't even reply to my messages." Fan grumbled. Just then, he noticed the 2 empty cups on the table. "Oh, so you snuck off here for a date. Spill it, who was it with?" "You better not think I won tea. Tell Luo about this later." Fang snapped out of his daze, shook off the hand resting on his shoulder, and said, "What are you talking about?" "Luo just came online, so I chatted with her for a bit." Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fang to have been with Luo just now. He recalled the rumors back home. Apparently, several prominent families in the eastern region knew that the Luo family had produced a prodigy, so they'd been sending their young heirs to make contact with Luo in hopes of winning her favor. However, Luo had been in seclusion the whole time, and no one had yet managed to catch a glimpse of her. "Oh? What did you two talk about?" "Nothing much, just talked about what's been happening at school lately." "Aunt Pang, what did the clan elders want with me?" Luo asked as she hummed a tune and removed her consciousness sensor. Aunt Pang had been standing by her side the whole time. "I'm not entirely sure. They might want to give you some guidance on your cultivation again." "I just finished my seclusion, and now it's back to cultivation," Luo grumbled. "Miss, this shows just how highly the clan elders regard you." "Not many in the clan could hope for such treatment," Aunt Pang said with a smile. "I know, Aunt Pang. I'll head over now." "All right, Mississippi. Your enrollment paperwork has already been processed. You can register at the school tomorrow." "Which school is it?" "Yunfeng Middle School." Watching Luo's figure fade into the distance, Aunt Pang's smile faded, and she stepped out of the room. The Luo family estate covered a vast area, with various buildings arranged in a harmonious layout: corridors, bridges, and pavilions by the water, each showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and ingenious design. From the early days of Spirit Awakening to the present, the Luo family had weathered over a century of ups and downs. The passage of time had imbued the architecture with an added layer of charm. The Luo family is large, and not every clan member can live on the clan lands. Only those with a talent for cultivation are allowed to reside there long term. Those without such talent disperse to pursue their own paths, returning only for the clan rituals to pay homage to their ancestors. In addition to honoring the ancestors, the clan rituals serve another purpose: to test the bloodlines of the younger generation. And Luo is the prodigy discovered among this generation of the Luo family. Aunt Peng arrived at a courtyard deep within the clan lands. She took a step forward, reached for the door knocker, and tapped it lightly. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," a slightly weathered voice called from inside. Aunt Peng pushed open the door, bowed her head, and stepped into the courtyard. Night had already fallen. The sky was studded with stars, and 2 people were sitting in the courtyard drinking wine. Aunt Peng stopped 5 meters away from them, waiting to be addressed. She had heard about this courtyard many times, but this was her first time stepping inside. She knew exactly why she was allowed to be here. "Peng Ro, is it?" One of them turned around. He looked like a middle-aged man, yet the depth in his eyes suggested he had weathered the trials of time. "Yes. How is Xiaoi doing today?"
The young lady seems to be in a pretty good mood today. Oh? Is it because of that kid named Fong? A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Aunt Peng's forehead. She swallowed hard. I'm not entirely sure about that. Ever since she first came into contact with Fong, she had already compiled and reported all the intelligence regarding him. She didn't know why the patriarch had suddenly brought him up today. That's all. You may go now. Take good care of Xiaoyi. Yes. Aunt Ping backed out of the courtyard. Big brother, should we intervene to nip this in the bud? The person who had remained silent until now spoke up, addressing the other as Big Brother. No need. Let us wait and see for now. In fact, long before Aunt Peng's report, the Luo family had already thoroughly investigated Luo's background and obtained information on Fong which was difficult for them. At the time, the Luo family elders had advocated nipping this in the bud early on. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything to Fong, they simply wanted to issue a friendly warning, telling him not to be a toad trying to eat a swan. However, this Big Brother had quashed the idea. Later, he reviewed Aunt Peng's report and the measures taken. He was very satisfied with her handling of the matter, so the issue was shelved. Big Brother, father has been gone for many years, and our family has yet to produce a new heaven-reaching realm cultivator. Now that a genius has finally emerged, we cannot afford any mistakes, another man said urgently. King Yu, Luo Duyu, had two sons, the eldest, Luo Haiping, and the second, Luo Xixing, the very two men standing before them. They were the true patriarchs of the Luo clan. Our Luo clan hasn't yet reached the point where we need to rely on a girl to save us. Luo Haiping rose to his feet and glared at Luo Xixing. But it's decided. You may go now. Luo Haiping's tone left no room for argument. Yes, elder brother, Luo Xixing said, abandoning any attempt to persuade his elder brother. Luo Haiping was the eldest son, nearly 20 years older than Luo Xixing. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. Since Luo Duyu had been away at war for years, Luo Xixing had essentially been raised by Luo Haiping alone. He feared his elder brother even more than he did his father. Now that his older brother had made up his mind, he dared not say another word. However, as he turned to leave, a flash of intensity flickered in his eyes. Luo Haiping watched his younger brother's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. He knew Luo Xixing wasn't easily persuaded. He understood his younger brother all too well. Issue an order, no coercive measures are to be taken against Fong. Yes, sir. A reply echoed from the distant mountains and forests. Luo Haiping massaged his temples and slowly sat back down. In this world, power was built upon military might. When his father was alive, those petty criminals naturally dared not run amok, but after his father's passing, all manner of unsavory characters had begun to emerge. Although his Longmen realm cultivation was already considered formidable by ordinary standards, it was still barely enough to protect such a vast family estate. If it weren't for the protection afforded by the title of King of Yu, this estate would have been carved up long ago. That was why the Luo family desperately needed someone to step forward, but it was precisely because they were too impatient that things went awry. Luo Wanyin, the most powerful woman in the kingdom of Xia. The rumors circulating outside were correct. She does indeed have ties to the Luo family. She was originally a member of the Luo family, but she broke ties with them 40 years ago and eventually even changed her surname. The incident caused a huge stir at the time, turning the Luo family into a laughingstock and subjecting them to the secret ridicule of other clans. Later, as Luo Wanyin matured and the Luo family deliberately downplayed the matter, the situation gradually subsided. Over the years, the Luo family has spared no effort in mending their relationship with Luo Wanyin, but to little avail. Now, a similar situation has arisen once again. Luo Haiping suddenly recalled a line from classical literature: future generations mourn the past but fail to learn from it, thus, they too will be mourned by those who come after them. Chapter 46, The Theory of the Blood Tempering Stage. Wow, the weather's really nice today. Fong got up early and walked into the living room, where he saw the bright sunshine outside. I'm afraid it's not the weather that's nice, it's your mood. Fan had also gotten up and gotten ready, and had come into the living room. Today was the first day of senior year, the first day of official classes,
so both of them had gotten up very early. After grabbing a quick bite in the cafeteria, they headed to the classroom. As soon as they arrived, Fang noticed that Lu Ningxi still hadn't shown up, even though class was about to start. He wasn't at martial arts class yesterday either. Where on earth has that guy been? Lu Ningxi usually kept to himself and didn't have many friends, so Fang didn't even know who to ask. You're now in your senior year. Put aside your restless, frivolous thoughts. Study hard and train in martial arts. Our class is the martial arts elite class. My requirement is simple: everyone must gain admission to one of the top 100 martial arts universities. Any questions? Zhou piercing gaze swept across the classroom. None, the class replied in unison. Zhou was Fang's new homeroom teacher and also the geography teacher for the elite class. Alright, today we'll review the geographical environment of the southern region. By senior year, the academic curriculum was essentially complete. All that remained was review. Occasionally, if a teacher felt inspired, they might cover some supplementary material, but not much. As soon as class finally ended, the classroom instantly erupted into commotion. Have you heard? Our city is hosting the martial arts elite tournament. I heard. All the big martial arts schools in town are scrambling like crazy to find competitors. If they want someone to compete, they should just go straight to Lu Ningxi. Why does anyone else need to get involved? Do you think they don't want to go to Lu Ningxi? It's just that they can't find him. No one knows where he has gone. Do you know who has been invited? It seems the top 3 from Lingbei have all been invited. I'm not sure about South City, but in our class, Jin Yi and Ren Yun seem to have been invited too. Hearing this, Fang couldn't help but glance at Jin Yi and Ren Yun sitting in front of him. These two were also among the 10 who had participated in the wilderness training back then, and both were quite strong. Fang, come with me to the school gate later to pick up a package. Fan walked over and patted Fang on the shoulder. What is it? Fan gave him a knowing look. Something good. Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Uncle Le said it's an advance on your reward to help you perform even better later on, Fan explained bluntly. Fang's eyes lit up. That's what you'd expect from a wealthy family. They're so generous. Let us go now, then. Class doesn't start for a while anyway. All right. The two went to the front desk to pick up the package, then carried it back to their dorm. First, it wouldn't look right to bring all these bags and packages straight to the classroom. These are body tempering pills, these are chi and blood pills, these are body strengthening pills, and there's also basic body tempering elixir. Fan took the items out one by one and laid them out on the table. Fang had seen these at the pharmacy before. Some of them weren't even for sale. If he were to buy them with star coins, it would likely cost well over $1 million. Uncle Lu said this is just a portion of the rewards. If we end up winning the championship, there'll be even more. We won't let him down. The elite tournament was set to begin this weekend, though it didn't really concern Fang. He advanced directly to the round of 16 and only needed to participate in the finals a month later. Night. Fang swallowed a chi and blood pill and sat in a wooden tub filled with a medicinal bath made by diluting basic body forging elixir with water. The gentle medicinal properties dissolved in his abdomen. Fang activated his awakening skill to begin absorbing and refining the medicinal energy, while the elixir in the tub was steadily being consumed. Everything went smoothly. As time slowly passed, the medicinal liquid in the wooden tub gradually changed from a greenish blue to colorless. Phew! Fang exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and muttered to himself, as expected of a pill, it really works. He could now feel his chi and blood surging with vitality, and his strength increasing. He pressed 2 fingers of his right hand together and ran them across his arm, leaving only a faint white mark. It was worth noting that his fingernails were now as sharp as any ordinary blade, a sign that he was nearing the end of the body forging stage and was about to enter the spirit movement stage. However, before advancing to the spirit movement stage, he had to solidify his foundations as much as possible. Fang's eyes flashed. He got dressed and headed to the living room, where he found Fan still waiting. Looks like this batch of elixirs worked pretty well? Fan smiled upon seeing Fang looking so vibrant.
Yeah, they did. Fong replied, then found the physical assessment machine and stepped onto it. After skillfully pressing a few buttons, a synthesized voice announced. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 562 kilograms. Health, excellent. It was a small device. Every dorm room had one designed to help students understand their own physical condition. Wow, you're almost at the peak of the blood tempering stage, Fan remarked upon hearing the announcement. His method for quickly assessing Fong's strength was simple, he just listened to the weight reading. Before advancing to the spirit movement realm, a martial artist's weight tends to increase steadily, especially during the final stage of the body forging stage, the blood tempering stage, when the growth is particularly rapid. Fong's current weight was about 8 times his normal weight, which gave a rough indication of his strength. Once he reached the spirit movement realm, his spiritual energy would be internalized, and everything would return to normal. It won't be long before you reach the blood tempering stage. Fong was clearly very satisfied with his progress. Once you reach the perfect stage, you should train as much as possible. It's best to wait until you get to college to break through. Fong knew the benefits of continuing to train during the blood tempering stage, but he didn't understand why he had to wait until college to break through. Why? At college, you'll have a mentor to guide you through the breakthrough. They can help you stabilize your realm more effectively and select the most suitable cultivation technique for you. You might even be able to skip the early stage and enter the middle stage directly. Fong understood. It really was a blessing to have someone knowledgeable by his side. It saved him from taking many detours. In a brightly lit room, Lu Ningxi held a gun in one hand, radiating an imposing aura. Opposite her stood 5 simulation robots arranged in formation, wielding various weapons. Lu Ningxi executed a gun flourish and charged straight at them. The simulation robots also moved, giving off no aura whatsoever. Yet they all knew martial techniques. Upon closer inspection, one could see they had already reached the perfect level. It was as if Lu Ningxi were fighting 5 opponents at once, all of whom had mastered martial techniques to the perfect level. Clang! Clang! The clanging of weapons echoed non-stop. The simulators displayed strength was equivalent to the body forging stage, but since they knew no fatigue or pain, they were far more formidable than ordinary martial artists. Lu Ningxi was thrilled. Only this could make him feel some real pressure. His previous match against Lingbei Middle School had been utterly uninteresting. This is how a spear-way martial artist should train, breaking through formations and slaying enemies. Half an hour later, Lu Ningxi sat cross-legged, his martial aura nearly bursting from his body. Chapter 47, Directed Mission. Friday, September 9, 2225. A few more days had passed since the start of the school year. Bang! 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 The knocking was urgent. Fong opened his eyes. Fan, what are you doing, going crazy this early in the morning? Lu Ningxi has broken through. Fan shouted from outside the door. Fong rubbed his eyes as he opened the door. Broken through? Has he advanced to the spirit movement realm? No sooner had he said this than he sensed something was off. Why would Lu Ningxi be in such a hurry to break through to the spirit movement realm? Forget the spirit movement realm, he has grasped the martial aura. Fan blurted out. Fong was instantly wide awake. Not just at Jiangling High School, in all of Jiangling City, there hadn't been a single student in the past decade who grasped the martial aura right at the start of their senior year. Plus, Kyoto Martial Academy has already extended an invitation to him. What? He is only a senior now. Kyoto Martial Academy has a preparatory program that allows students to start college early. I didn't know that. Joey must have already posted an announcement in the class group chat. Fong immediately opened his communicator. As everyone knew, there were 2 class group chats, one with the teacher and one without. The one Fong opened at that moment was the class group with the teacher. As soon as he opened it, a stream of messages flashed before his eyes. So everyone is awake, huh? He looked at the pinned message at the top. Homeroom teacher Joey, congratulations to our classmate Lu Ningxi on being accepted early to Kyoto Martial Academy. Below that was a chat among the early rising classmates. At first, it was filled with congratulations, but later the conversation veered off topic to discuss the admission requirements for Kyoto Martial Academy. By then, Fong had also figured out the basic admission requirements for Kyoto Martial Academy. As the top martial arts university in Xia, Kyoto Martial Academy has very strict admission standards. It admits approximately 3,000 students each year, including the prodigies in the preparatory class. In the college entrance exam, which is scored out of 800, past experience shows that a student must score at least 740 to have a chance of being admitted. As for the preparatory class, this is a method Kyoto Martial Academy uses to identify and secure talented students early on. The academy has dedicated teachers who scout for talent nationwide. Once a talented individual is identified, and with their consent, they are enrolled in Kyoto Martial Academy's preparatory program, essentially an early admission, and automatically advance to the university upon completion of the college entrance exam. Gaining early admission to Kyoto Martial Academy is actually quite simple. All one needs to do is impress the academy's instructors. So for example, someone like Lu Ningxi who mastered martial aura before the age of 18 or anyone else with exceptional talent would qualify. Our school is going to make a name for itself again. This is the first student in recent years to be granted early admission to Kyoto Martial Academy, Fong remarked with a touch of admiration. You're absolutely right. I suddenly have a question. Is Lu Ningxi even taking the college entrance exam? Of course not. He has already been granted early admission. Why would he take the exam? Doesn't that mean the competition for this year's top scorer is wide open again? Fan snapped back to reality. With a prodigy like Lu Ningxi gone, how could those he previously overshadowed not be tempted by the vacant title of top scorer? Sure enough, by noon, the entire school knew that Lu Ningxi was about to head to Kyoto. At the same time, major media outlets were reporting the story, and most of Jiangling City was now aware that Jiangling High School had produced a super genius, one even more exceptional than Zhou Chuyu, who was about to study at Kyoto Martial Academy. Tomorrow is the opening match of the elite tournament. Want to go together? Fan asked. Sure, let us head straight there tomorrow morning. The next day, the two got up early and headed straight for the Jiangling City Central Gymnasium. With the rise of martial arts and the improvement of people's physical fitness, some traditional sports on Blue Star had gradually disappeared. After all, for an average martial artist at the body forging stage, a 100-meter dash takes only a few seconds to complete, not to mention those at the spirit movement stage. How could there even be a competition? As a result, sports activities these days essentially boil down to martial arts training. The Central Gymnasium is open to the public on weekdays, and dedicated martial arts instructors hold open classes there. Even if one can't go out to hunt demon beasts, at the very least, one should be able to strengthen one's body and improve one's health. Inside the 60-hectare venue, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Delegations from various martial arts schools had taken their seats, and spectators had also entered the arena. Dozens of 100 by 100 platforms were set up in the center of the venue. Shortly after Fong and his companion took their seats, a man who appeared to be an official took the stage, gave a brief speech, and announced the start of the competition without further ado. The rules were simple. All participants were randomly divided into 4 groups A, B, C, and D, with the top 3 from each group advancing to the finals. Since each martial arts hall had 4 spots in the competition, there was no chance of competitors from the same hall facing off in the same group. Boom! 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 3 drumbeats signaled the start of the competition. The competitors who had received their numbers were already waiting in front of their respective rings, with several cameras suspended above each ring to capture the action. In front of the spectator stands in various areas of the venue, there are huge screens where the organizers project highlights of the matches they deem exciting. Each spectator also has a small screen in front of them, allowing them to choose which ring match to watch, though, of course, if you're seated closer to the action, you can simply watch the match directly from your seat. Fong swiped through the screens to watch the various rings while listening to the conversations around him. Hey, look at ring 7 in section C. Isn't that Lei Xing from Jiangling No. 2 High School? It really is him. He's representing the Golden Warrior Dojo, right? Yeah, that's him. He is so fierce.
he just plowed right through and swept his opponent off the ring.
No wonder he's the top fighter at Jiangling No. 2 High School.
Looks like he's got himself a spot in the finals. Fang looked up and noticed that the match being broadcast in their section was from Zone C, and Lei Xing's match was also being shown on the big screen in their stands. There stood a burly young man, at least 2.2 meters tall, standing proudly on the platform with a spear in hand, while his opponent had already been carried away for medical treatment. And over at Ring 8 in Zone A, that's Tang Xiaosong, representing the Feiyu Martial Arts Hall. He is so fast his opponent didn't even get a good look at him before he lost in a blur. Since the matches in Section A weren't being projected here, Fang found a replay of a previously concluded bout. The teenager named Tang Xiaosong was slender, wielding a short blade. After the match began, he turned into a shadow and closed in. His opponent clearly didn't have time to react. He managed to block the attack twice but couldn't keep up with the speed and was left with the short blade pressed against his throat.
And that one. He is really strong, too.
The chatter from those around him never stopped, while Fang kept scrolling through the footage, looking for opponents worth taking seriously. Fan, as the self-proclaimed head coach of the Fang coaching staff, was also doing his utmost to gather information. After all, this was a tournament with nearly 400 participants, 10 rings per district, with 10 competitors in each ring. Each ring held a round-robin tournament, with winners earning 1 point and losers receiving none. Ultimately, the competitor with the highest score would compete against the other ring champions in the same district for 3 spots in the finals.
Chapter 48, the finals begin. Here is the data I compiled today. Take a look, Fan said after transferring the files to Fang's account.
By 5 p.m., today's matches had all concluded, and as expected, the competitors who were already somewhat well-known had secured consecutive victories.
Fang opened the files and skimmed through them.
Hu Jiamin, Blood Tempering Stage, Martial Arts Mastery, specializes in defense. Tianzhan, Blood Tempering Stage, Martial Arts Mastery,
Weapon, Miao Sword.
Gao Xiaoyang, Blood Tempering Stage, Martial Arts Mastery suspected to be perfect. Lei Xing, Blood Tempering Stage.
Tang Xiaosong, Blood Tempering Stage.
The data was quite comprehensive, covering school, grade, cultivation realm, weapons, and more. It had to be said that Fang was truly a gem when it came to gathering intelligence. Of course, this data only included those who had already competed. It did not include information on those who, like him, had advanced directly to the finals. Based on the information we've received so far, Wu Tong was invited by the Aoshue Martial Arts Hall to advance directly to the finals. As for the other two, one is Jiang Chengxian from Changnan, and the other is Lu Sun from Lingbei. There are rumors that Jiang Chengxian has also achieved a perfect martial skill, but since he has no public record of a demonstration, it cannot be confirmed yet.
As for Lu Sun, he is known as the second best in Lingbei. He wasn't present during the clash with Lu Ningxi the other day, reportedly because he was in training.
The last time he fought, his martial arts were already very close to the perfect level.
Fang nodded in acknowledgement.
The martial arts cultivation levels of the people listed here were all at the blood tempering stage, but exactly how far they progressed couldn't be determined by appearance alone. Only through actual combat would one know for sure. As for martial arts techniques, they were even more straightforward. An outsider could tell at a glance what level they had reached. With your strength, no one can match you unless their martial arts have reached the perfect level, Fang affirmed.
Let us head back for now. We'll come back tomorrow.
In the days that followed, Fang spent his time studying, training, and watching matches. He also celebrated his 17th birthday. Luo Henti logged into the virtual world at all during that time. He simply sent a birthday greeting on the day itself before logging off in a hurry. The elite tournament finals are tomorrow. How are you feeling?
Fang stood up from his meditation and softly uttered 2 words, great.
Watching the matches over this period had taught him a great deal, and he couldn't wait to go head-to-head with Jiang Ling's prodigies.
The next day,
a long line had formed outside the Jiangling City Center Gymnasium. Everywhere he looked, spectators were waiting to have their tickets scanned for entry, while media reporters were pulling aside some of the more interesting-looking spectators for interviews. The city of Jiangling had gone all out with its promotional efforts this time. There were no admission fees for regular matches, and tickets were available for free online on a first-come, first-served basis.
Ever since Mana's revival, martial arts had been all the rage, and with such extensive publicity, the public was naturally brimming with enthusiasm.
Younger children were brought to the matches by their parents, while older kids gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to watch. While waiting in line, the sound of discussions could be heard everywhere, with fans cheering on their favorite competitors. Of course, there were also some voices of discontent.
I really don't know what's going on. How can there be such a thing as a direct entry into the finals?
Every other competitor had to fight their way up step by step. Kaisu from our school was ranked 4th in their bracket. He was just a hair's breadth away from making it to the finals. Your school still had other students who made it to the finals.
It's not like our school, where everyone was eliminated.
In the end, the 3 traditional powerhouse high schools are still the best. They've taken up more than half the spots in the top 16. All the matches will be finished today. We'll see who takes home the championship.
Hurry up, it's our turn.
Let us get our tickets checked and head inside. 2 girls, seeing that it was their turn in line, stopped their discussion and went through the ticket check to enter the venue.
9:30 a.m.
The gymnasium, with a capacity of 300,000, was already packed to the brim, with only a massive ring remaining in the center of the arena. Cameras were filming from all directions, including overhead, with the footage transmitted directly to screens in various sections of the venue.
At the same time, those who couldn't attend could watch the live stream online. Fong glanced at her bib number C01. Just then, the central display screen showed the contestants' information. Zone A. Wutong A01, Lingbei Middle School, Aoshua Martial Arts Hall.
Tang Shaosong A16, Yunsan Middle School, Feiyu Martial Arts Hall. Jinyi A27, Jianling Middle School, Beishan Martial Arts Hall.
Tianzhan A36, Changnan Middle School, Leitang Martial Arts Hall. Zone B.
Zhangchengxian B01, Changnan Middle School, Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Hujiaming B11, Lingyao Middle School, Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall.
Zhangcheng B17, Jianling Middle School, Aoshue Martial Arts Hall. Lin Yuan B31, Yunjia Middle School, Dragon Spring Guild.
Group C.
Fong C01, Jianling Middle School, Summit Martial Arts Hall. Leixing C09, Jianling No. 2 High School, Vidra Martial Arts Hall.
Gao Xiaoyang C12, Shiba High School, Wanmin Martial Arts Hall.
Yangliang C23, Lingbei High School, Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall.
Zone D. Lusun D01, Lingbei High School, Dragon Spring Guild. Hao Yiming D33, Lingbei Middle School, Summit Martial Arts Hall.
Li Lujiang D57, Changnan Middle School, Dian Martial Arts Hall. Ranyan D66, Jiangling Middle School, Purple Phoenix Martial Arts Hall. As soon as the match schedule was released, it clearly listed the contestants' schools and representative martial arts halls. It showed that Jiangling Middle School had 4 participants, Lingbei Middle School had 4, and Changnan Middle School had 3, together accounting for nearly 3/4 of the final spots. As for the dojos, 8 of the 16 competitors hailed from the 4 major dojos, while the remaining 8 were from other well-known dojos in Jiangling City.
2 hosts took the stage, 1 male and 1 female. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet. The competition is about to begin.
Let me start by introducing myself. I'm host Chen Yongjin, and I'll also be serving as the commentator for this event.
Next to me is my co-host, Siying. Hello, everyone. I'm host Xie Siying, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to provide commentary for the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament.
Both hosts appeared to be relatively young, around 30 years old. The man looked full of energy, while the woman had a sweet smile. Next, let me introduce the guest of honor for this event, Jiangling City Mayor Gui Julong. From the central viewing section with the best view, a figure stood up and waved.
Su Jing, Director of the Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau. Su Hui, Director of the Jiangling City Education Administration Bureau. In the audience, the Fong family was all present, along with Fan.
They had also become quite familiar with the roommates who shared a dorm with Fong.
It's been ages, why hasn't it started yet? Nan Shui couldn't help but complain.
Today was her son's competition day, so naturally she wanted to watch Fong compete. Seeing that the event hadn't started yet, she was getting a little anxious.
Fong Shangyuan smiled. It's all part of the standard procedure, getting anxious won't help.
Besides, even if it starts now, Fong is scheduled for the second half of the bracket, so we'll still have to wait a while.
Don't you want to watch Fong compete? A few question marks popped up above Fong Shangyuan's head.
When had he ever said he didn't want to watch his son compete? But with his strong instinct for self-preservation, he wisely chose not to argue with his wife, instead putting on a conciliatory smile to soothe Nan Shui. The elderly couple, Fong Xinwu and his wife, standing nearby, simply smiled as they watched the scene unfold, showing no intention of interjecting.
Auntie, let us watch the event introduction for now.
The matches go by quickly. Fong will be up in no time, Fan said with a reassuring smile.
Xiaoyang sure knows how to talk. Nan Shui shot Fong Shangyuan a glance, then turned to the charming, handsome young man and asked, so, what do you think Fong's final ranking will be?
Didn't I just mean that?
Fong Shangyuan began to question the meaning of life.
Fan replied earnestly, in terms of strength, Fong is firmly in the top 5 among all competitors.
Unless others are holding back, the only one who can consistently outperform Fong is Wu Tong from Lingbei.
So does that mean Fong will be up on stage to receive an award?
Nan Shui was very good at distilling the main point of a sentence. There's only one person who can beat Fong.
Barring any surprises, that is correct. Just as Nan Shui was about to ask another question, the hostess' introduction on stage had already concluded. The first Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament officially begins. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight, ready to watch the competition.
Chapter 49, The Opening Match.
The format for the Elite Tournament Finals was straightforward. Competitors from each of the A, B, C, and D divisions would face off in head-to-head matches to determine a winner from each group, and then those winners would compete in head-to-head matches to crown the ultimate champion.
Simple and clear in theory, it would take only 4 matches to claim the championship.
Next, please welcome Wu Tong from the Aoshui Martial Arts Hall and Tian Zhan from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Chen Yongjin announced in a resonant voice.
Wu Tong is a senior at Lingbei High School and specializes in the spear. Tian Zhan, also a senior, attends Changnan High School and specializes in the Miao sword. Xia Xiying briefly introduced the two competitors. While the two hosts were speaking, Wu Tong and Tian Zhan walked onto the stage and locked eyes from a distance of several dozen meters. In the audience, the masters of the 4 major martial arts halls sat not far from one another, with members of their respective schools behind them. Master of the Aoshui Martial Arts Hall was an elderly man, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression one of absolute confidence in victory. And indeed, Wu Tong's martial arts skills had been honed to perfection. Apart from those few who might be hiding their true strength, who else could possibly be his match? The headmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was a towering man, and his expression was far from pleasant at that moment. It was no wonder he was in a bad mood. His own student had to face the favorite to win the championship in the very first round. On stage, the host stepped off. Wu Tong slowly raised the coiling dragon spear in front of him, gripping it with both hands. This time, he was going to give it his all and win in spectacular fashion. His previous battle against Lu Ningxi in Virtual World had indeed dealt him a blow, and he defaced plenty of gossip as a result, but he moved past it now. Now that news of Lu Ningxi's direct admission to Kyoto Martial Academy had spread, no one was bringing up the fact that, despite being the top student at Lingbei Middle School, he'd been easily defeated by the top student from Jiangling Middle School. After all, it wasn't that he, Wu Tong, wasn't strong. It was simply that Lu Ningxi was too overwhelmingly powerful.
This elite tournament was a golden opportunity. With Lu Ningxi absent, he intended to make everyone take notice of him, Wu Tong.
He stepped forward with his left foot, toes turned outward, bent his knees into a crouch, and executed a twisting sidestep with a diagonal slash. His sword was more agile than Wu Tong's spear. If Wu Tong didn't dodge, he would certainly strike first. Sure enough, Wu Tong paused, refraining from rushing in, and shifted his body slightly to the side to evade the blow.
Tian Zhan swung the sword from his waist, gripping it with both hands.
He flipped the blade and swept upward, aiming straight for Wu Tong's solar plexus. Without panicking, Wu Tong swung his spear down from above, blocking the blade's upward trajectory.
Nice move! Chen Yongjin cheered.
The back and forth between Wu Tong and Tianjin is truly spectacular. One slashes, one dodges, one flicks, one blocks. It really shows their skill, Xia Ying commented from the sidelines. The headmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall nodded to himself, reasonably satisfied with Tianjin's performance. Cheers erupted from the stands. Some might not have known exactly what was so impressive, but since everyone around them was cheering, not joining in would have made them look like they lacked discernment. After blocking that strike, Wu Tong didn't wait for Tianjin to make his next move. He was wielding a long spear, which inherently gave him a range advantage. An extra inch in length meant an extra inch of power. The Miao sword flashed wildly, but it was no match for Wu Tong, who overwhelmed his opponent with sheer brute force. After just 2 moves, Tianjin's palm was already split open. Unable to hold the sword with both hands, he could only barely grip it with his right hand. Wu Tong held his spear with one arm, its tip hovering over Tianjin's neck. The match was over. Both were at the blood-tempering stage. Even though Wu Tong had progressed further, his potential was still limited. The reason for the disparity in their strength lay in their mastery of martial arts. The advantage of the perfect level over the proficient level was indeed significant. Moreover, after that battle, Wu Tong reflected deeply on his defeat and underwent a month of rigorous training, further refining his martial arts. Although Tianjin had also cultivated his martial arts reasonably well, he was still some distance from the perfect level.
The first match is over.
The winner is Wu Tong. The referee announced the result of the first match.
Wu Tong sheathed his spear. You were kind enough to let me win. The tournament was being broadcast live, visible not only in Jiangling City but also in other cities. As a representative of Lingbei Middle School, he naturally had to be mindful of his public image. I lost. You're very strong.
Tianjin wasn't the type to take a loss badly. Besides, he expected this outcome and felt no resentment.
Xiaoyang, this Wu Tong must be the person Fang said he couldn't defeat, right?
Although Nan Shui had no background in martial arts, she could sense Wu Tong's prowess from the hostess' introduction and commentary.
That's right.
In our Jiangling city, the only person who could be said to have a sure win against Wu Tong is Lu Ningxi, but Lu Ningxi has already left, Fan replied with a nod. Anyway, we're not competing for first place. As long as Fang doesn't get hurt, that is fine. Nan Shui took it in stride. As long as her son wasn't injured, that was all that mattered.
What martial artist goes through life without getting hurt?
A martial artist must fight. Even when facing a powerful opponent, one must dare to draw one's sword. The old man spoke up at that moment. Nan Shui didn't dare to argue with her father-in-law, but it was clear she didn't agree with his viewpoint.
Fang Shangyuan wanted to smooth things over, but he backed down under his father's glare.
In the end, it was Grandma who pulled the old man aside, bringing the argument to a close.
Ahem, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts, the second match is about to begin, Fan said at that moment. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the stage, and the slightly tense atmosphere dissipated instantly.
Thank you very much to the 2 students who just gave us such a thrilling match, Chen Yongjin said as he took the stage. The next pair of competitors to take the stage are Tang Xiaosong and Jin Yi.
Xia Ying continued.
Tang Xiaosong, a student at Yunshan Middle School and a member of the Fei. Other opponents, when faced with Tang Xiaosong's onslaught, would simply try to dodge, but unable to keep up with his speed, their evasion was futile. Even if they managed to narrowly avoid one strike, they couldn't parry the next. Jin Yi, however, was different. While he naturally couldn't keep up with Tang Xiaosong's speed either, he had no intention of trying. Instead, he simply spun his spear in place, using it as a shield. Although this could only block attacks from one direction, even if Tang Xiaosong suddenly changed direction or spun within a small radius, Jin Yi could still keep up. Neither man was one for small talk, so the only sound on the field was the clang of their weapons clashing. Well, both competitors are showcasing their signature styles. Tang Xiaosong excels at offense, while Jin Yi excels at defense, Chen Yongjin remarked. This was the first time he encountered such a situation.
This truly is a clash of opposites. Who will ultimately come out on top? Xia Ying added.
This was bound to be a protracted battle. In fights between martial artists, unless their strengths were extremely close, 5 minutes was usually more than enough. But this fight had already lasted half an hour, and to make matters worse, both fighters were tight-lipped and unremarkable, prompting many spectators to start grumbling.
How much longer is this going to go on? It's not entertaining at all. Exactly. This one isn't as good as the last one.
I hope the next few matches aren't this boring.
I'm about to fall asleep.
Of course, there were also some knowledgeable spectators.
It all comes down to who can't hold out any longer and reveals a weakness first.
A war of attrition really tests one's willpower. I'm rooting for Tang Xiaosong. He is a very level-headed guy.
I actually think Jin Yu will win.
As the saying goes, a prolonged defense is bound to falter. In the end, Jin Yu was unable to hold out after Tang Xiaosong found a weakness. He broke through his defense.
Jin Yu said nothing.
His plan had been to create a stalemate and wait for an opening, but he was the one who revealed a weakness first. He could only blame himself for not having trained hard enough.
In the audience, the representatives from Beishan Martial Arts Hall weren't disheartened by Jin Yu's defeat.
They had only recently joined the martial arts hall, so they were already quite satisfied with this result. The MC took the stage and livened up the somber atmosphere. The previous match had indeed dragged on a bit too long. The matches in Group A were now over, and next up were the matches in Group B.
Zhang Chengxian vs Lin Yuan. Hu Jiamin vs Zhang Qing.
In the first match, Zhang Chengxian secured an easy victory without expending much effort, barely showcasing his true strength.
Lin Yuan was the pride of Yunjia Middle School.
As a third-tier school in Jiangling City, it was no small feat for Yunjia to produce a competitor who had advanced to the round of 16. Facing Zhang Chengxian's Shenhua Great Axe was simply too much to handle. He was knocked out of the arena in less than 3 moves. In the second match, Hu Jiamin secured a hard-fought victory after a grueling battle. Hu Jiamin was evenly matched with Zhang Qing in terms of skill, but he held a significant advantage in defense. In the end, he forced Zhang Qing to concede defeat by trading blows until she was injured. Zhang Qing was also a student in the elite class at Jiangling High School, though she was in a different class, so Fang wasn't very familiar with her. She was a very stubborn girl who gritted her teeth and held on until the very last moment, but in the end, she suffered a regrettable defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, after a series of intense matches, the qualifiers from the upper bracket have been determined: Wu Tong, Tang Xiaosong, Zhang Chengxian, and Hu Jiamin.
Congratulations to these 4 competitors. Xia Xiying beamed. Take a short break. Next up are the matches from the lower bracket. In the audience, Nanshui was visibly excited. We've been waiting forever. Fang is finally about to take the stage. Fang Shengyuan took out the camera he'd prepared long ago, ready to capture his son's heroic moments. Grandma added, "Shengyuan, make sure to film it well."
"Don't worry, I'm the most professional amateur there is," Fang Shengyuan said confidently.
Fang Xinwu, meanwhile, sat up straight. This was his first time watching his grandson fight in person.
Fan looked at Fang's back as he prepared in the rest area, silently cheering him on in his heart. Elsewhere, Li Xinyuan and a few classmates from Class 9 had also come together to watch the match. Their seats were diagonally across from the ring, offering a good view. They could even see Fang's face from a distance.
"Xianhao, how come you've been sitting next to Fang for so long and haven't noticed a thing?" Li Xinyuan asked. Xianhao had come along this time too. "Noticed what? Didn't you see anything special about him?" Li Xinyuan added.
She genuinely couldn't figure it out how had Fang shot to the top so suddenly. While his promotion to the seed class was still within her realm of acceptance, the fact that Fang had now reached the finals of the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament made it all feel somewhat unreal to her. As if Class 9 didn't already have Luo, that genius young lady from a prominent clan who'd fallen on hard times. Now here came another prodigy who'd risen from obscurity. Could Class 9 be some kind of feng shui hotspot? The people nearby also pricked up their ears, eager to hear what Xianhao had to say.
"I don't know. He was just normal every day. Later on, I don't know how, but he became a bit more outgoing.
Then, during martial arts class, he started with the basics and took out Tang Liang right on the spot. You all know what happened after that, Xianhao said, equally puzzled. Li Xinyuan's best friend chimed in from the side. I heard they even went on a wilderness training trip over the summer. The seed class only selected 10 people, and Fong was among them, and he ranked pretty high, too. Her name was Zhua Xin. She was relatively tall with a well-proportioned figure and large eyes. The others nodded in agreement. They heard the rumor as well. For this elite tournament, the Summit Martial Arts Hall directly gave him a spot in the finals. I wonder if he'll be able to hold his own. Someone voiced their concern. After all, no matter how legendary his skills were, they'd never seen him in action. Don't worry so much. If the Summit Martial Arts Hall chose him, it means he has what it takes, someone nearby said. All right, the match is about to start. Let us not talk about this anymore. Li Xinyuan commanded a fair amount of respect among the crowd. As soon as she spoke, everyone fell silent. Not far from them, a middle-aged man sat with a young boy. The boy still looked somewhat green, and judging by their appearance, they were likely father and son. The man stared at the photo on the screen, deep in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that this boy named Fong looked somewhat familiar. I remember now, the middle-aged man exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The sound was loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby. Dad, keep your voice down, the young man tugged at his father's sleeve. The middle-aged man realized his mistake, gave an embarrassed smile to those around him, and then lowered his voice to say, I've seen that Fong before. Huh? Where did you see him? At work. I came home that day and said I'd picked up a genius from Jiangling High School. Since he was from Jiangling High, I took a few extra glances at him and chatted with him the whole way home. Huh? What a coincidence. The boy remembered it too. It really had happened. That evening at dinner, his dad had brought it up, saying he'd met a genius and going on and on about it. But at the time, he just thought it was an ordinary Jiangling High student. After all, he was a student at Lingbei High himself, so he didn't think Jiangling High was anything special. He even argued that the kid wasn't a genius, just an ordinary student, and the two of them had exchanged a few sharp words. He never would guess that the person his dad had met back then was actually Fong. If that's the case, then he really is a genius. You bet he is, the uncle said excitedly. He snapped a few photos of the projected screen and sent them to his private group chats, then they started chatting. Fong, huh, the boy murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on Fong's photo on the screen. He didn't have any particular opinion of Fong to begin with, but since he attended Lingbei High School, his gaze unconsciously took on a scrutinizing quality. Chapter 51, Defeating Yang Liang. Fong's expression was calm, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. With Lin Yuan resting flat on his lap, he could sense a faint hum from the sword, a feeling of jubilant excitement. Before battle, one must calm the mind and quiet the spirit. Next, the matches in the lower bracket are about to begin, Chen Yongjin announced as he took the stage. Please welcome Fong from the Summit Martial Arts Hall and Yang Liang from the Scarlet Flame Martial Arts Hall. Xia Xiying introduced the competitors. Le Qingying nudged her father with her elbow. Fong's about to go on. Le Zhuoran was also looking forward to Fong's performance. A flash of intensity flickered in Fong's eyes before vanishing, and he returned to his usual composure. Without showing off his footwork, he simply carried the Lin Yuan sword and walked step by step onto the stage. Yang Liang wasn't very tall, but he had a rather stocky build. Holding a pair of maces, he stood at the other end, sizing up Fong. These two competitors attend Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School, respectively, and this is the first time in this finals series that we've seen a showdown between Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School. Chen Yongjin, who was hosting online, made a point of mentioning their schools. So who will come out on top? Let us find out together. With that, Xia Xiying and Chen Yongjin stepped off the stage together. The referee stepped forward to confirm that both sides were ready. Fong remembered Yang Liang. A month ago, on Battle Network, he had challenged Lu Ningxi and been completely swept aside. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was that Lu Ningxi was too strong. With both competitors possessing equal physical prowess, martial arts at the peak of the perfect tier simply crushed those at the mastery tier unless there were some other hidden tactics at play. Yang Liang wasn't very familiar with Fong as far as he could recall. There was no one by that name among the famous students at Jiangling High School. But he wouldn't underestimate any opponent. Anyone who had earned a direct spot in the finals representing the Summit Martial Arts Hall, to underestimate them would be an insult to his own intelligence. He also realized the hostess' words were meant to stir up conflict, but he paid it no mind. The rivalry between Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School had been going on for quite some time. There was nothing new to say about it. He had no interest in verbal sparring in the end. It all came down to what happened in the ring. Let the match begin. Yang Liang, wielding a pair of maces, charged headlong toward his opponent, resembling a raging, ironclad bull. Fong didn't dare to be overconfident. He dodged the attack using the Lingbo step. Maces were formidable weapons of horseback combat in the age of cold steel. Only those with great strength could wield them. If struck squarely, one would likely suffer serious injury on the spot. Yang Liang's mace was about 4 chi long, octagonal in shape, and weighed 20 kilograms each. When swung, it created a thunderous roar. His moves were simple and unadorned, nothing more than hooks, thrusts, parries, slashes, and presses. Fong fought while retreating. It looks like Yang Liang has a slight edge right now, but Fong hasn't lost his composure. He is fighting steadily and methodically. That's right. Fong's footwork is remarkable. Yang Liang can't land an effective strike on him just yet. The two commentators provided analysis from the sidelines. Fong paid no heed to the voices around him. Moonlight glow. The sword's glow rained down, scattering like moonlight. The essence of this move lay in entanglement. It was the most effective counter to such fierce, aggressive martial arts. Yang Liang's offensive slowed slightly. His opponent's swordwork was so cunning that he felt as though his power had nowhere to go. Mount Tai crushing down. He was a stubborn one. Since he couldn't channel his power, he'd simply use even greater force to break through Fong's blockade. A hint of a smile flashed across Fong's eyes. Just as expected, this guy was single-minded. He was deliberately forcing Yang Liang to change his technique. Only through variation would an opening emerge. Crescent moon slash. A sword strike, like a gazelle's horn, swept across, aiming straight for Yang Liang's wrist. Yang Liang was no pushover either. Keeping his right hand's trajectory steady, he brought the mace down with a single strike while forcibly pulling his left hand back. Fong remained unflustered. His speed was already faster than the mace's, let alone since he struck first. Despite the withdrawal, the tip of the sword still grazed Yang Liang's wrist. Thud. The octagonal mace fell to the ground. Yang Liang could no longer grip his weapon with his left hand, and his left wrist swelled with visible speed. Yang Liang gritted his teeth, and the octagonal mace in his right hand still came down with determination, though unfortunately, due to the injury to his left hand, his movements were no longer as fluid. Whoosh! The mace swung and missed. Fong dodged and effortlessly circled around to Yang Liang's back. That was a fierce move by Yang Liang. If he landed it, Fong would been in for a rough time. Fong's reaction was incredibly quick. He struck Yang Liang's left hand. Yang Liang is in danger, Chen Yongjin spoke rapidly, his words coming one after another like a barrage of bullets. Lu Zhuoran, watching from the audience, also witnessed this scene. Unlike the host, he wasn't one for beating around the bush. He stated bluntly, "It's over." Lu Qingying nodded in agreement. She'd seen Fong fight before. Once Fong gained the upper hand, the match was as good as over. Full moon slash. From behind Yang Liang, Fong brought his sword down directly, striking his right shoulder. Bright moon in the sky. Yang Liang was sent flying and struggled several times to get back up, but to no avail. Staff members quickly rushed onto the stage and carried him off for medical treatment. At that moment, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. This was exactly the kind of martial arts competition they had envisioned. "Did you get it on camera? Did you get it?" Nan Shui asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I've got it all on camera," Fong Shengyuan said confidently after checking his camera. "That's great. My son is really amazing," Nan Shui said proudly. She didn't really understand the intricacies of the fight, but she could see that her son had defeated his opponent with ease.
He is quite good, the old man nodded.
Meanwhile, the middle-aged man on the other side was brimming with confidence.
I told you I ran into a genius back then.
The boy nodded in agreement. He had to admit it.
He knew Yan Liang too. He was fairly well known at Lingbei Middle School.
He'd even seen Yang Liang coaching their own class before, yet when facing Fong, he seemed so clumsy and was easily defeated. Not far away, the Class 9 spectator group watched on.
He is so strong, someone exclaimed.
A man changes so much in just 3 days, you really have to look at him with fresh eyes.
How long do you think the class president could last against Fong right now? Zhuai Xian nudged Li Xinyuan and asked in a low voice. Li Xinyuan held up one finger. 10 moves? Zhuai Xian gasped.
Li Xinyuan shook her head. If Fong goes all out, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move.
Ha!
Zhuai Xian found it hard to grasp. She'd only recently begun learning martial arts and couldn't make sense of what Fong had demonstrated in the fight just now. Faced with her best friend's bewilderment, Li Xinyuan didn't bother explaining further. Those who understood would understand on their own, and explaining to those who didn't would be pointless. Sitting in the audience, she watched Fong walk down from the ring and recalled how she'd once been skeptical of his feelings for Luo. Thank goodness she hadn't made any snide remarks back then, otherwise, she would have ended up as the female supporting character in a novel who gets her comeuppance.
What a spectacular match!
Next up are Lei Xing and Gao Xiaoyang.
Please welcome the two competitors. After a brief interlude, the host introduced the next pair of contestants.
The subsequent matches proceeded very quickly, with none resembling the battle between Tang Xiaosong and Jin Yi. The match between Lei Xing and Gao Xiaoyang didn't turn into the back-and-forth battle everyone had expected. Lei Xing, a student of the Vajra Martial Arts Academy, possessed great strength and strong defense, and could have held his own for quite some time. However, Gao Xiaoyang, having made it to the finals, finally held nothing back, directly showcasing his perfect level gunmanship. After just 10 moves, he sent Lei Xing flying. This successfully stunned everyone in the arena. No one had expected such a prodigy to emerge from an ordinary school like Shiba Middle School or an ordinary martial arts dojo like Wanmin. Upon seeing the flawless spear technique Gao Xiaoyang displayed, those in the know all felt sorry for Fong as they were both in Group C. Fong had no hope of advancing. Wu Tong, on the other hand, almost burst out laughing. He'd been a bit annoyed by how effortlessly Fong had defeated Yang Liang, but seeing Gao Xiaoyang's true strength now filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Now, let alone making it to the finals, he wouldn't even make it to the semi-finals. This martial arts elite tournament was meant to be Lingbei High School's moment to shine, and it was his turn, Wu Tong's, to take the spotlight. As for his defeat at the hands of Lu Ningxi, who would even remember that? Chapter 52, Li Yank. The matches in Group C concluded. Next up were the two bouts in Group D, Lu Sun vs Ren Yun, and Hao Yiming vs Li Lujiang. Lu Sen and Li Lujiang advanced. Relatively speaking, these matches weren't as thrilling. There were neither eye-catching fighting styles nor perfect-level martial arts techniques. Although Ren Yun was defeated, she forced Lu Sun to reveal his true strength. He was just one step away from a perfect-level martial art. Hao Yiming had made slight progress recently, but he was still no match for Li Lujiang. After 50 moves, he was blasted away. After the Group D matches concluded, the event entered halftime. The advancing competitors prepared for their next matches. The injured received treatment, while those uninjured made the most of their time to recover their stamina. Dingjiang City, Southern Martial Academy. Li Yank walked along a tree-lined path on campus, looking up at the sky, lost in thought. Beep, beep, beep. Her communicator beeped. We got a mission. The target is fleeing from the east. The East University team is tracking them all the way. We'll need your cooperation. The message came from her mentor. Credits? 2,000, you decide how to allocate them. When do we leave? The sooner the better. I've already sent you the files. First, coordinate with the team from Dongda University. Got it. She turned off the communicator and opened the files. Kong, age 40, former deputy director of the Oriental Foundry Research Institute, in possession of the institute's latest data, now confirmed to have defected. Late acupoint stage, relatively weak combat ability.
Ensure the research data is not leaked at all costs. Last seen at.
After skimming through the information, she sent a message to the person in charge of this mission at East University to confirm the meeting time. She opened the private group chat she created and sent a message.
We got a job.
Support mission, 2,000 total credits, to be divided based on contribution.
The target is a defected researcher at the late acupoint stage. Let me know if you're available. We only need 3 people. At everyone. 1, 2, 3. Within seconds of sending the message, replies started pouring in. We're all set. The first 3, DM me. Let us pack up and head out right away. Damn, I was so close. Zhao Cheng, you're really fast.
This was from someone who had been just a split second too slow to send the message.
Zhao Cheng was clearly delighted.
The others in the group also expressed envy toward those who secured the mission. Everyone knew that going on a mission with Li Yank was practically a surefire way to rake in credits. Li Yank, however, paid no attention to any of this. With a slight shift of his body, he turned into a wisp of breeze and drifted toward the dormitory area. After a short break, it was already 1 p.m. Currently in the ring were Wu Tong and Tang Xiaosong. There wasn't much suspense. Although Tang Xiaosong was fast, Wu Tong wasn't much slower. With Tang Xiaosong's biggest advantage nullified, the outcome was predictable.
Wu Tong, the winner. Next up was the battle for the Zone B spot.
Zhang Chengxian's true strength was finally revealed. His martial arts were flawless. Hu Jiamin was determined to take a gamble, but his skills weren't up to par in the end. He fell to the Xianhua Great Axe and was eliminated in the quarterfinals. The next match is between Fong and Gao Xiaoyang. Please, both contestants, take the stage. From the stands of the martial arts hall, a burly man with a knife scar at the corner of his eyebrow shouted, "Looks like peak martial arts hall ISNT having much luck this time. They won even make it to the semifinals." Lu Zhuaran's eye twitched slightly. He knew Fong's chances of winning were slim, but he said aloud, "The fight hasn't even started yet. The outcome is still unknown." When the Peak Martial Arts Hall first arrived in Jiangling City, it had a dispute with the Dragon Spring Guild. Now, in the quarterfinals, the Peak Martial Arts Hall had encountered a powerful, unexpected opponent, and the Dragon Spring Guild was naturally overjoyed. Is there really any suspense left? If you ask me, Wanmin Martial Arts Hall is the one with the real strength. They're the ones who can produce such outstanding disciples. The scarred man glanced toward the direction of Wanmin Martial Arts Hall in the distance. The headmaster of Wanmin Martial Arts Hall was a man who looked like a frail scholar. Upon hearing this, he remained silent, offering only a faint smile. As a small, humble establishment, they had no desire to get involved in this kind of rivalry. Humph. You'd better get your own house in order before you start meddling in other people's business. Lu Zhuaran wasn't one to be messed with either, and he immediately fired back, hitting the scarred man right where it hurt. The scarred man was the head of the Dragon Spring Guild, named Su Jinwei. A while back, a rumor had been circulating in the martial arts circle that Su Jinwei was keeping several mistresses on the side. This wouldn't have been a big deal in itself, but the problem was that he built his entire fortune thanks to his wife's family. Somehow, his wife found out about it, and she stormed into his martial arts hall and caused quite a scene. Gossip travels fast, and within a couple of days, everyone in the circle knew about it. Lu Zhuaran had quite a loud voice, and everyone within earshot heard him. Upon hearing this, they all chuckled inwardly but didn't laugh out loud, sparing Su Jinwei some face. Su Jinwei's face darkened, but he didn't say anything else. He knew Lu Zhuaran's outspoken nature. He'd say anything that came to mind. Seeing that Su Jinwei had calmed down, Lu Zhuaran leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked toward the ring. Fong had already walked onto the ring and was standing face to face with Gao Xiaoyang. Gao Xiaoyang looked a bit excited. Fong? Jiangling High? Fong assumed he was just excited about the match and replied, yes. Seeing the two strike up a conversation, the host made no move to interrupt. After all, more dialogue made for a more entertaining show. Once I defeat you, won't Jiangling High be left with no one? Gao Xiaoyang sneered. Ha! Fong now sensed something was off. This didn't sound like a normal pre-match exchange. Jiangling High School is nothing special, ha ha. At this point, Gao Xiaoyang no longer bothered to hide his true colors. 2 years ago, his father had taken him to seek out the former principal of Jiangling High School to become his disciple, but he had been rejected. Arrogant and proud, he had turned down offers from 2 other high schools and chosen this unremarkable one. He was determined to prove that the former principal's decision had been a mistake.
Oh? Was it someone from Jiangling High who pricked your fragile little heart? Fong asked with great interest. Gao Xiaoyang's expression changed. He had indeed been humiliated before.
At the end of his freshman year, he had secretly come to Jiangling High to challenge someone back when Lu Ningxi was still at the school, and the outcome was predictable. Afterward, he trained relentlessly, determined to surpass that person and prove himself to the old principal. Instead, he was met with the news that Lu Ningxi had mastered the martial aura. This left him feeling utterly powerless, and it wasn't until he later heard that Lu Ningxi had left Jiangling City that he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems there really is someone. It can't be Lu Ningxi, can it? Seeing the shift in Gao Xiaoyang's expression, Fong knew he'd most likely guessed correctly.
Oof. I hope your skills are even half as good as your big mouth. Gao Xiaoyang's gaze hardened, determined to give him a thorough beating later.
You'll see. The exchange between the two on the ring was broadcast through the loudspeakers, reaching the ears of everyone in attendance.
The audience erupted in excitement. They hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise.
Xiaoyang, does this Gao Xiaoyang have a beef with Fong?
Nan Shui couldn't help but feel concerned when she saw the fierce look in Gao Xiaoyang's eyes. As far as I know, they shouldn't.
Maybe it's some rivalry between their schools. Fong wasn't sure what the underlying story was either.
I hope this doesn't turn dangerous. Auntie, don't worry. The referees here are all professionals. There won't be any life-threatening danger, Fong reassured her. Seeing that the moment was right, the two on stage fell silent, and the referee spoke up at just the right moment.
The match begins. Chapter 53, Fong's Sword.
This wasn't the first time Fong had faced a martial artist with perfect level martial arts skills. Compared to their first encounter, he didn't feel quite as much pressure right from the start.
Clang!
Fong raised his sword with both hands to block the spear from the side, deflecting it at the very last moment so close that he could even make out the coiled dragon pattern on the spear. 10 moves had already passed, and Fong still showed no signs of defeat. I once fought a spearman who put far more pressure on me than you do, Fong said suddenly, looking at Gao Xiaoyang. Gao Xiaoyang naturally knew who Fong was referring to. Who else among his peers in Jiangling City could be stronger with a spear than him? He tightened his grip a few notches, using the coiling dragon spear to press Lin Yuan forward toward Fong, and said through gritted teeth, "Rest assured, you'll experience that kind of pressure all over again in a moment."
Ha!
Through their exchange, Fong could sense that Gao Xiaoyang had progressed further than him in the blood tempering stage. He had likely already reached perfection and was now pushing toward a higher tier. In terms of raw power, he was stronger than Fong, while his martial technique had just entered the perfect realm. He was very strong, but not yet at the point of overwhelming dominance. Fong slid backward, then flicked his wrist to tap the tip of the spear, disrupting Gao Xiaoyang's follow-up move.
Gao Xiaoyang's gaze grew dark and menacing.
They'd already exchanged 12 moves, far exceeding his expectation of defeating Fong within 5 moves.
This guy's reactions were way too fast. Le Qingying watched Fong's nimble movements, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes.
Given the one-tier difference in their mastery of martial arts, performing at this level was already a remarkable feat. The astonishment on the faces of those around them alone made it clear just how exceptional Fong was. What a pity, Le Qingying thought, shaking her head slightly. Sizzle. No matter how quick his reactions were, Fong was still struck in the ribs by the spear. Fortunately, he twisted his body at the last moment to dodge by 3 inches, but his clothes were slashed open in a long gash. Fong didn't look at the gash. Instead, he stared at Gao Xiaoyang, who looked somewhat frustrated, and said sarcastically, "It took you this long just to make a single gash. You really live up to your reputation as a perfect level master." Gao Xiaoyang didn't retort. He simply flickered the gun barrel and pressed his attack. It was already embarrassing enough that he hadn't taken down Fong. By now engaging in a verbal spat would only make him look incompetent. The only right course of action now was to defeat Fong. With Gao Xiaoyang in a rage, it became even harder for Fong to parry his attacks. Fong's body was now covered in additional scars. Although it looked as if he was about to be defeated with the next move, he always managed to hold on. Do you understand the difference between the perfect and mastery tiers now? Gao Xiaoyang couldn't help but say as he watched Fong's disheveled state. I thought you'd crush me. Turns out you're nothing special, Fong replied, steadying his breath. Gao Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, closed in, and prepared to end the fight. Fong was on his last legs and could no longer block him. Xuanji spear. Sailing against the current. Their paths crossed once more. Fong flipped his wrist, drawing a streak of sword light as he stabbed from behind. This unexpected strike nearly caught Gao Xiaoyang off guard. At that moment, even the less knowledgeable spectators in the crowd realized that Gao Xiaoyang didn't seem to possess the strength to completely overwhelm Fong. Pressure the pressure still isn't enough. He was already standing right before that thin veil, just a little more pressure would do the trick. Gao Xiaoyang. Is this the best you can do? Fong let out a long, piercing cry though his martial arts robe was tattered, his face was radiant with defiance. This is an outrage. Gao Xiaoyang charged forward with his spear, his momentum as powerful as a rainbow. A hint of scorn curled at the corner of Fong's mouth. Who was the one being arrogant? He gave no further reply, drawing his sword to meet the charge. The moon shines high in the sky. A dazzling sword light sliced through the air, its afterglow formed a moon-like glow, illusory yet real. Clang! A straightforward, no-frills clash of steel. Gao Xiaoyang retreated 3 steps, Fong retreated 6. What is the essence of martial perfection? Mastery? A balance of strength and flexibility? Fong's gaze was firm and bright. After regaining his footing, he spun around and charged forward. Martial perfection also requires conviction, confidence in oneself and in the martial way. Full moon slash. In Gao Xiaoyang's eyes, Fong's sword grew larger and larger. Ha! The spectators in the front row noticed the change in Fong. Gao Xiaoyang acted decisively, gripping the tail of his coiling dragon spear with both hands. He stepped forward with his left foot, pushed off with his right, and, using his body to guide the spear, swept it horizontally toward his opponent. Sweep the 1,000 armies. One sword stroke deflected the spear, followed by another sweeping strike. Gao Xiaoyang retreated rapidly as the sword tip whizzed past his ear. Sorry, but I never felt any pressure from you, said Fong, who had just broken through, his voice light and cheerful. While others might need to observe further to determine whether Fong's martial arts were perfect, Gao Xiaoyang, as the one facing him directly, could confirm it. Fong's martial arts had indeed reached perfection. This made his expression darken. Enough talk. Let us settle this in combat. As you wish. Fong, having just entered the perfect tier, needed a sparring partner, and here was a ready-made one right in front of him, free of charge. Did you see that, Qingying? This is a true genius breaking through in the heat of battle. When you look for a partner in the future, you should seek out someone this exceptional. Whatever you do, don't end up with a freeloader. Lu Juoran laughed heartily, his words carrying a clear implication. Right, I wouldn't have a thing for a freeloader either. Lu Qingying played along perfectly at that moment. Listening to the father and daughter banter back and forth, Su Jinwei's forehead veins bulged, and the scar on his face began to twitch, resembling an ugly centipede. Though rage was boiling inside him, he had no choice but to suppress it. The facts were right before his eyes, saying anything more would only invite ridicule. In the end, he merely gave a heavy snort and averted his gaze from the peak martial arts hall, out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Su Jinwei play the coward, Lu Juoran also lost interest and turned his attention back to the stage. However, his mindset was vastly different from before the match. Previously, he could barely hold his own against an expert-level opponent for half the match, but now that they were on the same level, there was no way he could lose. He originally resigned himself to being the 8th-place finisher in this elite tournament, but now it looked like he could even contend for the championship after all. there were no perfect level masters in Group D.
On stage, Fong had already gained the upper hand, and Gao Xiaoyang finally understood how Yang Liang must have felt. This sensation of being led by the nose was truly unbearable.
Zin. A relentless barrage of attacks came crashing down his wrist, already pushed to its limit, could no longer bear the strain, and the Panlong spear flew from his grasp. The Lin Yuan sword came to a halt right in front of Gao Xiaoyang's chest.
Fong tilted his head and said, "My sword is sharper than my tongue. Do you get it now?" "Fong wins," the referee announced as he stepped onto the stage.
Gao Xiaoyang stood on the stage with his head bowed, hiding his expression from view.
He felt as if he'd been stripped naked and thrown onto the stage.
The stares from the audience cut into him like knives and axes, and just like a prisoner facing public execution, all he wanted to do was escape.
Fong showed not a shred of sympathy.
After all, Gao Xiaoyang hadn't shown any mercy from the start. He'd come here with the sole intention of climbing the ranks by trampling on Fong's reputation and that of Jianling Middle School. If you do something, you must be prepared to face the consequences. He didn't spare him another glance. He sheathed his sword and stepped off the stage. Tao Yunda, who had since been promoted to principal of Jianling High School, was also present. Seeing Fong break through to the perfect rank under such pressure, he couldn't help but marvel. He had been wondering who would carry the torch for this class at Jianling High School now that Lu Ningxi had gone north, but now he had his answer.
Chapter 54, Before the Finals. Kyoto Martial Academy.
Inside a training hall, dozens of young people were training until they were drenched in sweat, some strengthening their muscles and bones, others sparring in pairs.
What's Lu Ningxi doing holed up here all by himself?
Chen Junqi had been training alone for a while and was just about to find his sparring partner to test out the new martial technique he'd mastered when he realized Lu Ningxi was gone. Lu Ningxi didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the screen in his hand as he said, "Watching a match."
"What kind of match?" "Let us watch it together." Chen Junqi plopped down next to Lu Ningxi.
At that moment, the screen showed the back view of a figure sheathing his sword and stepping off the stage.
He has got some style.
Lu Ningxi didn't say a word. Seeing that the next match had already begun, Chen Junqi fell silent as well. This match wasn't bad, but in his eyes, it was nothing special. After glancing at it a few times, he lost interest.
"You're actually watching a competition at this level?" "It's a tournament back home," Lu Ningxi replied.
"I just took a look. Those two on the stage don't even seem to have reached the perfect level yet, do they?" Chen Junqi was a native of the capital, where the best cultivation resources and instructors were available. While it wasn't exactly common to see perfect level practitioners everywhere, at least 30% of the students at their high school managed to reach that level before graduation. "Yeah, both finalists are at the perfect level," Lu Ningxi explained.
"It's nothing special."
"Come on, I just mastered a new martial skill yesterday, let us spar."
Chen Junqi couldn't wait to test the power of his new skill.
He had arrived 2 days before Lu Ningxi. Back at his own school, he had been something of a star, having grasped the martial aura at just 17. But after arriving at the Kyoto Martial Academy preparatory camp, he discovered that nearly everyone here was stronger than him. He wasn't the type to get discouraged, though. Having refused to accept defeat since childhood, he vowed to stand out at the Kyoto Martial Academy preparatory camp. 2 days later, the newly arrived Lu Ningxi was assigned by the instructor to be paired with Chen Junqi as sparring partners.
"Wait a minute, let me finish watching this first. My classmate is here."
Hearing this, Chen Junqi finally understood why Lu Ningxi wanted to watch.
"Alright, let us watch together then."
Since he couldn't train alone anyway, he might as well watch with him.
"Xiaoyang, hasn't Fong's strength broken through?"
Although Nan Shui couldn't gauge Fong's exact strength, she could see the expressions on the faces of the bigwigs in the front row. Yes, his martial arts skills have now reached the perfect level. There are only 2 others in his tier on the competition stage right now, and both of them are in the upper half of the bracket.
Fong's tone carried both joy for his brother and a touch of schadenfreude that Wu Ton was about to face a formidable opponent.
By then, the final spot on the stage had been decided. Lu Sun had edged out Li Lujiang to win. After a series of intense matches, the 4 contestants advancing to the semifinals are Wu Tong, Jiang Chengxian, Fang, and Lu Sun. These 4 contestants represent the 4 major martial arts academies of Jiangling City, Aoshui, Leitang, Dingfeng, and Longquan. The 2 hosts announced the names of the 4 contestants and their respective martial arts academies in a loud, clear voice from the stage, bringing beaming smiles to the faces of the academy masters seated below. After all, hadn't they come to the competition precisely for this moment? Meanwhile, the principal of Lingbei Middle School, watching from a distance, was deeply gratified. With 2 of the elite tournament's top 4 contestants hailing from Lingbei Middle School, they had once again outshone Jiangling Middle School. As for Lu Ningxi, who had gone north to Kyoto Martial Academy and didn't he compete? That didn't he matter. What mattered was the current outcome. Fang sat in the audience, in the prime viewing section, watching the fierce battle between Wu Tong and Jiang Chengxian. Now it was his turn to smile. Although it was clear that Wu Tong had a deeper understanding of martial arts, Jiang Chengxian was no pushover either. Wu Tong was struggling. Every clash sent his qi and blood surging. This battle was arguably the second longest of the tournament, but the audience didn't find it boring. On the contrary, they were thoroughly thrilled. Battle to the death in all directions. Wu Tong unleashed the martial technique he'd only recently mastered, which he'd intended to keep as his trump card, but now it seemed he couldn't hold it back any longer. Axe shakes the mountains. The massive axe swung down with overwhelming force. In a head-on clash, Jiang Chengxian feared no one. Ha! This is interesting. Lu Ningxi, it seems your city actually has some decent talent after all, Chen Junxi remarked after observing the 2 fighters' spirit and intensity. After all, Jiangling City doesn't have as many resources as the capital. If you want more resources, you have to fight for them and seize them, Lu Ningxi said softly. Chen Junxi had lived in the capital since childhood. To him, everything around him was second nature, and he had no idea what conditions were like in other cities. It's time to decide the winner. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chengxian's massive frame crashed heavily outside the ring, emitting a dull thud. Wu Tong took a deep breath, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. He'd finally pulled it off. Having defeated Jiang Chengxian, the championship was now within reach. As for Fang, he'd merely broken through to the perfect tier by a stroke of luck during the fight. While that was impressive, could he really be stronger than Jiang Chengxian? Excellent! The principal of Lingbei Middle School clapped, and the circle of Lingbei Middle School executives surrounding him followed suit. Their thoughts mirrored Wu Tong's, although Fang possessed exceptional fighting skills and extensive experience and might one day surpass Wu Tong, that was still a long way off. Go, Fang! The voice drifted faintly through the air. Fang turned around, but with so many people around, he couldn't spot the source right away, so he waved toward where the voice was coming from. The voice came from Qian Hao's side. At this point, one spot in the finals had already been secured. The remaining spot would be decided between Fang and Lu Sun. One was at the perfect level with astonishing combat skills, the other was at the master level. Fang, you win! The referee announced the result. Lu Zhuoran was grinning from ear to ear. He had high expectations from the start. He'd been satisfied just to secure a spot in the top 4, so now that he'd made it to the final, what more could he ask for? Aunt Peng, hurry up and connect me to the live stream of the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament, Luo urged, staring at the screen, which was still a blur. Okay, Aunt Peng replied. The task assigned by the clan elders today was quite demanding. It would take at least 6 hours to complete, but she hadn't expected Luo to be back in her room and ready to watch the live stream in less than 4 hours. After a moment of flickering, the image appeared. Fang stood sword in hand, facing Wu Tong, who wore a warm smile. Phew, I made it just in time. Luo let out a soft sigh of relief. She'd performed well above her usual level today just to finish the task as soon as possible. Although there would be a replay later, nothing compared to the thrill of watching it live. She knew Wu Tong. Ever since Fang mentioned that conflict in virtual world, she'd gone out of her way to look up information on Wu Tong and committed it to memory, determined to land a punch on that hypocritical face at the first opportunity. Go for it, Fang. If you lose, I'll punch you the next time we meet. Chapter 55, The Champion. I didn't expect my final opponent to be you, Wutong said, looking completely confident. Surprised? A little, Wutong admitted honestly. You might be in for a few more surprises later. Like what? Like me taking the championship. You? The champion? This time, Wutong was genuinely surprised. Yeah. Fong made no attempt to hide his thoughts. Having come this far, would it be ridiculous to say he didn't want to compete for the championship? Are you people from Jianling High always this confident? Wutong laughed out loud. Pretty much. After watching your fight in virtual world that day, I definitely gained some confidence, Fong said casually. Wutong couldn't keep the smile on his face any longer. The corner of his mouth twitched. Well, we'll see in a moment if your swordplay is good enough to back up that confidence. Fong shrugged, said nothing more, and waited for the match to begin. The host was very pleased with the pre-match trash talk. Having Jiangling High and Lingbei High face off naturally created plenty of buzz. Let the match begin. Wutong moved, his entire body seeming to transform into a long spear as he lunged toward Fong at breakneck speed. Fong's gaze shifted, becoming as sharp as a sword's edge, piercing straight through the heart, while an intangible aura of sharpness radiated from his body. Clang! He effortlessly parried the strike, and both retreated a few steps. How is this possible? Didn't you just reach the perfect rank? How could you have grasped martial aura so suddenly? Wutong looked as if he'd seen a ghost. How could someone who had only just attained the perfect rank in martial arts have suddenly mastered the essence of the sword? Humph! Fong ignored him as a shower of sword light descended, enveloping Wutong. As they clashed once more, Wutong finally realized this one sword momentum. It was merely the application of aura. Yet even this application of aura exerted enough pressure on him that the previous calm had vanished from his face. When Fong's aura erupted, Lujuran sprang to his feet with a whoosh, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the stage. It wasn't until Fong launched another attack that he slowly sat back down. It wasn't a sword formation, but having reached this level, it was only a matter of time before he grasped it. If the first three stages of martial arts, beginner, mastery, and perfection, involve the application of physical strength, then the subsequent stages of formation and intent represent spiritual enlightenment. Although Fong hadn't yet grasped the sword formation, he was already capable of blending his aura with his own sharpness to some extent. A genius. A true genius. Lu Juoran sighed softly. Fong had broken through right under everyone's noses. Everyone had witnessed it. With less than an hour having passed, he was already able to grasp and apply it on his own. One could only imagine just how astonishing his aptitude was. At that moment, members of other martial arts halls also cast envious glances toward the Summit Martial Arts Hall. They truly struck gold. Clang! Under the tense gazes of the crowd, the two weapons clashed once more. The glow of Fong's sword grew even more concentrated and sharper. A gash appeared on Wutong's arm. Though the sword remained unsealed, its spiritual energy was still potent enough to inflict injury. Wutong completely shed any trace of underestimation, leaping to his feet and thrusting his spear downward. Once the spear is unleashed, there is no turning back. Battle in all directions. Full moon slash. Crescent moon break. The spear's shadow and the sword's glow intertwined in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged another flurry of blows. Is this really the finals? It feels like the level of combat has risen a notch. Fong is so impressive, he must have just broken through, right? The crowd in the stands buzzed with discussion. Over on the other side was the Class 9 delegation from Jiangling. Did you know your desk partner is this good? Li Xinyuan asked Xianhao beside her without turning her head, her eyes fixed on the ring. Xianhao's mouth dropped open, a dazed look on his face. How on earth would I know that? If Fong beats Wutong, wouldn't that make him the new #1 high school student in Jiangling City? Zhua Xian suddenly interjected. Hearing this, everyone was startled and only then realized what she meant. If Fong really won, it seemed likely maybe, just maybe he'd truly become the top high school student in Jiangling City. Although this was just the elite tournament held among Jiangling City's martial arts halls, not an official inter-school competition, everyone knew that the top fighters from every major high school had entered this tournament. Take Gao Xiaoyang, who had been biding his time. Lei Xing from Jiangling No. 2 High School and the ghost like Tang Xiaosong, weren't they all competing? Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Wu Tong couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fang remained calm and composed, unhurried and in complete control of the situation. Su Jing, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Asked Gui Junlong, the mayor of Jiangling City. Su Jing pondered for a moment before saying, I believe the ultimate winner will be Wu Tong. By now, this battle has become a test of endurance. Wu Tong has progressed further in the body forging stage. He should be able to hold out until the very end. Gui Junlong neither confirmed nor denied this, then turned to Su Hui standing nearby and asked, What do you think? Su Hui replied without hesitation, Feng. Oh? Why? Gui Junlong's interest was piqued. Su Hui's expression remained impassive. Of course, he couldn't say it was because he knew the old principal had given Feng special training before heading out into the wilderness. Feng has exceptional combat talent. He has a keen instinct for battle and is skilled at finding his opponent's weaknesses. His previous fight with Gao Xiaoyang already proved this. Gui Junlong nodded, but didn't share his own opinion. On the stage, the tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the spear. Feng was slightly outmatched in strength and was pushed back. Seeing this, Feng didn't try to force his way back. Instead, he slid with the momentum and swept at Wu Tong's lower body. Crack! Wu Tong's reaction was just as quick. He planted the tip of his spear into the ground, interrupting Feng's move. A flash of brilliance crossed Feng's eyes. You fell for the trap. What? Wu Tong exclaimed in shock. The Lingbo step. As smooth as flowing clouds in water. The so-called flowing clouds in water refers to how the clouds on the horizon seem to flow as if in water, drifting and swaying unpredictably. When perfected, this move could completely confuse the opponent's vision. Combined with the opening Feng had deliberately left earlier, Wu Tong was now powerless to defend against it. Zien. The sword tip trembled slightly, hovering just above Wu Tong's brow. Amid the clamor of the arena, Wu Tong could clearly hear the faint, trembling hum of the sword. It was over. The match is over, the referee announced the result. Boom! A cloud of dry ice smoke billowed up from all around the ring, and golden streamers rained down from the sky. Boom! In the spectator section of the martial arts hall, the delegation from the Summit Martial Arts Hall leapt to their feet as if springs had been installed under their seats, raising their arms and cheering wildly. Le Journ's face was flushed with excitement as he hugged his disciples one after another, while subtly fending off those who tried to embrace Le Qingying. Champion! The contestant from the Summit Martial Arts Hall had won the championship. From now on, their status as outsiders would no longer be a barrier to their growth. Boom! The spectators in the stands cheered for the champion, with the loudest cheers coming from the Feng family and the Jiangling Middle School students who had come to watch the match on their own initiative. My son is the champion! My son is the champion! Nan Shui shouted dramatically, tugging at Feng Shangyuan's collar. Yes, 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 your son is the champion, Feng Shangyuan could only agree. In contrast, the old man's expression remained calm, though the veins on his hand resting on his knee bulged, revealing the turmoil within. Grandma smiled and said, Go ahead and laugh if you want to. Feng Xinwu looked on with deep satisfaction at the figure on stage, holding a sword in one hand and raising a clenched fist in the other. I've asked myself countless times whether what I did back then was right. Now, I think I know the answer. Grandma gently placed her hand on the back of Grandpa's hand. Grandpa's hand stopped trembling. Chapter 56, Announcement. The only ones who seemed out of place amid the surrounding fervor were the people from Lingbei Middle School, especially the principal, the school's senior administration. Who would have thought that a perfect hand from the very start could play out like this? Lingbei claimed 2 spots in the quarterfinals and 2 in the semifinals, but the championship ultimately went to Jiangling. People only remember the champion, they don't remember the runner-up unless that runner-up is Lingbei. For years,
finishing second had become a mental obsession for Lingbei's principal.
After finally seeing Zhou Chuyu claim the top spot, only for Lu Ningxi from this year's Jiangling High School class to leave the school. Under these circumstances, he felt as though he could finally see Lingbei High School's rise. But who could have imagined that Jiangling High School's luck would hold, and another Fong would emerge? This left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he still stood up and clapped. Seeing the principal take the lead, the others also stood up and applauded. What a spectacular match! Indeed, it was a spectacular match if you set aside the result. Let us fight! Lu Ningxi turned off the live stream, grabbed his spear, and headed toward a fighting ring.
Aren't you going to watch your classmate receive her award?
Chen Junqi asked in surprise.
What's so interesting about an award ceremony?
Lu Ningxi retorted. Standing in the center of the ring, Lu Ningxi gazed into the distance.
Looks like everyone's been keeping busy too, but that's what makes it fun.
Miss, your classmate is really quite impressive, Aunt Peng remarked after watching the final match alongside Luo and witnessing Fong's victory firsthand.
She had a keen eye and could recognize Fong's excellence.
But being merely outstanding wasn't nearly enough. Of course he is my little brother, Luo said with a touch of pride.
I trust your judgment, Mississippi. Hearing this, Luo shook his head slightly, clearly flattered by the compliment. Fong had become a sensation, the kind that makes people go wild.
Back then, hardly anyone recognized him when he walked around campus. At most, classmates from his own year would say hello if they ran into him. Now, whenever he walked down the street, shy younger female students would frequently approach him asking for his contact information, and some bold ones would even confess their feelings outright. Seeing Fong brush off yet another younger female student, Fan couldn't help but tease, looks like our senior Fong is quite popular. No matter how popular I am, I'm still not as popular as you, Fan Fong retorted without holding back. He knew that not long ago, a younger male student had mustered up the courage to ask Fan out, only to get a stern lecture from him with a scowl. At the time, Fan had said this with a coquettish smile, I just happened to need to test the results of my recent training this afternoon.
If you can last 10 minutes, we'll go out together.
That underclassman was a burly guy. Seeing Fan's coy expression, he thought it was a subtle way of saying yes, so he gladly agreed.
And that was the end of that. At least, no underclassmen have come looking for Fan since then.
As for girls? Who would go shopping with a guy who is even better looking than they are?
Fong, I think you've made great progress lately. It's really important to solidify your fundamentals a bit more. Why don't we head to the training room this afternoon?
Fan glanced at Fong and said with a serious expression. Alarm bells went off in Fong's head.
No, thanks. I think I'm already pretty solid. As if. If no one else knew, didn't he?
Fan was always hiding his true strength. Everyone thought he was the top student at Jiangling High, but in reality, Fong was the one. After the martial arts elite tournament ended, the two had sparred privately. Fong had given it his all, but in the end, he was still no match for Fan.
Fan's strength wasn't much different from Lu Ningxi's before his breakthrough. I don't think that's enough. I've already reserved the training room. Fan wrapped his arm around Fong's neck and headed toward the training room. Fong gave up struggling and let Fan drag him along.
Passing students stared at them the whole way. Who knows what gossip will be circulating around school tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. Both of their communicators sounded simultaneously. Exchanging a glance, Fan loosened his grip, and they each pulled out their communicators to check the messages.
An urgent notice from the school appeared on their screens. Notice, a fugitive has recently entered Jiangling City. All students are advised to prioritize their personal safety.
If you encounter the fugitive, report it to law enforcement immediately.
Do not attempt to confront the fugitive on your own. Photo. Kong, late acupoint stage, former deputy director of a certain research institute in the East. How did this guy manage to sneak into Jiangling City? Fong muttered, frowning. He knew just how strict the checks were for entering and leaving the city. Everyone had to undergo screening to pass through.
Fan shook his head, indicating he had no idea.
The Law Enforcement Bureau and the City Guard Department are going to have their hands full now. Who cares? He is not going to make it into the school anyway.
If I spot him out there, I'll definitely report it right away, but I won't charge at him.
Fong knew his own limits well.
Even though he seemed unbeatable in Jiangling at his current body forging stage, he'd be finished the moment he faced someone a realm higher than him.
Yeah, for now, we'd better just stick to our cultivation.
If we were at the acupoint stage, we'd be dying for him to come find us so we could claim the reward right away.
Fan agreed wholeheartedly with Fong's approach. That's right.
The bounty is huge. Just providing accurate leads gets you 1 million star coins, and if you catch him outright, it's 10 million star coins.
Fong exclaimed. Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming.
If the two of us like this went up against him, he'd just raise the bounty.
Fan waved his hand in front of Fong's face, shattering his unrealistic fantasy. Pfft, what a downer. Can't even let a guy daydream? How much of that batch of resources Uncle Lu gave you last time do you have left? Enough for about another month, Fong replied after doing a quick mental calculation.
It had been 2 months since the martial arts elite tournament. Lu Juoran had sent the resources over on the very day Fong won the championship, far exceeding the amount originally promised. Fong accepted them all after all. Turning down someone's kindness was hurtful, and he truly needed the cultivation resources anyway. He had patted his chest and told Lu Juoran outright that he'd reach out to him if he ever needed anything in the future. This had made Lu Juoran very happy after all. Sending extra resources was precisely about building a better relationship. Sticking strictly to the originally agreed upon amount would have been a mere transaction, each party getting what they needed, with no one owing anyone else anything. Now that they'd exchanged favors, it would make future interactions much smoother. After all, on Blue Star, investing in a prodigy was the most profitable investment one could make. Your mercury blood and silver marrow are already at about 13x. Once you use up this batch of resources, you should be able to reach 15x.
About that.
This pace is way too slow. Fong had already cultivated to near the blood tempering stage during the elite tournament, yet it took him 2 months to reach 13x.
That's enough. I'm already at 19x.
Fan rolled his eyes. In martial arts cultivation, a solid foundation is paramount, especially for prodigies determined to push beyond their limits. The blood tempering stage is particularly crucial in this regard. After the blood tempering stage, every increase of one multiple becomes increasingly difficult. Given that Fong had wasted a year, it was already astonishing that he'd managed to catch up to this point. It's just that I feel the pressure of time, Fong said, wrapping his hands behind his head and performing a backbend, his feet planted firmly on the ground, his back straight, and his legs at a 90-degree angle to his torso. Watching Fong's backbend, accompanied by a series of pops like beans being stir-fried as his body stretched, he remarked, I can tell you've already started preparing in advance.
I'm just warming up.
People with a dirty mind see dirt everywhere.
What did I say? You know exactly what I mean. I don't. Chapter 57, Street Brawl. Jiangling City, East Gate Entrance.
A group of young people with an air of distinction was waiting to enter the city, drawing curious glances from those around them. Kiki, the scenery down here in the south really is quite nice. The group was loosely divided into 2 factions, one led by a tall, slender girl dressed simply with a cool, composed expression, and the other led by a young man whose elegant demeanor and warm smile made everyone feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze.
Call me Li Yank. I don't like it when guys call me Coco, Li Yank said somewhat brusquely.
Luo Man Lu didn't seem to mind. Ever since he first met Li Yank, known as the flower of the Southern Martial Academy 2 months ago, he had made no secret of his attraction to her.
Unfortunately, Li Yank wasn't interested in this wealthy young gentleman.
The few people trailing behind Li Yank couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of the flustered young Master Luo. During these past 2 months of tedious surveillance, this little bit of entertainment was a welcome diversion.
The people from Dongda University were clearly on good terms with Luo Man Lu. One of them teased, Boss, looks like your charm isn't cutting it today.
Exactly. Even young Master Luo, the so-called campus heartthrob of Dongda, has his off days.
I'm definitely going to spread the word when we get back. Ha ha ha, I wonder what your fangirls will think when they hear about this.
Luo Manlu pretended to swing a punch, and the others didn't back down either. Fortunately, they were in a public place, so things didn't get too out of hand. The city entry procedures were handled quickly, they just needed to verify their identities, and there was no entry fee.
Let us find a place to stay first, Li Yank said. I booked a hotel before we came in. The location is pretty good, and it's quiet.
Let us head there, Luo Manlu suggested.
Okay.
Although he wasn't particularly fond of Luo Manlu, the latter hadn't done anything too outrageous, so there was no need to reject his reasonable suggestion while on the mission.
Don't you find this manhunt a bit strange?
After settling on a place to stay, Luo Manlu spoke earnestly, taking care to maintain a body-length distance from Li Yank.
Li Yank nodded. Yeah. Logically speaking, for a fugitive on the most wanted list, an alert should go off the moment he enters any city. This is already the 7th city we've chased him through. This mission isn't as simple as it seems. We'll just do what we're supposed to do. By now, Li Yank had also noticed that something wasn't quite right.
In today's highly technologically advanced world, it was already incredible that a fugitive could escape from a heavily guarded city, let alone make it into several cities. Kong strode confidently down the pedestrian street, surrounded by passers-by coming and going. It had been 2 days since he arrived in Jiangling City, yet not a single person had recognized this man on the most wanted list. His appearance was no longer that of a refined gentleman, instead, he had transformed into a burly man with broad shoulders and a thick waist, wearing short-sleeved clothes and sporting a knife scar at the corner of his eyebrow. He hadn't gone out of his way to dress up in a way that would draw unnecessary attention. Simply walking the streets normally was best, trying to hide would only make him stand out. His current identity was real, the contact had already provided him with detailed information, and all he had to do was play the part according to those details.
As for the original owner of this identity? That wasn't his concern.
After all, when he was a child, what he wanted most wasn't to become a scientist, but an actor. Unfortunately, that dream never came true.
Having the chance to fulfill his acting dream while on the run wasn't so bad, and he was quite content right now, wasn't he?
Yes, he was content, showing not a trace of the panic one might expect from a fugitive. His defection had been carefully planned, and everything had gone smoothly. It was just a shame that the higher-ups had reacted so quickly. They'd been caught off guard, otherwise, the journey would have been even more leisurely. He was now halfway there, heading west. Once he crossed the border, he'd be in the clear, and then he could truly join the organization and become a core member. At this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Kong's eyes.
Su Jinwei. You haven't been home in 2 days, are you trying to get yourself killed?
A violent roar shattered Kong's daydream. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a tall, imposing woman with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him. Kong instantly recalled the profile and quickly matched the person before him to the description. Hu Jing, Su Jinwei's first wife, with a fiery temper. The couple has a son who attends school out of town. His father owns some property in Jiangling City and has recently been in a bitter dispute with Su Jinwei over the affair. When his handler had handed him the profile, he'd been specifically warned to avoid running into the first wife in Jiangling City these past few days, to stay well out of her way. A chill ran down his spine, but in the next instant, Kong's gaze hardened. This was a great opportunity to challenge himself. By the time Hu Jing reached him, Kong had already put on a different expression, smiling obsequiously as he said, "Honey, what brings you here?"
"If I don't come find you, are you going to wait for me to come find you?" Hu Jing shouted.
They were right in the middle of the street, and she had absolutely no intention of sparing his feelings by now. Quite a crowd had already gathered to watch. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Although he enjoyed the thrill of acting, with so many onlookers around, what if someone recorded a video and posted it online?
If his cover were blown, it would be no laughing matter. "Let us talk about this at home," Kong pleaded.
"What do you mean, at home? Let us talk right here."
"I was just thinking you'd been behaving yourself lately, but now you've started skipping 2 days in a row without coming home."
I couldn't even find you at the martial arts dojo. Which little slut are you off with now? Hu Jing said nonchalantly. It's human nature to love gossip, and some people were already filming videos. I had business to take care of this time, I swear. I promise I'll give you a detailed account of my whereabouts every time I go out from now on, Kong pleaded. Seeing people filming, Hu Jing knew it was time to call it quits. Last time it was at the martial arts hall, where no one dared to film, but this time they were out on the street and they wouldn't care if you were one of the 4 great martial arts hall masters. Fine, let us talk about it when we get back, Hu Jing relented, then turned and shouted at the passers-by filming the scene, stop filming. Stop it. Haven't you ever seen a married couple arguing before? With that, she led the way ahead, motioning for him to follow. Kong, wearing a grim expression, followed her under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As night fell and the moon cast a hazy glow, the city was stripped of its daytime bustle. Fong, doesn't the sky look a little familiar? Fan asked, tugging on Fong's arm as he emerged from his herbal bath. Who? Let me see. Fong took the phone. It was a video showing the very scene that had unfolded on the pedestrian street earlier that day. Whoa, it's even trending locally. Isn't that the guild master of the Dragon Spring Guild? Fong recognized the man at a glance. He'd even attended the closing ceremony of the elite tournament back then. Martial artists have excellent memories. Even after 2 months, he could still recognize him instantly. Oh, so it's him. I remember now, ha ha ha. With that reminder, Fan also remembered who the man was. During the tournament, the camera had panned past him, and the big screen had shown a few close-ups, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time, so the impression wasn't very strong. I wouldn't have guessed that the head of the Dragon Spring Guild, tall and burly as he is, would be afraid of his wife. Fong chuckled. As if you're not afraid of Luo, Fan said dismissively. I am, that is just respect. Luo has always been good to me, Fong said after silently assessing the gap in strength between himself and Luo. Tisk, TSK. Chapter 58, Kong makes an appearance. Meanwhile, Kong followed Hu Jing back to her home. It was located in a villa district right in the city center. Just looking at the exterior, one could tell it was quite expensive. That afternoon, Kong kept apologizing and made up an excuse to explain why he disappeared for 2 days, finally managing to calm Hu Jing down. As evening approached, Kong found himself in a bind. The files didn't mention anything about Su Jinwei and his wife's marital life. After much deliberation, he decided to play it safe and simply sat on the living room sofa. Why aren't you coming in yet? Hu Jing emerged from the bedroom wearing a silk nightgown. As the hem swayed, the contours of her firm, muscular thighs were faintly visible. Kong swallowed hard and replied, okay, I'll be right there. Pour me a glass of water when you come in, she added before returning to the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Do you want it hot or cold? Lukewarm. As he poured the water, Kong's mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. Contacting his handler was out of the question. It was always him who reached out to Kong, never the other way around. If he went in and just went along with the situation, he'd be exposed in no time. At this point, his only option was to strike first, take out that woman, then make a quick getaway under cover of night. With that in mind, Kong pulled out the poison he carried with him and sprinkled it into the cup. When you're out and about, you've got to be fully prepared. Honey, here's your water. Kong walked into the bedroom holding the cup. What took you so long? Hu Jing lay on the bed, her arms crossed over her chest. I had to adjust the temperature, Kong said with a forced smile. Hu Jing took the cup but didn't drink. She just stared at Kong. Kong's heart leapt into his throat, and he laughed nervously. Why are you staring at me? You wanted water, didn't you? Why aren't you drinking it? The record showed that Hu Jing's strength had also reached the acupoint stage. Yes, the acupoint stage. Although he held the advantage in cultivation level, if they actually came to blows, the commotion would be no small matter. Hu Jing set down the cup, leaped up from the bed with a sudden burst of energy, and simultaneously launched a punch straight at Kong's face. The mana in the air suddenly thickened, clinging to Hu Jing's fist as it grew larger and larger in Kong's eyes. Boom! Kong couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely in the face, sending him flying into the wall. The impact left fine cracks in the wall, but it didn't collapse. As a researcher, he hadn't fought in far too long. Faced with this sudden punch, he was completely unable to defend himself. Hu Jing hadn't been entirely sure Kong was an imposter, but now that they exchanged blows, his weakness was completely exposed. Her husband wasn't this weak, he could at least block one of her punches. Kong's mind went blank, but he still managed to roll and crawl out of the way of Hu Jing's kicking leg, acting on pure instinct. "What are you doing?" He didn't fight back, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Who are you, anyway? Impersonating Su Jinwei and trying to trick this lady into bed?" Though she spoke, Hu Jing didn't stop moving. She pulled a pair of gilded hammers from somewhere and swung them at Kong. Glancing at Hu Jing's imposing physique and overbearing presence, Kong swallowed hard and continued to dodge. "Honey, I am Su Jinwei." Boom! The floor tiles shattered, sending a cloud of dust flying. Luckily, this was a villa complex with detached homes. Otherwise, with all that commotion, someone would have called the authorities long ago. Put. You can't even tell your rooms apart when you get home, and that good-for-nothing Su Jinwei never even asks if I want hot or cold water when he pours it for me. Hu Jing pulled the gilded hammers out of the ground and continued her pursuit of Kong. Kong regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself across the face. Asking that extra question just to show he cared had been a huge mistake. But it was too late for regrets. Kong also drew the 9-section whip he always carried with him. The 9-section whip was easy to carry. He usually wrapped it around his waist, where it went unnoticed. When it came time to fight, he could whip it out instantly to strike an opponent. "For a weakling like you sure put on quite a show," Hu Jing sneered. It was true that she was at the acupoint stage, but she had cultivated that step by step, unlike Kong, whose abilities were nothing but a facade built on a pile of elixirs. The 9-section whip was known for its flexibility and adaptability, allowing for effortless control, yet in Kong's hands, it looked exceptionally clumsy. You can't even execute a martial technique perfectly. You're not even as good as a high school student. All you have is a high cultivation level. You're a total waste. Hu Jing saw right through Kong's true abilities at a glance. Kong knew this woman was speaking the truth. If he truly had a talent for martial arts back then, he would pursued that path instead of enrolling in a technical university to become a researcher. Hammer shakes the mountain. A hammer flew through the air, enveloped in a heavy surge of mana, crashing toward Kong as she pursued him, hammer in hand. Thud! The hammer struck him squarely in the chest. Kong's body smashed through the window and landed in the garden. This outcome was a far cry from what he expected. He never imagined that, despite both being at the acupoint stage and his cultivation level even slightly higher, he'd be so thoroughly outclassed by Hu Jing. The tremendous commotion had truly caught the attention of the neighbors, who came out one after another to see what was happening. Without stopping to check his injuries, Kong clutched his chest, scaled the garden wall before Hu Jing could give chase, and fled down a nearby path. Hu Jing, who had come running after him, saw that he had already vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the lawn. Less than 3 minutes after Kong fled, a law enforcement bureau aircraft was already hovering in front of the villa. Hu Jing had already reported the incident to the law enforcement bureau while Kong was getting a drink of water. Her original plan had been to apprehend him on the spot and hand him over directly to the bureau, but she hadn't expected him to escape. The team leader, a man with a square face, was accompanied by 3 officers. Since the initial report hadn't mentioned any violence, the response team was relatively small. The captain clearly recognized Hu Jing, but with the body camera rolling, he couldn't say much. Instead, he asked in a businesslike manner, "Ms. Hu, did you file this report?" Hu Jing, "Yes." "Captain, please give us a detailed account of what happened." So Hu Jing recounted how she had caught Kong on the street that day, brought him home, realized something was off, and finally intervened to subdue him. At the end, she added, "Captain Chen, could you please help me find my husband? He hasn't been around for the past couple of days, and now this imposter has shown up. Something must have happened to him." Captain Chen nodded. "Ms. Hu, rest assured. We'll definitely help you find your husband." Glancing to the side,
He saw that the three officers had already taken brief statements from the onlookers, collected all the evidence, photographed everything, and taken samples of the bloodstains. While Hu Jing was speaking, Captain Chen had already reported the situation to the command center, and a team had been dispatched to pursue Kong. After scanning the area to ensure nothing had been overlooked, Captain Chen said, "Let us wrap this up."
"Yes, sir." "Assemble."
At everyone in the temporary operations group chat, Luo Manlu tagged everyone. Since there were 8 of them, Luo Manlu had rented an entire villa to serve as their base. Everyone in the group was considered an elite at their respective universities. Upon receiving the order, they quickly donned their combat gear and gathered in the living room. "We just received word that a fight broke out in downtown Shilling. Bloodstains were found at the scene, and testing confirmed they belonged to Kong," Luo Manlu stated succinctly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. For the past 2 months, they'd been trailing Kong's heels, unable to catch even a glimpse of him, but this time, they'd finally caught him red-handed.
"Should we head out now?" Li Yank asked.
"Let us go now." Luo Manlu was the first to stand up, then turned and walked out the front door. The rest immediately rose to their feet and followed behind him, without a moment's hesitation.
In the dead of night, 2 military aircraft flew toward Shilling City. Chapter 59, Clear the Skies. Shilling City Law Enforcement Bureau Command Center.
After Captain Chen repeated the intelligence, he stepped aside and surveyed the group of young people before him. Confident and powerful, the 2 leaders, in particular, gave off a faint sense of danger. His superiors hadn't told him anything about these people's backgrounds, they only instructed him to cooperate fully.
"Are you saying that man impersonated Su Jinwei, was discovered by his wife, a fight ensued, and you collected bloodstains at the scene?" Luo Manlu asked.
"Yes," Captain Chen replied.
"Who is Su Jinwei?"
"He is the guild master of the Dragon Spring Guild.
His father-in-law is a businessman in Jiangling City."
"Have you found any trace of Su Jinwei himself?"
"We're currently investigating." After asking several more questions, Luo Manlu turned to Li Yank. "Do you have any other questions?"
Li Yank shook her head. Luo Manlu had already asked everything she wanted to know.
"Then let us start the search.
We'll work in pairs. Our team will cover the east and north, and your team will cover the west and south."
"Got it."
"The terrain maps have already been sent to you.
Meanwhile, officers from the local law enforcement bureau will be in the vicinity.
Send a signal immediately if anything comes up."
"Got it."
"Miao Hui, you and Xiecheng head west. Jiaoqingyi, you and I will go south."
Li Yank assigned the tasks.
"Yes, sir." The 3 replied. Seeing that Li Yank had made her arrangements, Luo Manlu turned around to make his own.
"Let us go."
Kong felt utterly defeated. He never expected to run into such a crazy woman. He'd changed into a different outfit by now, but the injuries on his body couldn't be concealed so quickly. Although he carried top-quality healing medicine with him, recovery still took time.
With surveillance cameras everywhere in the city, he didn't dare go to a hospital.
His injuries had likely already been distributed to various hospitals by the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the moment he showed his face, he'd be pinpointed.
"Damn it, why haven't they contacted me yet? Are they really planning to leave me to fend for myself?" Kong cursed under his breath.
He couldn't believe his contact wouldn't know about something this big.
"Head to the new location. You'll have a new identity there. Get out of the city as soon as dawn breaks. If you're spotted again, no one will be able to save you." Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after Kong stopped to rest, a message popped up on his communicator. "Phew. Thank goodness they haven't given up on me."
After receiving the message, Kong felt relieved. He knew the organization's modus operandi: anyone deemed worthless would be discarded without hesitation. Thankfully, he still had value. Pulling himself together and composing his expression, Kong stepped out of the shadows as if nothing had happened and slowly made his way toward the target location. Thank goodness it wasn't like in ancient times. There was no curfew. Otherwise, appearing on the streets in the middle of the night would mean getting caught every single time.
Hey, Fong, look, there's another message, Fan called out to Fong.
Fong, who had been about to go to sleep, turned back upon hearing this and took the phone.
Latest update: a fugitive on the most wanted list has been spotted in Shilin City. Residents in the vicinity are advised to remain vigilant. If you spot a suspect, please report it immediately to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Note: Kong has sustained a serious chest injury. Please take care to identify him correctly. Isn't Shilin City really close to us? Fong said after handing the phone back.
It is close.
What are you planning to do? Fan rolled his eyes. He knew Fong was getting a little too eager. He has seriously injured. Aren't you tempted?
That 10 million yuan bounty was really making his mouth water.
Even a seriously injured acupoint stage cultivator is still an acupoint stage cultivator.
For us, who are still at the body forging stage, going up there would be like walking into a slaughterhouse.
Fan tried to dissuade Fong from his unrealistic ideas. But no buts. Be a good boy and go to sleep. You can have anything you want in your dreams. How about we go out for a walk? Fong suggested.
The school didn't have a rule against leaving the dormitory building at night. They could even leave campus, but doing so required notifying their homeroom teachers. Otherwise, if caught, they'd be in for a scolding.
Do you really think your homeroom teacher would agree if you told him right now that you wanted to leave campus to catch a fugitive?
Fan said exasperatedly.
No. Well, there you go.
Then I'll just walk around on campus.
With that, Fong changed his clothes and headed out the door. Fan didn't stop him this time. What could possibly happen on campus? Hey, Teacher Lee, still at school this late?
The security guard at the school gate opened a small side door and said to the person who had just entered.
I lost something, so I came to look for it. If I can't find it, I'll just sleep here overnight. Alright, let me know if you need any help.
Sure. He strolled into the campus, the streetlights lining the main path casting a warm glow.
Following the map, he headed toward the faculty dormitory.
Along the way, he ran into a few students he recognized and exchanged greetings with them. How wonderful, he couldn't help but think of his campus life more than 20 years ago. Back then, he was full of vigor, had lofty ideals, and a girl he liked. Standing in front of the dorm room door, he shook his head to banish these unwelcome thoughts. He wasn't safe yet. He wouldn't be truly safe until he'd escaped Xiagua. He pushed open the door. It was a one-bedroom apartment, nearly 60 square meters, fully equipped with everything he needed, more than enough for one person. The school treated its teachers quite well. Stepping out onto the balcony, he could see the school's athletic field. Although it was already 11 p.m., he could still spot students jogging on the field. Although the training room had professional treadmills accessible only with advance reservation, people still preferred to look up at the sky at night and enjoy the feeling of running slowly across the open field. He noticed one student who stood out not because of his behavior, but because of his aura. It seemed somewhat like the research subject from his former institute. Fong slowly swung his arms, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and ran around the field. Lately, he'd been feeling a bit impatient. Even though his progress was already quite fast compared to those around him, he still felt it wasn't enough. How does the saying go? The more you know, the more you realize how little you know. That's exactly how he felt right now. He had access to all these resources, but what about Luo, far away in Maple Spring? He'd never met him and couldn't even imagine it. It was like a peasant in ancient times trying to guess what the emperor's life was like. Surely the emperor must plow the fields with a golden hoe. He'd already used up most of his resources from last time. He only had enough left for another month. But what about after that month? What would he do? Of course, he could use Fan's connections to ask for an investment. Perhaps out of respect for Fan, Lu Juaran might invest. But doing so would mean not only owing a favor himself but also putting his brother in debt, something he wouldn't do. And although Fan's family had deep connections, in all the time they'd known each other, Fan had never once mentioned his family, so he knew there might be some issues. In that case, he'd have to rely on himself. As soon as today's announcement came out, Fong felt a pang of envy. His head even started to spin a little. If he could really capture Kong, 10 million star coins would be enough to support his cultivation for at least 3 months. He'd always known full well that this manhunt had nothing to do with him. Even a severely injured acupoint stage cultivator was far beyond his reach. Still, he couldn't resist muttering a few words under his breath before leaving his dorm to go for a run on the track to clear his head. He loved this feeling, the sensation of letting his mind go blank as he wandered freely beneath the vast sky. It was already December even in the south. The nighttime temperature was only 5-6 degrees. The crisp, cool wind flowed through his nostrils into his lungs, clearing his mind. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to see his surroundings, which appeared vividly in his mind. 3 meters to his left and ahead, there is a small pebble. To his right and ahead, there are 2 people, one tall, one short. A man and a woman are sitting on a bench beside the track. Chapter 60, Encounter. Opening his eyes, Fong saw the scene before him exactly as he had seen it with his eyes closed. What was going on? This touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. He slowly came to a stop and thought for a moment. The only explanation he could come up with was that his spiritual power was far stronger than that of an ordinary person. And the battle he fought against the blue-eyed toad in his sea of consciousness during his last outing in the wild had allowed him to enter the sea of consciousness ahead of schedule. Ever since then, he had indeed felt a stronger sense of control over his body. Even during the elite tournament, he'd been able to combine his aura with his sharpness. Everything seemed to come naturally. After pondering it for a while without reaching a conclusion, he decided it was a good thing anyway. With this ability, his chances of survival in the wilderness would be much higher, so he decided to head back to his dorm to rest. On the school's main path, there was a streetlight roughly every 20 meters, but on the way from the sports field back to the dorm, they were spaced 50 meters apart. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fong. The dim light blurred the person's face. "Teacher Lee?" Fong asked uncertainly. "It's me. What are you doing here?" Fong asked. "I saw you jogging from upstairs, so I came down to find you. Just now, I noticed something a bit unusual about your state." He recognized Fong after all. Winning the martial arts elite tournament was quite an achievement, and Fong's photo had even been posted on the bulletin board when he first entered the school. No, I just remembered some things while running, so I might have been in a slightly different state of mind." Without looking back, Fong shifted his foot slightly and dodged Teacher Lee's outstretched hand. She turned around and looked at Teacher Lee with a frown. "Teacher Lee, are you hurt?" It's nothing. I just had a little mishap during my training yesterday." He forced a normal expression, suppressing the pain. "Oh, then you really need to be careful, teacher. Internal injuries aren't something to take lightly. You should go to the hospital and get it checked out. Otherwise, if you let it drag on, it could lead to serious problems," Fong suggested kindly. "I suppose so." Fong smiled, took a few steps back, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "By the way, teacher, I just called an ambulance. It should be here shortly." With that, without waiting for Teacher Lee to react, Fong took off running, moving as if gliding across the water. Something's off about this Teacher Lee. He might actually be that Kong. Back when the latest notice was issued, it mentioned that this Kong seemed extremely skilled at disguise and might be impersonating a local resident, but the one thing he couldn't hide was the severe internal injury he'd sustained from a heavy blow to the chest. The moment he saw Teacher Lee, he sensed something was off. First, they weren't even that close. Why would he be so insistent on checking his own body? Second, Teacher Lee had been perfectly fine just yesterday when they met. He hadn't suffered any internal injuries. Third, the injury that flared up when Teacher Lee reached out just now was right in the chest area. All things considered, there couldn't be that many coincidences. So, the moment he turned away, Fong had already secretly reported the incident to the Law Enforcement Bureau, not the hospital, as he claimed. However, one thing puzzled him. Kong was now a fugitive, and having just been tracked down, he'd managed to hide at the school. Why would he come looking for him instead of staying hidden? But now wasn't the time for curiosity. Putting distance between them to save his own life was the priority. Back in the dorm, he'd boasted that catching a severely injured Kong would make him rich, but now that he'd actually encountered him, his head was crystal clear. Flight is the best strategy. Even if he didn't catch Kong himself, reporting such a valuable lead would still guarantee him 1 million star coins.
What?
Kong was both shocked and furious. He never expected to hit another snag with this greenhorn. He was the deputy director of a research institute and a researcher himself, possessing an unimaginable spirit of inquiry. His previous research had focused on the soul, and he achieved some significant results in that area. He had joined the organization long ago, but had remained an outer circle member until this project made progress. The organization then contacted him, offering to promote him to an inner circle member if he could smuggle the research data across the border. After fleeing to the school, he discovered a student, a mere body forging stage practitioner who was actually emitting soul fluctuations he recognized, which couldn't help but astonish him. So he decided to make contact and, if possible, take the opportunity to abduct this student and smuggle him across the border. But he hadn't expected the student to be so vigilant. The boy actually claimed he'd called an ambulance.
Whether it was true or not, Kong couldn't take that chance.
"You little bastard!"
Kong cursed under his breath.
He drew his 9-section whip, intending to take care of this annoying kid first before making his escape.
Whoosh!
The 9-section whip, imbued with crimson spiritual energy, lashed out toward Fong. Fortunately, Fong had anticipated the attack and stepped back. The whip whizzed past, grazing his back.
Fugitive Kong is here! Fugitive Kong is here! Fugitive Kong is here! Having narrowly escaped, Fong shouted as he ran toward the faculty office. Damn it!
Having missed his target, Kong had no intention of pursuing him. The shouts from moments ago had already stirred up the once quiet campus. He couldn't afford any further delay, so he immediately turned and ran toward the school gates. Fong had been keeping a close eye on the commotion behind him, and when he saw that Kong wasn't chasing him, he knew exactly what was going on. It seemed his injuries were truly severe, so severe that he wasn't confident he could take down Fong, a mere body-forging stage practitioner, within a few seconds. The mantra passed down by his ancestors: when the enemy advances, retreat when the enemy pauses, harass when the enemy is weary, strike when the enemy retreats, pursue.
Fong had memorized it well and intended to put it into practice.
Kong's speed was slow due to his severe injuries.
Fong made a quick calculation and fell far behind him.
Just in case this guy collapsed halfway through and died from his injuries, he'd be in a position to deliver the finishing blow. Kong also spotted Fong behind him, but he didn't have time to worry about that now. The playground was located right in the center of the school grounds. At his current speed, it would take nearly 30 seconds to dash out in any direction. Fong had come out that night intending to go for a night run to relax. He wasn't carrying any weapons, so he made do with what was at hand. He grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, clenched it tightly in both hands, and swung his arm in a wide arc to hurl it at Kong. Whether it hit him or not didn't matter. What mattered was slowing him down a bit. The acupoint stage creates a layer of spiritual energy around the body for protection, but Kong hadn't even activated his protective barrier yet. Instead, he chose to take the mud Fong threw at him head-on. He was getting close. He could already see the wall. Once he cleared that wall, he'd change his clothes and head out of the city first thing tomorrow morning. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes. When he returns someday and gets the chance, he'll definitely kill this little bastard.
Whoosh!
Kong leaped upward, lightly touching the wall with his toes to gain momentum and clear it. Just as he was about to scale the wall, a combat boot suddenly appeared in his path.
Boom!
Kong was kicked back just as quickly as he leaped up. Like a rolling gourd, he tumbled a few times before coming to a stop. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive.
Chapter 61, Regret. Fong looked up and saw a girl in a blue combat uniform with a ponytail who had appeared out of nowhere in midair.
"Boss, wait for me." A few seconds after her voice rang out, a boy also appeared on the wall.
"You're too slow. Go back and practice more."
"Huh? Boss, you can't compare me to you," the boy cried out, his face immediately falling. The girl with the ponytail shot him a glare, and immediately shut up. Fong remained where he was, neither approaching nor moving away. An invisible current of air carried the girl down slowly, and the boy followed her, leaping over the wall.
"I'm Li Yank.
I'm in charge of tracking Kong."
"You're a student at this school, right?" Did you spot him? Li Yank asked. Li Yank nodded, not objecting to the title.
Zhao Yicheng, standing nearby, was somewhat taken aback.
Where had this kid come from? He managed to pull such a high-profile connection out of nowhere.
By then, people had already rushed to the scene of the incident. Zhao Yicheng, showing good judgment, stepped forward to speak with the teacher
on duty. Stop playing dead.
Keep it up, and you'll really end up dead, Li Yank said coldly as she walked over to Kong, who was lying face down on the ground.
Hearing this, Kong twitched his fingers, rolled over, and looked at Li Yank. You must be students from the martial arts university, right?
Li Yank didn't say a word, he just stared at him.
Kong continued on his own, I've really screwed up this time.
Spare my life, and I've got plenty of spirit points enough for you to train all the way to the soaring realm. Zhao Yicheng had just finished handling the situation and walked over just as he heard this.
He kicked Kong in the gut. Put. Don't even dream about it. Kong, who had been knocked down, ignored Zhao Yicheng. After scrambling to his feet, he turned back to Li Yank.
He knew his chances were slim, but no matter how slim they were, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, if more people showed up, things would get out of hand. Once he was locked up in prison, there'd be no one to turn to. He didn't believe the organization would go to such great lengths for him. Now, he had no choice but to save himself. Li Yank's eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. She hated traitors more than anything. Looking into Kong's hopeful gaze, she said, enunciating each word clearly, no way. Trust me, you'll pay the price for what you've done. She paused for a moment, then added, it'll be far worse than you can imagine. Kong shuddered. He, too, had heard some rumors. Refusing to give up, he pleaded, actually, the moment I stepped out of the research institute, I regretted it.
But the rest no going back now, I really have no choice.
Li Yank shook her head and said softly, you don't regret doing this, you regret not being more careful when you did it, that you got caught. The glimmer of hope in Kong's eyes was instantly extinguished. His body went limp, and he fell backward. Just as his body touched the ground, he sprang back up and charged toward Fong. He had just heard Fong address her as senior, so they must be related in some way. Since things had come to this, he might as well take a hostage. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. Fong had been watching the commotion the whole time, and as Kong sprang up, she was already preparing to flee.
Ha!
A derisive snort, as if she'd been ready all along. Almost the instant Kong moved, Li Yank extended a fair, pale hand and pressed down with a single palm strike.
The surrounding wind elemental energy suddenly coalesced, transforming into an invisible mountain that crashed down with crushing force.
The strength he painstakingly gathered to escape was instantly shattered by that single palm strike. Already severely wounded, this blow left him gasping for air, unable to draw a breath. The wind elemental energy didn't dissipate, instead, it transformed into tiny whirlwinds hovering above his wrists and ankles. With that, he had no chance to harbor any further devious thoughts. Having done all this, Li Yank acted as if nothing had happened. He clapped his hands and waited for the others to arrive.
Boss, you didn't kill him, did you?
The higher-ups said to take him alive if possible. He's got a lot of interesting stuff on him, Zhao Yicheng whispered as he approached. No, I know my limits, Li Yank replied confidently.
All right. The whoosh of the aircraft's engines grew louder as it approached. Li Yank, did you catch Kong? Luo Manlu arrived late, accompanied by his men.
Li Yank tilted his head back, gesturing toward Kong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. As expected of the Southern Martial Academy's star, your skills are extraordinary. You took down the fugitive with a single move, Luo Manlu praised.
It wasn't me.
He was already like this when I arrived. He's the one who caught Kong. Li Yank pointed at Fong, who was standing frozen to the side.
Cough, cough. Zhao Yicheng couldn't catch his breath. Are you feeling unwell? Li Yank asked with concern.
Hearing her concerned words, Zhao Yicheng waved his hands repeatedly. No, I just got distracted thinking about something. Holy cow, they're about to hand this kid a major achievement on a silver platter. Only the three of them and one fugitive knew the full story.
As long as Li Yang said Kong was already in critical condition when this kid caught him, then Kong would be credited to Fong. Me? Fong was surprised, but he reacted quickly and fell silent. Oh? Are high school students that capable these days? Young man, how did you catch him? Luo Man Luo's interest peaked, and he shifted his gaze to Fong.
Tonight he was disguised as a teacher at our school. When I spotted him, he took off running, so I chased after him.
Luckily, he was already injured, otherwise, I'd be the one on the run. Fong told the truth.
On the surface, his story seemed plausible, it was all the truth. The only uncertainty was just how severe Kong's injury had to be for someone at the mere body forging stage to take him down.
But that didn't matter anymore. I see, Luo Manlu nodded, not delving into the details. Student, you helped us capture a fugitive. Your reward will be issued shortly. Fong's eyes sparkled with elation. 1 million had turned into 10 million.
He had cultivation resources secured for the next few months.
By the way, my name is Luo Manlu.
What is yours?
Luo Manlu asked again. Fong. Fong, Luo Manlu repeated, furrowing his brow slightly. What is the name of your school? Jiangling High School. After confirming the name, Luo Manlu flashed a warm smile. My name is Luo Manlu, the Luo from the Luo family of Fengquan. Chapter 62, Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Fong's pupils dilated. The Luo family of Fengquan? You're from the Luo family of Fengquan? Very good. It seems you know a thing or two.
Luo Manlu still maintained that smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Yicheng, standing nearby, was stunned. Just who was this guy? After he gave his name, Li Yang recognized him, and now even Luo Manlu knew who he was. I do, Fong replied. He couldn't figure out what this guy was up to despite his smiling facade, who knew what he was really thinking behind the scenes.
Why don't we step aside and talk? Sure, Fong agreed. He wasn't worried that Luo Manlu would do anything to him in public. Wait, is there something you can't discuss here? Li Yang called out to the two of them. She sensed that something was amiss. Oh? Do you know Fong, too? Luo Manlu asked curiously. He is a junior of mine, Li Yang said, glancing at Fong. A junior?
If I recall correctly, there doesn't seem to be anyone named Fong in your Southern Martial Academy preparatory class. Luo Manlu was very confident in his memory. He could remember any piece of information after just a single glance, and the lists of students admitted early each year to the preparatory classes of the Big Five universities were widely circulated among the various universities. After all, the standout performers in the annual national competition almost always came from the preparatory classes, so information on them was gathered in advance, and he happened to be in charge of intelligence gathering for the East University Student Council. My advisor thinks highly of him and has already agreed to let him apply to the Southern Martial Academy next year, so of course he is my junior, Li Yang replied matter-of-factly.
Oh, I see, Luo Manlu acknowledged. I think Fong would probably like to talk to me, too.
With that, he turned his gaze toward Fong.
Yeah, senior, there are a few things I'd like to ask him about. Fong was indeed curious to see what this guy was up to. All right, go ahead.
If there is anything you can't figure out, let me know, Li Yang said, no longer holding him back, glancing at Luo Manlu as she spoke. Seeing this, Luo Manlu's gaze sharpened slightly, though his smile remained unchanged, and he walked directly toward the grassy area nearby, with Fong following close behind. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yang felt a bit puzzled. How had these two even crossed paths? One attended Dongda University, while the other was in high school in the south. In fact, she'd heard rumors that the Luo family had recently produced a prodigy not from the main branch, but from a collateral one, but that was all she knew. She hadn't gone out of her way to find out where exactly that prodigy came from. Let us reintroduce ourselves. Luo Manlu, sophomore at Dongfang Martial Arts University. After they came to a stop, Luo Manlu said. He didn't mention any further titles after all, Fong wouldn't understand them anyway. On this trip to Jiangling, he had actually received instructions from the family to set aside time to meet someone. At first, he thought he was supposed to pay a courtesy call on an old friend on behalf of an elder, but he hadn't expected it to be to meet an ordinary high school senior. Later, he learned that this kid was actually connected to the family's recently emerging prodigy. Although he was young, he had attended several family meetings and knew how highly the family regarded Luo, viewing him as the hope for the Luo family's resurgence. Under these circumstances, the Luo family would absolutely not allow anyone to interfere with Luo. It wasn't that Luo wasn't allowed to seek a lover, rather, they wouldn't permit some wild kid from a small town to become Luo's partner. Fong, Jiangling High School, Senior. Fong followed his lead and introduced himself as well. You must have a crush on Luo, right? Luo Manlu's smile faded at that moment, a stark contrast to his demeanor outside, and he spoke bluntly. I do. Fong answered without hesitation. How is Luo doing now? Although Luo's online posts all indicated she was doing well and everyone around her treated her kindly, he still wanted to ask. Luo Manlu was somewhat surprised by Fong's candor. In his experience, boys his age usually showed some nervousness, especially when facing a girl's family members. She's doing great. Luo is doing very well right now. She has the best guidance and the resources that suit her best. Fong nodded to show he understood, then fell silent, waiting for more. I hadn't planned on coming to see you today, but since we happened to run into each other, I'll just say it straight out, it's not going to work out between you two. Stop pursuing her. Is that what she wants? Does it make a difference? Yes. Luo Manlu was slightly taller than Fong and had a more imposing build. He completely blocked the light from a street lamp not far away, casting a shadow that enveloped Fong. Fong stood in the shadows, with the bright light right beside him. He said nothing, simply gazing quietly at Luo Manlu. Ha! A soft chuckle from Luo Manlu broke the silence. This is the Luo family's decision. Fong visibly let out a sigh of relief, and his upright posture seemed to slump slightly. I understand. Is that all? What else do you expect me to say? You should know your place. Luo is the future hope of the Luo family. You're from two different worlds. If you truly want what's best for her, you should walk away on your own. Ha! Luo Manlu had long anticipated this kind of attitude. Young men always think they're the protagonists of their own world, believing that as long as they work hard, they can rise to the pinnacle of this world just like in a novel. A dragon does not dwell with a snake. You don't understand this yet, but two people with such a vast disparity between them will never have a future together. A phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens cannot see the tiny sparrows, even if they both started from humble beginnings. Luo Manlu spoke at length with great patience. Since the family patriarch, Luo Haiping, had already forbidden the use of force, he had no choice but to comply. Fong said nothing, merely listening. He knew that whatever he said now would seem hollow and powerless, so he decided it was better to remain silent. Southern Martial Academy has high hopes for you, but you didn't even make it into their preparatory class. With your current skill level, you'd be nothing more than an average student there. Meanwhile, the Luo family has had at least 80 if not 100 members in every generation who've been admitted to the Big Five. It wouldn't be enough to say you're a student at Southern Martial Academy. Even if you were the top student in Jiangling City, it still wouldn't be enough. Do you understand? I understand. With that, Fong stepped out of the shadows and into the dim light. He already knew what he needed to know, there was no point in discussing the rest. Luo Manlu simply watched Fong leave without stopping him. He didn't know exactly what Fong meant by I understand, but he knew it certainly didn't mean he was resigning himself to his fate. This is interesting. Then he resumed his warm smile and walked back. When he saw Fong return, Li Yang didn't ask what they discussed. If they wanted to talk about it, they would. If not, there was no need to pry. After Luo Manlu returned, he announced directly in front of everyone, I just had a brief conversation with Fong. He successfully apprehended the fugitive at the risk of his own life and will receive a 10 million yuan reward. Luo Manlu was in charge of this operation, Li Yan had merely assisted. Since he set the tone, the credit went to Fong. The others politely clapped in support.
Fong forced a smile and gestured to the people around him. Senior, I'll be heading back now.
After bidding farewell to his senior, Fong stepped into the darkness and gradually vanished from everyone's sight.
Chapter 63, Fong's Departure. 1 week later, at the Luo family estate. Ancestor, that's the situation.
Luo Manlu reported the details of his trip to the south to Luo Xixing.
As Luo Xixing's direct descendant, he was the most outstanding heir of his generation. Is that kid really that lacking in self-awareness?
Luo Xixing's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Of course, he had hoped Fong would be sensible enough to back off on his own, but virtual world was beyond the Luo family's control, and they couldn't possibly keep Luo from logging in indefinitely.
Yes.
Luo Manlu replied respectfully.
Since elder brother 1T allow us to take action, then we simply 1T. Luo Manlu didn't respond. Don't we have a few young upstarts here clamoring to pursue Luo? Go tell them there's a kid in Jiangling who has been constantly pestering Luo. But what if Luo... Boom! Boom! Boom!
He unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, interspersed with side kicks and roundhouse kicks.
One number after another flashed across the screen. Fan let out a couple of puzzled TSKs and added, by the way, I'm transferring schools next semester, too. What? Fong stopped and turned to look at Fan. What's the big deal? Keep training. Fan smiled nonchalantly. Why are you leaving all of a sudden?
Well, my family situation is a bit complicated, so I'm going back home to attend school there and then take the entrance exam for Tongda University, Fan explained briefly.
Oh. What, are you going to miss me?
No, I was just thinking I won't have a sucker to treat me to meals anymore.
Looks like you've made great progress in your training lately. Come on, let us spar. Sure, why not? He happened to want to test his own strength anyway.
Fan drew his broadsword and beckoned to Fong with a flick of his wrist. Fan laughed, having processed his transfer before the semester even ended.
He didn't ask Fong to see him off, saying only, see you in college.
Inside the training room, Fong, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. In that split second, it seemed as though a flash of sword light had darted past.
17 times.
Fong stood up, clenched his fist, and assessed his own strength. Generally speaking, reaching this multiplier after the blood tempering stage meant one was ready to break through to the spirit movement realm.
But for Fong, this was far from enough. His goal was 30 times or even higher.
To reach 30 times, however, he would need not only natural talent but also vast amounts of resources. He could feel that his body hadn't yet reached its limit. The blood tempering stage could continue, so the only remaining issue was resources. He still had half of the resources he exchanged after capturing Kong, but he estimated that would only get him to about 20-fold, which was close enough. He'd have to figure out the rest on his own. The greatest source of resources on Blue Star wasn't the vaults of various trading houses or the national treasury, but the vast wilderness. No matter what kind of resources you need, you can always find them in the wilderness provided you're lucky enough to survive.
Grandpa Lu, are you free to talk right now? Fong sent a message and waited for a reply. About 10 minutes later, Lu Shiren replied, I'm free.
Immediately afterward, a video call request came through, and Fong accepted it right away.
Whoa!
Through the holographic projection, Lu Shiren appeared before Fong, and he could even see the rainforest behind him and the carcass of a fallen giant tiger beside him.
Fong, it's been a long time. I heard you helped the Law Enforcement Bureau catch a fugitive? Hello, Grandpa Lu.
It was just good luck. The fugitive was seriously injured, so I got the upper hand.
Fong replied politely. Luck is part of one's ability. Otherwise, why would you have been the one to run into him?
Lu Shiren shrugged it off to him. It didn't matter if the cat was black or white as long as it caught mice, it was a good cat.
Hee, Fong chuckled sheepishly.
He knew the truth all too well. It wasn't good luck at all. He'd clearly been riding on someone's coattails. But there was no need to go around talking about that.
Go ahead, what do you need from me? Grandpa Lu, do you remember the blue-eyed toad? Fong regained his serious expression and spoke in a low voice. Lu Shiren furrowed his brow and said, "Of course I do. Is there still some hidden danger?" No. It's just that a while back, some fragmented memories suddenly came together in my mind. If I'm not mistaken, I've now accessed the memories of the blue-eyed toad's soul after it was shattered, Fong explained. Indeed, ever since Fong had gained the ability to see with his eyes closed, his mind had gradually filled with memories that weren't his own images without sound, all from the perspective of the blue-eyed toad. The final scene in these memories was the moment it was completely slain by Fong. Beyond that, they consisted of the most vivid memories from its journey to becoming a great demon. In truth, the blue-eyed toad wasn't a demon beast with particularly powerful bloodlines. It had simply evolved step by step from an ordinary demon beast. Its rise to the rank of great demon was entirely due to a serendipitous encounter it had when it was still a young demon, the blood orchid. During a hunting expedition, it was accidentally spotted by a soaring eagle. In its panic-stricken flight, it fell into a cave connected to an underground river. Drifting along the current, it finally crawled ashore to find itself in a valley. It was in this very valley that it discovered the blood orchid. Acting purely on instinct, it devoured the flower, which triggered a transformation in its bloodline, allowing it to grow steadily until it became a great demon rivaling those of the soaring void realm. That valley eventually became its lair, but now that the blue-eyed toad has perished, the valley has been left unclaimed. Fong's target is that blood orchid, a spiritual treasure capable of purifying the marrow and refining the body. However, he has learned firsthand just how dangerous the wilderness can be. Without a master to protect him, he would never dare venture deep into the wilderness alone, which is why he sought out Lu Shiren. Chapter 64, The National Competition. So you want me to accompany you on this trip? Lu Shiren asked with a smile. Ha, do you know how much it costs for a Lingkong realm expert to make a single appearance? I know. Fong certainly knew after accessing the blue-eyed toad's memories, he had already begun preparing for this. He considered hiring some skilled fighters to accompany him into the wilderness, but that idea was immediately dismissed. The wilderness is dangerous. Aside from the demon beasts, people can be just as dangerous. If those hired martial artists actually stumbled upon a treasure, it wasn't impossible that they'd kill their employer. In the city, one must follow the rules, but in the uninhabited wilderness, it's every man for himself. Of course, with today's advanced technology, you could transmit footage back just before you meet your end. With that evidence, the Law Enforcement Bureau could naturally bring the killer to justice and avenge you. But those who spend their time in the wilderness engaging in such underhanded dealings are highly professional. First, they won't give you a chance to react. Second, they have specialized jammers, making it nearly impossible for the average person to send a message out. Finally, there's the matter of payment. Once martial artists reach the acupoint stage, they no longer use star coins for transactions. Instead, they use spirit points. So, hiring a martial artist is completely out of the question. As for experts I know personally, after much thought, the only one who comes to mind is Grandpa Lu, which is why I'm sending this video today. Grandpa Lu, there are plenty of other spirit treasures in that valley. They're all yours. I just want that blood orchid, Fong said, getting straight to the point. Ha, your thoughtfulness is enough. You discovered the place, so naturally everything there belongs to you. I'll just tag along with you, Lu Shiren said with a hearty laugh. Then get ready. We'll set out after the new year. All right. This year's Lunar New Year came a bit earlier than last year's. It fell in January. Back home, Fong told his family that he'd be heading back into the wilderness during winter break, led by the old principal. His parents gladly agreed. After all, in their eyes, he'd already been out in the wild twice before, and with a master accompanying him, nothing could go wrong. If they knew what the wilderness was really like, they probably wouldn't let Fong leave the city, not even with a master protecting him. Likewise, during this year's Lunar New Year at his grandparents' house, he saw his cousins, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. His cousin Lin Zi had successfully been admitted to their local top high school. Although she wasn't in the elite class yet, she was highly regarded by her teachers and had a good chance of entering it the following year.
My cousin Yang Jahan is a junior in college and has broken through to the acupoint stage. Though he is still struggling in the early stages, he has a long way to go before reaching the mid-stage.
This made Fong think of Li Yank and Luo Man Lu, who are the same age. They're even a year younger than Yang Jahan, yet half a year ago they were already effortlessly handling late-stage acupoint stage practitioners. I wonder just how strong they've become. With this comparison in mind, Fong found himself even more drawn to the Big Five. What? You've already reached 18x after the blood tempering stage? Yang Jahan's eyes widened as he stared at his younger cousin in disbelief. Yeah, Fong nodded. Wow, I only managed to push it to 15x before I broke through. Then why didn't you temper for a little longer to aim for a higher breakthrough? Fong asked, somewhat puzzled. It was pointless. There is no difference between 16x and 15x for me. If I kept going, I wouldn't have been able to afford the cost of those resources. I eventually came to terms with it. As long as I could break through, that's all that mattered. I wanted to become a world-renowned hero who wipes out demon beasts, but I just couldn't make it happen. Yang Jahan glanced at Fong and said. Only then did Fong realize he'd been taking things for granted. His cousin's situation was actually the norm these days. Most people, limited by their innate talent, might find it difficult to make any further progress once they reach 13 or 14 times in the blood tempering stage. If they still wanted to pursue a higher blood tempering stage effect, they'd have to invest even more resources, but that was something ordinary families simply couldn't afford. Oh. Smack. Yang Jahan slapped Fong on the shoulder and laughed heartily, but having a genius cousin like you is already something to brag about. After winter break, I'm going to tell those guys that my cousin is headed to one of the Big Five. Who knows, maybe we'll even see you at the national competition someday. Yang Jahan had no doubt that Fong would get into one of the Big Five, though he didn't yet know that Fong had already been pre-admitted to the Southern Martial Academy. National competition? What is that? Hearing a new term, Fong asked curiously. It's an annual competition held among the major martial arts universities, open to freshmen. Based on the school's ranking, cultivation resources are allocated, Yang Jahan explained. Then why haven't we heard of it? Fong had lived here for so long, yet he'd never seen any news about the National Martial Arts Competition. It's an internal competition among martial arts universities. It's pretty intense. Well, the scenes are a bit intense, so they don't broadcast it to the outside world. But we can watch it here at our martial arts university. Fong understood. It seemed this competition would be quite brutal. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Brother Han, you've also watched the martial arts elite tournament held in our Jiangling city. How do you think that competition compares? Yang Jahan laughed out loud. I don't mean to look down on that elite tournament, but compared to the National Grand Tournament, it's practically children playing house. That's not true. I watched all of Brother He's matches. They were really intense, and Brother He looked so cool. At that moment, Lin Zi, who had been listening silently for a long time, stepped forward to speak up for Fong. Hey, Zi, I watched all of Fong's matches too. He is truly impressive. Mastering his martial arts so perfectly right after entering senior year is something you rarely see at our ordinary martial arts universities. Yang Jahan began by acknowledging Fong's skill. He paused for a moment, then continued, but the weapons in their tournament aren't even sharpened. After a whole match, hardly anyone draws blood. I bet they'd be back on their feet in less than 10 minutes after getting treated, but at the National Grand Tournament, every punch lands with full force, every blade draws blood, everything is done with victory as the sole goal. Lin Zi's little mouth dropped open. She'd never even been out into the wilderness, so she simply couldn't imagine such a scene. Then, Han, why are they fighting so fiercely? Do they have some kind of grudge? Fong naturally believed his cousin, but he wanted to know why college competitions were so intense. Because Yang Jahan opened his mouth as if to say something, but then seemed to think of something and stopped, changing the subject. You'll find out when you go to college. Pfft, you're so stingy, can't you even tell us? Lin Zi was quite annoyed that her cousin was keeping her in the dark and building suspense. Fong, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. Every place had its own rules.
If he wanted to know, he'd just have to wait until he got to college, and then he'd find out naturally.
The national competition, huh?
From what his cousin implied, martial arts colleges from all over Xiagwo would be participating, so he'd likely encounter top talents from across the country here. Just thinking about it was thrilling. To showcase his skills at the national competition would surely make him famous throughout the nation's martial arts circles.
Being the top student in Jiangling City wasn't enough. Would winning the national competition finally make the Luo family take notice? Fong was really looking forward to it. Chapter 65, Back to the Wilderness. Year 2226, the 6th day of the first lunar month. The new year wasn't even over yet, but Fong had already shouldered his pack and set off for the wilderness. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time he was going alone. Of course, since the principal was currently on a garrison assignment and couldn't personally pick up Fong, the important task of escorting Fong to the garrison fell to Xingchen, the former martial arts teacher of Class 9. Luningxi is gone, Luo is gone, and Fan is gone too. This year's exchange tournament is all on you, Xingchen said to Fong as they jolted along in his large SUV. Yeah, the championship title for this exchange tournament will definitely go to us at Jiangling High School, Fong replied decisively. Xingchen was pleased with Fong's response, but he added, although you defeated Wu Tong, I've heard he has been in seclusion training recently and has made significant progress. You still can't let your guard down.
Yeah, I get it.
Fong knew full well that Wu Tong had been training relentlessly lately.
It wasn't just Lingbei. The teams in Changnan were also gearing up, eager to make their mark at this exchange tournament. However, it wasn't just them who'd been busy during this time. He hadn't been slacking off either. If he were to face himself from 4 months ago, he'd easily defeat that version of himself in fewer than 5 moves.
Xingchen sighed inwardly.
What had been a sure victory had ended up in this mess. In Fong's graduating class, first there was Luningxi, a super genius, and then rising stars like Luo, Feng, and Fan. This year's Jiangling High School class should have been a sure thing. Unfortunately, before this class even graduated, Luo's talent was discovered by his main family, who took him back to be trained. Luningxi was directly recruited by the Kyoto Martial Academy after mastering martial aura, and finally, Fan had to return to his clan due to family matters. Despite the school leadership's efforts to retain him, he couldn't be persuaded to stay. Now, Jiangling is left with only Fong as its sole remaining hope. Although the others are still quite good, they still fall short when compared to Fong. It's important to remember that the exchange tournament isn't about individual strength, but about the entire team. Even if Fong can gain an advantage in the individual and doubles matches, that advantage will be far too small in the 5-person team battle. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. Xingchen looked at Fong, whose expression was serious, and spoke again.
Yeah, Coach I've got it under control.
After driving about 300 kilometers out of Jiangling City, Fong finally spotted the former principal at the agreed-upon location. The car didn't pull into the compound. After safely dropping Fong off and exchanging greetings with the former principal, Xingchen headed back to Jiangling.
Grandpa Lu, it's been a long time, Fong called out.
It's been a while. You've grown taller and put on some muscle, Lu Shiren said, gauging Fong's condition with a single touch.
I've been working hard lately. I'm even planning to help Jiangling High School win the exchange tournament.
I'll be looking forward to it, Lu Shiren said with satisfaction. Although he was stationed in the wilderness and couldn't return home, and there was no official live broadcast of the exchange tournament, it wouldn't be hard for him to watch.
You'll see.
Then let us head out right now and help you pick that blood orchid.
What s with the Let us get this over with quickly. I can't be away from here for too long.
Oh, okay.
You still remember the route, right?
Fong thought carefully about the route, compared it to his surroundings, and confirmed, I remember.
Fengquan City.
Inside a luxury club, a group of young people were gathering. Upon closer inspection, they were all scions of the city's prominent families. As the capital of the eastern region, the city was home to numerous families, with intricate and intertwined relationships.
What has Ming been up to lately? Asked a fair-skinned young man.
The one called Ming was a boy with a baby face. Although he was surrounded by peers his own age, his appearance alone made him look like their younger brother.
What else could I be doing? Just training at home. What about you?
The fair-skinned boy chuckled and said, same as always.
But I did hear some news recently. I wonder if you guys know about it.
What's the news?
Lu Zhou Yuan, don't keep us in the dark. Exactly, we're all brothers here, there's nothing we can't talk about.
The group began to cheer him on.
Lu Zhou Yuan didn't keep them waiting. He said straight out, you've all heard that the Luo family has produced a prodigy, right? No kidding, who wouldn't know that?
Right, word's all over the scene. Yeah, my old man even told me to get close to Luo.
Have you met Luo? Of course not. They say she's really pretty. How do you know?
I heard it, that's all. Everyone began chattering away, while Ah Ming remained silent, calmly eating his food as he watched them bicker.
Ahem. We all know our standing within our respective families.
Just like Oldly said earlier, our elders have all dropped hints, to one degree or another.
Right? Lu Zhou Yuan cleared his throat lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Zhou Yuan was right.
Their respective families weren't exactly weak. In Fengquan City each had at least one martial artist at the Dragon Gate realm, otherwise they wouldn't be hanging out together. But in each generation, a family could only have one leader, while the rest of the disciples played supporting roles. Although they were talented and held high status within their clans, none of them were the first-in-line heirs. With their clan's influence, personal strength, and circumstances being fairly similar, they naturally gravitated toward one another, occasionally gathering for meals, exchanging resources, and sharing insights. Originally, their life plans were straightforward: pursue advanced studies at one of the Big Five universities, then serve in the military, and after gaining experience and honing their skills in the outside world, return to assist their clan leaders. A simple, unassuming path.
But Luo's sudden appearance had indeed thrown their plans into disarray.
The emergence of such a prodigy, one who was also exceptionally beautiful, had captured the attention of both them and their respective families. The Luo family had already made it clear that Luo would not marry outside the family, so they would have to take in a son-in-law. Since their own direct heirs could not possibly become sons-in-law of the Luo family, this presented an opportunity for them. At this moment, Lu Zhou Yuan, as the leader of their group, brought up Luo on his own initiative, showing a certain degree of interest. News came from the Luo family the day before yesterday that someone from the small town where Luo originally came from has been persistently harassing her. Since Luo is kind-hearted and doesn't want to come across as someone who bullies others, she has ignored him, so the Luo family hasn't intervened. Rumor has it that the kid's actually pretty strong. He has got the potential to get into one of the Big Five universities.
It just depends on whether anyone out there can keep him in check, Lu Zhou Yuan said. Oh? Someone actually dares to hassle Luo? Could it be they're trying to climb the social ladder by latching onto him? Why hasn't the Luo family stepped in yet?
They should just take care of this kid right away.
This guy must have some major connections.
The Luo family can't take action themselves, so they're spreading rumors to get us to take the fall for them.
Exactly.
We don't want to end up with nothing but trouble.
So what are you guys planning to do? Just watch and see. I don't plan on getting involved. What about you? I'll just watch too.
Ah Ming watched the group converse, smiling but saying nothing.
Chapter 66, Blood Orchid.
As for Grandpa Luo's place, it's about 100 kilometers further east. Fang guided them, drawing on the memories in his mind. At that moment, he was being carried through the air by Lu Shiren. 3 hours had passed since they set out. Even at Lingkong realm speeds, and despite being unable to fly at full speed over open terrain, 3 hours was more than enough to cover a very long distance. They were now very close to the Yunmeng marshes. In the blue-eyed toad's memories, it had once seen a colossal beast churning in the depths of the marshes, its body winding and twisting so menacingly that even the toad dared not approach. The legends of the dragon serpents in the Yunmeng marshes were no myth.
Fong, we can't fly any further here. We'll have to land and approach that valley slowly.
Flying at low altitude was no big deal for Lu Shiren, but deep in this wilderness, he had to maintain intense concentration at all times. He couldn't let his guard down for even a moment, and that was what proved most challenging. That place has been abandoned for so long it's possible other demon beasts have taken it over, Fong said.
In Fang's memory, the blue-eyed toad had once repelled numerous demon beasts that had coveted that valley.
Yes, if it's really as you say that place is a treasure trove, there's bound to be demon beasts occupying it. Lu Shiren agreed with Fang's assessment.
So, Grandpa Lu, should we press on in the dark tonight, or rest here for now? Fang asked. After pondering for a moment, Lu Shiren asked, can you still keep going? Fang patted his chest emphatically. No problem, I'm not tired. That was the truth.
Throughout the day and now that it was nearly evening he hadn't actually walked much himself, he'd either ridden in a vehicle or been carried while flying.
Alright, then let us head east for now.
We'll find a place to rest when we get closer, and once we find what we're looking for, we'll head back.
Okay, I'll follow your lead.
The wilderness at night was even more dangerous than during the day, with the cries of beasts echoing all around.
Fortunately, the two of them were small targets, so they didn't run into any major problems.
Along the way, they avoided the demon beasts whenever possible. If they couldn't escape, they killed them. It was a shame about the materials on those demon beasts, they couldn't carry them, so they had to leave them behind, even though they were quite valuable.
5 kilometers to go, and we'll be there.
Look, Fang said, pointing to the stone wall ahead.
From the outside, it looked like nothing more than a stone wall stretching endlessly into the distance. Who could have imagined there was a whole other world hidden inside? Can we find the entrance?
The entrance is marked by 3 very conspicuous large trees. They're right around here. You should be able to see them if you follow this stone wall. Without getting too close, the two circled the perimeter and indeed discovered 3 giant trees standing in a row in front of the rock face. Now that we've found the spot, let us rest for now and go inside to investigate first thing tomorrow morning. To be on the safe side, the two who had been traveling through the night chose not to rush into the valley but instead found a sheltered spot outside to rest.
The next day, at dawn,
Fang and Lu Shiren entered through an opening in the rock wall, a crack that the blue-eyed toad had later discovered while searching for an exit, which they had gradually widened until it became a proper opening. Inside, it was dark and damp. After taking just a few steps, Fang felt sticky all over. He hadn't yet reached the acupoint stage, so he couldn't condense a protective spirit robe like the old principal could. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally saw a glimmer of light ahead.
Wait here for me.
I'll go check it out, Lu Shiren instructed before heading forward alone to investigate.
Fang nodded in agreement. In truth, there wasn't much for him to do at this point anyway, as his current strength was of little use in this environment. Fang, what a coincidence.
There's no danger here, you can come over. After confirming there was no danger, Lu Shiren walked back in to let Fang know.
Alright, I'm coming.
Stepping out of the cave, the scene suddenly opened up before them. Outside was a world of ice and snow, but inside the valley, it was as if spring had arrived, with flowers in full bloom. Before them lay a vast, open plain, surrounded by towering cliff faces, with a pond nearby. This was the very spot where the blue-eyed toad had once floated up through the underground river. Blood orchids, Fang muttered to himself. These demon beasts were highly intelligent and wouldn't do anything to deplete their own resources. Once harvested, these spiritual plants might grow back in a few decades or even 100 years.
Hey, I found them.
Following his memory, Fang indeed discovered 3 blood orchids growing out of a cliff face, their leaves oval-shaped with wavy edges. The blood orchids were about 30 meters above the ground, a height Fang could easily reach on his own. Since the old principal had gone elsewhere to search for spiritual plants, there was no need to trouble him.
Fang took out his various tools and began preparing for the harvest.
Harvesting this kind of spiritual plant required meticulous care, and proper preservation afterward was also crucial.
Everything went smoothly. He climbed up without incident and picked the blood orchids without a hitch.
There was no rockfall, nor did any scene like the one in novels occur, where a venomous snake suddenly appears while gathering herbs on a sheer cliff. The principal hadn't returned yet, so Fang, wearing gloves, took a blood orchid from the preservation box and examined it closely. Up close, the blood orchid looked even more like a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan. Bathed in sunlight, it appeared crystal clear, with a faintly visible blood-red sap flowing inside. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted from it, not overpowering, but enough to lift one's spirits.
What a treasure!
This plant had actually been discovered in other places as well. It was remarkably effective for martial artists at the body forging stage, but it had never circulated on the open market. It had all been snapped up in advance by the major clans and prestigious academies. Of course, Fong Hen Ti heard of it. The old principal had found out about it after listening to his description. The old principal wasn't sure exactly what its effects were, though. In any case, it said that when the old principal tried to gather information about this item, it sparked a flurry of inquiries from others, all asking if he'd discovered where the blood orchid grew. However, all those inquiries were brushed aside. The blood orchid can be swallowed whole. Its medicinal properties are mild, and it's extremely beneficial for the blood tempering stage. After sitting down cross-legged, Fong swallowed it whole. A good thing only truly belongs to you once you use it yourself. A blood orchid isn't very large, about half the size of an adult's palm, so swallowing it in one go was more than enough. As soon as it touched his tongue, it felt slightly cool, followed by a wave of warmth that traveled down his throat into his body and spread to every limb and bone. Ah! This pleasant sensation made Fong unable to resist letting out a moan. It was something he had never experienced before in his cultivation. He activated the awakening skill, using it in conjunction with the blood orchid to refine his blood. If anyone could see inside Fong's body, they would discover that every single one of his cells was constantly renewing itself, and every drop of his blood was becoming increasingly dense. Just as Fong was immersed in his cultivation, there seemed to be a stir in the pond near the mountain wall, as ripples spread out in concentric circles. Chapter 67, The Great Serpent. You must have made quite a leap in strength this time, said Lu Shiren, who had already returned, looking at the radiant Fong. I've already reached 22 times the blood tempering stage, Fong assessed his own strength and replied. This tiny blood orchid had saved him at least 2 months of effort, and its greatest benefit to him wasn't the boost in strength, but the enhancement of his endurance. If his body had previously been limited to around 25-fold in the blood tempering stage, he could now even look forward to what lies beyond 30-fold. Of course, reaching that level would still take a long time. He had 2 blood orchids left, but consuming them later on would certainly not be as effective as the first time. If they could boost him to around 28-fold, that would be considered a good result. We've got everything we came for, so let us head back, Lu Shiren said with a smile. It was clear that the smooth journey had made him very happy earlier. When he'd gone to sweep through the valley, he'd also made some gains. Alright, let us go. No sooner had Fong finished speaking than Lu Shiren sensed something. Without a moment to spare, he grabbed Fong by the arm and flung him into a clump of grass in the distance. The pond churned as aquatic demon beasts emerged from the water and made their way onto the shore. Fong lay on the ground looking up. He could see lobsters and crabs the size of small cars leading the way ashore, followed by pythons as thick as an adult's waist, so densely packed that the sight alone sent a chill down one's spine. Hiss! Lu Shiren swept his hand through the air, and darkness engulfed the area. The minor demons died in droves, their skin turning black and their faces contorted into hideous grimaces. SSSS. The water parted, and a giant, single-horned serpent emerged, its lantern-sized eyes fixed intently on Lu Shiren. The portion of its body visible above the water was already 3 or 4 stories tall. Upon receiving a command from the giant serpent, the remaining shrimp and crab soldiers launched another attack on Lu Shiren. Lu Shiren was feeling a bit cornered. Although these minor demons were insignificant, the single-horned giant serpent was a genuine major demon. It wouldn't be hard for him to escape on his own, but with Fong still here, it would be difficult. While he pondered a strategy, his hands didn't pause. With a short blade in hand, a colossal martial aura enveloped the entire scene, its intensity so fierce it nearly coalesced into martial will. Hiss hiss. Watching its minions fall in droves like harvested wheat, the giant snake's cries grew increasingly frantic. Splash! Its body, which had been hidden beneath the water, finally emerged entirely from the surface. Fong's eyes widened as he watched the great serpent finally prepare to strike. It resembled a dragon more than a snake. Several bulges were visible beneath its belly, suggesting it was about to transform into a dragon. The giant snake was pitch black all over, its palm-sized scales arranged in a dense pattern. With its tail braced against the ground, the front half of its body arched high, and as it opened its massive jaws, a ball of light radiating an icy aura shot forward. Lu Shiren wasn't skilled at head-on combat, but his speed was certainly nothing to sneeze at. He easily dodged the icy breath. Although he was confident in his speed, he still couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Why was it so easy? But regardless, he had to fight first and worry about the rest later. If he ran away outright, these demon beasts certainly wouldn't let it go. They would definitely give chase. He was in the wilderness now, surrounded by demon beasts. If he made too much noise and drew the attention of those dominant beasts, he'd be finished. Fighting a battle to make these creatures realize he wasn't someone to be messed with would actually make a retreat a bit smoother. At the end of the day, strength speaks for itself. Shadow follow. Lu Shiren's body transformed into a mass of darkness, using the shadows to rapidly close in on the giant snake. Whoosh! The short blade slipped through the gaps between the scales and sank into the giant snake's body. Compared to the giant snake's massive frame, the wound inflicted by the short blade wasn't even worth mentioning, not even a mosquito bite. Yet the great serpent let out an agonized scream. SSSS. The high-pitched, piercing screech nearly made blood seep from Fong's ears. Though he covered his ears with both hands, he couldn't block the sound from penetrating. Lu Shiren remained unaffected and continued his follow-up attacks. Nether Shatter. Nether Slaughter. Nether Annihilation. 4th tier martial technique, 3 strikes of the Nether King. The defining characteristic of dark spirit power is corrosion. While the wounds inflicted by the attacks may not be large, the spirit power which penetrates to the marrow like maggots gnawing at bone is omnipresent. Although the giant snake's reaction was slightly delayed, it acted decisively. Seeing that the reptile clinging to its body was impossible to shake off, it chose to freeze itself solid. Waves of blue spiritual energy seeped from beneath its scales, instantly covering its entire body and forming a layer of ice armor on its surface. Humph! Lu Shiren snorted coldly. He had already noticed that this giant snake did not appear to be in its complete form. Given this, he would have to adjust his plan. He could now attempt to hunt down this giant serpent. There was never any true peace between humans and demon beasts to begin with. That brief truce had been built solely on the premise that neither side could overpower the other. Now that there was a chance to hunt the giant serpent, he couldn't let it slip by. Shatter the armor. Lu Shiren swung his blade once more, shattering the ice armor. The giant snake was no fool. In fact, it was quite intelligent. When it sensed something was wrong, its first instinct was to flee, leaving its minions to fend for themselves. Trying to run? With the situation having reached this point, there was no escaping now. He channeled spiritual energy into both hands, forming 2 massive dark palms that seized the giant snake's tail and dragged it back. Thank goodness for the terrain. If it weren't for the mountain cliffs on all sides blocking most of the sound, who knows how many demon beasts would have been drawn here by now. There was no escape. A flash of regret crossed the great serpent's eyes. It shouldn't have come out here. Wounds appeared one after another on its body. Fine streaks of blood already covered its massive form, and the minions that had followed it had been almost entirely wiped out. Crack! Corroded by the dark spirit energy, the giant snake didn't even have a chance to self-detonate. Instead, it was beheaded by Lu Shiren as it dragged its exhausted body along. Having lost control, its massive body crashed heavily into the valley, while the severed head landed beside Fong. Blood gushed continuously from the severed stump, pooling into thin streams that resembled small creeks. Grandpa Lu, is it over? That was amazing. Fong scrambled to his feet and ran over to Lu Shiren. This battle had ended quickly, unlike the last one, which had been a chaotic free-for-all among a group of powerful fighters. Something's off about this snake's strength. We'd better clean up and get moving. Lu Shiren's tone was tinged with puzzlement. With that, he walked over to the snake's carcass, preparing to dissect it and gather the materials. The resources yielded by a great demon were worth a lot of merit points in the army. Ha! No wonder. Lu Shiren paused in his dissection. What's wrong? Fong craned his neck to look over. His own strength was too low. Even using the old principal's weapon, he couldn't break through the giant snake's scales, so he stood by watching the old principal work. This giant snake is pregnant. Look. Lu Shiren stepped aside to let Fong take a look.
Sure enough, Fong immediately spotted 3 fully formed snake eggs inside the giant snake's belly.
Ha, so this time we managed to eliminate a future great demon early on, Fong laughed heartily. Among demon beasts, bloodline is paramount. If the parents are great demons, their offspring are highly likely to grow to match their parents' strength. Of course, the stronger the demon beast, the more difficult it is for them to give birth.
These snake eggs are valuable, they're worth studying.
Lu Shiren was also pleased. With a flick of his hand, he drew the 3 snake eggs into his palm.
Another half-hour later, with the cleanup nearly complete, Lu Shiren glanced around. Let us go back. We made quite a haul this time.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Grandpa Lu.
Chapter 68, The Wind Rises.
Deep within the vast and boundless Yunmeng marshes, a region known as a forbidden zone for humans, the silhouettes of various aquatic demon beasts flickered in and out of view. A massive underwater palace had been constructed beneath the waters here. Even the weakest of the demon beasts entering and exiting it had reached the great demon tier. In the grand hall at the very center of the palace lay a petite dragon with twin horns on its forehead and 5 claws on its belly, coiled in repose. It gave off no aura whatsoever, even its breathing had been suppressed. Whoosh! Its tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. In the dragon's strikingly human-like eyes, an emotion known as anger flashed. Investigate. Find out for me. Who exactly killed my daughter? The voice carried through the lake water, and every demon beast it encountered prostrated itself on the ground. A steep cliffed valley. The 5-clawed dragon circled in the air, gazing down at the prostrate demon corpses below without uttering a word. The atmosphere was exceptionally still and eerie. Not a single one of the numerous demon beasts hovering behind it made a sound. Tell me, in this region of yours, my daughter was killed by a human, and you knew nothing of it? The dragon spoke, its voice echoing through the valley. 2 great monsters buried their heads in the ground. The other 2, unable to speak human language, could only let out whimpers. The dragon paid no further attention to the shrimp and the crab. A giant tortoise stepped forward from behind him, radiating an invisible aura of power. The shrimp and the crab immediately staggered and went completely still. Have you found out? The Dragon King asked calmly. Your Majesty, we have. It was humans. We've searched all the flying beasts within 100 li radius and can confirm it was an old man and a young boy, the giant tortoise replied in a low voice, bowing his head. Send word to the Yunmeng marshes, mobilize the entire beast horde and lay waste to the city. The dragon's gaze was cold. Yes, Your Majesty. The beasts dared not object. They all responded in unison, those unable to speak in human language responding with roars. The dragon exhaled a blast of icy breath, freezing only the great serpent's corpse, which the giant tortoise then carried away. As for the other demon corpses, they were all reduced to dust. Fong had been back in Jiangling City for half a month, and there were less than 2 days left until the start of the new semester. He had already consumed the remaining 2 blood orchids. As expected, his blood tempering stage had reached 25x, exactly as he had originally predicted. Beep, beep, beep. He glanced at the message. It was from Fan, who was already far away in the east. Iron-blooded real man, you better be careful lately, kid. Someone's coming to Jiangling to cause you trouble. Tossing and turning? Iron-blooded real man, a few of the younger generation from Fengquan are coming to find you. Tossing and turning, looking for me? Why? Luo? Iron-blooded real man, you're not too dumb after all. They got wind that Luo was involved with someone before coming here. Unfortunately, they traced it back to you. But don't worry, they're coming on their own. Their elders aren't getting involved. Tossing and turning, who are they? How strong are they? Iron-blooded real man, their families all have experts at the Dragon Gate realm. Their strength is all at the blood tempering stage or higher. I'm not sure exactly how many times that is, and their martial arts skills are all at the perfect level. Tossing and turning, then it's fine. Whatever. Iron-blooded real man, so confident? Tossing and turning, I'm already at 25 times the blood tempering stage. Iron-blooded real man, what kind of medicine did you take, that fast? Tossing and turning, I found a few blood orchids and gave myself a little boost, covers mouth and laughs.
Iron-blooded real man, smile, smile, smile. 50 kilometers outside the Yunmeng marshes lies a hidden observation post. From the outside, it looks like a small hill, and its main responsibility is to monitor whether any powerful demon beasts are coming ashore from the marshes. That evening, after dinner, the 10 soldiers went about their respective duties. According to the shift schedule, Xiaohu, a new recruit, and De Zhuang, a veteran, were on night watch. The two were in the control room on the top floor, staring at the screen, which displayed a variety of data. The display showed readings for surrounding mana fluctuations, temperature, humidity, wind speed, and more. Bro De Zhuang, don't you think the humidity reading looks a little off right now? Xiaohu noticed something unusual on the dashboard. De Zhuang glanced at it and brushed it off, saying, "What is there to be concerned about? We're right next to the Yunmeng marsh. Even if those demon beasts in the water just roll over, it could cause the humidity to spike. It's no big deal." "Oh, I see," Xiaohu replied, half convinced. "Trust me, I've been on duty here for years." De Zhuang pounded his chest, making it thud loudly. Seeing that Xiaohu had fallen silent again, De Zhuang grew a bit bored and brought up another topic. "What made you want to join the army?" "I'm not very talented in martial arts, and my family's financial situation is just average, but I didn't want to give up on martial arts, so I joined the army." Xiaohu's eyes were filled with longing. "I heard there are plenty of opportunities in the army. As long as you can distinguish yourself, you'll earn merit, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources." De Zhuang understood. The army was indeed a great place. Many people with average talent chose to join directly after high school graduation, following training and assessments. "You've come to the right place. As long as you do a good job, you won TLAC for cultivation resources," De Zhuang said, patting Xiaohu on the shoulder. Beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared, and the spiritual energy readings on the previously normal display screen suddenly surged past a certain threshold. "Quick, send a signal to the base," De Zhuang urged urgently. Oh, okay." Xiaohu, somewhat flustered, found the button and was about to press it. Whoosh! Xiaohu's hand froze in mid-motion, and De Zhuang's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word. Everyone in the outpost froze in place, and then layer upon layer of frost began to emerge from their pores, instantly turning them to ice. In just a few short seconds, the entire outpost had turned into an ice sculpture, which then slowly sank, disappearing into the snow without a trace. A giant python soared through the air, followed on the ground by a teeming horde of demon beasts of all kinds, not only aquatic creatures but also land-dwelling ones so dense that they stretched as far as the eye could see. "What is going on?" "In less than half an hour, we've already lost contact with 8 outposts," asked a middle-aged man in military uniform, his expression grave, from within the base. Chaos reigned in the base command center at that moment. Just moments ago, contact with the frontline outposts had been lost almost simultaneously. The regulations for field outposts required them to report their status to headquarters every 10 minutes, yet 8 outposts had now gone more than half an hour without reporting. The situation is still unclear. "We've already dispatched 10 elite squads. Will report back immediately if anything comes up," replied a soldier who looked like a clerk standing nearby. How are the other outposts?" "The other outposts are currently operating normally." Those beasts in the Yunmeng marshes are up to their old tricks again. Contact headquarters and report the situation here." "Yes, sir." The clerk went to draft a report to submit to his superiors. "Commander, just a moment ago, the 9th outpost lost contact, but they sent back a video before it happened," an operator from the front called out, turning around. "Project the video onto the big screen." "Yes, sir." Chapter 69, The Beast Horde Gathers. A burst of static flashed across the screen, and the signal came through. The video feed kept shaking. The footage was extremely unstable. "Reporting to Command Center, Outpost 23 is under attack and is about to fall," a slightly trembling voice came through the video. "Insects. So many insects. Quick, activate defenses. It's too late. These insects can corrode the spiritual energy shield. Use the Vulcan 3, sweep them out." Streams of fire shot out, and swaths of insects, charred black,
fell to the ground, but it was to no avail. A relentless tide of insects continued to surge forward from behind.
The Vulcan 3's energy reserves were limited.
Once its power was exhausted, soldiers at merely the body forging stage and spirit movement stage were utterly unable to withstand this massive swarm of insects. The final image in the video showed the swarm devouring everything before engulfing the camera lens, followed by complete darkness.
Silence.
The vast command center was utterly still.
Commander, Outposts 26 and 27 have also lost contact. Commander, Outpost 18 has sent a video. They're currently in the midst of a retreat.
The intelligence coming from the front broke the silence.
Order all outposts to retreat.
The command post, all ranks below acupoint stage, will retreat southeast and establish a defensive position 300 kilometers from Jiangling City to regroup personnel.
The rest of you, follow me. The middle-aged commander acted decisively, issuing his orders.
Yes, sir. The commander walked straight out of the operations room, with Lu Shiren close behind. This garrison had a total of 3 Lingkong realm cultivators, which was more than sufficient for ordinary situations, but they had absolutely no confidence in facing this ferocious beast tide. Judging solely by the footage that had been transmitted back, the strength of the demon beasts that had appeared was already on par with at least 4 great demons, and there was no telling whether a lord beast might appear later on.
Dingjiang City, Southern Military District Headquarters. It was the dead of night, yet the conference room was brightly lit. Here is the latest update from Jiangling City.
Please take a look, said the elderly man seated at the head of the table. On the screens in front of the dozen or so people below, a report from the Jiangling outpost appeared.
Have you all finished watching?
Share your thoughts, he said once everyone had finished viewing the footage. It seems Yunmeng Marsh is getting serious this time.
If they want to start a war, let us fight.
I think we should take a long-term view.
Liang Pindong happens to be operating near Jiangling. We can send him over to provide support first. When has our Xia kingdom ever feared war? These beasts won't learn their lesson until we really hurt them. But who knows how many casualties there'll be then? If we don't fight now, there'll only be more casualties.
With a beast tide this massive, there must be a lord beast orchestrating it behind the scenes.
Let us fight one battle first, then see what they're up to. Could that old dragon be the mastermind behind this beast tide? I don't think so.
He hasn't been seen since he was gravely wounded by King Yu over 100 years ago. Just in case, we should still notify the Tongtian realm so they can prepare. The old man simply watched as the crowd below debated the matter, offering no opinion of his own. Half an hour later, the discussion died down, and everyone turned their gaze back to the leader.
As soon as I received the news, I already notified Liang Pindong. If a lord beast appears, he will intervene. The situation is tense right now. Every transcendent realm cultivator has been assigned a specific defense mission, especially on the Starry Sky battlefield, so it's very difficult to redeploy personnel. Therefore, we must not trouble the transcendent realm cultivators unless it's absolutely necessary.
All martial arts universities in the southern region, every student in their second year or higher, are to provide full support to Jiangling City. Only 1/3 of the southern military district's garrison forces will remain, the rest are to be deployed to Jiangling.
We absolutely cannot allow any demon beasts to cross the blockade line by even a single step. If anyone has any objections, speak up now. No objections. No objections.
No one objected to the old man's arrangements, not even those who had previously advised against going to war. The middle-aged commander led his men through the woods on foot rather than flying. Having already assessed the situation ahead, their mission wasn't to engage in direct combat but primarily to gather intelligence.
This is as far as we go.
Old Lu, Old Yang, let us each lead a team to investigate in separate directions.
No matter what we find, we'll meet back here in 2 hours. The middle-aged commander assigned their tasks.
Neither man objected. They each took 5 men and set off in opposite directions to investigate. It was the middle of winter, and the mountains and forests were covered in thick snow. The faint moonlight fell on the snow, reflecting a white glow. Normally, the mountains and forests would be bustling at night, but tonight the entire area was deathly silent, unusually still. The sound of rustling gradually drifted toward them. Lu Shiren made a gesture the men behind him understood immediately and each found a place to hide. A pack of unicorn snow wolves was racing across the snow. At a glance, there were about 1,000 of them. Even the weakest were at the agile realm, and bringing up the rear was none other than the unicorn snow wolf king whom Lu Shiren had encountered before. Lu Shiren had no intention of engaging them here. Their primary mission was to assess the situation. If they were cornered now, not only would the mission fail, but their very lives would be in jeopardy. Dark spiritual energies silently radiated out, enveloping the group. Even though the wolf pack was renowned for its keen sense of smell, it failed to detect the figures concealed above. The pack passed methodically beneath the trees. Only the unicorn snow wolf king looked up twice with a hint of suspicion as they passed, but he detected nothing. However, this scene made the team members following Lu Shiren break out in a cold sweat. If they were to become trapped in the wolf pack, their chances of survival would be slim, as none of them could fly. Relying on Lu Shiren's dark spirit power, the group continued westward, encountering several more groups of demon beasts along the way, including insect swarms, giant clawed crabs, iron-armored crocodiles, and waterfowl flying overhead. These were either demon hordes from the Yunmeng Marsh or beasts from the surrounding mountains and forests. By a rough estimate, excluding the insect swarms, the number of demon beasts they encountered amounted to no fewer than tens of thousands. After transmitting all the data they collected along the way back to headquarters, they realized they were nearing the Yunmeng marshes and prepared to turn back. Just then, waves began to surge from deep within the marshes. A demon at the forefront walked atop the waves, emanating an aura so oppressive that Lu Shiren and his companions could feel its weight even from hundreds of kilometers away. Lu Shiren was holding up slightly better, but the rest of the group was already being crushed by the pressure, struggling to breathe. Retreat! Lu Shiren ground out the single word through clenched teeth, then led the group away toward the rendezvous point without looking back. This was serious. The only being capable of exerting such pressure from such a distance was the Lord Beast. Perhaps this time, the Lord Beast would truly launch an assault on the city. And if it came to that, Jiangling City, the closest settlement to the Yunmeng marshes, would certainly not escape unscathed. Humph. They sure run fast. A giant python with two horns bearing a slight resemblance to the giant snake slain that day snorted coldly. When demon beasts reach the Lord Beast realm, just as humans do upon ascending to the Dragon Gate realm, they gain the ability to sense souls. While there might be a few instances of fighters below the Dragon Gate realm defeating opponents of a higher tier, the gap between the Dragon Gate realm and the realms below is as vast as heaven and earth. There is absolutely no possibility of fighting above one's own tier. This giant python's soul power clearly already covered a range of hundreds of kilometers, but just as it was about to strike and capture them, these people sensed danger and fled. Jiangling City, Humph. Chapter 70, Battle Preparedness. Things aren't looking good. The situation is worse than we imagined. In the makeshift forward command post, the middle-aged commander, Old Yang, and Lu Shiren were comparing the intelligence they gathered. So far, we've counted over 20 major demons alone, not to mention that Lord Beast, the giant python that Old Lu encountered on the edge of the Yunmeng marshes. Old Yang, whose full name was Yang Bing, was a veteran of the military. He'd been on duty at the Jiangling City outpost for less than a year when this emergency struck, and he felt uneasy about the situation. We have records on all the Lord Beasts in the Yunmeng marshes. This one must be the offspring of that ancient dragon. The middle-aged commander, Zhong Linmao, had long been in charge of the Jiangling outpost and was very familiar with the situation in the Yunmeng marshes. Although Lu Shiren hadn't had time to take any footage, he was still able to draw this conclusion based on his description. What asked the word from headquarters? When will reinforcements arrive? Lu Shiren asked. With just the few men they had now, they wouldn't even be a match for a fraction of the beast horde. The main force will arrive shortly. We've dispatched elite fighters first, and students from the martial arts university in the southern region will also be coming to assist, Zhong Linmao replied. That's good. Who is going to notify Jiangling City? Yang Bing raised an issue they couldn't avoid. People absolutely had to be warned about a beast tide, especially one of this scale. Although they were confident they could successfully repel the attack, what if something went wrong? That's Gua Junlong's job.
We'll focus on what we need to do, Jean Moulin said. He had no time to worry about notifying the public or calming their fears. They had only one goal right now: to hold off the beast horde as long as possible until the main force arrived. Late at night, a piercing air raid siren blared across the skies of Jiangling City. Countless people were jolted awake from their sleep. Nothing like this had ever happened in their lifetimes. The moment they turned on their communicators, they knew what was happening: a beast tide. The term was all too unfamiliar. The last time a beast tide occurred was in the 62nd year of Qilin AD 2086, when a massive beast tide struck the western regions, led by two Beast King organizations, ultimately resulting in tens of millions of casualties. The passage of time erases many things to people today. That once terrifying beast tide felt more like a story from a talebook, lacking any tangible experience. Now that a beast tide was actually happening, many people still couldn't grasp the concept. Some had never even left the city and couldn't comprehend the horror of a beast tide. Jiangling City has entered a state of combat readiness. All citizens, please be prepared to respond to emergencies at any time. A message appeared on the citizens' communicators. Nowadays, everyone on Blue Star receives training in primary, middle, and high school on how to respond to emergencies. Although much time has passed, they still remember at least some of it, and upon receiving the message, they all began to prepare. All retired soldiers are requested to report to their respective military districts, collect their equipment, and stand ready to support the front lines at any time. Another message was sent to the communicators of retired soldiers in Jiangling City. At that moment, whether they were white-haired elders or physically disabled men, they all dug out their old military combat uniforms, slipped them on, and resolutely stepped out the door amid the worried gazes of their families. "Old Nyo, why don't you tell the commander that we're injured and in poor health, so we can't go?" "Okay," a woman pleaded with her husband as he was about to leave. "Nonsense. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. We're at war now. Jiangling City needs me. How can I just hide like a coward? I made it through the battle on the Changyang Lake Plain back then. This is nothing. Just stay home and behave yourself. Wait for me to come back." The one-armed man glared at his wife, then adjusted his uniform with his single hand and prepared to leave. "Daddy!" A little girl ran out of the bedroom, clung to her mother's legs, and looked up at her father as he was about to leave. "Hey, little fish, Daddy has to go out on some business. Stay home with Mommy and wait for me to come back, okay?" Lao Nyo's heart melted at the sight of his daughter. He crouched down and said in a rough voice, "Then Daddy has to come back soon." The daughter was very understanding and didn't throw a tantrum to stop her father from leaving. Lao Nyo ruffled his daughter's hair, exchanged a glance with his wife, then turned and stepped out the door. The woman picked up her daughter and watched her husband leave, until he boarded the transport vehicle sent to pick him up and disappeared from sight. Lao Nyo didn't look back. A true man should defend his home and country. The Xia Kingdom had always provided excellent benefits for its soldiers. If he were unfortunately killed in action, his wife and daughter would be well taken care of. "Dad, you're getting on in years. Why don't you just stay home? No one will blame you." A middle-aged man tried to dissuade the elderly man, who was fully dressed and determined to report for duty. "You little brat, what did I teach you? I'm a soldier. Get out of my way." Though old, his spirit remained strong. With a slight push, he shoved the middle-aged man aside. "Mom, please talk some sense into Dad." The middle-aged man looked to his mother for help. "Let him go. He can't sit still," his mother said with a faint smile, making no effort to support her son's plea. "Ah, you little rascal, just wait for me to come back." The old man strode out with his head held high, full of vigor. "Xiaolian, I see all those transport trucks outside are heading to the military supply zone. It won't make a difference if you're not there, so just don't go," said an elderly woman as she watched her son busily packing his things. The man called Xiaolian was in his 50s, with a few strands of gray hair, but he was still in good spirits. Hearing this, he grinned widely and said, "Mom, come on. If you don't go and I don't go, who else is going to go? My life matters, but so do other people's lives." "Oh, I know, but I'm just worried about you. We've never faced a situation like this before,
the elderly woman said, her voice full of concern. Oh, don't worry, that's just how it is in Jiangling City. We haven't had anything like this in a long time, so they're just being extra thorough. I might just be going to make an appearance. I'll probably be sent back before I even reach the front lines, the man reassured his mother. If that's really the case, that would be great. Just be careful, his mother said, watching her son as he opened the door. You're on leave right now, you don't have to go. The young woman looked at her boyfriend, who had just returned yesterday and was now dressed in his combat uniform, and said anxiously. Even veterans have to report for duty, let alone someone like me who is still on active duty, the young man said with a laugh. But you haven't received any notice yet. The notice is coming right now. Here, look. Just as he spoke, the man's communicator vibrated. He glanced at it and showed the message to the woman. Immediately end leave and report to the nearest military zone. Acknowledged. The woman was at a loss for words. She simply said, if fighting really breaks out, try to stay out of the line of fire. Okay, don't worry. I'm not going to throw my life away, I still have to come back and marry you. The man kissed her on the forehead, his face beaming with a bright smile. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Be a good girl and wait at home. Don't go out, and follow all official instructions. The man gave her one last piece of advice before boarding the transport vehicle alongside others heading to report for duty. These scenes were just a snapshot of the broader picture. Countless veterans in Jiangling City were boarding transport vehicles to report to their respective military readiness zones, preparing for battle. Chapter 71, The Third Batch. Fong, your grandfather is going to report for duty at the military readiness zone, Fong Shangyuan told Fong, his tone somewhat urgent. School hadn't started yet, so Fong was still at home. By this time, the whole family was awake and gathered in the living room, waiting for instructions. Just then, Fong Shangyuan received a message from his mother. Fong replied, not at all surprised that his grandfather was going to report for duty. He is so old, and yet he still has to report for duty. I just tried to talk him out of it, but he immediately launched into a tirade at me, Fong Shangyuan said with a hint of resignation. Why don't you have a word with your grandfather? Okay, I'll talk to him, Fong said, taking the communicator. Fong? Are you here to try to talk me out of it too? The old man's voice came through the communicator. No, I'm just here to remind you to stay safe. Be careful once you're on the battlefield. He had no intention of trying to dissuade the old man. He knew it was a lost cause, so all he could do was urge him to be careful. Fong Shangyuan rolled his eyes from the side. You were supposed to talk your grandpa out of going to the front lines, but look at you, you're giving him safety advice instead. Good lad. You're truly a son of the old Fong family, not like your father, who was such a wimp. The voice echoed through the living room. Fong Shangyuan's expression froze. Even at a time like this, the old man couldn't resist taking a dig at him. Is the situation really that serious this time? Fong had no idea what the situation was like out there, so he could only rely on any news his grandfather might have. I don't know, but things probably aren't looking good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mobilizing on such a massive scale. Will reinforcements be coming? They certainly will. Our Xia kingdom will never stumble in the same place twice. The tragedy of over 100 years ago will never happen again. The old man's voice was firm and resolute. All right, Grandpa, please take care of yourself. Fong, do you remember that sword I gave you? I do. What is that sword called? Ling Yuan. Do you know what that name means? Standing by the abyss, envying the fish, better to retreat and weave a net? No. I hope that in your future martial arts training, you'll proceed as if walking along the edge of an abyss with utmost caution and care, yet without losing your edge. A martial artist must charge forward without hesitation. I'll remember that. Good. Fong, the path of martial arts lies at your own feet. With your talent, you're sure to shine brightly on the starry sky battlefield one day and bring glory to our nation. Grandpa. Before Fong could say anything else, Fong Xinwu cut off the communication. He had never even heard of the starlit battlefield. His grandfather had mentioned at the end. It was a pity he hadn't had a chance to ask about it.
Why didn't you try to talk your grandfather out of it? Fong Shangyuan finally dared to speak up. You went to talk to him and then what? Fong spread his hands in resignation.
Well, Dad has already made his decision. There is nothing we can do but wait for news, Nan Shui said from the side. Yeah, let us stay up tonight and wait for an official notification. Fong Shangyuan could only nod in agreement.
Beep, beep, beep. This time, it was Fong's communicator that went off. Hello, Fong.
You have been assigned to the third batch of combat-ready forces and are to stand by for orders at any time.
Nan Shui grabbed the communicator, and as soon as she saw the message, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What is going on? Why do even the kids have to go to the front lines? Mom, this is just a precaution." It doesn't mean I actually have to go yet, Fong reassured her. The second batch of combat-ready troops has already left. Doesn't that mean your third batch will be next?
Nan Shui wasn't so easily fobbed off. Her voice was starting to crack.
Fong, go find out what is going on.
Fong Shangyuan was getting anxious too. It turned out he was the only man in the family who hadn't received the message. Dad, Mom, this is all normal. Most of the resources for our martial arts training are provided by the state precisely so we can step up in critical moments. Now that the demon beasts have unleashed a beast tide, if the city falls, we'll suffer the same fate anyway, so we might as well go to the front lines and give it our all, Fong explained. From the very first day they began their martial arts training, Vidra had told them that Blue Star was not a land of peace and harmony, but one filled with blood and fire. The quiet, peaceful life within the city walls was not something they were born into. It was made possible by the silent sacrifices of countless people behind the scenes. Even now, although Blue Star had formed an alliance, in some remote regions, the people of smaller nations still lived from hand to mouth. Most people in Xia are unaware of these realities, because those dangers are kept at bay by the towering city walls. They don't live in a perfect, happy era. They were simply born in the wonderful nation of Xia. And the reason the nation has invested so much effort into establishing high schools, martial arts universities, and popularizing martial arts training is precisely so that more people can work together to build a better life. Now, it's time for them to step up. I opened my communicator, and sure enough, the class group chat was already buzzing with excitement. This time, they were chatting directly in the group with the homeroom teacher, rather than in a private chat. Everyone got the message, right? Of course no one would have missed it, ha ha. Finally, a chance to hunt demon beasts. I've been looking forward to this day for ages. These comments clearly came from greenhorns with no wilderness survival experience. They showed no fear whatsoever about becoming the third batch of combat-ready personnel. On the contrary, they seemed somewhat excited. Monster beasts aren't that easy to deal with. When actually facing them, many people won't be able to unleash their full potential. Right, and this time it's a monster beast horde. Individual strength will be insignificant. If we really have to go to the battlefield, we must follow orders. Right. Don't be too optimistic. Look at the people who went out into the wild with the old principal last time. None of them are saying a word. These are some of the more level-headed students, trying to cool down their overzealous classmates. Haven't Tijuolin, Fong, Ranyun, and Taoyi been there before? Let them come out and share their experiences. If you encounter demon beasts out in the wild, don't back down. Most of their power actually comes from their ferocity. Many people get injured on their first encounter simply because they're intimidated by the demon beast's desperate, all-or-nothing attitude. Is there anything else we should watch out for? What was said earlier is right. You must follow orders and not act on your own. Juolin and Renyun stepped forward to answer some questions, while Taoyi didn't show up. So, will there be casualties this time? This is war. There will definitely be sacrifices. Ah. When death was mentioned, some people lost their composure. In their world, the concepts of death and sacrifice felt far too distant. Everyone's enthusiasm is high. That's a good thing, but don't get too carried away. Right now, you're just the third reserve group. It's not your turn yet. Keep your communication channels open.
If the time comes when we're needed, assemble immediately. As your commander, I'll lead you to the front lines. Zhuang Wenchang appeared. He first calmed the students' mixed feelings of excitement and anxiety, then made some arrangements and deployments for what was to come. Fang didn't say much in the group chat, he simply replied, "Got it." All he could do now was get some rest and stay ready to depart at a moment's notice. Beep, beep, beep. Iron-blooded real man, is there a monster outbreak in Jiangling City? Tossing and turning, yes. Iron-blooded real man, what's the situation right now? Tossing and turning, everything's normal, we're on standby. Iron-blooded man, what do you mean?
Tossing and turning, our group of senior high students will serve as the 3rd Reserve Force, ready to support the front lines at any moment.
Iron-blooded man, is the situation really that serious already? Tossing and turning, don't worry too much. Right now, it's just a precaution. I believe we'll definitely get through this. Iron-blooded real man, who's worried about you? I'm just afraid that when I run into Luo, my old classmate, and he asks me where you've gone, I won't know how to answer. Tossing and turning. Iron-blooded real man, hey, don't die out there. Chapter 72, by Hanliang. Jiangling Municipal Government Center. A conference room was brightly lit.
There weren't many people inside, but upon closer inspection, they were all powerful figures in Jiangling City. Normally, these people were masters of self-control, but right now, these bigwigs were arguing fiercely in the conference room.
I disagree.
I think we should release some footage appropriately, so the public knows what the situation is like out there.
Won't that have too much of an impact? What's so shocking about it? Isn't the situation now much better than it was during the early stages of the awakening?
The situation on the Starry Sky battlefield is dire, it's only a matter of time before it's made public.
This battle can serve as a buffer. Isn't live streaming the battle a bit risky?
I think we should release it to a limited audience first, we shouldn't rush into this.
What's the difference? We might as well let the whole nation watch. It's different. Some people are still quite young, it might be too intense for them.
The issue currently under discussion in the conference room is whether to broadcast live footage of the battle against the Beast Horde.
The overall situation on Blue Star isn't great right now.
While things are still relatively normal on the planet itself where they're managing to hold their ground against the demon beasts, the outlook on the Starfield battlefield is far from optimistic. Senior leadership has already expressed intent to officially disclose the situation beyond Blue Star, but this resolution is still under discussion. The Xia Kingdom has not experienced large-scale warfare on Blue Star for nearly a century, and the vast majority of people have lost all sense of what that entails. Following the Beast Horde attack on Jiangling City, some officials suggested releasing authentic footage of the battles in the wild to help the public understand the cruelty of the outside world, thereby providing a buffer when the situation on the Starfield battlefront is eventually disclosed.
Alright, let us take it slow with this livestream.
For now, it will be open to all adults, as well as students in their senior year of high school.
Let us vote by a show of hands, Wei Junlong decided. Approved. 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 Rejected. Alright, then let us proceed as I said. I'll go file the request now. Notice, a live stream of field combat is about to begin. Minors are prohibited from watching. A message appeared on the communicators of all adults in Jiangling City. What does this mean?
Fang Shengyuan asked, puzzled.
It's probably meant to let us see firsthand what's happening out there, Nan Shui said. Let us open it and take a look at LL, give us a good idea of what's going on out there. Fang found the live stream link and clicked on it.
There were numerous feeds, all shot from different angles, some bird's eye views, others close-ups. From the bird's eye view, one could see convoys within the city constantly converging toward the front lines, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Meanwhile, less than 5 kilometers from the frontline positions, a vast horde of demon beasts had already gathered.
The drones didn't approach even from a distance, their oppressive presence was palpable. Leading the demon beast formation was a catfish demon with a fish head and human body, wielding a trident.
On the human side, command had been taken over by Hanliang, the the highest-ranking military officer in Jiangling City. Bai Hanliang, a graduate of the Kyoto Martial Academy, was one of the leading figures of the military's younger generation.
Are Thunder God V and Fire God 4 in position? Bai Hanliang asked.
Both are in position and ready to attack at any moment, replied the adjutant, who was constantly monitoring logistics.
Carry out indiscriminate fire coverage on the front lines.
Yes, sir. No one questioned Bai Hanliang's orders. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains once issued by a superior, they must be carried out without wavering. Less than 10 minutes after the order was issued, while the horde of demon beasts in the distance was still gathering, a deluge of lightning and fire erupted from the frontline positions, shooting 5 kilometers ahead.
All major demon beasts, raise your defenses.
The catfish demon was the first to unleash his spiritual power, shielding the horde of demon beasts behind him.
SSSS. Roar. Gur. Wah. Howl.
The great beasts in their ranks soared into the air one after another. They had brought out the vast majority of their troops for this beast tide. They couldn't afford to fall before even laying eyes on the humans. The catfish demon's 2 small eyes were filled with malice and resentment. If it weren't for the humans' reliance on technology, they would have been overrun long ago.
It knew all too well the terror of human technology.
200 years ago, it had been nothing more than a tiny, unsentient catfish in a pond. Even back then, it had already lived for over a decade, drifting aimlessly in the pond day after day, feeding on small fish and shrimp. As it grew larger, the locals eventually discovered it and dubbed it a water monster.
Later, as the mana of heaven and earth revived, it began to breathe in and out mana to cultivate its powers.
Once it had gained strength, it joined a horde of demons to wreak havoc far and wide. It still remembers that the first creature it followed was a giant crab, 10 zhang tall, which ran rampant thanks to its iron shell, only to have its shell blown open by that human weapon called a cannon. So it learned to hide, lurking in the rear during every battle and only picking up the scraps afterward.
It didn't care about fame after all, isn't that just how catfish are?
Later still, it encountered the great dragon lord, who told it to follow him and conquer the vast Yunmeng marshes together.
It agreed.
The Yunmeng marshes once had 5 great overlords, now there is only one king.
Now, the king has declared he will lay waste to the city.
So, it has arrived with an advance force.
Just as it was mustering its troops, the cunning humans launched a preemptive barrage of fire.
If it had been before the revival of mana, it wouldn't have been the least bit fazed by those human firearms that look like firewood sticks. But over the years, the cunning humans have not only invented various new weapons but have also continuously improved them, engraving various formations onto these weapons known as guns and cannons and imbuing them with all manner of armor-piercing spiritual power.
This forced the demon to take them seriously.
It had already decided that once this round of attacks was over, it would lead its great army to crush these detestable humans. Bai Hanliang was admiring the magnificent spectacle before him. Although the great demon was defending with all its might, it simply couldn't cover every angle. Wave after wave of demon beasts roared and howled amid the flashes of lightning and fire, only to be reduced to piles of ashes. "Commander, our reserve resources are nearly depleted," the aide whispered to the young commander. In the Blue Star military, the rank structure consists of squad leader, platoon leader, commander, commander-in-chief, grand commander-in-chief, general, and marshal. Bai Hanliang's ability to rise to the rank of commander before the age of 30 was a testament to his exceptional talents. As a sophomore, he fought on the Starfield battlefield, establishing the Xia Kingdom's reputation through his exploits and earning the title of Marquis of Wuan. As a senior, he returned to Blue Star, swept through the wilderness, and achieved remarkable military feats. Finally, in the year of his graduation, he joined the military as a commander and was assigned to Jiangling for further training.
Use them all, don't hold back. The more we expend now, the fewer casualties we'll suffer later.
Bai Hanliang showed not the slightest concern for the resources being consumed.
Yes, sir. The aide-de-camp, having received the order, turned to assign tasks.
Bai Hanliang stared at the demon beast camp in the distance, his gaze deep and intense.
Ever since he first set foot in the wilderness, he had understood that there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and demon beasts.
When it came to dealing with demon beasts, his philosophy boiled down to a single word: kill. Kill until the demon beasts dared not enter human territory. The peace and stability outside Jiangling City bore witness to his achievements. It would take at least 2 more hours for the main reinforcements to arrive, and what he had to do now was hold off the beast horde for 2 hours at the lowest possible cost. At any cost. Chapter 73, The Battle Begins. These beasts don't look like much. They can only take a beating. Exactly. They're just wild beasts after all. They can't compare to our intelligence, huh? Jiangling is invincible. Looks like we'll get through this beast tide with ease. It's only just begun. We can't let our guard down yet. Fang had chosen a bird's eye view, allowing him to see the entire battlefield. At that moment, a dense stream of comments scrolled across the screen, obscuring the view, so Fang had no choice but to switch to comment-free mode. The comments covered everything under the sun. Most were optimistic, treating the war as if it were a game, like a mere formality or drill. Fang wasn't so optimistic. This was only the beginning, and it would take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. The seemingly endless barrage raged on relentlessly for half an hour, while Hanliang silently calculated the remaining time in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Stop. It was exactly as he predicted, but that didn't bring him any joy. The artillery barrage had ceased. What followed was brutal, hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, time was too tight to set up traps, otherwise, they could have whittled down the beast horde further. Who knew how many brave men had lost their lives here? A complex expression flashed across Hanliang's eyes, then hardened into resolve. He turned and walked out of the makeshift command post, heading straight for the front lines. The military district of Jiangling City was known as the Jiangling Army, divided into 4 branches: the field garrison, the patrol corps, the city guard, and the standby force. The field garrison is responsible for monitoring anomalies in the wilderness. The patrol corps hunts down beasts approaching the city. The city guard primarily patrols within the city, and the combat readiness corps trains constantly in preparation for battle, occasionally escorting intercity traffic. Currently, aside from a very small contingent of city guards left behind in Jiangling, the remaining 13,612 troops are all in position. As for the beast horde across the way, after the recent barrage of fire, a rough estimate suggests there are still at least 60 to 70,000 remaining, and more are pouring in ceaselessly. Brothers, the situation today is dire. I need say no more. Today, I, Hanliang, will stand guard here with all of you. As long as we are here, the city stands. Hanliang stood suspended in midair, his face as stern as iron, his voice carried by spiritual energy to the entire army. As long as we stand, the city stands. Roars filled with fervor converged from all directions, forming a tidal wave of sound that surged toward the horde of beasts with the force of a mountain collapsing. Good. Jiangling Army. We'll break their ranks with our spears and arrows. We'll never turn our backs, even in death. We'll break their ranks with our spears and arrows. We'll never turn our backs, even in death. We'll break their ranks with our spears and arrows. We'll never turn our backs, even in death. Just as the beast horde had weathered the barrage of fire and was about to launch its assault, it was struck by the shockwave of the roar, causing its movements to falter momentarily. The catfish demon knew this could not continue. It soared into the sky, and its intangible spiritual energy radiated outward, dispelling the advancing momentum of the Jiangling army. Subjects of the Yunmeng marshes, advance. Trample them underfoot and slaughter the city. Roar. As the saying goes, when there are 10,000 people, there are no bounds. When there are over 100,000, they stretch from the earth to the heavens. As the tide of beasts charged forward with a thunderous stomping of hooves, not only the soldiers on the front lines but even the citizens of Jiangling watching on their screens could feel that suffocating sense of oppression. Those who had previously expressed optimism were now speechless, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. The frontline soldiers, holed up in their makeshift defensive positions, watched the charging horde and couldn't help but swallow hard. Each of them had hunted over 100 demon beasts, and some had even participated in hunts against small herds, but this was truly their first time facing such an overwhelming tide of beasts. The power supply for their heavy weapons had been exhausted, but they still had their light weapons. As soldiers of the Xia Kingdom, they were not only skilled in martial arts but also highly proficient in the use of firearms.
Tap. 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 Every bullet struck the horde of beasts. Some of the beasts had thick, tough hides and were largely unfazed even by specially designed incendiary armor-piercing rounds. However, even if some beasts could block the bullets, the immense kinetic energy carried by the rounds caused them to falter for an instant. In a mass charge like this, even a momentary hesitation was deadly. The beasts behind them wouldn't stop, they would simply plow through the ones that had faltered, charging forward recklessly without regard for anything else. They dared not linger either, lest they themselves become the ones trampled. Indeed, every beast that stopped, whether due to injury or any other reason, was mercilessly trampled into a pulp by the companions behind it. The tide of beasts was endless even if they fired with their eyes closed. As long as they didn't shoot into the air, they wouldn't miss. No, even firing into the air wouldn't result in a miss. Suddenly, a flock of birds soared into the sky, flapping their wings as they approached. Aerial drones, engage the enemy, by Hanleying ordered. Yes, sir. Behind the front lines, a dense swarm of drones took to the air to meet the flock of birds. Close in quickly. Once your ammunition is exhausted, self-destruct immediately. Watching the aerial battle already underway, by Hanleying issued a decisive order. Yes, sir. The drone's ammunition was quickly exhausted, and dazzling flashes of light illuminated the dark sky almost as brightly as daylight. When the two forces met in the air, the pre-programmed drones began to self-destruct, one after another. Good. Watching the birds plummet from the sky, by Hanleying pumped his fist in triumph. These birds and beasts were nowhere near as resilient as the land-based demon beasts. A single wave of self-destructs had wiped out at least several thousand of them. On the ground, the first wave of beasts had already closed in on the defensive positions under a hail of gunfire. A distance of 5 kilometers was but a blink of an eye for demon beasts skilled in swift charges. Charge! Charge! Roar! Hiss! Form a formation. Hold your ground and create an opening for our brothers behind us. Shouts and beastly roars intertwined, composing a hauntingly beautiful symphony. By Hanleying didn't move, he was waiting for the demon beasts to make their move. Sure enough, when the catfish demon saw that the beast horde's charge had reached a stalemate, it could no longer hold back. The king was watching from behind. They couldn't let this drag on. Follow me into the air. Launch a surprise attack on the human command post, the catfish demon commanded. Roar. Hiss. Howl. Behind him, numerous great demons roared in response. The catfish demon slowly rose into the air, followed by more than 20 great demons. Across from him, by Hanleying had already sensed the aura emanating from this side. Although he had not yet broken through to the Dragon Gate realm, he did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately led his Lingkong realm disciples as they soared through the air, facing off against them from a distance. By Hanleying were determined to slaughter everyone in Jiangling City's Yunmingzai. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hurry up and get your brothers out of here, the catfish demon shouted across the void. Catfish Yong, why didn't you just stay put in Yunmingzai instead of coming ashore? Aren't you afraid someone will chop off your head and boil it into soup? By Hanleying sneered. Catfish Yong was the catfish demoness name. The two were old acquaintances. He was more than happy to banter with Catfish Yong for a while longer. In terms of sheer numbers alone, the demon beasts held the advantage. The longer they dragged this out, the better it would be for them. You humans are nothing but big talkers. Instead of wasting your time honing your silver tongues, you'd be better off cultivating more. A flash of shame and annoyance flickered across Catfish Yong's small eyes. So even after 200 years of diligent cultivation, you're still just a lord beast? By Hanleying roared with laughter. Humph. Now I'll teach you to show proper reverence when facing a superior opponent. A fierce glint flashed in Yin Yang's eyes as she swung her trident. The weapon churned up a torrent of spiritual energy, which roared forth with the strike, hurtling straight toward By Hanleying. There was an insurmountable chasm between the Dragon Gate realm and the soaring void realm. Even a genius like By Hanleying couldn't bridge it. Yin Yang was confident she could slay him. Blue spiritual energy streaked across the sky, like a meteor with a fiery tail crashing toward the human camp.
But just then, a flash of blade light streaked across the horizon. Then, the trident which had been sweeping through the air with overwhelming force suddenly came to a halt, suspended mid-air, its flickering tail of flame already extinguished. A long sword, entirely ink-black from blade to hilt without a trace of any other color, appeared abruptly, standing proudly in the air. The tip pointed toward the demons, the hilt toward the humans. Chapter 74, The Great Battle. The ferocity of the war exceeded everyone's imagination. Only after the beast horde braved a hail of bullets and entered close combat with the human positions did the true battle begin. A family of 3 in Jiangling City. Although the city's notice stated that minors were not permitted to watch, the mother agreed to her son's request to view the livestream after seeing that the initial footage contained no explicit content. In fact, the Jiangling City authorities were aware that such situations would arise, but they hadn't implemented any restrictions, so they let it be. The family switched the live stream to holographic mode, projecting it onto the living room wall, and watched the broadcast together. At first, they were all quite optimistic, thinking the beast tide wasn't such a big deal and having full confidence in Jiangling City's military. "Mom, I'm going to train hard so I can join the army someday," the son said to his mother as he watched the scene he'd always dreamed of. He was only 13 years old at school. They were still teaching theory and doing some simple basic training, and he hadn't yet officially begun martial arts training. "Okay, then you have to study hard." "Which high school do you want to get into?" his mother asked with a smile. "Jiangling High School, of course," the son replied without hesitation. "Oh? Why Jiangling High School?" "We've also got Lingbei High School and Changnan High School here in Jiangling," his father chimed in from the side. "Because Jiangling High School is the best. Fong goes there, and I want to be just like him." He had watched that martial arts elite tournament back then and remembered Fong's presence on the field particularly well. Although last year's top college entrance exam scorer, Zhou Chuyu, was from Lingbei High School, he hadn't actually seen him in action, so he still leaned more toward Jiangling High School. "That's the spirit. Go for it. Just don't talk the talk without walking the walk," Dad encouraged him. "Got it. Look, the beast herd is coming," Mom warned. On the projection screen, the first demon beast to charge into the battlefield appeared, a giant crab, a zhang tall, radiating golden light. Its 2 massive claws glinted coldly with a casual sweep. It sent a group of surrounding soldiers flying, then clamped down on one of them. "Old Zhang! Brother Zhang!" The others watched the captured soldier with eyes bulging with fury, picking up their weapons and firing wildly. But the barrage of bullets hitting the giant crab seemed to do nothing more than tickle it. It remained completely unaffected. Then, under the gaze of his comrades, the soldier was severed at the waist. The spurting blood splattered all over the giant crab, making it look even more ferocious. But the soldier wasn't dead yet. With his last ounce of strength, he reached for the incendiary grenade at his waist. "Don't!" shouted a comrade who had seen Old Zhang's movement. Old Zhang paid no heed. In fact, he couldn't hear it anyway. The excruciating pain had robbed him of nearly all his senses. His vision was a blood-red haze, and blood kept seeping from his mouth. He found it. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Zhang detonated it. Boom! The blast's shockwave hurled the people around him even further away. When the explosion subsided, they realized one of the giant crab's legs had been blown off, but it didn't seem to affect it much overall. Instead, the feeling of being wounded by such ants only enraged it further. Its remaining 7 legs moved swiftly as its claws lashed out. It wanted nothing more than to tear these detestable humans to shreds. With no time to mourn Old Zhang, the warriors could only dodge as they faced the enraged giant crab. "Hide quickly. This is a demon beast with acupoint stage power." Someone had already recognized the beast's strength. Most of them were at the body forging stage or the spirit movement realm. They stood no chance against this giant crab. Just as the giant crab was about to rampage through their ranks, a streak of light streaked in from the distance, heading straight for it. It pierced through the crab's seemingly impenetrable shell and continued flying forward, only coming to a halt after piercing through more than 10 demon beasts. "Don't panic. Hold your formation," a steady voice commanded. The warriors understood the army's master archers had stepped in, tasked with taking down the most dangerous beasts. "Charge!" Seeing that the giant crab had been neutralized, the warriors' morale soared, and they reformed their ranks to meet the enemy head-on. This scene was captured by a drone filming from above and transmitted via signal to Jianling City, where countless citizens witnessed it. When the family of 3 saw old Zhang trapped between the beasts, the mother couldn't help but cry out in shock. She didn't even dare to watch the scene where old Zhang, who was behind them, made the ultimate sacrifice. Only after the camera panned away did she dare to open her eyes, saying to her son, Xiaoson, go back to your room. You shouldn't watch this. Unexpectedly, after his initial panic, the son quickly regained his composure and watched the entire footage with his eyes wide open. Hearing his mother's plea at that moment, the son replied, No, I want to watch it. Be a good boy. You're still too young to watch this, his mother said, her tone growing firmer. I want the son said stubbornly, sticking out his chin. If he wants to watch it, let him. Dad hadn't spoken a word since seeing old Zhang's sacrifice. It wasn't until he heard the mother and son arguing that he finally spoke up. But he is still so young. It's not good for him to see this. I don't even know why they're streaming this, Mom said, puzzled. It's to show us how dangerous the outside world is, and to inspire our fighting spirit, Dad speculated. But there is no but. Just look at these heroes who sacrificed themselves for us. After saying this to Mom, Dad turned to his son and asked, Do you still want to become a warrior? Do you still want to join the military? Yes, the son replied with unwavering conviction. Good. Then watch carefully. Dad, look up at the sky. That fish demon threw a trident at us. Why did it suddenly stop mid-air? Hey, now a knife has appeared too. Nanning stared at the long black knife suspended in mid-air, his already small eyes narrowing into slits. Liang Pindong? Looks like you still recognize me? I'm curious who exactly gave you the nerve to come ashore and unleash this beast horde? The ink-black blade hilt was gripped by a fair, knuckled hand. As the voice spoke, the figure slowly materialized, as if he had always been there but had only just been caught by the eye. It was a person who looked very young, with a sickly pale complexion. Gripping the long sword, he pointed directly at the demon beast ranks with one hand, his face radiating wild defiance. Weren't you supposed to be out west? Asked Nan Yon, puzzled. In truth, both sides were well aware of each other as powerful figures. He received word that Liang Pindong had gone west to deal with the 8th plague in the 10,000 mountain range. He expected him to return at this very moment. I told you lot you were beasts, and you wouldn't believe me. You can't even keep track of my whereabouts, yet you try to pull off a surprise attack like humans do. Liang Pindong was completely unconcerned. He was confident in his own strength, knowing he could easily outmatch this catfish. Actually, Catfish Yong wasn't wrong. He had indeed been in the west recently, helping to subdue the mountain ape tribe there. However, things had gone relatively smoothly there, so he returned early. He'd just been wandering around this area when he received the order, so he rushed over as fast as he could. Thankfully, he made it in time. You humans really are amusing. You know full well this is a fiery pit, yet you still jump right in. Catfish Swim ignored the sarcasm in Liang Pindong's words. He summoned his trident back with a wave of his hand and said indifferently. A fiery pit? With just you? Liang Pindong shot him a sidelong glance. That's not enough. What if I join in? Hearing the sudden voice, the smile on Liang Pindong's lips slowly faded. He switched from holding his sword with one hand to both hands and gazed intently at a point in the void. Chapter 75, The Battle Rages On. Gue Shou, I didn't expect you to show up too. Liang Pindong's voice echoed slowly. He recognized the voice of Gue Shou, the general of the Yunmeng marshes. Facing such a veteran and formidable lord beast, he finally grew solemn. In his haste to get here, he missed a lot of intelligence. At first, he simply assumed the Yunmeng marshes had lost their minds, sending some small fry up here to die. He hadn't expected that even Yan Yong, who was stationed there, would step in, and now even Gue Shou had been dispatched. What on earth was that old dragon of Yunmeng's up to? Surely he wasn't planning to come ashore himself for a fight?
Pushing aside such distracting thoughts, Liang Pindong fixed his gaze intently on the front. I wonder if this will be enough.
Guizhou's mountain-like figure appeared on the horizon, standing face to face with Liang Pindong, with Catfish one step ahead and the other one step behind.
Looks like you guys are really planning to go all out this time. Liang Pindong could already feel himself being locked onto by two auras, but he didn't panic.
Facing these two, victory would be difficult, but he could certainly hold his own and remain undefeated for a short while. Haha, you'll find out soon enough, said Guizhou, as the massive thorns covering his back emitted a glow of earthy yellow.
The water surged around Yen Yong. Liang Pindong already understood that further words were useless at this point. The only option was to fight. He'd say what needed to be said after the battle. Silent annihilation slash.
Swinging both arms, he unleashed a violent, pitch-black blade of light. His spiritual energy attribute wasn't darkness, it was the exceedingly rare death intent or silent annihilation spiritual energy. When he first awakened his spiritual energy, he had nearly been killed by a backlash from this ferocious attribute.
It was an extremely extreme form of spiritual energy. Cultivation was fraught with danger at every turn. One misstep could result in anything from the loss of one's cultivation to death itself.
Yet, relying on his astonishing perseverance, he had overcome one obstacle after another, pushing himself all the way to where he was now. For those who possess annihilation spiritual energy and reach the Dragon Gate realm, its domineering nature is extremely difficult to rid oneself of once it takes hold. Even when out of combat, it clings to the body, tormenting the practitioner day after day. Yellow, blue, and black, the three types of mana collided in the air, and the black spiritual energy melted away as quickly as ice encountering flames. Yet as the black energy melted away, the yellow and blue spiritual energies were also being steadily eroded. Seeing this, Liang Pindong unleashed another blade of light, cutting down his opponent's offensive. Then, with a sweep of his long sword, he enveloped the area in boundless sword intent, forcibly carrying the two demons higher into the sky. Battles at the Dragon Gate realm had such a wide radius of impact that not only the spirit movement realm, but even the soaring realm could not withstand them. Kill. With both sides' top-tier fighters having carved out their own battlefield, it was now up to the rest of them to decide the outcome. Bai Hanliang, spear in hand, led the group as they soared through the air, advancing relentlessly. Boss, things aren't looking good, Zhao Yicheng said, wiping the blood from his face as he addressed Li Yank, who floated immaculately beside him. They'd all been on holiday during the new year, but since they were all from the south and from the same city, they'd rushed over the moment they received the news. Li Yank replied, as wind blades continuously materialized in his hand and flew toward the waves of demon beasts surging forward from the front lines. By the time they arrived, the battle had already reached the stage of close-quarters combat. Without much small talk, they communicated with an officer and smoothly joined the front lines. Half an hour had passed since they joined the battle. They had been attacking mechanically the entire time, and their acupoint stage prowess made them stand out distinctly in this area. Moreover, during this time, quite a few students from the martial arts university had rushed to the scene. They had all heard of Li Yank's reputation to some extent, so they had no objections to him becoming their temporary commander. A unicorn snow wolf burst into their positions, firing streams of freezing light from its horn. Acupoint stage, someone shouted. I'll handle this. You go somewhere else, Li Yank said, stopping Zhao Yicheng just as he was about to step forward. The battlefield isn't a fighting ring where a 1v1 match ends at all. Li Yank was confident that Zhao Yicheng could handle this unicorn snow wolf, but she had no idea how much damage might be caused in the process. On the battlefield, one must quickly eliminate enemies, overpower them with force, and strike from a higher vantage point to conserve energy for helping more comrades. Got it. Without hesitation, Zhao Yicheng turned and lunged at an unidentified crustacean-like demon beast. Li Yank held her hands out as if cradling something, and a green broadsword appeared in her grasp. As soon as the blade materialized, the surrounding wind energy began to converge, blowing the strands of hair at her temples backward. The unicorn snow wolf also spotted Li Yank. Its instincts told it that this young woman was the most dangerous figure on the battlefield, so it bared its fangs, intent on taking her out first. Li Yank remained expressionless as she watched the unicorn snow wolf draw nearer. She simply gripped the blade with both hands and brought it down in a gentle slash. Extreme wind slash. Her most powerful third-tier martial technique. Invisible wind sliced forward with that gentle motion. The unicorn snow wolf charged forward. Before setting out, their leader had said that as long as they won this battle, all the humans in the city would be theirs. Just thinking about the bodies of human martial artists, which were like elixirs, made it salivate uncontrollably. This girl looked so delicate and tender, she should be quite a feast. Ha! Why did I split in two? It saw its own body running forward, one part to the left and one to the right. What was going on? It didn't have much time to think. It realized it could no longer control its balance. Boom! The wolf's body, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust flying. Without glancing at the fallen wolf's corpse, Li Yank rushed off to another location. That previous move had clearly taken a heavy toll on her now. She was merely using ordinary wind blades to sweep away some minor foes. Senior, that looks like Li Yank from Southern Martial Academy. The team from Beihai Martial Arts University had also arrived. Rather than coming individually, they formed a group and rushed to the battlefield together. The one who spoke was none other than Kong Qing. Since the two martial arts universities were located in the same city, they were naturally very familiar with one another, and they had a particularly strong impression of this female student who had shone so brightly at the National Grand Tournament. Yang Jihan also recognized the girl who had been acting as a firefighter all over the place. It's her. He still remembered last year's national competition, where the seemingly aloof and delicate young woman had stood on the stage, wielding a broadsword to overpower the outstanding prodigies from major universities. He didn't know if other schools had accepted her victory, but at Beihai Martial Arts University, they were wholeheartedly in awe of her. Li Yank, the head of the logistics department, sent me to report to you. Beihai Martial Arts University has sent 30 people here. Yang Jihan called out loudly. Hearing his voice, Li Yank turned and glanced back, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes. A fresh batch of reinforcements had arrived. Head southeast and seal off that breach. The spot Li Yank was referring to was the breach caused moments ago when a burrowing beast had broken through. It wouldn't be possible to seal it off anytime soon. Got it. Yang Jihan replied and led everyone toward that location. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from the rear of the defensive position. The retired soldiers from Jiangling City had arrived. Ha, brothers, we're here, a burly, one-armed man shouted loudly. Yinling's AS boiled fish, I'm coming for you. An elderly man watched the scenes unfolding before him, his blood boiling with excitement. Ah, I'm going to use their heads to make chili-spiced fish head. Soup would be even better. Faced with this battlefield that resembled a meat grinder, the veterans showed no fear. They looked as though they relished the prospect of battle. They boasted one after another, treating these aquatic monsters as seafood they intended to take home and feast on. Chapter 76, Arriving in Droves. For a battle that had reached a stalemate, nothing was more inspiring than the arrival of reinforcements. Visibly, the warriors' morale soared. At the same time, the third batch of combat-ready personnel assembled in Jiangling City had also taken their positions. Not only students from major high schools, but also adults with considerable strength from various professions across society had rushed to the scene. Of course, the main force consisted of the masters and students from major martial arts schools. Half an hour earlier, they had received word to assemble at the central gymnasium. Fong scanned the crowd and saw nothing but familiar faces. It wasn't just Jiangling High School. People from virtually every high school were present. Of course, the majority came from the 3 major high schools, totaling several thousand people, all with combat prowess at the Zhangfu cultivation level or higher. After all, some high school students weren't strong enough. Sending them and recklessly wound just failed to help. It would actually cause more trouble. Organized by class, they formed a square formation and boarded the transport vehicles one by one. Let us go. At the command, the convoy carrying the third batch of reinforcements set off. The cargo compartments were spacious, so even with over 40 people, they didn't feel cramped. Those who had been shouting the loudest online earlier had now fallen silent. They had witnessed the brutality of war. Don't worry, you won't be sent directly to the front lines, Zhuang Wenchang said reassuringly. Zhuang Wenchang's promise put the group's minds at ease, at least a little. After a while, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Teacher, are those demon beasts really that ferocious? Haven't you already seen for yourselves?" Zhuang Wenchang smiled. In fact, they had all watched various practical training videos footage of martial artists battling demon beasts in the wild. But those videos were primarily instructional. The instructors in them could even use a single move to toy with the demon beasts over and over again. Although those demon beasts were indeed ferocious, they couldn't stir up much of a commotion in the face of the instructors' relaxed and effortless demeanor. So they assumed that fighting demon beasts was no big deal as long as they followed their teacher's instructions and executed their moves. The demon beasts would immediately charge straight into their weapons, and they'd successfully hunt one down, just like their teacher. Perhaps realizing that this might sound a bit off, Zhuang Wenchang added, "Feng, why don't you explain it to the class?" Feng, having been called on, paused for a moment, gathered his thoughts, and then said, "The weaknesses of some common demon beasts are actually covered in our biology textbook. I'm sure you all know them. I think that for your first battle, if you're facing a demon beast head-on, what you really need to overcome is your own inner fear." "What was it like when you faced a demon beast for the first time?" asked a girl with freckles on her face. "My first time, huh?" Feng recalled his first experience in the wild. Back then, he hadn't really grasped what the wilderness was like. His cousin had talked him into going, driven by intense curiosity. Fortunately, his first trip into the wild wasn't as dangerous as his second. It was a giant horned ox. Its strength was roughly equivalent to that of someone at the refining the viscera stage. Its weak points were the nose and eyes, which everyone knows. But when I actually faced it, it was a whole different story. My mind went blank. That ox looked like a small mountain, and the way it charged at me was truly intimidating. To be honest, my legs were shaking a bit at the time, Feng said with a smile, trying his best not to put pressure on everyone. Sure enough, upon hearing Feng's words, everyone burst into laughter. It turned out that even Feng, who had dominated the elite tournament, had been flustered the first time he faced a demon beast. With that in mind, their initial anxiety faded. After all, a living example was right before their eyes. "Feng, so you've actually gone out hunting demon beasts with others before? No wonder you guys stood out so much when we went out together that time." Zhuolin's booming voice rang out. He actually wanted to ask about it back then. Luningshi, Feng, and Fan's performance had clearly stood out from the rest. "Yeah, I went out into the wild with my cousin during my sophomore winter break. I only dared to go because a teacher from their school was with us," Feng explained. "That's great." Many people envied Feng for having the chance to train in the wild as early as his sophomore year. "Then let us have a contest this time. Let us see who can kill more demon beasts." Zhuolin raised his greatsword with his right hand, challenging Feng. Feng glanced at Zhuolin's battle-ready demeanor and realized he had truly and completely moved past the trauma of losing his arm. "Alright, but I want to go easy on you." "Who asked you to go easy on me? If I lose, I'll just train harder," Zhuolin said loudly, his eyes widening. "You two, calm down. It's not your turn to lead the charge yet. Once you arrive, follow instructions, don't wander off, and obey orders," Zhuang Wenchang said as he stepped forward. After this commotion, the tension in the bus cabin eased, and people began to whisper among themselves. It wasn't just this vehicle. Every transport was accompanied by a teacher, each using their own methods to ease the tension. The front lines were no more than 300 kilometers from the city. With the transport vehicles running at full throttle, they could reach them in about 40 minutes. When they were still 30 kilometers from the front lines, the sounds of distant combat could already be heard, causing many to instinctively grip their weapons tighter. Out in the open, even surrounded by classmates, nothing provided a greater sense of security than the weapon in one's hand. "We'll go first, you follow behind." Several figures leapt into the air, transforming into streaks of light as they shot toward the battlefield in the sky, leaving behind only a single voice. Feng witnessed this scene as well. He faintly made out the figures of Su Jing, director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and Su Hui, director of the Education Bureau. "Yes, full speed ahead," ordered the convoy commander. "Look, over there in the sky, inside the carriage," the freckled girl pointed outside. The others all looked in the direction she was pointing. Deep in the sky, a streak of extraordinarily bright blue light appeared. Unlike before, it didn't vanish in a flash but lingered in the air. Amid the churning sea of clouds, a figure retreated in a somewhat disheveled manner, plummeting rapidly before quickly halting its descent and soaring back into the sky.
Zhao Jiang!
Liang Pindong exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and rage.
Oh? You recognized me?
A mocking voice echoed from the horizon.
Yunmengs, you've got some nerve.
Liang Pindong recognized who had ambushed him: Zhao Jiang, the strongest offspring of the Lord of Yunmengs, who had already attained the rank of Lord Beast many years ago. Although it had been a surprise attack, he could still sense the terrifying extent of Zhao Jiang's power. It seemed he was on the verge of ascending to the rank of Beast King.
We've always been bold, are you just realizing that now?
A colossal python, 100 meters long, materialized on the horizon, its head adorned with twin horns and its body shrouded in endless mist.
Very well.
It seems Yunmings truly wishes to be wiped off the map,
Liang Pindong said, clutching his chest.
Though severely wounded, he showed not the slightest sign of retreat.
Wipe out my Yunming marsh? That's quite a bold claim. Did Zhang Qixian teach you to say that?
Another unfamiliar voice rang out. Before Liang Pindong could even ponder who the voice belonged to, his body began to plummet uncontrollably. It wasn't just in the battlefield below, and the Lingkong realm was also rapidly splitting apart. After a long, fierce battle, both sides had suffered casualties, and now they all looked up at the sky.
Chapter 77, The Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord.
Liang Pindong finally remembered who the voice belonged to: the ruler of Yunmengs, the Dragon Lord. Now he truly couldn't hold on any longer. Even the human camp also came to a halt when a being capable of overwhelming everything appeared on the battlefield. There was no longer any point in continuing.
The Beast King.
A being that the vast majority of them would never see in their lifetimes had appeared. Liang Pindong wanted to speak, but found he simply couldn't open his mouth. Even a mighty powerhouse at the Dragon Gate realm had no right to speak in the presence of the Beast King.
Zhao Jun, it's been so many years since we last met, and you're already picking on the younger generation right off the bat. Is that the best you can do?
As this voice rang out, Liang Pindong realized he could control his body again, but he said nothing. He merely stepped back silently to the side.
Zhang Qixian, you took so long to show up, I thought you were dead.
Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Dragon King's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently,
Since you're still alive, of course I'm alive too.
A burly man who appeared to be in his early middle age strolled leisurely from the distance, arriving in the center of the scene in the blink of an eye. These two were old acquaintances. Zhang Qixian presided over the southern region, and his primary task was to keep a watchful eye on the Dragon Lord of Yunmeng Marsh, even though it hadn't shown its face in nearly a century.
Heh, we demons have long lifespans, I'll live just fine.
Oh, I thought you'd been scared out of your wits by the king of the underworld, Zhang Qixian said nonchalantly.
The Dragon Lord's expression darkened.
Over 100 years ago, brimming with confidence, it had sought to emerge from the Yunmeng marshes to stir up trouble. But it had been intercepted along the way by Luo Duyu. Although the king of Yao had already shown signs of old age at the time, he had still easily defeated it, forcing it to remain hidden for a century. A century had passed, its power had greatly increased, and the king of Yao had since passed away. This time, it intended to make humanity pay a heavy price. 100 years have passed.
Where is the king of Yu?
The king of Yu has always been in our hearts, Zhang Qixian replied.
After today, you'll be in my heart too.
I'll think of you from time to time. As the Dragon Lord spoke, his tone grew increasingly icy. His scales bristled all over his body as he prepared to strike.
Before you attack, wait a moment.
I want to know why you're unleashing this beast horde. Beams of light radiated from Zhang Qixian's body, dispelling the Dragon Lord's aura of power.
Why? Don't you know that you killed my youngest daughter?
At this, the Dragon Lord's aura rose to an even higher level. Its eyes were filled with rage. Whether human or beast, the higher one's cultivation realm, the more difficult it is to produce offspring. Originally, it had 3 sons, all born when it was still weak. The second and third sons had died during early campaigns, leaving only the eldest, Zhao Jiang, to survive, whom it had nurtured all the way to the rank of Lord Beast. That great serpent that died in the valley was its youngest daughter, born after it had ascended to Beast King. It doted on her immensely, yet never imagined she would perish in that valley. Before spiritual energy had yet revived across the world, it was just an ordinary little snake of the mountains and wilds. While fleeing from an eagle in the sky, it accidentally fell into an underground river, eventually surfacing through a cold pool and arriving in that valley. Guided by instinct, it crawled up the cliff and consumed the blood orchid. For some reason, the blood orchid seemed to have a miraculous effect on snakes. Even before mana had fully revived, it had already developed sentience, possessed an extremely fast metabolism, and was able to grow without any physical limitations. These advantages laid the foundation for its rise after Mana's revival, ultimately leading it to become the ruler of the vast Yunmeng marshes. His youngest daughter, Zhaoyue, was found to possess a strong dragon lineage at birth. All that remained was for her to grow slowly and undergo her transformation in peace. What he never could have imagined was that his daughter, who had been cherished and pampered since childhood, would fall in love with a wild snake of unknown origin and even become pregnant. In a fit of rage, he sent men to kill the wild snake, then placed his daughter under house arrest before retreating into seclusion. But as the daughter of the little princess of the Yunmeng marshes, who would dare stop her from going out while her father was in seclusion? Moreover, since Zhao Jiang had tacitly approved Zhao Yue's outing, the other demons simply turned a blind eye. At first, Zhao Jiang sent guards to follow and protect her, but Zhao Yu soon discovered them. Thinking nothing serious would happen, he let her go, especially when his younger sister harbored resentment toward their father and wanted to get out and clear her head. The location of that valley was a place the Dragon Lord had taken Zhao Yu once when she was young. Zhao Yu had an excellent memory and had memorized the location after just one visit. Later, the green-eyed toad took over that valley, but the Dragon King didn't pay it much mind. As the ruler of the aquatic realm, what use was such a small valley to him? After leaving the Yunmeng marshes, Zhao Yue decided to seek some peace and quiet in the valley, only to run into Fong and his companion, where she met her end. "Your daughter? Isn't your daughter in the Yunmeng marshes?" Zhang Qixian asked, somewhat puzzled. "Your people were in a valley, they killed my daughter and even took her unborn child." The Dragon Lord's rage caused the surrounding water energy to boil. "Oh? Is that so?" Zhang Qixian's expression remained impassive. The conflict between humans and demon beasts had a long history. Never mind killing Zhao Yu, even if they killed Zhao Jiang, so what? As long as someone had the ability to kill Zhao Jiang, he could save that person. As for giving the Dragon Lord an explanation, that wasn't even on his radar. Was he supposed to hand his own people over to the demon beasts just to let them vent their anger? Don't be ridiculous. He hadn't even had time to reward them for their service. Why on earth would he send them away? However, the unborn child the Dragon Lord mentioned was worth noting. After all, it was an offspring with dragon blood. It held immense research value. Once this is over, I'll have to check in with my subordinates to see who took the item. Zhang Qixian, your life is just enough to serve as a burial offering for my daughter. With that, he whipped up a massive wave and swept forward. I'm looking forward to seeing if you get your wish. Now that the situation was clear, Zhang Qixian had no desire to linger. A blinding light erupted around him, illuminating the sky as if it were broad daylight. In the end, a showdown was inevitable. He would hold off the Dragon Lord while waiting for reinforcements from elsewhere to arrive. When the situation became untenable, the Dragon Lord would naturally retreat. As the two supreme powerhouses clashed, battles on the lower levels erupted once more. Fang and the others looked up at the sky, but even from there, they could not make out the figures clearly. But the dialogue between the two top-tier powerhouses was completely unmasked, echoing throughout the entire realm. So the culprit was actually me? Fang felt somewhat dazed. The entire city of Jiangling was on high alert, with tens of thousands rushing to the battlefield, all because of that giant snake Grandpa Lu had slain back then while searching for the blood orchid. The transport vehicle had already reached the edge of the battlefield, and they could now see the scene of fierce combat unfolding on the front lines. Though his mind had once been as still as water, he now found himself hesitant to step forward. He wanted to find someone to confide in, But didn't he know whom to turn to? Fong wasn't he by his side either.
Fong, what are you spacing out for?
We're here.
Get out.
We're still competing to see who can kill the most demon beasts.
Zhuo Lin slapped Fong on the back.
Fong snapped out of his daze and mechanically followed the main group forward, waiting for their assignment.
Chapter 78, The Argument.
Soon, Fong and his group were assigned a task transporting supplies, which was indeed a relatively safe mission.
Fong, look, that girl is so strong.
And the people around her all look so young, they must be from the martial arts university. Zhuo Lin nudged Fong with his elbow.
Ha?
Where?
Fong snapped out of his daze and followed Zhuo Lin's line of sight.
Fong had a pretty good memory in that direction. He spotted quite a few familiar figures: Li Yank, the few people from the last fugitive capture operation, his cousin, and the companions from his first trip into the wilderness. Everyone was at the spirit agility realm or higher, and Li Yank, in particular, stood out. Quite a few demon beasts tried to launch all-out attacks, but thanks to their seamless coordination, they were all cut down one by one.
Boss, a bunch of rookies just showed up.
Zhao Yicheng was the first to spot the newcomers. He could tell at a glance that this was a group of rookies who hadn't experienced combat yet. Li Yank didn't turn around. His hands moved ceaselessly as he mopped up the stragglers that had slipped through the defensive line. Strictly speaking, tasks like transporting supplies should be handled by robots, but due to the urgency of the war, all these robots had been converted into ramming vehicles. Loaded with explosives, they were sent straight into the beast horde to detonate. This significantly slowed the horde's advance, providing some support to the defenses. "Hey, bring all the supplies over here," Zhao Yicheng called out.
"Oh, okay."
The scene before him seemed a bit different from what he'd imagined, but Zhuo Lin quickly caught on. He tugged on Fong and began hauling the supplies. There were three main categories of supplies on the battlefield: ammunition, medical supplies, and spare weapons.
A small crate weighed 100 kilograms, and a large one weighed 1,000 kilograms.
Fortunately, since they were all at least at the Zhangfu refining stage, lifting them wasn't particularly strenuous. There was never a moment of quiet here. Shouts, curses, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh, and the roars of beasts. All sorts of noises swirled around their ears.
Fong paid no heed, simply going about his work mechanically. "Don't you think they look about the same age as us? How come they're so strong? Is that how the martial arts university hones its students?"
Zhuo Lin spoke to Fong as he carried the supplies. "Maybe they have some special training methods," Ran Yun chimed in from the side.
"Fong, what's wrong with you? You've been spacing out ever since we got off the bus."
Zhuo Lin raised his voice, causing those around them to glance their way. "You were acting all high and mighty on the bus, but now that we're actually on the battlefield, you're nothing but a wimp." A voice drifted over from the side.
"Taoyi, who do you think you are to say that?"
Zhuo Lin immediately recognized the voice, whipped his head around, and glared at her. Taoyi flinched at the glare, but once she recovered, she took a step forward.
"That's exactly it.
You were putting on quite a show earlier, but now you look like you've been scared out of. If the old principal hadn't taken them out into the wilderness, she wouldn't have been in danger. If she hadn't been in danger, she wouldn't have said those things, so it was all the old principal's fault." She also heard some rumors suggesting that the old principal held Fong in the highest regard, which led her to harbor resentment toward Fong as well. That was the reason behind her sarcastic remark this time. So this was the person the old principal had high hopes for? "You're not afraid of this battlefield, why would Fong be?" Zhuo Lin shouted. "You!" Just as Taoyi was about to say something, a monkey engulfed in flames charged toward them. As students of Jiangling High School's elite class, they all recognized it as a mountain forest explosive monkey, a species that, upon reaching adulthood, possessed strength equivalent to the spirit movement realm. And judging by the flames engulfing its body, it was clear this monkey had already reached adulthood. "Watch out." Although he wasn't quite in the zone, Fong's formidable soul power allowed him to spot the charging explosive monkey first. Time was of the essence. There was no time to think. Fong raised the Lin Yuan and charged straight at it. In terms of raw strength alone, he was the strongest here. Though he couldn't stop the explosive monkey, he could at least stall it for a few moves. The Lin Yuan had long been unsheathed, its blade reflecting a cold glint in the moonlight.
Zeen.
Lin Yuan precisely intercepted the exploding monkey's path, slashing at its shoulder and slightly slowing its momentum though, unfortunately, it didn't break through its defenses. As it closed in, Fong could already feel the scorching heat radiating from its body. Even in the depths of winter, it felt like a burning inferno.
Die!
Jolin raised his greatsword and, seizing the split second the monkey was slowed, brought it down with a downward swing.
Clang!
The greatsword struck the monkey's head with precision, producing a sound like metal striking
stone.
Once again, the defense held, but the combined efforts of the two had at least managed to slightly hinder the exploding monkey's advance. Whether human or demon beast, upon entering the spirit awakening realm, one harbors a seed of spiritual energy within.
The formidable body already tempered during the body forging stage undergoes a new round of purification by spiritual energy.
Therefore, battles spanning such vast realms are exceptionally arduous. Fong didn't hesitate for a moment. He glided forward and thrust his sword straight at the monkey's nose. Since he couldn't break through its external defenses, he would simply strike where its defenses were vulnerable. Seeing this, Jolin refused to be outdone. Although his martial arts hadn't yet reached the perfect level, and his blood tempering stage had only barely reached 3 times its normal level, he still dared to swing his broadsword at the exploding monkey.
Squeak! The exploding monkey was enraged.
Fong's sword had struck its nose. Though it hadn't caused any actual damage, it had certainly caused it pain. As for Zhuolin's broadsword, it had merely slashed against its chest, leaving it completely unaffected. Yet these two humans, who hadn't even mastered spiritual energy, dared to block its path.
Unforgivable.
It clenched both fists, a flame flaring up from them, and decided to deal with the kid wielding the sword first.
Unsurprisingly, the flaming fist struck Fong.
A monkey at the spirit agile realm was naturally adept at speed, and at such close range, there was no way to dodge it. The earlier hit to its nose had been purely a fluke. It had taken advantage of that split-second pause. Otherwise, while moving at such high speed, it would have been nearly impossible for a lower-tier opponent to strike a weak point.
Fong!
Zhuolin shouted.
Boom! Fong was sent flying backward.
The explosive monkey pushed off with its legs, ready to press its advantage and finish off this human once and for all. Watching the exploding monkey close in, Fong showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth.
Chapter 79, In the Heat of Battle. Wind Blade.
It felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. The transparent wind blade sliced through the exploding monkey's body as easily as cutting through tofu, and by the time it reached Fong, it had already become a wisp of cool air. It brought him a refreshing chill, significantly easing the burning sensation in his chest.
Li Yanke's wind blade arrived just in time, successfully killing the exploding monkey.
This was also the reason Fong had smiled. He glanced down at his chest and saw that his combat suit had been torn open through the tear. His pectoral muscles were visible.
Fong's reaction was quick. In fact, he had already anticipated the exploding monkey's attack the moment it was about to strike.
Unfortunately, while his mind kept up with the monkey's movements, his body didn't. He barely managed to shift his body slightly, but he still took the full brunt of those 2 punches. Fortunately, his blood tempering stage had already reached 25x, giving him formidable physical prowess. Combined with the protection of his combat suit, he shouldn't suffer any serious injuries.
Combat suits are great. They really can save your life in a pinch.
I wonder what benefits higher-tier combat suits offer. Like martial arts techniques, combat suits are divided into 6 tiers, from A to F, with A being the highest. The ones issued to them on this mission were all E-tier combat suits, and now that he experienced them firsthand, they really did work well.
Are you okay? Li Yanke's voice rang out.
With her keen acupoint stage perception, she had already heard the name Fong during their earlier argument, but since she was on the battlefield, she hadn't immediately spoken up. Then, a burst monkey broke through the defensive line from another direction, heading straight for Fong. At that moment, she was tied up in a fight with a mountain tortoise and couldn't break free. Fortunately, Fong and his classmate weren't all show. They held their ground for 2 seconds, buying her 2 seconds of breathing room. Otherwise, if the exploding monkey had actually charged into that group of rookies, it would have been like a tiger among sheep. Who knows how many casualties there would have been. After all, the others didn't have a body as tough as Fong's. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Fong said, catching her breath before jumping right back to her feet. What are you guys still standing there for? Go get the medicine. Zhuolin shouted at the classmates who were still standing there in a daze. Oh, okay. Startled by the shout, the few students standing nearby snapped out of their daze and began frantically searching for healing potions. All right. With that, Li Yang turned and floated away. Her strength allowed her to go wherever she was needed. Kid, you're something else. Zhao Cheng already knew that Fong would be joining the Southern Martial Academy after the college entrance exams. Having just repelled a wave of attacks, he couldn't help but praise Fong's performance. Cousin. Yang Zhahan also spotted his cousin. Fong. Kong Qingxuan called out as well. The rest of the people who recognized Fong greeted him one after another. Fong called out to his senior classmates in return, but this wasn't the time for small talk. After exchanging greetings, everyone returned to their posts to continue holding off the enemy. After all the commotion, Fong finally snapped back to reality. This was a battlefield, not a playground. Any other matters would have to wait until the battle was over. Fong, this is cooling jade ointment. It's great for treating your injury, a girl walked over and whispered. After thanking her, Fong took the ointment and began applying it. Now you all know Fong isn't afraid of this battlefield, is he? Zhuolin, brandishing his greatsword and holding his head high, declared to the classmates around him. No one replied. The scene from earlier spoke for itself. When the explosive monkey broke through, only Fong reacted quickly enough to block its path. And of everyone present, aside from Fong, only Zhuolin dared to swing his sword at it. To be honest, when a demon beast equivalent to the spirit agile realm charged at them, its ferocious aura truly terrified them. The environment in which demon beasts grow up is nothing like that of humans. The wilderness is rife with danger at every turn, and survival is no easy feat. Every demon beast that reaches adulthood has endured countless battles. This kind of presence is utterly terrifying in combat. But that was no excuse for them to stand by and watch. As fellow students at Jiangling High School, why were Fong and Zhuolin the only ones brave enough to step forward? They felt ashamed of their cowardice at that critical moment, and at the same time, they were reflecting on how they'd been so foolish just now. They almost believed that stupid woman Taoyi. Thinking of Taoyi, everyone began searching for her. They spotted her hiding behind a pile of supplies. Her reaction time wasn't slow, after all. Faced with the contemptuous glances from her fellow students, her face alternated between pale and flushed. No one said anything to her. After all, they were all classmates, and certain things simply couldn't be spoken aloud, but she could feel it. Her resentment toward Fong reached a fever pitch. If you're not afraid of the battlefield, why act so distracted and out of it? Fortunately, she retained some sense and didn't rush over to say anything. She merely snorted, turned around, and began sorting through the supplies, ignoring the stares around her. Fong couldn't be bothered to respond to her either. It would be beneath him. Seeing this, the classmates finally turned their attention back to Fong. It had been a while since they'd seen Fong, and he'd grown significantly stronger. He'd actually managed to hold his ground against the exploding monkey for 2 whole seconds. What was even more surprising was that Fong seemed quite familiar with those students from the martial arts universities, and they, in turn, treated him quite friendly. It was unclear how they knew each other. Fong, you seem to know them pretty well, Zhuolin asked directly, a thought suddenly occurring to him. He didn't know which university those students were from, but he knew they were all no ordinary students. Take that girl floating in midair, providing support everywhere. She was 100% an elite from one of the big 5. Yeah, I know them. That's my cousin over there, along with his juniors. My first time out in the wild was with them. Facing Zhuolin's question, Fong didn't hold back and gave a brief explanation. I see. All right, let us get to work. Forcing down the guilt in his heart, Fong just wanted to do more work to numb himself. Yeah, everyone's working, don't just stand there. Zhuolin called out. The overall caliber of Jiangling High School was quite high after the initial minor commotion, everything returned to an orderly state. Liang Pindong felt terrible. The battle on the Longmen Realm battlefield was now a 3-on-3, and the high-level combat power on both sides was roughly equal. The other two Longmen Realm cultivators besides him had also come ahead to provide support, just like Zhang Qixian. Normally, a 3-on-3 battle should be evenly matched, but since he'd been ambushed by Zhao Jiang earlier and suffered severe injuries, fighting now was exceptionally difficult. These demon beasts were also very clever. They knew exactly which weak spot to exploit, focusing their attacks on Liang Pindong. This forced the other two to divert their attention to protect him, and as a result, the trio was being severely overwhelmed, with defeat already looming. "We can't go on like this, we have to come up with a plan," Liang Pindong communicated to his comrades through soul power. Whispered communication is a unique ability possessed by Longmen Realm martial artists. After they've mastered soul power, it's virtually impossible to eavesdrop on. "What should we do?" a male voice replied. The Longmen Realm martial artists who had rushed to their aid were a man and a woman, both renowned powerhouses in the southern regions. "Sacrifice me. Don't help me later, I'll take the full brunt of those three beasts' attack head on. You two focus all your firepower on taking out Catfish Swim instantly. Before you arrived, I was fighting two of them while keeping my eyes on it the whole time. It's already seriously injured," Liang Pindong said fiercely. He was ruthless toward his enemies, but even more so toward himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate this annihilation spiritual power. "No. Unacceptable." The moment the suggestion was made, it was rejected by both of them. Given Liang Pindong's current condition, taking another strike from those three Lord Beasts would very likely result in his immediate demise. "Stop wasting time. I'm confident I won't die. If we drag this out any longer, I might actually die," Liang Pindong insisted firmly. Just as the three were arguing, their senses picked up a new energy fluctuation directly above their heads. Chapter 80, Martial King. Bai Hanliang truly lived up to his reputation as the Marquis of Martial Peace. Having fought his way to prominence on the Starry Sky battlefield, he remained calm even in such chaotic circumstances. He had already slain two great demons, and the others had also made gains, yet on the Lingkong Realm battlefield, the demon beasts still held the upper hand. They were reinforcing their ranks, and so were the demon beasts. With both sides constantly reinforcing their ranks, the only hope lay in a breakthrough on the upper battlefield. Otherwise, it would simply come down to a war of attrition. Kill. Snapping back to reality, there was no point in overthinking it now. Every additional kill counted. Roar. The tigress roar shook the heavens. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, the roar rang clearly in everyone's ears. "What?" Liang Pindong and his two companions were the first to sense something was wrong. "That's Mountain Lord, so you've come after all." A light chuckle drifted down from the clouds. This voice brought a slight sense of relief to the human faction. It seemed everything was under control. "Stop pretending to be some great sage." The Mountain Lord was a massive black tiger with a scar running down the center of its forehead. It seemed that failing to injure Zhang Qixian during its earlier ambush had cost it face, so it swiped down once more. Pop! One of Zhang Qixian's illusions was obliterated. Illusions martial artists who wielded light spirit energy could easily create one decoy after another using light. After a fierce skirmish, neither Zhao Jun nor Zhang Qixian appeared to have sustained any obvious injuries. "Mountain Lord, why don't you just stay put on West Mountain and be the king of the mountains there, instead of coming over here to meddle in our business?" Zhang Qixian said calmly. "Mountain Lord, the Beast King of West Mountain." West Mountain isn't a single mountain but a range of mountains located at the southwestern border. Mountain Lord was the self-given title of this massive black tiger, who had broken through to become the Beast King decades ago and had ruled the western mountains ever since. "Tiger Lord, I come and go as I please. Do I need your permission?" Mountain Lord seemed extremely displeased with Zhang Qixian. Zhao Jun, however, remained silent. Mountain Lord was both his reinforcements and his trump card. Yet, despite Mountain Lord's arrival, Zhang Qixian showed no signs of panic. As everyone knows, in battle, when you play your trump card and your enemy doesn't flee, it's time for you to run. The Dragon Lord had survived all these years thanks to his caution, and he was already starting to feel the urge to flee. I spared your life back then. I never expected you'd actually become such a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Qixian stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly unafraid of being attacked by the two beast kings at once. Roar! I've come here today to exact my revenge. Zhang Qixian, prepare to die. The mountain lord roared furiously as endless wind blades materialized around him, and he lunged forward. Years ago, when it was still merely a great demon, it had encountered Zhang Qixian. At that time, Zhang Qixian hadn't yet broken through to the heaven-reaching realm, but he deemed more than capable of dealing with it. Had it not fled swiftly and hidden deep within the dense forest, its tiger pelt would likely be displayed in the Grand Hall of the Southern Military District headquarters by now. The scar on its forehead was also left from that time. It could have healed after breaking through to the Beast King realm, but it chose not to. This was its shame, and only Zhang Qixian's blood could wash it away. That's why, when the Dragon Lord proposed unleashing a beast horde to slaughter the city, he agreed immediately. Seeing that the Mountain Lord had already struck, the Dragon Lord had no choice but to follow suit, though he did not use his full strength. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. When the dragon and the tiger clashed, their combined might was even more ferocious. Zhang Qixian remained unmoved. Boom! A massive sonic boom rang out as Zhang Qixian waved his hand to cast a barrier. The aftershocks of a battle at the heaven-reaching realm spread out, capable of injuring even those at the Dragon Gate realm. It was a massive, unadorned palm bear, with the creases on the palm clearly visible. Descending from the heavens, it engulfed the two great beast kings. A single palm crushed both kings. Old Zhang, I've got to say, you cultured folks are a pain. You should just wiped out these two beasts right away. Why bother chatting with them so much? A gruff voice rang out. Then, a burly giant nearly 3 meters tall, his body a mass of muscle, appeared beside Zhang Qixian. Li Qiuwu. Weren't you out in the starry sky? How did you end up here? Zhao Jun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which quickly evaporated, and the scales on his body had lost some of their luster. He was clearly seriously injured. Shan Jun wasn't faring much better either. He decharged the fiercest just moments ago, but now his condition was even more pitiful. One ear was gone, and half his tail was missing. Where the hell do I need to go? Do I have to report to you two beasts? With that, Li Qiuwu stood his ground, clapped his palms together, and actually intended to crush the two beast kings to death on the spot. Seeing Li Qiuwu make his move, the Dragon King didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and flew straight for the Yunmeng marshes, leaving his subordinates behind without a second thought. He knew all too well the weight of the name Li Qiuwu carried. The martial king, Li Qiuwu, an absolute powerhouse in the heaven-reaching realm, was rarely on Blue Star, instead stationed deep in the cosmos to ward off alien invaders. Although the Mountain Lord was sometimes slow on the uptake, seeing the Dragon King take off running made him realize something was wrong, and he fled in the opposite direction. Ha, you sure can run fast, Li Qiuwu sneered. He transformed his palm into a fist. Fist that shakes the world. The immense force of his punch pursued the Mountain Lord. Why are you attacking me? The beast tide was started by the Dragon Lord. The Mountain Lord's defiant voice rang out. Boom! The fist caught up with the Mountain Lord. In the eyes of outsiders, the mighty and invincible Beast King thus spilled his blood across the sky, then plummeted violently from a height of 10,000 meters into the beast horde. No one knew how many demon beasts he crushed to death in the impact. I'd been wanting a tiger skin rug anyway. I've set my sights on your tiger skin, it's that simple. As he spoke, Li Qiuwu landed another punch, and the Mountain Lord, who was already gasping for air but could no longer breathe, finally breathed his last. At that moment, the Dragon Lord, hearing the commotion behind him, didn't even turn his head. He plunged headfirst into the Yunmeng marshes and never resurfaced. Brother Qiuwu, your strength has improved once again. Ever since Li Qiuwu arrived, Zhang Qixian had remained a spectator throughout, letting him take the lead. It's nothing to speak of, Li Qiuwu said, waving his hand dismissively. After this, no beast king on land should dare to band together and attack the cities of our Xia kingdom at will, Zhang Qixian remarked, glancing once more at the battlefield. Oof. If you ask me, we should just wipe out this bunch of beasts and be done with it, Li Qiuwu snorted coldly. We still have to follow the rules. This time, they were the ones who broke them first, so we can kill one beast king, but we can't kill them all. Zhang Qixian would love nothing more than to eliminate these beast kings, but he simply couldn't. Alright, they need me over there. I'll be heading out. With that, Li Qiaowu reached out and casually grabbed the mountain lord's corpse from the ground. Go ahead, Zhang Qixian nodded. It was now up to him to clean up the mess. Li Qiaowu vanished from the spot, carrying the mountain lord's corpse with him. When he saw a new beast king appear, Liang Pindong's heart did indeed skip a beat. He felt it was highly unlikely they could turn the tide today. But this only strengthened his resolve to drag Nian Yong down with him. Yet what followed was a dramatic turn of events. The martial king's divine troops descended from the heavens, sweeping away the two beast kings like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. Had the dragon lord not fled swiftly, he too would likely have met his end here. Now, it was their turn to strike. In fact, the moment the dragon lord retreated, the three demons, the lords of the Yunmeng marshes, had already sensed the danger and hurriedly retreated. Better safe than sorry. They understood this principle as well. Catfish. Stay behind. Liang Pindong's eyes were red with excitement. Chapter 81, The Enemy. Catfish was ultimately left behind, along with tortoise longevity. The three demons, whose sole focus was on escape, ultimately failed to evade the pursuit of the three men, whose morale was sky high. Only Zhao Jiang managed to escape by severing his own tail. Pfft, they really thought I was an easy target. Liang Pindong spat. Earlier, the three demons had treated him as their breakthrough point, holding back his comrades, a fact that had left him deeply dissatisfied. How are your injuries? Zhang Qixian asked as he landed beside the trio. Councilman Zhang, the three replied respectfully. I'm fine, just minor scrapes. I'll be back on my feet in a few days, Liang Pindong said with a smile. Good work. Let them handle the rest. Zhang Qixian glanced at Liang Pindong's pale face but said no more. The young man had always been fair-skinned, but now he looked as white as a sheet. But since he was determined to hold on, Zhang let him be. In fact, once the outcome of the battle at the high-level front was decided, the outcome of the battles elsewhere was no longer in doubt. Whether major or minor demons, they all suffered crushing defeats and scattered in all directions. A few major demons remained on the Lingkong realm side, but the soldiers on the battlefield below, having confirmed that the beast horde had retreated,